In the previous life, the end of the world came suddenly and the whole world fell into chaos and despair. Jian Yaning struggled in this endless catastrophe for 2 years, and the family's food reserves had long been exhausted. What is heartbreaking is that her stepfather and biological mother cold-bloodedly forced her to exchange her body for supplies. What is most difficult to accept is that, in order to protect her, the kind and gentle grandmother who had worked hard to raise her had a fierce conflict with the evil couple and was eventually brutally killed by them. The death of her grandmother was like a heavy hammer, shattering Jian Yaning's last hope. She lost consciousness in deep pain and anger. Unexpectedly, this gave her vicious stepfather and biological mother the opportunity to knock her unconscious, tie her up and sell her to a group of hooligans. Although she managed to escape with her strong will, she could only struggle to survive alone in the ice and snow. In the end, she froze to death helplessly in the cold wilderness, ending her tragic life. When she opened her eyes again, she unexpectedly found that she was reborn. Time went back to 1 month before the end of the world. My mother said that women, after getting married, should stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. Aunt Gu should have told you about our family's conditions, right? You don't make much money from your job, and my mother also said that in the future. Jian Yaning was a little dazed for a moment. Where was this? Wasn't she already dead? She was squeezed dry by the vampires and eventually starved to death in the cold winter of the second year of the apocalypse. She picked up the phone on the table and looked at the time, October 2nd, 2031. Jian Yaning's pupils trembled slightly. She was reborn. She was actually reborn. Hey, are you listening to me? My mom said that if you marry me and have a baby, she will help us take care of it. Your mother said? Your mother said? Why don't you just live with your mother for the rest of your life? Why are you running out to go on a blind date? Jian Yaning sneered, picked up the water on the table, and poured a glass of it on the other person's face. Go home and drink your milk, you mama's boy. You. Without waiting for the other party to finish his words, Jian Yaning stood up, turned around and left. Pushing open the door of the restaurant, the road was full of traffic. Jian Yaning stood at the door, dazed for 2 seconds. How long has it been since she last saw such a scene? After the end of the world, this city will be reduced to ruins. But now, there is still a month before that day, she still has time. Jian Yaning immediately took a taxi back home. At this time, only Gu Fang was at home. Why are you back so soon? Gu Fang poked her head out of the kitchen, smiling. Little Wang is a good guy, right? Mom's vision is not wrong. His family is well off, he has only one son, and he is only 10 years older than you. Jian Yaning glanced at her coldly without saying a word. She walked straight to Gu Fang's bedroom, opened the drawer of the dressing table, took out the property certificate, and stuffed it into her bag. Hey! What are you doing? Gu Fang hurried over and shouted anxiously. What are you doing with the property certificate, kid? Take it out now! If I remember correctly, this house was bought by my biological father, and the title deed is in my name. Jian Yaning's tone was as cold as ice. After her father had an accident, her grandfather was still alive and insisted that the house be transferred to her and her brother. But after a few years, my grandfather passed away. Gu Fang remarried and took her children with her, and her stepfather and his family moved into the house openly. No one said it's not yours. Gu Fang laughed dryly. Isn't Mom just keeping it for you? When you get married, you can come back and live here anytime. Really? Jian Yaning sneered and changed the subject. Do you know about my brother's affairs? Gu Fang's eyes flickered, and then she said, What do I know? Your brother made a mistake. How can you blame me? He did that, he deserved it. Stop pretending. Jian Yaning looked at her coldly. You know it better than anyone else. Gu Fang looked flustered and tried to snatch back the property certificate, but was stopped by Jian Yaning. Jian Yaning confirmed from her expression that her brother's affairs were definitely related to her mother. But she didn't have time to worry about these things now. The most important thing was to mortgage the house first and raise funds. Jian Yaning, what's wrong with you? Give me back the property certificate. Don't worry, it won't fall into your hands again. Jian Yaning pushed Gu Fang away and walked out the door. Thoughts were surging in her mind. She remembered that her brother Jiang Qingning would be released from prison in 20 days. No one came to pick him up that day. When he returned home, he was treated coldly and sarcastically by his family. Before leaving, her brother said to her, "I didn't do it." She still remembers those eyes, full of anger and grievance. That was the last time they saw each other. Jian Yaning let out a long breath, hailed a taxi, left the community, and went to the loan company he had contacted previously. This time she did not choose a formal loan, but turned to a short-term loan shark company. The house was worth about 2.5 million yuan, but she only got a loan of 1.2 million yuan after mortgaging it, and the loan period was only 3 days, with an astonishingly high interest rate. But Jian Yaning did it on purpose. She knew that the loan shark company would come to collect the debt in 3 days, and the family would suffer. As for herself, she had already made up her mind not to go back. After getting the money, Jian Yaning found a hotel and completed the check-in procedures. Not long after she entered the room, Gu Feng called. She glanced at the screen and hung up. Right now, she had too many things to plan and didn't have time to deal with these unnecessary interruptions. The first disaster of the end of the world is an earthquake of unprecedented scale, affecting a wide range. Jian Yaning still remembers clearly that earthquakes occurred one after another around the world, and there was almost no rescue. After the Ningqing earthquake, the authorities immediately evacuated the survivors to Xiangshan and the suburbs. Xiangshan is a huge natural scenic area where people often come to hike or camp on weekdays, but their activities are mostly limited to developed scenic spots. Further deeper, there is undeveloped primeval forest with many natural caves scattered among them. After the earthquake, a large number of survivors gathered at Xiangshan and occupied caves to live in. Those who could not find caves had to dig holes or build sheds to live in. At that time, Jian Yaning and his stepfather's family dug a cave for 3 full months before they barely found a place to live. The earthquake was followed by terrible high temperatures. Fortunately, it was cooler in the mountains than in the city, so we managed to survive that period. However, the natural disaster was far from over. Jian Yaning remembered that there was a particularly good cave deep in Xiangshan Mountain. Behind the cave was a platform-like cliff with an area of more than 100 square meters. People living there can not only use the platform for planting and drying crops, but also enjoy the dual advantages of privacy and convenience. She planned to go into the mountain in advance, find the cave and store supplies. However, this seemingly simple plan was difficult to implement. The biggest problem was transporting the supplies into the mountain. Jian Yaning bent over the table, writing and drawing, planning all kinds of details. While I was busy, my phone suddenly vibrated. After I answered it, it was the takeaway that had arrived. She casually said, "Leave it at the door," and stood up to get the takeaway. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten all day, she felt dizzy as soon as she stood up, and her body lost control and hit the LCD TV on the wall. When she opened her eyes again, Jian Yaning felt dizzy. She sat on the floor for a while, vaguely remembering that she seemed to have fallen and knocked the TV down. But when I looked up, I found that the TV was firmly hung on the wall and there was no wound on my forehead. Could I have remembered it wrong? As she was thinking, she subconsciously lowered her head and saw the TV had actually fallen to the ground. The small round table next to it was also knocked over, and the items on the table were scattered all over the floor. What on earth is going on? Was I dazzled just now? At the moment she was stunned, her body suddenly felt lighter. She was shocked to find that she was back in the room again, but this room was exactly the same as the one in the hotel, like a hidden copy. Jian Yaning looked around and couldn't help but have a crazy guess in her mind. Could it be that her fall accidentally opened up a hidden hotel space? Jian Yaning entered the hotel again and tried to open the door, but found that it could not be opened at all. The window couldn't be opened either, but through the glass, one could see the scenery outside, which was exactly the same as the scenery outside the window of the room she lived in. The furnishings in the room were exactly the same: a 1.8-meter bed, bedside tables, a small table lamp, a shower room, a refrigerator, a TV. Everything was available, even water and electricity were available. This is too amazing! Jian Yaning suppressed her excitement and exited the space first, because she was hungry and needed to fill her stomach. She picked up the takeaway and put it on the table, and began to enjoy it slowly. A mouthful of hot rice with tender pork trotters is a long-lost delicacy. She ate every bite very seriously, as if she wanted to deeply engrave this long-lost taste into her memory. The pig's trotter rice was quickly finished, but Jian Yaning was still not satisfied. After a short rest, she began to test the function of the hotel space. She tried to put objects into the space and found that as long as she touched something, she could easily put it in with a thought. She poured a cup of hot water into the space to test whether it could retain heat. After completing the test, she opened her mobile phone, searched for the items on the list she had compiled earlier, and added them to the shopping cart one by one. It is not very convenient to receive express delivery while staying in a hotel, so Jian Yaning decided to find a short-term rental house the next day. On the one hand, it would be convenient for receiving the goods, and on the other hand, it would avoid attracting attention. She filled her shopping cart with a variety of seeds, convenience foods, daily necessities, condiments and other miscellaneous items, and planned to place an order with one click after the house was rented. As for large items such as rice, flour, cooking oil, bedding and clothing, she plans to rent a car and buy and collect them in the city. After planning all this, Jian Yaning decided to rent a house the next day, then go to Xiangshan to confirm the location of the cave, and stock up some durable supplies before the earthquake. Apart from furniture, the available storage area in the hotel is limited and not much can be stored. After the plan was set, she took a hot bath and lay down on the soft big bed, her thoughts returning to her mother's abnormal behavior during the day. Her mother seemed flustered and suspicious when she mentioned her brother. How could Jiang Qingning rape Sumu? Sumu is Su Jianwei's daughter and Jian Yaning's stepsister. She did not see what happened with her own eyes. Her mother told her everything. After her brother was arrested, she never visited him until she saw him for the last time when he was released from prison. He then told her that he had never done it. This matter has now become a mystery in her mind, and she can only wait until her brother is released from prison to find out the truth. At night, Jian Yaning dreamed of a disaster. A violent earthquake destroyed the entire city, buildings collapsed, the whole place was devastated, and people were crying for help in the ruins. She woke up from her dream with beads of sweat on her forehead. This is just a dream, she still has a chance to start over. After daybreak, she checked out of the hotel and went straight to the real estate agency. Her request was simple, and she soon rented a 2-bedroom apartment in an old neighborhood, so that she would not be without a place to stay when she picked up her brother from prison in the future. After renting the house, Jian Yaning immediately placed an order on the shopping platform and filled in the nearby express delivery station as the delivery address to avoid attracting attention by having a large number of express deliveries delivered directly to her home. Then, she successfully rented a car, paid the deposit and advance payment, and drove away. Jian Yaning chose a black SUV with a spacious interior and ample trunk space, and drove directly to Xiangshan. Today is a weekday and Xiangshan seems particularly deserted, with only a few elderly people hiking together. Jian Yaning climbed halfway up the mountain along the main road. After looking around to make sure there was no one around, he turned into a small path leading deep into the mountains. The trail goes a little deeper into the non-scenic area. The road is easy to walk on at first, and some traces of human activities can be seen, but the further you go, the more weeds and trees grow denser. The weather in Ningxing was still hot in October, but once you enter the forest, the temperature immediately becomes much cooler. The scene here is completely different from the post-apocalyptic scene. In the post-apocalyptic world, the weeds had long been cleared away, and many trees had dried up and died due to the extreme heat and lack of water. Xiangshan was completely bare, and there were survivors struggling to survive everywhere. Jian Yaning followed her memory and went up all the way until she finally found the cave with a platform next to a crooked pine tree. The weeds in front of the cave had grown to half a person's height. She glanced around, picked up a stone and threw it into the cave. After waiting for 2 minutes and confirming that it was safe, he took out the flashlight from the space and prepared to explore. The entrance of the cave was about 1.5 meters high. Jian Yaning was 1.65 meters tall, so she could only bend down slightly to enter. Under the light of the flashlight, the cave wall was made of natural stone, and the further in she went, the wider it became. In her previous life, she had only heard of the existence of this cave, but had never seen it with her own eyes. The cave was much better than she had imagined, with a living area of about 50 to 60 square meters and a stable terrain. As she went deeper into the bottom, the cave entrance shrank and narrowed again. After she got out, she saw the legendary perfect platform. The platform is spacious, at least 150 square meters. Standing on it, there is a breeze and the temperature is just right. Jian Yaning imagined that after the end of the world, this place could become a safe base. Transporting some soil to the platform to plant some vegetables should not be a problem for life. Looking around, she found a small cave not far away on the opposite side. Although shallow, it was large enough to accommodate people. After the end of the world, it was very likely that someone would choose the opposite side, and they would only need to dig a few meters deeper to live there. Jian Yaning secretly planned to bring some lime with him next time. The cave was a little damp, and spreading lime could not only prevent moisture, but also drive away snakes, insects, rats and ants. At this moment, she heard a rustling sound. Her eyes became stern and she quickly swept the grass with a wooden stick. A black snake was hit accurately in the 7-inch area and struggled and rolled over. Snakes are a good thing in the end times, much more precious than rat meat. Jian Yaning used to be terribly afraid of snakes, but after experiencing the end times, snakes are nothing more than food. She grasped the snake's vital points nimbly, took out a pair of scissors from the space, nailed the snake's head to the tree, cut open its belly, and skinned it, all in one smooth motion. After a moment, a piece of pink snake meat was processed cleanly and neatly. She entered the space, rinsed the snake meat with clean water, put it into a bag and put it in the refrigerator. Jian Yaning knew that the space had no preservation function, but the flow of time seemed to be slower than the outside world, which could slightly extend the storage time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they got down the mountain. Jian Yaning opened the car door and the phone in her pocket vibrated. Looking at the caller ID on the screen, she chuckled and hung up. Unexpectedly, the other party persisted and called again. Helplessly, she answered the phone and immediately heard Gu Fang's roaring voice. Jian Yaning! Don't you want this family anymore? If you don't come back today, don't come back in the future. Don't you want me and your own brother anymore? Gu Fang's voice was sharp and hurried, trying to suppress Jian Yaning's attitude. Hearing this, Jian Yaning frowned slightly, almost forgetting that he had a half-brother. The 12-year-old boy was the legitimate son of Gu Fang and Su Jianwei, and he had been spoiled since childhood. Oh, I won't go back. Jian Yaning didn't care and said in a light tone. Yan Ning, I know you've been wrong for so many years, but I've suffered too. Gu Fang's tone suddenly softened, and she adopted a conciliatory policy. Be obedient and bring back the property certificate. It will be too late for Xiaobao to register. Hearing this poor excuse, Jian Yaning couldn't help laughing out loud. This is the first time I've heard that someone needs a real estate certificate to register for school. Her tone was sarcastic and disdainful. He's your son, not mine. What does it have to do with me? Jian Yaning said coldly. By the way, I have to inform you that I have mortgaged the house. I suggest that you and your family move out as soon as possible. What? Gu Fang's voice suddenly rose, almost breaking. Jian Yaning, how could you do this? This house doesn't belong to you alone. Yes, it's mine, and it's also Jiang Qingning's. Jian Yaning's tone suddenly turned cold, and after pausing for 2 seconds, he suddenly added. By the way, I already know how my brother got in. You, what did you know? Gu Fang panicked, her voice trembling, and she slumped down on the sofa. Yan Ning, listen to Mom, it's not what you think. I had no choice at the time. Xiaobao was still young at that time, and I just wanted to keep this family. I beg you, okay? Come back and talk if you have anything to say. If you don't consider Mom, please consider Xiaobao. He is your own brother. Jian Yaning sneered. It seemed that she had guessed it right, and she didn't want to bother with Gu Fang anymore, so she simply hung up the phone. As for the truth of the matter, she would know it after she got through to her brother. She sat in the driver's seat, took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, then started the car and drove towards the city. When she passed by the farmer's market, she saw a few lively chicks on the stall. She was tempted, but she had no place to raise them, so she had to write them down in her phone's memo and planned to buy them before the earthquake. Then she drove to the wholesale market, planning to stock up on some daily necessities, such as rice, flour, cooking oil, canned food, etc. She placed a large order in one go. The workers filled the trunk and back seat with supplies, and then she found a secluded spot and put all the supplies into the space. It was still early, so Jian Yaning went to the pharmacy and bought a large number of antibiotics, antipyretics, anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs and other common medicines. Since she couldn't buy a large amount at one time, she could only go from one pharmacy to another. Fortunately, there were many pharmacies in Ningqing, and she made a lot of money after going around. As the sky gradually darkened and rush hour traffic poured into the streets, Jian Yaning drove back to the vicinity of her rental house. After picking up a package on the way, she packed a bowl of crayfish noodles for dinner at a small restaurant at the entrance of the community. After returning home, Jian Yaning ate noodles while browsing the trending searches. The gossips in the entertainment industry were overwhelming, and she casually scrolled through them until a weather-related topic caught her attention. #October is here. Why hasn't the temperature dropped yet? She glanced at the comments and couldn't help but sigh. From this year to next year, it will be a long summer here, and winter will not come at all. After the earthquake, the temperature will rise further, even exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Just as she was about to continue scrolling down, her finger suddenly stopped. The observatory predicts that there will be a meteor shower in early November. Meteor shower! Jian Yaning suddenly had an idea in her mind. After this meteor shower, the disaster would begin. She clearly remembered that when the meteor shower fell, the ground in Ningqing shook, and the end of the world began. Jian Yaning suddenly had an idea. Should we issue a warning to tell people that a disaster is about to happen? Soon, she rejected the idea. Now was not the right time. If she spread the news in advance, not only would no one believe it, but it would also cause trouble. She also wrote this idea down in her memo and continued to eat her noodles. The days that followed passed quickly. Jian Yaning was busy stockpiling supplies every day and went up the mountain from time to time. The cave floor was covered with a thick layer of lime, covered with plastic film, and then covered with a layer of carpet to ensure dryness and comfort. However, she left the entrance passage unpaved, intending to do further processing after actually living in it. There are piles of supplies against the wall, stable and secure, giving people a sense of security. In addition, Jian Yaning also specially brought 2 anti-theft doors from outside and temporarily stored them in the cave, planning to install them when the time was right. Nowadays, more and more people live in the mountains, and many caves are equipped with doors. She also plans to take the opportunity to install her own door. Recently, Gu Fang called many times, but Jian Yaning only answered once, and then decisively put her on the blacklist. Presumably, the debt collectors have made that family very anxious. Days passed, and the day after tomorrow would be the day when her brother would be released from prison. Thinking of this, Jian Yaning felt complicated. She was eager to see her brother, but also felt inexplicably uneasy and afraid. The contradiction made it difficult for her to calm down for a while. When she was out that day, she saw someone selling puppies on the roadside, and she stopped involuntarily. The furry puppies in the cage reminded her of the dog her brother raised when he was still at home. At that time, De Huang was always considerate and loyal, but after her brother was arrested, Gu Fang quietly threw it away. She searched for a long time but still couldn't find it. Standing in front of the stall, she hesitated for a while, and finally picked a puppy that looked very similar to De Huang. With some relief, she put the puppy into the cage and took it home. The next morning, Jian Yaning got up early and drove to Baisha prison. The little puppy sat in the back seat, looking around curiously, and was filled with novelty about everything outside the car window. The tall iron gate of the prison was tightly closed, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Jian Yaning stood by the car holding the dog and waiting. Time passed little by little, and the iron gate finally opened slowly. Several men with short haircuts came out one after another, and she saw Jiang Qingning at first sight. Jiang Qingning also saw her, paused, and then walked straight towards her. "Brother!" Jian Yaning lowered her head, her eyes slightly red, and tears had already flowed down her cheeks. She whispered, "I'm sorry I came to see you just now." Jiang Qingning was silent for a moment, raised his hand and rubbed the broken hair on her head, his voice low but gentle. "It's good that you are here now, don't cry." Jian Yaning nodded heavily, trying to hold back her tears, but her tears kept falling. She was a little overwhelmed as she stuffed the puppy in her arms into her brother's arms, and then hurriedly ran into the car. The sad feeling in her chest could not be shaken off. Jiang Qingning opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and patted her back. "Okay, don't cry. You are such a grown-up, but you are still like a child. Brother, you haven't done it, right?" Jian Yaning raised her head and looked at him straight. "It's all in the past, let's not talk about it anymore." Jiang Qingning changed the subject, pretending to be relaxed and holding up the puppy. He raised the corner of his mouth and teased. "Why did De Huang become smaller?" This casual remark eased the atmosphere in the car a little. Gu Fang's life was indeed difficult. When the time came, the loan shark discovered that Jian Yaning had lost contact and immediately began to contact emergency contacts. Jian Yaning thoughtfully left the phone numbers of Gu Fang, Su Jianwei and Su Mu, and even clearly marked their work units. Loan sharks are not easy to deal with, and phone bombing ensued. At first it was just phone harassment, but within 2 days they started coming to our house. The gate and the white wall were covered in graffiti, with 4 eye-catching characters in red paint. "Pay your debts." Every day people blocked the gate to demand repayment, causing a lot of noise. After Su Jianwei and Su Mu's unit found out, they directly and tactfully suggested that they go home and take care of their family affairs first. "Dad, I can't even go to work now. What do you think I should do?" Su Mu stamped his feet in anger and glared at Gu Fang. "I gave birth to a rapist son, and now there's another thief." Gu Fang quickly lowered her head and pulled her son in front of her, her face full of anxiety, not daring to say a word of rebuttal. "If you can't find your daughter today, we'll get divorced." Su Jianwei slammed the table and stood up, his face flushed. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even dare to go to work. How could he continue to live like this? "No!" Gu Fang raised her head suddenly, tears welling up in an instant. "Lao Su, you can't blame me for this. The damn girl ran away with the property certificate and pushed me. I couldn't catch up. But if we get divorced, what will happen to Xiao Bao?" "Go to the police. Report Jian Yaning as missing." Su Mu interrupted coldly. "When you find her, hand her over to the loan sharks." Gu Fang hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and agreed. She couldn't lose this family, and she couldn't let her child be without a father. As for Jian Yaning, she hated her. She raised her with great effort, but she was betrayed like this. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud banging on the door. "Don't play dead! I know you're in there. It's only natural to pay back debts." The room suddenly became quiet. Then, there was a muffled sound, and something soft hit the door, emitting a pungent smell. Gu Fang's face turned pale all of a sudden. She was very familiar with this voice. She was afraid that the door was full of feces and urine again. At this time, Jian Yaning knew nothing about this. She was taking her brother back to the rented house. In the car, after Jian Yaning's repeated questioning, Jiang Qingning finally told the truth of what happened that year. It turned out that Su Jianwei and Su Mu had joined forces with Gu Fang to frame him. Gu Fang was responsible for stealing Jiang Qingning's underwear and took the opportunity to put drugs in his water cup. When Jiang Qingning woke up, he found himself in disarray, and Su Mu was sitting next to him with messy clothes and tear marks on his face. Su Jianwei had already taken a lot of photos and faked the scene. With the help of the DNA evidence found in Su Mu's body, he directly brought Jiang Qingning to court on the charge of rape. Jiang Qingning will never forget that Gu Fang stood at the door, lowering her head and not daring to look at him, while Su Jianwei sneered and threatened. "If you don't plead guilty, I will have plenty of opportunities to deal with your sister." "Why?" Jian Yaning was puzzled. Why did Gu Fang want to harm her own son, and even charged him with such an unbearable crime? Jiang Qingning's eyes darkened. Because of the pension. At that time, they wanted to take over the more than 500,000 yuan left by my father, and the house. If they sent me to prison, they could completely control you and the house. Jian Yaning suddenly remembered that after her brother went to jail, she had a lawyer change the name on the property certificate to her own. Otherwise, the house would have been mortgaged long ago. "Brother, I'm sorry." Jian Yaning gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white. She never thought that her mother would help outsiders frame her own son. "It's not your fault," Jiang Qingning said calmly. "You were young at the time, and that kind of crime was really not nice. It's normal for you not to come to see me. Now that we've talked about it, it's nothing." As they were talking, the car stopped steadily downstairs of the rental house. "Brother, I rented a house here, and will live here for the time being," Jian Yaning said as he opened the car door, but he didn't mention mortgaging the house, let alone the impending doomsday. Jiang Qingning nodded, got out of the car and followed. Jian Yaning took out the key from her bag, opened the door and motioned to her brother to wait a moment. She bent down and lit the brazier at the door, then picked up the pomelo leaves on the shoe cabinet and gently swept them over her brother's body. "I saw on the internet that this can get rid of bad luck. Just step over the brazier." Jiang Qingning did everything she said, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. In the 5 years in prison, no one had come to see him, but now someone was thinking about him, and he felt very warm. "Brother, this is your room. I'll sleep in the next room." Jian Yaning pulled him to the door of the room. "I bought you 2 sets of clothes. I don't know if they will fit you. Wear them for now. Take a shower. We'll go eat together later." Jiang Qingning said okay, put the puppy in his arms on the ground, picked up his clothes and went into the bathroom. It was not until the sound of water came that the tears he had been holding back fell silently. Jian Yaning sat on the sofa, holding the dog, thinking. How should she tell her brother about the end of the world? Also, will he go looking for his enemy first? She was not against revenge, but time was too tight and many things were not ready yet. If she was caught because of revenge, it would be more trouble than gain. As long as that family of 4 is alive, there will always be a chance for revenge. Not long after, Jiang Qingning came out of the shower. The new clothes he bought were a little too big, with short trouser legs and sleeves, which looked a little funny on his tall body. "Let's go eat first, and then I'll buy you some clothes that fit you." Jian Yaning glanced at him and added, "Oh, by the way, I also have to buy you a cell phone." "No, this is fine. A bigger size makes it more comfortable to wear." Jiang Qingning smiled. Thinking that his sister had just started working, he couldn't help but want to save some money for her. "It won't be too late to buy it myself after I find a job." In the end, Jian Yaning insisted and still pulled her brother out the door. After lunch, the two went to the mall. After picking out a few sets of clothes that fit him, Jiang Qingning put on his new clothes. His tall and straight figure, coupled with his somewhat silly, crew cut, unexpectedly made him look neat and tidy, and even a bit fashionable. After buying clothes, they went to a mobile phone store. After choosing a mobile phone in a package, when applying for a card, the staff unconsciously read out the name on the ID card. Jiang Qingning. "Here." Jiang Qingning stood straight as if by reflex. Jian Yaning was startled by her brother's sudden reaction. Looking at his stiff figure, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She couldn't imagine what her brother had gone through during the 5 years in prison. After getting her cell phone, Jian Yaning suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to prepare a computer. Life in the last days was hard and boring, and she couldn't live without entertainment equipment. She planned to download some movies, novels, recipes, reference books and other materials. She might not use them, but it was better to be prepared. She immediately ordered 2 laptops, 2 tablets and a large hard drive. When she got home, she planned to start downloading immediately. There was still a week before the earthquake, so there was still time for everything. After struggling for a long time, Jian Yaning finally made up her mind to tell her brother about the impending end of the world. After returning to the rental house, the two sat on the sofa. Jian Yaning sorted out his thoughts and said, "Brother, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead." Jian Yaning took a deep breath and said, I mortgaged that house to a loan shark and got 1.2 million. Gu Feng is probably being asked to pay the debt now. So if you want revenge, you may have to wait for a while. Jiang Qingning was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Why is this happening? I had a very real and long dream. Jian Yaning hesitated for a moment and decided not to mention the rebirth. After all, it was too fantasy. I dreamed about the same thing every day, and it was coherent. Later, I compared it with what happened in reality and found that these dreams seemed like precognitive dreams. Jiang Qingning frowned, finding it hard to accept. Yan Ning, have you read any weird books? Don't let these messy things brainwash you. Jian Yaning sighed inwardly, thinking that this brother was really hard to fool. She decided to show her trump card directly. At this moment, a cup full of water suddenly appeared in her hand, as if it appeared out of thin air. Jian Yaning said, I didn't believe it before, but the storage space in the dream really appeared. This is the proof. Jiang Qingning was stunned and completely speechless. Jian Yaning struck while the iron was hot and took out many things from the space one after another, filling up the coffee table. Everything I said is true, she continued. On November 3rd, when the meteor shower arrives, there will be a global earthquake. The entire Ningxing will be reduced to ruins. She described the doomsday scene as concisely as possible. Jiang Qingning was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. According to what you said, we don't have much time left. Jian Yaning nodded. I found a cave in Xiangshan and stored some supplies in it. The two began to discuss in detail, making a list of the necessary supplies and writing down what needed to be replenished one by one. Jian Yaning had almost spent all her money, with only about 200,000 yuan left. She thought that she would have to prepare some daily necessities for her brother after he settled down completely. By the time the list was complete, it was already dark. Jiang Qingning decided to go shopping with his sister the next day. By the way, I have a cellmate who helped me a lot in prison, Jiang Qingning suddenly said. He asked me to bring a letter to his wife after I get out of prison. His home is in Shijiao village. If it's convenient tomorrow, I'd like to stop by. Jian Yaning readily agreed. No problem, just consider it as running errands. After returning to the bedroom, Jian Yaning locked the door and entered the storage space. The space was not large to begin with, and now it was filled with supplies everywhere. Even the bed was fully occupied. She had tried to throw away the bed and some useless cabinets that took up space, but found that they could not be moved at all. These seemed to be standard features of the space. In desperation, she could only pile the supplies on the bed. There were 2 large freezers next to the bed, one of which was filled with frozen pork, beef, chicken, duck and various seafood. Another stored a lot of popsicles and ice cream. She knew the temperatures would remain high after the earthquake and these frozen foods would be very important. The ice cream took up half of the freezer, and Jian Yaning planned to use the remaining space to store semi-finished products that were easy to eat, such as various meatballs and marinated steaks. Fruits and vegetables are difficult to preserve, so she decided to wait until the day before the end of the world to buy them. Although there were no fruits in Xiangshan, wild vegetables could still be picked. If she had no place to put them, she would really like to buy a few more freezers. The next morning, the brother and sister went out early to shop, and did not find time to go to Xiaojiao village until the afternoon. Xiaojiao village is not far from Xiangshan. Jian Yaning thought that the space was no longer able to accommodate the supplies, so he planned to go up the mountain later and store some of the supplies in the cave. Jiang Qingning went to do some business, and Jian Yaning sat in the car waiting. After a while, there was a knock on the car window. It was a kind old lady. Are you from the city? Would you like to bring some free-range eggs? The old lady asked with a smile and a warm tone. They are all laid by our own hens, so they are fresh and nutritious. Jian Yaning nodded, thinking that they were going to go up the mountain soon. The temperature in the cave was low, and the eggs could be preserved. Even if they couldn't finish eating them, they could be pickled into salted eggs. She smiled and said, Okay, take me to see it. The old lady took her through the kitchen to the backyard. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Jian Yaning's eyes were attracted by the bacon hanging from the beam. Grandma, are you selling this bacon? She asked, thinking that bacon can be kept for a long time and tastes good. The old lady answered happily. For sale. There are still a lot upstairs. Can I take you upstairs to have a look? I also have walnuts and dried mushrooms here. They are all local products from my own garden. You city people have definitely never eaten them. Jian Yaning followed the old lady upstairs. When she took a look, she was immediately amazed. A row of bacon was hung neatly. The scene was quite spectacular. She didn't buy everything, but only picked a small part. She also bought a lot of dried food, such as morels, dried shiitake mushrooms, dried eggplant, dried beans, and some peanuts and walnuts. Including the eggs she brought back, she spent more than 2,000 yuan in total. This shopping trip inspired Jian Yaning to think that these dry goods were durable and good quality, and if she collected more, her stock would be more sufficient. She decided to walk around the village and collect some from each household, so that she would not sell out all the goods and could still gather a considerable amount. When Jiang Qingning came back, he found that the back seat and trunk were filled with various mountain products. He couldn't help but sigh. "You bought so much?" Jian Yaning explained with a smile. "They are all dry goods and can be stored for a long time." After a pause, she suggested, "Brother, I will take you to the cave to have a look and teach you the way." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Jiang Qingning agreed. Along the way, Jiang Qingning drove the car while Jian Yaning put all the things she bought into the space. When he saw the empty trunk, Jiang Qingning realized his sister's tactics and was extremely surprised. The supplies in the cave were piled up like a mountain. Jian Yaning was used to it, but Jiang Qingning was shocked by the scale. They sorted out the supplies and covered them with oilcloth before leaving. As the money in his hand gradually ran out, there was only one day left before the end of the world. At this time, the term, meteor shower, was still on the hot search, but in Jian Yaning's eyes, it seemed like a death warrant. She opened the notepad on her phone and found that there was only one task left, to issue an earthquake warning. She knew that posting with her phone was too risky, so she decided to go to a black internet cafe. In this era, illegal internet cafes are almost extinct. Jian Yaning took some effort to find one in an alley behind a middle school. There was no need to register your identity here, which was just what she wanted. After a simple disguise, Jian Yaning walked into the internet cafe, edited an earthquake warning, and tagged more than a dozen official accounts. After clicking send, she was still worried and forwarded the post to several websites with high traffic. After completing all this, she quickly logged off and left. Although there is not much she can do, if others see the post and avoid the danger zone on the night of the meteor shower, the chance of survival will be greatly improved. As for whether to believe it or not, it all depends on your own choice. Jian Yaning sighed softly and said to himself, "Let's accept our fate." When we returned to the rented house, Jiang Qingning had already prepared lunch, which was a bowl of cool cold noodles. The weather in November was not autumnal at all, and the temperature was as high as summer. Jian Yaning took a sip of the cool and sour noodle soup, breathed a sigh of relief, and casually opened big eyes to browse the trending searches. Hashtag the rumormongers are crazy. Hashtag following closely is another entry. Hashtag global earthquake hashtag. Jian Yaning curiously clicked on the entry, global earthquakes, browsed a few lines of content, and immediately realized that the rumor maker referred to herself. The cost of spreading rumors is really low, and they dared to tag so many official accounts. They are really courting death. Get to work. Show the person who spread the rumor. I remember that if you spread 500 rumors, you will be put in jail. This kind of person is just afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Earthquakes cannot be predicted in advance. Anyone with a little common sense knows this, right? She closed the page with a sneer and then clicked on the entry, global earthquakes, below. The comments were completely different, and even a little funny. Is this true? I'm a little scared. No, I decided to take my whole family to the gym tomorrow. Wow. Is this the doomsday I was expecting? It sounds very convincing. I'm going to believe it. The comments section was filled with popular science articles on earthquake risk avoidance and self-rescue, and some people even shared their first aid kits, dry food, and equipment. Jian Yaning was reading with great interest, when suddenly the page went 404 and the content disappeared. You send it? Jiang Qingning frowned, disapprovingly saying, "It's very dangerous to do this. If we get caught." "I just went to a black internet cafe and did it. I didn't register it, so it's fine." Jian Yaning drank a mouthful of noodle soup indifferently. "Besides, I think saving as many people as possible is a good deed." "You're still trying to accumulate virtue?" Jiang Qingning shook his head and laughed. "When did you become so superstitious?" Jian Yaning did not refute, but secretly agreed in her heart. After her rebirth, she gradually believed in metaphysics. Maybe it was the good deeds she had done in her previous life that gave her this opportunity to make peace with her brother and start over. Although the web page was deleted, the information had already spread. Jian Yaning stopped thinking about it and focused on waiting for the end of the world to come. Gu Feng called the police, but found nothing. The family of 4 was driven to collapse by the pressure of debt collection. They were very careful when going out, for fear of being splashed with feces and insulted. When the neighbors saw them, they tried to avoid them. For Su Jianwei, this was a great humiliation. Gu Feng's situation was even more miserable. Under Su Jianwei's anger, she was often beaten and her whole spirit was depressed. She was full of resentment and gnashed her teeth, thinking, if it weren't for Jian Yaning, how could she end up in such a situation? Countdown to the end of the world, 6 hours. In the evening, the sky gradually became gloomy, and the clouds in the sky were layered, faintly revealing an eerie dark red color. Pedestrians on the road stopped and looked up, and some took out their mobile phones to take pictures and upload them to social platforms. Jian Yaning looked up and sighed silently in his heart. It finally came. After dinner, it was completely dark. The street lights were on as usual, but there was no wind and the air pressure was so oppressive that it made people uncomfortable. The brother and sister checked their luggage, each carried a backpack, and Jiang Qingning was responsible for the tent. It was really inconvenient to take the dog out, so it was put in the bathroom in the space, which was prepared with food, water and a small blanket. Jian Yaning did not plan to take refuge in Xiangshan, because earthquakes also occur in Xiangshan. It is not safe to go up the mountain during an earthquake. It will be safer only after the earthquake and after shocks are over. She had heard that a huge crack appeared on the mountain after the Xiangshan earthquake in the previous life. It is said that many people who went up the mountain to watch the meteor shower died. The crack closed on its own after the aftershock, and it was unclear whether it was real or not. Jian Yaning did not want to take any risks, so she decided to take refuge in an open area. She and her brother chose a vacant lot on the outskirts of the city, which was originally planned to be built into an amusement park. The ground had been leveled long ago, but it had been idle for various reasons. There were almost no buildings around, making it particularly safe. When the two drove to the place, there were already quite a few people gathered there. There were tents all around and some people were having picnics on tablecloths. The scene was very lively. Jian Yaning shook her head helplessly, but she also felt that it was understandable. Most of these people decided to come out after seeing the posts online and considering that today's astronomical phenomena were indeed abnormal. If the earthquake had not happened, I could just treat it as a camping picnic and post it on my moments to show off. It would be a good deal. They chose a remote spot and set up their tent. Jian Yaning sat outside the tent, looking at the crowd laughing and taking pictures in the distance. The laughter in front of her eyes and the scene of fleeing in panic after the earthquake in her mind were intertwined, making her uneasy. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Qingning came over and handed her a bottle of iced cola. "Nothing." Jian Yaning shook her head, and after a moment of silence she said softly, "Brother, I'm a little scared." Jiang Qingning rubbed her head and said gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm with you." In fact, he was not sure, but no matter what happened, he would definitely protect his only sister. Night fell, and at 11 o'clock, the noise gradually faded away. The tired people went into their tents, and only a few people were still chatting in low voices. Not long after, a bright light flashed across the sky, and the meteor shower came. "Look, look! So beautiful! I want to make a wish! It's so shocking!" People raised their mobile phones to take pictures, and exclamations of exclamations continued one after another. However, amid the cheers, Jian Yaning's hands were getting colder and colder. She held Jiang Qingning's hand tightly, her palms sweating. The last meteor of the meteor shower streaked across the sky, and a moment later, the earth began to shake slightly. After a few seconds, the vibration suddenly became violent, and the people standing there felt dizzy. What followed was a terrifying earthquake. In just 30 seconds, the lights in the distant city went out as if someone had flipped a switch. Car alarms blared, and screams and cries filled the camp. The ground was shaking so much that it was impossible to stand still. Jian Yaning was forced to pull Jiang Qingning to sit on the ground. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and she could vaguely see the collapse of tall buildings in the distance, a huge gap between the camp and the road, and a large area of concrete ground collapsed. The entire city seemed to be destroyed by an invisible giant excavator, with wailing and despair everywhere. Some people were crushed by falling steel bars and concrete before they could even run out of their homes, while people in the camp were struggling to find safety in the chaos. The earthquake seemed to engulf the entire city. Jian Yaning held her head and curled up on the ground. The memories of her previous life overlapped with the scene in front of her, giving her a splitting headache. "Yaning, Yaning!" Jiang Qingning's voice called out to me, and the vibration finally stopped. The short 3 minutes seemed like a century. Jian Yaning raised her head, tears streaming down her face. The camp was full of gullies under the moonlight. Fortunately, there were no buildings around, and everyone in the camp was safe. "I'm fine, I just had a severe headache." She held Jiang Qingning's hand and slowly stood up. Before they could recover, the ground shook again. Fortunately, it was just a minor aftershock. The two looked at each other, feeling both relieved and cautious. Boom! Suddenly a huge explosion was heard in the city, and thick smoke rose. It was the explosion of a gas pipeline. After several roars, flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. The survivors in the camp looked towards Ningxing in a daze, and some couldn't help crying loudly. Maybe he came to camp just to keep up with the trend, but he didn't expect the earthquake to really happen. Those who were lucky enough to survive were shrouded in fear and grief. Their family members were still in the city, their lives or deaths uncertain. There were about 100 people in the camp. Some people tried to organize rescue, but it was pitch dark and they had neither tools nor experience. They seemed powerless in the face of such a large-scale earthquake, and could only wait for dawn. Jian Yaning recalled that according to the Ningxing government's disaster relief records, the authorities only began to organize rescue operations on the morning of the second day after the earthquake. But this earthquake was global, foreign aid was difficult to reach, local garrisons suffered heavy losses, and rescue forces were stretched thin. She clearly remembered that on the third day after the disaster, the corpses in the ruins began to rot and stink, and a strong stench seemed to suffocate people. On the fourth day, officials arranged for the survivors to take refuge in the mountains. In Jian Yaning's memory, Ningxing was never rebuilt. Perhaps many years after her death, when the extreme weather disappears, the city will have a chance to be reborn. "Let's go back to the tent first," Jian Yaning said in a low voice. Jiang Qingning nodded, and the two of them went into the tent. "There may be aftershocks tonight and tomorrow," Jian Yaning said softly, "but it shouldn't be a big problem. We'll wait until the third day before going into the mountains." "Good." Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the tent. "Hello, excuse me." Jiang Qingning opened the tent door and walked out. "What's the matter?" "We are organizing a rescue team. If you are interested, you can go to the red tent in front to sign up." The man pointed to the upper right position with a calm tone. "Okay, let's discuss it," Jiang Qingning responded. The man nodded and turned to walk towards the red tent. The tent was not soundproof, and Jian Yaning could hear everything clearly from inside. When her brother came in, she immediately said, "Brother, it's too dangerous to go to the rescue now. The aftershocks are still very scary. At least wait until after today." Jiang Qingning was silent for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. At this moment, his sister was more important than anything else. Aftershocks continued throughout the night, and the people in the camp were in a state of panic. Jian Yaning lay on her sleeping bag with her eyes closed, but her heart was still restless. She endured until dawn. At 5 in the morning, the sky was slightly brightened with light. The rescue team organized by the camp set out to the city. At the same time, the official rescue operation was also launched. The brother and sister watched the rescue team leave with respect in their eyes. However, there were some harsh discussions in the camp. "These people are really not afraid of death. Wouldn't it be suicide if they went there now? Who cares? I'm not going anyway. Isn't it better to just wait for rescue?" Some even ridiculed the rescue team as fools. Jian Yaning listened to them, and her heart was calm. After a year of survival in the apocalypse, she had long been accustomed to the dark side of human nature. Although she was not moved, she deeply admired those who took the risk. "Brother, let's go take a look around," Jian Yaning suggested. "We won't go into the city, but just look around the area. We'll save as many people as we can." The brother and sister packed their backpacks and left the camp. Nearby was the suburb of Ningxing. About 2 kilometers away on foot, there was an urban village on the edge of the city. To their surprise, the spontaneous rescue team did not go directly into the city, but stayed in the urban village and had already started the operation. "You are here, welcome!" The man who came to recruit the rescue team at night greeted them. "I am the temporary team leader He Qing. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." After a brief introduction, the brother and sister joined the rescue team. Lacking professional tools, they could only dig with their bare hands. The houses in the urban village were low, and the landslide buried a large number of residents. Throughout the morning, the rescue team only dug out a few bloody bodies from the rubble, and there was no survivor. The heavy atmosphere caused many people to break down emotionally, and some even collapsed on the ground and cried bitterly. At 2 p.m., the team finally rescued a dying girl from the rubble. The girl's legs were pierced by steel bars, her face was covered in blood, and she looked horrible. The makeshift rescue team had no professional knowledge and had no idea how to rescue. At this moment, the sound of a car engine came from a distance. At this critical moment, it is impossible for an ordinary person to drive here. Jian Yaning immediately realized that this was an official rescue team. Sure enough, several cars drove over quickly. The rescue team members felt relieved and someone quickly ran to the intersection to greet them. The army green truck slowly stopped, and news came from inside the car that a survivor needed medical treatment. Several medical staff in white coats quickly got out of the car to check, and the onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some people volunteered to stay and continue to participate in the rescue, while others were exhausted and chose to return to the camp to rest. The brother and sister had not slept all night and were exhausted, so they had to return to the camp with the others. The camp was temporarily requisitioned, and most people expressed their understanding and cooperation. Although a small number of people were dissatisfied, they were powerless to object. The girl who was rescued from the rubble was placed in a tent for emergency treatment. Jian Yaning took her brother to the shade of an empty tree to avoid the scorching sun, and quietly took out 2 bottles of glucose from the space and handed them to her brother. Jiang Qingning looked at the camp with a dazed expression, obviously not yet recovered from the tragic scene. Brother! Jian Yaning called softly and pushed him. Drink some water. Jiang Qingning came back to his senses, responded in a low voice, unscrewed the bottle cap and took 2 big gulps. Wait until the aftershocks are over today, and we'll go up the mountain tomorrow. Okay, then tomorrow. Jian Yaning nodded. The brother and sister sat down against the tree trunk. Exhausted, they shared 2 pieces of bread, chewing them carefully, looking at the busy crowd in the camp. After eating, Jian Yaning leaned against the tree trunk, closed her eyes and rested, then fell into a sleep in a daze. When she woke up, it was already dark. In the distant camp, a bonfire was burning brightly. The dim light of the fire reflected the busy figures of the people. The camp was short-staffed, so the brother and sister took the initiative to help. Jian Yaning distributed food and water, while Jiang Qingning assisted in carrying the wounded. The 2 agreed that when they were too tired to hold on any longer, they would go back to the shade of the tree to rest. Their tent had already been vacated for the wounded, and inside lay a mother and daughter covered in wounds. Although medical staff had treated their wounds, more people could only sit in the open space and wipe their tears silently. When Jian Yaning was handing over a portion of food, her hand was suddenly grabbed tightly by someone. She looked up and saw the dirty and hideous face in the firelight. Jian Yaning! A familiar voice called out her name with a hint of madness. Jian Yaning's eyes froze instantly. It was Sumu. Then, another sharp voice sounded. Yan Ning! Gu Fang suddenly stood up holding her son, grabbed her daughter's hand, and said with a vicious tone. You damn girl! You have caused us so much trouble! Jian Yaning sneered, her eyes cold. It was really a narrow road for her to meet this mother and son here. Chapter 8 Never Forgive. Gu Fang's family of 4 was cornered by debt collectors, and with people constantly complaining to the property management, the whole family moved out in the middle of the night. Su Jianwei only gave 1,000 yuan per month for household expenses, and the rest of the money was spent on the mistress he kept outside. What Gu Fang didn't know was that there was not only a 3rd man outside, but also an illegitimate daughter. These are all later stories, so let's not talk about them for now. The family of 4 moved to a village in the city on the edge of Ningqing overnight, and the rent was paid with the little pension that Gu Fang had left. In the past few years, all the pension for her ex-husband's accident had been used to support this family. That's why Jian Yaning met this family of 4 in the camp. That saying is really true, good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. Jian Yaning shook off Gu Fang's hand and kicked Sumu hard on the calf. Sumu cried ouch, and staggered to the ground. As luck would have it, he fell on Su Jianwei, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Gu Fang hadn't eaten for a day. When she saw the box of bread and water on the ground, she immediately wanted to take them. Jian Yaning pushed the man to the ground and said, People like you don't deserve to eat. Su Xiaobao saw his mother being bullied and was about to hit her, but his collar was suddenly pulled up and he stepped back repeatedly. What the hell are you doing? Let me go! Believe it or not, I will beat you to death! Jiang Qingning. Gu Fang, who was about to get up, fell back to the ground with a plop. She avoided looking at her biological son whom she hadn't seen for 5 years. When Sumu heard the name, he was startled and shrank back guiltily. Jiang Qingning pushed the man hard and said coldly, Take care of your son. He turned around and took his sister's hand. Let's go. Rapist, rapist! Su Xiaobao yelled, punching Jiang Qingning with his fist. Beat you to death, rapist! Everyone nearby looked over. No matter what the time or scene, there would always be a crowd of people watching the fun. Jian Yaning was so angry that her eyes turned red. She put the box on the ground, grabbed Su Xiaobao by the collar, and slapped him 3 or 4 times, making his face swollen. If you dare to talk to my brother like this again, I will beat you to death! Su Xiaobao was so frightened that he started to cry out 3 seconds later. Gu Fang was also frightened. She pulled Su Xiaobao over and sat on the ground crying together. Su Mu stood by without saying a word, wishing he could be invisible. Okay, let's go. Jiang Qingning pulled his sister's hand and picked up the box on the ground with one hand. Everyone is still waiting for food. Jian Yaning nodded and followed her brother. When the 2 of them passed Su Jianwei, Jiang Qingning stopped for a moment and stepped hard on the injured leg. Only a sharp cry of pain was heard. The 2 men finished drinking water from the box and went back to the big tree. Elder brother. What's wrong? Why did you pull me just now? Jian Yaning felt a little unhappy. She wanted to slap them a few more times. Have you softened your heart? Let me make my position clear. I will never forgive Gu Fang and the other 3. No, I'm just like you, I'll never forgive you, Jiang Qingning said. There are many people in the camp, and there are many wounded. It's not good to make trouble. Since they survived, they will have a hard time in the future. Jian Yaning listened to it, and realized that her brother was right. This was just the beginning, and there was still a long way to go. To get the point across, the two siblings sat under a tree, drank some water and ate some dry food. They had to go up the mountain tomorrow and needed to rest. However, there were too many mosquitoes. After just 2 minutes of nap, they were bitten 7 or 8 times. There was no other way, so Jian Yaning took out a bottle of floral water from the space and sprayed it all over their bodies, and they felt better. Jian Yaning had stockpiled 2 boxes of floral water, but after one spray, half a bottle was gone. She felt that the stockpiled amount was not enough. There were just as many mosquitoes on the mountain as on the foot of the mountain. She could only collect more mugwort leaves and mix them with the floral water. My mind was full of caves, and I fell asleep in a daze. This sleep was not peaceful. The camp was noisy all the time, and she kept dreaming. Jian Yaning dreamed that on the day she escaped from Wang's house, the mountain was covered with ice and snow, and she kept running, as if there was no end. When I woke up, it was still dark. I looked at the time and saw that it was only a little past 4 o'clock. My brother had his eyes closed, and his brows were furrowed. I wondered if he had a nightmare like me. The bonfire at the camp had been lit all night long. As the number of survivors increased, the open space could no longer accommodate them. The first ray of sunlight illuminated Ningqing, and all that was seen was the ruin. The brother and sister, carrying their backpacks, arrived at the parking lot. The car they drove was not damaged, but the road was damaged, so the car could still go. It was still a long way from here to Shangshan Mountain, and it would take at least half a day to walk there. The two decided to drive as far as they could. As soon as the car door opened, He-Ching walked over. "Are you going back to the city?" He-Ching said. "The city is not safe right now. I think you can stay for a few more days and wait and see if there is any other rescue." Jiang Qingming nodded politely and said, "Thank you for your concern. We are planning to go to Xiangshan. We have relatives there, and we are a little worried." He made an excuse. "Oh, that's it." He-Ching thought for a moment and said, "I heard from the troops that the road to Xiangshan is not bad, but there are landslides in many places, so you should be careful when driving." "Okay, thanks for the reminder. It's getting late and we have to hurry on our way, so I won't say much more," Jiang Qingming said. He-Ching nodded, waved to the two of them, walked towards the car nearby, and helped carry the injured. "This guy looks pretty good." Jian Yaning sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. "If we could meet him in the mountains, we could make friends." Jiang Qingming smiled, started the car, and suddenly wanted to tease his sister, so he asked, "Why? Are you attracted to her?" "You're crazy!" Jian Yaning rolled her eyes at her brother. "It's hard to communicate with a straight man like you. How can you be considered a fan of someone who is nice to you?" With this joke, the atmosphere in the car was no longer so depressing. The brother and sister who had not seen each other for many years seemed to have never been separated. They were like this in the past, playing and fighting since they were young. After the earthquake, the road was badly damaged and the car ride was very bumpy. All the houses we passed by became dilapidated, and some of the unsound ones even collapsed completely. These were low-rise buildings in the suburbs. The situation in the urban area of Ningqing would be even more serious. Occasionally, survivors could be seen on the road, sitting on the side of the road with numb eyes. Jian Yaning had seen too many such scenes in her previous life, and looking at them now, she still couldn't help feeling sad. Fortunately, the journey was smooth and the car drove to the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. As soon as he got off the car, Jian Yaning saw a crack about 10 centimeters wide on the mountain of Xiangshan. Just as he stood firm, the ground suddenly shook. Within a few seconds, the crack merged with the vibration. Chapter 9: Entering the Mountain. The ground stopped shaking and the crack disappeared. Jian Yaning rubbed her eyes, thinking she was dazzled. In the face of nature, humans are no different from ants. Just a small shock can cause countless deaths. Was that an aftershock just now? Jiang Qingming closed the car door and got out. The time was too short and he felt unsure. Jian Yaning nodded. Yes, the time is short. We need to be careful when we go up the mountain. We don't know if there will be aftershocks. In addition to their car, there were 2 other cars parked on the other side at the foot of the mountain. They were probably the people who came to Xiangshan to watch the meteor shower yesterday. The presence of the cars indicated that the people on the mountain were in great danger. I put the 2 mountaineering bags into the space and set off lightly. By the way, I took a look at Doubting, who was locked up in the hotel. The little guy was fine. He was sleeping on the small blanket prepared for him. Perhaps he noticed the sight. The dog tilted his head and pricked up his ears to listen for a while, and then lay down and took a nap again. Climbing up the stairs of the scenic area, Jian Yaning was very familiar with this road, having walked this route many times in her previous life and this life. Soon they reached the halfway point of the mountain, and found a pair of binoculars on the ground. There was also a shoe not far away, but no one was seen. Jian Yaning sighed, put the binoculars into the space, and the 2 of them entered the fork and walked into the mountain. This section of the road goes straight up, which is a test of endurance. There were many fallen trees in the woods, blocking the way. If you could step over them, you could step over them. If you couldn't, you could just go around them. In the past, when we went into the mountains, we could hear the chirping of insects or the rustling of small animals in the grass, but after walking for so long, it was so quiet that it was a little scary. The only sounds were the footsteps of the two of us and the occasional conversation. The terrain didn't change much, and soon I saw the iconic crooked pine tree. I had finally arrived. Jian Yaning had not had a good rest after the earthquake, and she almost collapsed when she walked here. The brother and sister supported each other and entered the cave. They found that a lot of rocks at the entrance of the cave had been shaken down, and the entrance had become a little bigger. After checking the stored supplies and finding them intact in the cave, Jian Yaning finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Yan Ning. Jian Qingning's voice came from deep in the cave. What's wrong? I can't walk anymore, come out and talk. Jian Yaning responded loudly. Jian Qingning ducked and crawled out. The hole at the back was collapsed by the earthquake. I took a look and it wasn't blocked very badly. Jian Yaning groaned, but still sat on the ground and didn't want to move. Suddenly, she thought of something. I almost forgot, the chicken is still on the platform. The last time Jian Yaning went into the mountains before the earthquake, he brought the chickens up with him. The smell was too strong in the cave to live in. He had no choice but to fix the cage on the platform and put the chickens outside, not knowing whether they could survive. I'll go and try digging. It should be easy to dig through, Jiang Qingning said. Take a break. Jian Yaning looked at him. Brother, aren't you tired? It won't take a while. Jiang Qingning was indeed tired. After listening to his sister, he sat down against the wall to rest, and fell asleep while leaning against the wall. When Jian Yaning woke up, she felt pain all over her body. Her head was leaning against a hard stone, causing her to have a stiff neck. It took her a while to recover. She looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When we arrived at the cave entrance, we saw the sky was gloomy and it looked like a storm was about to come. Jian Yaning was not sure whether anyone would go up the mountain or come here, so he was more cautious. He took out several boxes of mineral water from the space and blocked the entrance of the cave to prevent wild animals from coming in. I took some lime mixed with realgar and sprinkled it around the entrance of the cave. If a big snake crawled in the middle of the night, it was no joke. Jiang Qingning woke up by now and stood up to stretch his muscles. I have blocked the cave entrance. It's going to rain outside soon. We won't go out for the next 2 days. Let's take a rest for 2 days, Jian Yaning said as he took out a gas stove and ingredients from the space. After dinner, we'll go see what to do with the collapsed cave entrance. Jiang Qingning nodded, and felt that his sister was very different from before, becoming more stable and thoughtful. How could he know what kind of suffering his sister had gone through in her previous life to grow up to be what she is now? Brother? Jian Yaning waved her hand in front of him. What's wrong? Jiang Qingning withdrew his thoughts. What are you thinking about? I called you for a long time but you didn't respond. Jian Yaning handed over the high-power flashlight in his hand. Find a place to stay. While there is no one on the mountain, we can have a good meal. Jiang Qingning took over and said, I was thinking that the crybaby who used to follow me around has grown up and become capable now. You're the crybaby. Who's following you? The brother and sister started arguing, and it seemed that everything had returned to the way it was before, with simple happiness. The flashlight was fixed in place, illuminating a large area of the cave. A pot was placed on the gas stove, and the red soup in the pot was bubbling with steam. It was raining heavily outside. The small table was filled with dishes, fish balls, shrimp balls, beef rolls, fish fillets. The only vegetables were cabbage and radishes. The temperature in the cave was not high, and it was even cooler due to the rain, but the two of them were still sweating while eating. After eating a steaming hot pot, Jian Yaning felt relaxed and alive. After resting for half an hour, the two went to check the collapsed cave entrance. After sweeping out the dirt, we found that the entrance to the cave was blocked by a huge rock. The rock weighed at least several hundred pounds. It was impossible to push or move it, which was a bit frustrating. Got it, brother, wait for me for a moment, I'll go in and find another seat. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Yaning disappeared on the spot. Jiang Qingning had been used to seeing his sister taking things out of space so many times that he was a little surprised to see a living person transformed. After a long time, Jian Yaning came out holding Doubting, put him in his brother's arms, walked forward and touched the huge rock. In the blink of an eye, the rock disappeared, revealing the original cave entrance. Done! Jian Yaning said proudly. Well, I'm smart, aren't I? Jiang Qingning was very respectful and gave a thumbs up. Great! The wind and rain poured in. Jian Yaning stuck her head out to look, and saw that all the chicks were huddled together. They were all still alive, but the tender yellow chicks had turned into little drowned rats. Jian Yaning picked up the cage and placed the chicks in a place where the wind couldn't reach the cave entrance. Jian Yaning scattered rice into the cage. Doubting stared at the chicks curiously with his big round eyes and barked from time to time. "When the time comes, I'll find a way to build a guardrail for the platform," Jiang Qingning said. "There's a cliff below, and it's very dangerous without a guardrail." "Okay, I'll listen to my brother." Jian Yaning felt very at ease at this moment. Her brother was well by her side, and they had stockpiled so many supplies. She didn't have to live in such a miserable way in this life as she did in her previous life. Chapter 10: Stop the Rescue. The rescue operation in Ningqing is still going on, but fewer and fewer people can be rescued. Heavy rains lasted for a day and a night, making rescue operations more difficult. Water accumulated deep under many collapsed buildings. Without electricity, medical care and medicine, many seriously injured people who were rescued could not be saved. The whole city was shrouded in the shadow of death. On the third day after the earthquake, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. The sun, which had not appeared for a day, now hung in the sky like a fireball, scorching the earth. The rescue workers' physical strength and energy could no longer keep up, and the bodies buried under the rubble began to emit a terrible stench. If this continues, all the survivors living in Ningqing are likely to be infected with the plague on a large scale. The authorities issued a notice to stop the rescue activities and all the survivors went to Xiangshan for refuge. This was the best solution given by local experts. 72 hours had passed and the best rescue time had been missed. On the fourth day, people set out for Xiangshan with their remaining luggage. Gu Fang's family of 4 were also among them. Su Jianwei's leg injury was not too serious, but it was broken by Jiang Qingning's kick that night. Now he was holding a simple crutch and moving forward slowly, dragging his feet step by step. "Come and help me!" Su Jianwei really couldn't walk anymore. He was in pain, tired and hungry. Seeing this, Gu Fang took her son's hand and walked over to help him, but was scolded again. "It was you who gave birth to that little beast who made me like this." As she spoke, her eyes were full of resentment. "If I meet him, I will kill him." "Lao Su Qingning." Before Gu Fang could finish her words, Su Jianwei slapped her in the face. "Damn it, don't mention this name to me." Gu Fang covered her face, wanting to cry but still hurried over to support the man. There were many people on the road. Seeing this scene, the man still reached out to hit his wife. Everyone stayed 8 feet away from them. Su Mu even walked faster because he didn't want to be watched. Elephant Mountain. Jian Yaning rested for 2 days and regained his spirits. The cave was almost arranged. The cave is quite large, and I used the cloth I had previously stored to separate 2 rooms. Although they are siblings, they have grown up and need their own private space. When I was stockpiling, I bought a camp bed and a single solid wooden bed, and now the solid wooden bed has been built. The cooking place will be arranged at the entrance of the cave on the platform, and a chimney will be built later. It was easy for Jian Yaning to go to the toilet. She could go directly into the space to solve the problem. She tried to take her brother into the space, but he couldn't get in. However, Doubting could get in. She had to build a simple toilet on the platform, which would not affect the interior of the cave. The brother and sister reorganized the stockpiled supplies and classified them clearly so that they could be easily taken when needed. A layer of lime was specially sprinkled on the place where the supplies were placed. After all, the cave was still a little damp. Most of the rice and flour were vacuum-packed, but they were still afraid that they would go bad. Jian Yaning also reorganized the supplies into space. Overall, there was nothing missing. What she had stockpiled was enough to defeat 99.9% of the survivors. "Brother, change into them." Jian Yaning took out the dirty clothes he had worn before entering the mountains. "We are too clean now, they will stand out." Jiang Qingning understood and took his clothes to his own cubicle to change. Jian Yaning also changed into the clothes. The clothes had been there for 2 days, and the smell was indescribable. It smelled sour and stinky, and it was very pungent. All the mineral water blocking the entrance of the cave was collected. Now when you look inside from the outside, you can only see the corridor, which is no different from a normal cave. After calculating the time, the 2 of them walked around the area with their backpacks on their backs. After a while, they started to sweat and pretended to be tired, and they looked almost like the other survivors who had entered the mountain today. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first group of survivors who entered the mountain began to look for a cave. The brother and sister sat in front of the cave entrance with their bags on their backs. It was obvious that the cave had an owner. No one came to grab it. There were many caves in this area. You could find a suitable one if you looked around. Until 5 o'clock in the evening, people started to go up the mountain one after another, and the shallow cave entrance opposite Jian Yaning was also occupied. The entrances of the 2 caves are very close, about 50 meters away. In the middle there is an open space covered with weeds and a few scattered small trees that cannot be named. From a distance, it looked like the people on the opposite side were students, 7 men and women in total, each carrying a backpack. They were lying outside the cave entrance, extremely tired, chattering, and it was quite lively. At this moment, Jian Yaning was sitting alone at the entrance of the cave, and out of boredom he took a branch to play with the dog. "Oh, someone brought a dog up here." The voice sounded familiar. Jian Yaning looked up and saw that it was a semi-acquaintance He Qing. There were 3 other people behind him. She had seen him during the rescue. "It's you. What a coincidence," He Qing said with a smile. "Is this your cave? Where's your brother?" "My brother is cleaning the cave inside," Jian Yaning said. "Have you found the place?" "I have found one, but I'm not satisfied with it. I want to look for another suitable one," He Qing said. "Okay, I know where you are. Once you're settled, I'll let you go find a place." Jian Yaning responded with a "okay," and watched the group leave. "The woman He Qing just met looks familiar," said his companion. "They are the brother and sister from the camp. They are here again without anyone noticing," He Qing said. "I think they are good. In today's world, more friends mean more paths to take. Let's make some friends." "Are you attracted to her sister? She's quite pretty," the companion joked. "You guys, that's all you have in your mind," He Qing said unhappily. He didn't really like such jokes between men and women. It was boring and not nice to girls. Seeing that he was unhappy, his companion stopped talking about it. It was the first time for everyone to go into the mountains, and the things they could bring were very limited. Many survivors moved in with just a backpack. Those who couldn't find a cave just laid out a couple of pieces of clothing and lay down in the open air. If they didn't even have clothes, they could only sleep on the ground. With more people on the mountain, Jian Yaning naturally became alert. The cave had no door yet and was very unsafe. "I'll watch over you, you go to sleep," Jiang Qingning said. "Brother, let's take turns. One person can't guard the whole night," Jian Yaning said softly. "They should be able to organize a group to go down the mountain to look for supplies in the next 2 days. Then we can find a chance to take out the door and install it." After they discussed it, the younger sister would guard the first half of the night, and the older brother would guard the second half, and they would take turns every other day. Jiang Qingning was originally unwilling to take the rotation, but he couldn't persuade her, so he had to agree. A bonfire was lit at the entrance of the cave to protect against wild animals and people. Jian Yaning sat by the bonfire. Doubting refused to go in, so Jian Yaning had to put the backpack on the ground and let it sleep on it. Even though it's just a puppy, it's very alert and will howl at the slightest disturbance. Gu Fang's family of 4 stayed at the foot of the mountain. After Su Jianwei's leg was broken, he kept cursing her. At this time, the officials distributed water, and Gu Fang just got it, but Su Jianwei snatched it away. "Lao Su, I haven't eaten for a day." Su Jianwei snorted. Without even looking at her, he tore open the bag and ate the bread in 3 or 2 bites, leaving no bite for her. Chapter 11? Enemies meet on a narrow road. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the mountain was still not quiet. There were quite a few people walking around with torches, and it seemed that they had not found a place to stay. Jian Yaning quietly took out a machete from the space and placed it at his feet. Anyone who wanted to do something bad had to ask the machete first. It wasn't until 11 o'clock at night that things finally calmed down. There were 3 men and 1 woman, who stopped not far from Jian Yaning's cave. If Jian Yaning saw them, he would definitely recognize who they were at a glance. "There's only 1 woman over there. Let's hurry up and get her out." "Dad, you go with my grandfather." "I won't go. I have to stay here to protect my mom." "You guys go ahead. Li Chang and I will be waiting here. You 2 grown men, can't you handle a little girl?" After saying that, the 2 men, each holding a wooden stick, walked towards Jian Yaning's cave and stopped beside the campfire. Jian Yaning raised her head and looked over. Against the light, she couldn't see the faces of the people coming. This was the 3rd wave of people that had come that night. "There are people in this cave. Let's look somewhere else." As she said this, she held the watermelon at her feet. "We chose this place. You can't use such a big place by yourself," the middle-aged man said confidently. "I have an old man in his 70s or 80s here. Do you understand respecting the elderly and loving the young?" The middle-aged man continued to lecture. "Didn't your parents teach you?" It was not clear under the firelight, so Jian Yaning stood up holding the machete, and saw it clearly. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Wasn't this the man who bought her back? Jian Yaning said nothing, holding the machete and slashing at the middle-aged man's face. She died so tragically, and this family played an indispensable role. She could clearly remember the feeling of the belt hitting her body again and again in order to force her to submit. The middle-aged man was startled and took a few steps back. The sharp machete cut a long gash on his arm. The old man who came with me was so scared that he sat down on the ground and shouted loudly, "Murder! Murder!" At this time, the mother and son who were hiding by the cave ran out quickly. Lin Liqiang recognized the woman at a glance. It was her. She poured water on herself in the restaurant and cursed. Mom, she was the one who splashed water on me and called me a mama's boy. Lin Liqiang complained immediately. Jiang Suifeng was no pushover. Her husband ignored her and went towards Jian Yaning, trying to pull her hair. Doubting whimpered in fear. It was too small to be of any help. It trotted into the cave and barked at Jiang Qingning, who was sleeping. Jian Yaning couldn't care less. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. This enemy wants to occupy her cave, which is even more intolerable. The machete in her hand chopped straight at Jiang Suifeng's arm, and only a wailing sound was heard. The cave was well soundproofed. Jiang Qingning was awakened by doubting and heard the noise outside. He didn't even have time to put on his clothes and shoes. He picked up the steel pipe beside the bed and rushed out. As soon as he got outside the cave, he saw Lin Liqiang trying to hit his sister. Jiang Qingning hit Lin Liqiang's head with the steel pipe in his hand, and blood instantly flowed from his hair. Lin Liqiang lost his balance and fell to the ground, motionless. Ah! My son! Murder, murder! Jiang Suifeng cried loudly. It was late at night, and no one came to see. After climbing the mountain for a whole day, everyone was tired and no one was in the mood. Get out! Jian Yaning said coldly. She wanted to kill this family now, but the army would take over in 2 days. Killing them was easy, but she would still have to take responsibility later. It was not the right time to kill them, as there would be plenty of opportunities. If anything happens to my son, you will pay with your lives. Jiang Suifeng lay on the ground and refused to get up, crying loudly. Jian Yaning snorted and laughed, and swung the blood-dripping machete in her hand, slashing at Jiang Suifeng's other hand. She knew very well that it would not be fatal to cut where it was not fatal. At worst, she would be held accountable and compensate her with 1 or 2 kilograms of food. When she was locked in the Lin family's toilet, Jiang Suifeng beat her a lot, and this time she was beaten back. Jiang Suifeng's husband was terrified when he saw this. He didn't care about his injuries and rushed to pull the person away. Another bloody cut appeared on his face. He realized that this woman was really brave enough to kill him. Just wait. We are going to sue you to the government. You're a murderer. The old man left a harsh remark before leaving. Jian Yaning didn't take it seriously. Fights were common in the mountains. No one died, they were just ordered to pay compensation. He wished this family would come to his house more often and give them a few more stabs to make them feel better. Besides, they came to rob the cave, which makes them unreasonable. Yaning, are you hurt? Jiang Qingning asked worriedly. Jian Yaning shook her head. It's okay. 3 groups of people came in the evening, and we sent them all away. This family is the most hateful. They wanted to scam me. She couldn't tell her brother about what happened in her previous life and only told him about the blind date. Jiang Qingning thought that after he went to jail, Gu Fang would at least take care of his sister. He didn't expect that she actually wanted to marry his sister to such a family. He clenched his fists in anger. Oh, where is Doubting? Jian Yaning hadn't paid attention to the dog just now, and suddenly remembered him. Turning around, Jian Yaning saw the little guy sitting at the entrance of the cave and heaved a sigh of relief. I fell asleep in there, and the soundproofing is good, so I didn't hear anything, Jiang Qingning said. Do Ding ran in and called me. This little puppy is quite smart. It doesn't matter who picked the dog, Jian Yaning said with a smile, picking up the dog and kissing it. You must protect me and my brother when you grow up. Woof. The brother and sister laughed, and the heavy atmosphere before was swept away. The next morning, when Jian Yaning woke up, it was only 7 in the morning. When he came out of the cave, he saw Jiang Qingning sitting at the entrance. The people who came up the mountain yesterday began to get busy, tidying up the cave, weeding, picking up branches, doing all kinds of things. Brother, come in and have breakfast, Jian Yaning shouted. Jiang Qingning responded and was about to get up when he saw someone coming over not far away, greeting the brother and sister with a smile. You guys are here pretty early too, He Qing said with a smile. We plan to go down the mountain today to get some supplies. I wanted to ask if you want to go with us. Jiang Qingning glanced at his sister. After what happened yesterday, he was worried about leaving his sister alone on the mountain. The mountain was very chaotic right now, with all kinds of people there, and a girl could easily suffer a loss. Go! Jian Yaning responded immediately. Okay, we'll come to see you at 8 o'clock, He Qing said and left. Why did you agree to this? Jiang Qingning tapped his sister's head gently. I'm worried about you being alone in the mountains. Brother, while the bodies in the city haven't started to rot yet, it's better to go early than late, Jian Yaning said. It doesn't matter what else you have, just get a door back so that I can save it beforehand and clear the way for us to go out in the future. Chapter 12 Unlocking the Corridor. When Jiang Qingning heard this, he thought it made sense and agreed. After a simple breakfast, Jian Yaning prepared a backpack for her brother, which was filled with water and dry food, a mask, gloves, and some small tools that could be used. Around 8 o'clock, He Qing and his group of 5 or 6 people arrived. Jiang Qingning gave them a few instructions and then followed them. Jian Yaning watched the people leave, gathered the bonfire ashes on the ground, and put them in a bag. These can be used as fertilizer for growing vegetables. The soil on the platform at the back has been spread, and a lot of vegetable seeds have been sown. Doubting was playing and digging in the soil. As soon as he saw his owner leaving, he would follow him happily. After cleaning up the dust, Jian Yaning had nothing to do, so she put on work gloves and thought about pulling out the weeds outside the cave. The land at the entrance of the cave was actually quite large. When she passed by in her previous life, she had planted a lot of crops there. "Hello?" Jian Yaning looked up and saw a sweet-looking girl. "What do you want?" "It's like this, our cave is opposite your cave." The girl pointed to the cave opposite. "I want to ask, do you have a hoe? Can you lend it to us? We need to dig a cave." "Sorry, no," Jian Yaning replied. "It's okay, I just asked," the girl said with a smile. "We will be neighbors from now on, so let's get to know each other. My name is Miao Sisi." "Jian Yaning. Those are all my classmates. I'll introduce them to you next time I have the chance," Miao Sisi said. "I'll go back first." Jian Yaning naturally had a hoe, not to mention the hoe, she also had shovels, rakes and other farm tools, but it was difficult to take them out. Everyone went up the mountain together, and it would be strange for her to take out a hoe. By 10 p.m., the weeds at the cave entrance were almost cleared. I saw some beautiful flowers and collected some of them. I was going to put some water in a glass bottle to grow them and add some beautiful atmosphere to the cave. Jian Yaning went back to the cave to eat, and took out a glass bottle, pulled up the wild flowers with their roots, and put them all in the bottle, thinking that he would take them out and prune them after eating. He sat down to rest at a place near the entrance of the cave. The sun outside became scorching, and he definitely didn't pull weeds in the afternoon. It would be counterproductive to get heat stroke. To be honest, this cave is really nice. The wind convection between the two entrances makes it quite cool to sit inside. Jian Yaning probed into the space and was about to take out the wild flowers, but was stunned. The wild flowers disappeared, leaving only a glass bottle, placed bare on the wash basin in the bathroom. What about flowers? Jian Yaning's consciousness went to the room and she immediately noticed something was different. The door of the room, which was tightly closed before, opened a gap. Jian Yaning swallowed his saliva, regained his consciousness, took doubting into the cave, and flashed into the hotel space. After entering, he opened the door of the room and saw a long corridor outside, covered with khaki-patterned carpet, and the ceiling above was lit. Jian Yaning's heart was pounding, excited and scared. She stood in the corridor and tried to open the door of the room opposite, but found that it would not open. "Only the corridor is unlocked?" Jian Yaning took some of the supplies in the room and put them in the corridor. There was no other place but the place at the door of her room where she could store them. "That's good. At least there's one more piece of land." After leaving the space, Jian Yaning was excited, and was sure that it was the wild flowers that caused the changes in the hotel space. Braving the scorching sun, he collected some wild flowers of the same species from the weeds and put them in. There is no change in the space. What went wrong? Could it be that the space needed different varieties of wild flowers to upgrade? Or was it that any flower of a different variety would do? Jian Yaning was confused. The wild flowers in the weed field were all the same, and she had no place to get flowers to experiment with at this time. "I can only give up for now and wait for my brother to come back. It will not work if there is no one guarding the cave." Jiang Qingning didn't come back until 6 in the evening, carrying a door on his back and 2 plastic bags on his hands, looking exhausted. He Qing and his group also had a good harvest, and they also brought back a door, said hello and left. Many people on the mountain showed envious looks and planned to go down the mountain to find some supplies tomorrow. The earthquake had just passed and supplies in the city were still abundant, but it was also very dangerous because most of the supplies were buried underground and if you were not careful you might dig up dead bodies. Jian Yaning helped to remove the door. "You take a rest for a while and drink some water." As he said that, he took out a bottle of iced cola from the space. "Not many people are looking for supplies yet." Jiang Qingning took a big sip. "And there are still many people coming up the mountain. I think we can take advantage of this time to go down the mountain to look for supplies. The bodies are not decaying badly yet, but I'm afraid we won't be able to go down after a while." Jian Yaning nodded. Although they were not short of supplies now, it would not hurt to stock up more. After a while, hunger and plague would spread. Only with enough supplies could they feel at ease. "Once the door is installed, I will go down the mountain with you tomorrow," Jian Yaning said. Jiang Qingning originally wanted to say that he could go by himself, but then he changed his mind and realized that the supplies he could bring back were limited, and if his sister could go with him and use the space to carry the supplies, she would definitely be more efficient than him, so he agreed. After dinner, it was completely dark. After lighting a bonfire at the entrance of the cave, they began to install the anti-theft door. The anti-theft door that Jian Yaning brought was measured and the size was not much different from the cave entrance. The cave entrance was irregular and needed to be trimmed before the door could be installed. Jiang Qingning thought of this and brought back tools to knock on the entrance of the cave. When the chiseling is almost done, the door frame is fixed, and the gap is plugged with gravel and mud, and then filled with foam filler. It is very firm and cannot be easily removed after shaking. Then install the anti-theft door, and it is done. With the door, Ninglan felt safe and satisfied. The door that was brought back was bigger. In order to avoid waste and to be safer, this door was installed at the location where the corridor leads to the interior of the cave. This means that to enter the cave, one must pass through 2 security doors. There is no rush to install the door on the platform. The weather is hot now and it can be opened for ventilation. The brother and sister discussed about going down the mountain tomorrow and then went to bed. Jian Yaning couldn't sleep and was still thinking about the space, so she simply entered the space, sorted out the space supplies a little, and piled them up to the ceiling to make room for tomorrow's outing to find supplies. When I had almost finished tidying up, I realized it was already 12 o'clock, so I closed my eyes and went to sleep. During the night, doubting called several times. Jian Yaning looked out through the peephole and saw that it was pitch black outside and there was no one there. In the morning, when I opened the door, I found a large pile of feces at the door, and the security door was also smeared with feces. It was extremely disgusting. Chapter 13, Scavenging in the City. Jian Yaning was disgusted. She could guess without thinking that the only family that came to the mountain to offend was Lin Liqiang's family. Apart from his family, no one else could come up with such a disgusting idea. You go in first, I'll handle it. Jiang Qingning patted his sister. Jian Yaning returned to the cave, thought about it, and came up with an idea. He would make sure that the people he called would have their butts bruised and bruised. While thinking, he packed 2 bags and prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Jian Yaning took an old hoe and went to the cave opposite, where she met Miao Sisi. This is the hoe my brother brought with him, Jian Yaning said. I'll lend it to you. Thank you so much, Miao Sisi said gratefully. After asking around yesterday and getting no answer, they had no choice but to use stones to dig. You can imagine how fast it was. With a hoe it would definitely be much faster. I want you to do me a favor, Jian Yaning said. Miao Sisi nodded and said, Okay, you go ahead. We are going down the mountain to find supplies. Can you take some time to help me watch the door? Jian Yaning said. No problem. It's right across the street, so it's a piece of cake, Miao Sisi agreed. Are you going into the city? The 2 men nearby came over, and one of the tall boys said, Can you take us 2 with you? We want to go down and find some tools. Otherwise, we don't know how long it will take to dig this cave. 2 of us will go, and the rest of us will help you watch the door, the boy continued. Jian Yaning hesitated for 2 seconds, then agreed. Okay, everyone ensure your own safety, is that okay? No problem, the boy replied happily. By the way, my name is Su Yuqing. Jian Yaning reported her name, agreed to set off in 10 minutes, and returned to the cave. She had considered doing this, as the mountain was still in chaos, and it would definitely be much safer to let Miao Sisi and the others help look after it. It is said that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. It is very necessary to maintain good relations with neighbors. If you only live a good life, you are prone to attracting pink eye. Moreover, these people seem to be college students in their 20s. They have clear eyes and not many bad intentions. They are good candidates for dating. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, people from Heqing's side also arrived. All the people from Heqing's side are out today. Firstly, there is a door, and secondly, there is nothing to steal even if they go in. Seeing that there were 2 more people on Jian Yaning's side, he asked a few questions, got to know each other briefly, and then sent out. The path up the mountain has been trampled into a path, and the branches that blocked the path have been cleared, making it much easier to walk. Some people are going up the mountain, and some are going down the mountain, so the path seems crowded. Along the way, you can see little soldiers maintaining order. Jian Yaning didn't feel anything in the cave, but once she came out, she felt that Xiangshan Mountain could no longer accommodate so many people. There were people everywhere, and they all looked listless and their clothes were dirty. After about an hour, we reached the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, I saw many army green tents filled with people and making a lot of noise. Jiang Qingning parked the car in a relatively secluded place, in a bamboo forest at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. It took them about a quarter of an hour to walk there before they got in the car. We can't park outside, Jiang Qingning explained. Someone stole the gasoline, and someone broke into the car. The lock of our car was pried open, and He Qing helped fix it and even gave us some gasoline. Jian Yaning knew what was going on, but she didn't say anything. From this point of view, He Qing was indeed a good person. She didn't mind making more friends in the end times, as long as he didn't do anything to her. The car moved forward shakily. He Qing and his companions were driving a 7-seater commercial vehicle and were walking in front. On the road, we could see refugees carrying large and small bags on their backs heading towards Xiangshan. Some pushed tricycles, some pushed carts, and some could only walk, with dust and sweat blending together. Soon, the car entered the city. This was the first time Jian Yaning entered the urban area after the earthquake, and what he saw was a huge ruin. A tall building not far ahead was split in half by the earthquake, one half collapsed, and the other half stood in the ruins, precariously crumbling. The commercial vehicle in front stopped, and the people in the vehicle got out one after another. "The car can't drive into the road ahead," He Qing said. "Should we act together, or separate and reunite later?" Su Yuqing and his companions came out mainly to look for tools, while He Qing and his companions came to look for rice, flour, and the like. It was inconvenient for Jian Yaning to go with everyone as it would easily expose their space, so they went their separate ways and agreed to meet here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing the crowd disappearing into the ruins, the brother and sister set off in a different direction. The road was difficult to walk on. The original cement ground was full of cracks, some deep and some shallow. If you didn't pay attention, you could easily get stuck. Not only that, there were also large and small gravel. After crossing the cement ground, there was no road ahead, so you could only walk on the ruins. Jian Yaning saw a broken sign in the ruins Xinshin convenience store. "Brother, there should be something underneath," Jian Yaning said. Jiang Qingming stopped, and the two of them moved the movable rocks from the ruins. 10 minutes later, they could see the shelves in the convenience store. All the shelves had fallen to the ground, and the goods were scattered all over the ground. People couldn't go down because they were afraid that the rocks above would collapse at the slightest movement. Seeing that there was no one around, Jian Yaning took out 2 long trash clips from the space, tried them and found that the length was just right to clip the things below. The two of them picked up a lot of things from the ruins above, including egg tarts, soda crackers, drinks, toilet paper, shampoo. There were many kinds of things, and they were packed in clean bags and placed in the space first. The brother and sister were like scavengers, holding trash clips and picking up things as they walked, collecting everything they could as long as it was useful. The deeper they went into the ruins, the stronger the smell of corruption became. Jian Yaning took out a mask from the space and put it on. He could still smell the faint lingering stench. Turning the corner, Jian Yaning's eyes lit up. She saw that the green belt was full of chrysanthemums in full bloom. There were many varieties, including African daisies, Anna daisies, ping-pong daisies, small daisies, and peonies. They bloomed colorfully, making the ruined city look even more desolate. These chrysanthemums are arranged for the annual chrysanthemum viewing conference. Green belts and city squares are filled with potted chrysanthemums. Jian Yaning was a little excited. She walked over, made sure there was no one else around, and collected 5 or 6 pots of each variety. "What are you collecting these for?" Jiang Qingming was puzzled. There were too many things going on last night that Jian Yaning forgot about this. She gave a brief explanation, which earned her brother a look of shock. "Is there such a thing?" Jian Yaning had almost finished her work and her consciousness entered the hotel space. She saw that the door directly opposite the room had changed from being tightly closed to being half open. There was also a sign hanging on the door with the words "Fresh Keeping Room" written on it. Jian Yaning. Chapter 14. Stock up more. It took a long time for Jian Yaning to regain consciousness. She collected more chrysanthemums from the green belt into the space until they no longer disappeared, and then she stopped. The function of that room is really important. All the goods have a shelf life. With the preservation function, the food will not spoil and she can stockpile more supplies. In the end times, material things mean a sense of security, and nothing is too much. It was not convenient to enter the space here. Jian Yaning estimated that it was about the same size as the initial room. He calculated silently in his mind that it took about 5 varieties of wild flowers to unlock the corridor, and 10 varieties to unlock the fresh keeping room. It can be inferred that as long as enough varieties are collected, more rooms can be unlocked. Jian Yaning became excited. However, I never expected that the hotel space would be unlocked in this way. I stockpiled a lot of vegetable seeds but no flower seeds. After all, no normal person would stockpile flower seeds when the end of the world comes. They would not be able to eat or wear them. "Brother, I want to go to the flower and bird market," Jian Yaning said. Jiang Qingming nodded. "Okay, you lead the way." Jian Yaning simulated the route in her mind. They were about 2 kilometers away from the flower and bird market, but the landslides were severe everywhere, so she was not sure if she could find it. It is not easy to walk on the ruins, as there are concrete blocks mixed with steel bars, and smashed furniture, and other things. The brother and sister did not walk fast, and had to avoid obstacles from time to time. A huge rat crawled out from under the ruins, and Jian Yaning was startled by surprise. Then more rats crawled out from under the ruins. Each one of them was full of food and not afraid of people at all. They soon crawled under another piece of ruins. When the food buried in the ruins is eaten up, the rats will start eating the rotten corpses. The plague will also spread with the rats. Thinking of this, Jian Yaning suddenly remembered the experience of his previous life. Half a month after the earthquake, rats brought plague and many people in the mountains were infected. Due to lack of medical care and medicine, many people died. Those who were infected had black sores all over their bodies, and their internal organs were rotten. Their deaths were horrible and miserable. The government gathered all the bodies of those infected with the plague and cremated them, and their families could not even get their ashes. There is no other way around this. If the bodies are not cremated, the plague will only continue to spread. After the rats passed, the two continued to move forward. When they came across collectible supplies on the way, they took clean bags from the space and put them in. They would take them out and disinfect them after returning. More than an hour later, the two stood on the ruins of the flower and bird market. The flower and bird market suffered a serious ground subsidence, and the entire market sank 3 or 4 meters underground. Looking from above, it looked like a huge pit, and there was no way to go down to collect supplies. After walking a little further, they could feel the fragile concrete floor shaking, so they stopped. "Brother, forget it," Jian Yaning said. "It's too dangerous here. When the wild flowers in the mountains bloom, there will be many varieties. There's no need to rush." Originally, Jian Yaning planned to find some flower seeds or ready-made flowers, but in the current situation, he definitely cannot go down. Although unlocking the space is important, it is not worth it to risk his life. It wasn't a wasted trip. Jian Yaning remembered that there was a large supermarket a little ways south from the flower and bird market. She could go there and take a look. I walked away from the edge of the pit and followed the vaguely visible road towards the supermarket. Not long after I walked, I saw a white shadow jump out from the ruins. I looked closely. It's a pig. This pig doesn't look very big, and looks like the small pet pig sold in the flower and bird market. I saw a joke before, saying that the seller said that the miniature pig cannot be raised, it is so small. Someone bought it home and raised it for a while. Wow! It grew up quickly, and it weighed 300 or 400 kilograms. I couldn't bear to kill it, but I couldn't keep it if I continued to raise it. There are chickens raised in the cave, and a lot of meat stored in the freezer in the space, but it won't last long. If we raise a pig, raise it up and slaughter it for meat, that would be perfect. At this moment, the little pig was crawling on the ruins with a grunt. Perhaps it was too tired, so it crawled very slowly. Jiang Qingning took a few steps forward and easily picked up the little pig in his arms. The guy grunted twice and stopped struggling. He was a little thin due to hunger, but it didn't matter. He would gain weight if he fed him. "Put it in space first," Jian Yaning said, "and take it out when we meet again." Doubting was lying on a small blanket in the bathroom when a pig dropped from the sky, scaring the dog. The piglet was starving and saw dog food and water on the ground, so he rushed over and ate them, making Doubting bark in anger. Soon, we arrived at Jiahui Supermarket. This is a large supermarket, an independent 5-story building that covers all the needs of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Jian Yaning was shocked when she saw the supermarket. The whole building had sunk to the point where only the roof was left. It was sinking more seriously than the flower and bird market. The surrounding area was full of rubble, steel bars and so on. If she wanted to go down, she had to dig out the rubble first. No one comes here for the time being, but once the authorities have time, the supplies here will definitely be confiscated. After walking around, Jian Yaning found a corner that was easy to go down, took out a shovel and a hoe from the space, and started digging at the edge of the collapse. After digging for more than an hour, he finally found the window on the 5th floor of the supermarket. The window glass was broken, so I used the hoe to knock off the broken glass on the window frame and then put a towel under it to make it easier to get in. Jiang Qingning fixed the climbing rope and slid down the rope first into the 5th floor of the supermarket. Jian Yaning followed closely behind him and went in. The supermarket was pitch black, and the ground on the 5th floor was tilted at a 45-degree angle. People standing on it felt like they were standing on a slope. Jian Yaning took out a flashlight and turned it on, only to see that the shelf was almost collapsed and the goods were scattered all over the floor. This floor sells bedding and clothes, and there are so many things. In November, autumn and winter clothes have already started to be put on the market. When the high temperature passes, the terrible extreme cold will come. Jian Yaning picked out the expensive ones, such as heavy down jackets, cashmere thermal underwear, cashmere hats, fur and leather snow boots. All of them were put into the space. Down quilts, thick mattresses, high-end cotton 4-piece sets, and pillows were all packed in. Then there are underwear and other things. If you stockpile too much of these things, you will not have clothes to wear in the future. No one will make these little things unless all the disasters are over and the factories are restarted. After a round of searching, the beds in the hotel rooms were filled to the brim, almost reaching the ceiling. They found the escalator and went to the 4th floor. The escalator was broken by the earthquake and creaked when they walked up it. Jian Yaning walked carefully. The 4th floor sells all kinds of hardware and home appliances. Everything on the display shelves fell to the ground. There is electricity in the space, so many small home appliances can still be used. Jian Yaning picked them up, taking 10 induction cookers, 2 of each type of microwave oven, steamer, etc. If the space was not limited, she would have taken more. Chapter 15? Acquaintance. 2 large freezers and 2 washing machines were put away, which were just right for use in the bathroom. The hotel didn't have a washing machine, so Jian Yaning was happy that she didn't have to wash clothes by hand. She saw the mini washing machines that can wash underwear and took 4 of them in, so that she could replace them if they broke down. It's really great to buy for free, you can take whatever you want, no charge. After walking around the 4th floor, the space was reduced by half again. They went down to the 3rd floor and shone the flashlight downstairs. The 2 floors below were severely damaged. The 3rd floor was already the limit, and they could not go down any further. The entire 3rd floor is filled with snacks and drinks. The brother and sister picked out things that didn't take up space, and refused to take out puffed foods like potato chips. They picked out dried meat, beef jerky, chocolate, energy bars, etc., found a cardboard box, filled it up, and put it in the space. Jian Yaning originally wanted to find a warehouse so that she wouldn't have to put everything in cartons. After searching for a while, she found a simple map by the security door. The warehouse was on the 1st floor, so she had to give up. The space here is full, but they only took away less than 1/10 of the supplies in the supermarket. Together with the supplies they had stockpiled before, it is enough for 2 people to eat for a lifetime. After collecting the information, the 2 did not stay for long and returned to the ground along the climbing rope. When they got to the ground, they felt like they were reborn. However, after staying down there for more than 2 hours, the darkness made them feel very depressing. After taking out the prepared lunch, the 2 found a shady place to sit down, wash their hands, and prepared to eat. As soon as she took off the mask, she immediately smelled a strong stench of decay. This smell was now everywhere in the city. Jian Yaning didn't mind it. She took the prepared rice balls and started eating them. She ate 2 in a row to fill her stomach, and then drank a bottle of iced orange juice. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had almost found all the supplies. They prepared to go back and meet up at the parking lot. On the way back, I met some people who were out looking for supplies. They were all sweating profusely under the sun, but there was still a lot of supplies to be found. As long as they were willing to work hard, they would definitely not starve to death. After walking for a while and arriving at a deserted place, Jian Yaning took out 2 backpacks that she had prepared in advance, which were filled with supplies. She also took out the little pig, tied a rope around its neck, and dragged it along the way. Not to mention, after resting in the space for a while, the little pig felt much better and had the strength to struggle. "There's a building materials store over there. Let's go take a look," Jiang Qingning said. "We still need to build a guardrail over there on the platform, otherwise it's very dangerous." Jian Yaning had forgotten about this, responded with an okay, and followed. Jiang Qingning is quite familiar with this place. He said that he had been here once last time and the security door was built here. The building materials store was half collapsed and looked shaky. The 2 walked in. Jiang Qingning sorted out the necessary steel pipes, adhesives and other things and asked his sister to put them away. He also took 2 bags of cement. "The mud is not very solid, and I can't carry the cement up there," Jiang Qingning said. "It's just right that I can carry it up there this time to reinforce the door and use it to build the guardrail." Jian Yaning didn't know much about this, so she listened to her brother and put everything away. "Brother, did you learn all this in there?" Jiang Qingning nodded. Even in prison, he didn't eat for free. He still had to work. He learned some jobs like cement and bricklaying, and also learned some carpentry work. After collecting the materials, the 2 came out and met a woman pulling a cart loaded with many bags. "Sister-in-law?" Jiang Qingning was stunned for a moment, and recognized the woman. The woman raised her head and was surprised to see Jiang Qingning. She smiled and greeted him. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Jiang Qingning asked. Jian Yaning remembered that this was the woman Jiang Qingning had brought to Xiaojiao village before the end of the world. His brother told him that the man of this woman was his cellmate Jiang Dexing, who had helped his brother a lot in prison. The crime that Jiang Qingning was slandered for is extremely despicable when placed in a prison full of criminals. For a rapist, being beaten is considered a light punishment. There are also various terrible punishments and exclusion. If Jiang Dexing had not believed that Jiang Qingning was slandered, his days in prison would have been really difficult. The prison said that if Dexing hands over 500 kilograms of food, he can be released early, the woman said gently. The village was hit by a disaster, and I had nowhere to get food, so I came to the city to look for it, and I've found almost everything. Jiang Qingning had received a favor from the man, so naturally she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. This place was quite far from Baisha prison. If she carried 500 kilograms of food over there, she would probably lose half her life. Sister-in-law, please wait a moment. I want to talk to my sister, Jiang Qingning said, pulling his sister aside. Yan Ning, I want to help her deliver the food, Jiang Qingning said. If she is a woman, she might be robbed on the way. Jian Yaning paused for 2 seconds. It was difficult for her to stop her brother from doing this, so she said, You can go, but you have to ensure your personal safety and come back as soon as you get there. After thinking for a while, she said, Brother, you can't bring anyone to the cave. I know my limits. I'll come back after I get the person out, Jiang Qingning promised. I will never bring anyone to the cave. Okay, then when do you plan to go? It's definitely not possible today, it's going to be dark soon, Jian Yaning said. Ask her where she lives now and come to see her tomorrow. Jiang Qingning agreed, said a few words to the woman, and after agreeing on a time, the woman left with many thanks. Brother, why is this woman so persistent? Jian Yaning was puzzled. She thought of Gu Fang, the super love-brained one. Su Jianwei treated her like that, but she refused to leave. She felt that this woman was the same kind of person and was inevitably prejudiced. Jiang Qingning pondered for a while and said, Brother Zhang's imprisonment is actually related to this woman. They are not actually married. After listening to her brother, Jian Yaning finally got a rough idea. Jiang Dexing was in jail because this woman was bullied by villagers. A gangster broke into the woman's yard in the middle of the night and tried to commit a crime, but was accidentally beaten to death by Jiang Dexing. After Jiang Dexing was imprisoned, the woman waited for him to be released, visited him for a long time, and expressed her gratitude to him. The two of them fell in love with each other. After Jian Yaning heard this, her prejudice naturally disappeared. These two people were considered to be affectionate and righteous. In addition, since she had done a favor to her brother, she should not be stopped from going. It only took about an hour to drive to Baisha. Now that the earthquake was over, she should be careful on the road. There would be no big problem. When they arrived at the meeting point, it was not yet 4 o'clock, but Su Yuqing and his companion had already arrived. Their backpacks were bulging, and each of them was carrying 2 hoes and 2 shovels. It looked like they had a good harvest. Chapter 16, The Dian Family. Not long after, He Qing and his group came back, carrying 3 live chickens in their hands, flapping their wings. What a good harvest! Jiang Qingning greeted with a smile. He Qing was very happy. On the way back, I happened to meet a few chickens. They were so fast, so I caught 3 of them. We'll have them as a snack tonight. After a few pleasantries, the 2 sides got into their own cars. The 2 young men sitting in the back seat were exhausted. They threw their shovels and hoes into the trunk, put their backpacks on the seats, and leaned back, not wanting to move. The car drove slowly towards Xiangshan, and the people in the car chatted intermittently. Only then did we realize that the 7 people in the cave opposite were all students from the medical college, all sophomores and juniors. When the disaster occurred, they ran to an open area for shelter and saved their lives. 7 people formed a group and went up Xiangshan together. Unfortunately, they stayed in the cave opposite Jian Yaning. Jian Yaning thought it was good, and they were all medical students. Once the mountain was stable, even if they hadn't graduated yet, they could find a job with the government. At least they could have enough to eat. After the apocalypse, medical staff were still very popular, and the treatment was not bad. The car drove deep into the bamboo forest. Everyone found some branches and covered the car slightly to hide it, and then they got out of the bamboo forest. There are still many people at the foot of the mountain. The survivors in the city are still coming to Xiangshan. The area where Jian Yaning and others live is considered a small part of Xiangshan, and the people who come later will be scattered all over Xiangshan. There were quite a few people going up the mountain, one next to another. Some of them couldn't walk anymore, so they just sat down to rest. The group was in good physical condition and kept going up without resting. Not far into the trail, they saw a number of people sitting in the weeds in front of them, all with pale faces. Jian Yaning was a little tired from walking, and the bag on her back was a bit heavy, but she still had to pretend, leaning on the trash clip in her hand, watching the person in front of her climb up with a backpack. Suddenly, Jian Yaning's trash clip was grabbed. Yaning? Is that you, Yaning? Jian Yaning frowned and looked over. It was none other than Gu Fang. What a ghost! Gu Fang was so dirty. After not seeing her for a few days, her cheeks were sunken and she looked even more mean. Yan Ning, it's Mom! Gu Fang burst into tears. Don't you recognize Mom? I don't know you, let me go! Jian Yaning was very tired, and she became even more annoyed when she saw Gu Fang. How can you be so heartless, child? I raised you up, and you don't acknowledge me? Gu Fang propped herself up and stood up, trying to pull the bag her daughter was carrying. What's in it? I haven't eaten for several days. Su Jianwei and Su Mu, who were sitting on the side to rest, looked over and stared at Jian Yaning's bag. At this time, Su Xiaobao also stood up and wanted to grab the bag. Jiang Qingning pushed Gu Fang hard and said coldly, Stay away from us. Gu Fang looked up and saw that it was Jiang Qingning. She dodged a glance, but hardened again after a second. I'm your mother. Are you really not going to care about me? Are you going to watch Xiaobao and I starve to death? Are you going to watch your uncle starve to death? You are worthy. Jiang Qingning pushed the man hard and knocked him to the ground. Su Xiaobao wanted to come up and grab the opportunity, but Jian Yaning didn't give him the chance. She kicked him and he fell to the ground and burst into tears. What sin have I committed? I gave birth to two beasts like you, and even your own mother doesn't care about you. Gu Fang actually started crying without caring about anything. This was inconsistent with her previous personality of being as calm as a chrysanthemum. Many people who went up the mountain stopped to watch and pointed at the brother and sister. You know what sins you have committed, Jian Yaning said, pulling out a machete from his waist. If you try this again, you can try it. After saying that, Jian Yaning pulled her brother to leave. The rope holding the piglet in her hand tightened. She turned her head and saw that Su Mu was holding the piglet tightly. Jian Yaning's eyes narrowed, and new and old hatred suddenly came to her mind. Without thinking, she chopped at her hand with the machete. Su Mu never thought that Jian Yaning, who couldn't even fart even with 3 sticks, would dare to hack people. He was so scared that he let go of the piglet. A long cut was made on his arm and the back of his hand, and blood was gushing out. Dad! Su Mu cried in pain and looked at Su Jianwei. Look at the good children you taught! Su Jianwei couldn't stand up. He turned his anger towards Gu Fang and slapped her in the face. They are worse than beasts. Gu Fang was beaten so hard that she was stunned. Her sunken cheeks became swollen and tears flowed down her cheeks, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. Old Su, don't be angry, it's not good for your health. A woman appeared out of nowhere and was patting Su Jianwei on the back to help him calm down, holding the hand of a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Now it was the brother and sister's turn to be stunned. What was this acting? Who was this girl? Jiang Qingning pulled his sister up the mountain. He really didn't want to see the disgusting faces of Gu Fang and that family. They were exhausted after a whole day outside. It would be better to go back to the cave quickly. There was no need to waste time on such people. He Qing and his group were all stunned, unable to understand what was going on for a moment, but they had a good impression of the brother and sister, so they didn't dare to ask too many questions and just followed them up the mountain silently. There are a lot more people in this area than yesterday. People on the street are drooling with envy when they see them carrying chickens and pigs. I wonder what good things are in their bulging bags. When they arrived at the cave, He Qing invited them to have dinner there in the evening, but Jian Yaning declined. After returning to the cave and taking off the backpack, Jian Yaning sat down on a chair, took out a glass of water and took 2 gulps. He was in a good mood, but his mood turned bad after being disturbed by that family. The brother and sister didn't say anything, but quietly sorted the things in their bags. There was actually nothing much to sort. Jian Yaning knew that his brother was upset. After a moment of silence, he said, Brother, do you want to clear yourself of the charges? What's the point of washing it off now? Jiang Qingning smiled self-deprecatingly. Why is it useless? Jian Yaning said. It is indeed useless now, but what if society returns to normal in the future? Do you want to carry this crime forever? They won't admit to the false accusation, Jiang Qingning said. It's okay. There will always be a chance to make them confess, Jian Yaning said. If we meet them next time, just go straight to them with your knives. There's no point in reasoning with them. Good. It was getting late and I was tired, so I cooked a fairly rich pot of instant noodles as dinner. There were a lot of ingredients in the instant noodles, such as luncheon meat, small green vegetables, and poached eggs, and Jian Yaning ate it very sweetly. While there was still daylight, Jiang Qingning took tools to the platform to measure the dimensions and see how to make the guardrail. Jian Yaning couldn't wait to enter the space. She hadn't even gone into the newly unlocked fresh-keeping room to take a look yet. Chapter 17 Kicked Out. As soon as I entered the space, I heard Doubting's whimpering coming from the bathroom. Oh, I forgot you in there. Jian Yaning walked over, picked up the furry dog, slipped out of the space, and added dog food and water to the bowl. As soon as the tank was filled up, the little pig came running over grunting, trying to grab some dog food. Doubting was so angry that he relied on his owner's support and growled at the piglet, which looked quite realistic. Jian Yaning looked at Doubting, then at the piglet. If she raised the pigs as pets, she would not be able to kill them for meat in the future. She made up her mind, picked up the piglet, and walked to the platform. She took out the dog cage that Doubting had used before and locked the piglet up. Why did you bring it outside? Jian Yaning stood up after measuring the size. I'm afraid they might develop feelings for me, Jian Yaning said. Let's keep them on the platform. When we have time, we can build a pig pen next to them. After saying that, Jian Yaning took out a lot of wilted vegetable leaves from the space and put them in the cage for the piglets to eat. She also took a piece of wood to block one side of the cage to prevent it from being damaged by the wind. The wind on the platform was still quite strong. I took out the materials for making guardrails and piled them on the platform. They really took up a lot of space. After saying hello to his brother, Jian Yaning entered the space again. Today's harvest was very good. Jian Yaning found a compression bag, packed all the thick bedding and clothes into the compression bag, evacuated them, and put them into the big closet. After compression, the closet could hold more, saving a lot of space. The cabbage, potatoes, peppers, garlic, onions, ginger and other things piled in the corner have begun to wilt. If they are moved to the fresh keeping room, they can still be eaten for a while. He also put all the food and other things into the fresh keeping room. When he went out later, Jian Yaning planned to put all the rice and flour stored in the cave in there, leaving only a part for daily consumption. All the medicines were put into the fresh keeping room. After finishing all this, Jian Yaning was exhausted and didn't even bother to move a finger. After coming out, she filled it with boiling water and put it into the fresh keeping room. She wanted to test how long the fresh keeping room could keep the food fresh. Jiang Qingning sorted the materials on the platform and sawed the steel pipes into appropriate sizes before returning to the cave. He had to go down the mountain to buy sure tomorrow. I looked at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Jian Yaning was about to lie down when he remembered the shit outside his house this morning. Brother, go to sleep later. Let's dig a trap at the door. I think the one who pooped outside our door yesterday must come back today. Jian Yaning felt sick when she thought about the shit smeared on the door, and she had to teach this guy a lesson. The brother and sister took the hoe and shovel to the outside of the cave, found a good location, and started digging. The soil was a bit hard, and after digging for half an hour, they dug a 1-meter square pit. Jian Yaning grabbed a handful of nails and scattered them at the bottom of the pit. If he dares to come, I will make him break his butt. The door was closed and locked, and Jian Yaning finally lay down on the bed with peace of mind. Doubting's dog Nest is at the end of the bed. He said that he bought the dog for his brother, but in fact, he is closer to Jian Yaning. Wherever she goes, the little dog follows her, and is very clingy. Not long after Jian Yaning fell asleep, Doubting suddenly sat up from his nest, whimpered twice in the direction of the door, and lay down again. The brother and sister were exhausted during the day, and they were sleeping soundly at this time, and were not woken up. Outside the cave, a figure sneaked into the cave, took off his pants and squatted down. As luck would have it, he squatted on the edge of the trap. When he exerted force, his footing was not stable and he pushed back a small step, stepped on the hay covering the trap, and sat down. With a cry, the man sat down with his naked buttocks at the bottom of a pit full of nails. The pit was too small to fit a whole person, so he sat there folded up. If he exerted a little force, the nails would pierce his buttocks. The feeling was indescribable. Jian Yaning slept well and woke up at only 6:30 in the morning. She went to the platform and took a look. The piglets were curled up in the cage and sleeping, making humming sounds from time to time. They were a little cute. The air in the mountains was very good. Jian Yaning stretched his limbs and returned to the cave. Jiang Qingning had also woken up at this time and was washing up, preparing to have breakfast before setting off. As soon as the cave door opened, I saw a small pool of blood in the trap, and there were still a lot of nails missing. Ha! It seems that it happened again last night. The brother and sister looked at each other. You are alone at home, keep the door closed, Jiang Qingning said. Normally I will be back in the evening. I understand. Be careful, Jian Yaning said. After saying goodbye, Jian Yaning found a piece of wood of suitable size, covered the trap, and spread mud and some hay on it. It looked no different from other places. Jiang Qingning walked all the way down the mountain. His sister-in-law didn't live on the mountain, but found a shabby house in the city. It was no problem for her to stay there for a few days. After all, she, a woman, couldn't transport so much food to the mountain. Jian Yaning didn't plan to go out today, and the space hadn't been tidied up yet. Some of the seeds scattered on the platform have already sprouted. She had planted some vegetables in her previous life and had a little experience. After things stabilize, many people will open up wasteland in the mountains and grow crops, otherwise they will have nothing to eat. After watering the vegetable garden, he returned to the cave and did a set of military boxing exercises. I learned it before in school, but I didn't study it seriously. Now I am playing along with the video I downloaded before. Only with a strong body can you go further. After finishing a set, my clothes were soaked with sweat. I took a short break, took a shower and had breakfast in the space. It took an hour to put the space in order, and all the rice and flour in the cave were put into the refrigerator. The cave was now much more spacious, and the corners were filled with clothes, bedding, toilet paper, shampoo and other non-perishable supplies that had been stockpiled previously. The boiled water that was put in yesterday was still hot, so Jian Yaning didn't take it out and continued to keep it in the fresh keeping room. Now that she has a fresh keeping room, Jian Yaning plans to make more cooked food and store it in it. Otherwise, eating instant noodles all the time would be a shame for the many supplies she has stockpiled. Today, she plans to steam buns and rice, and make a batch of sesame cakes, and stock up on staple foods first. Rice is easy to cook. There is electricity in the space. I collected 6 rice cookers yesterday, and we all work together. To make steamed buns, you need a food processor. Just add water, flour, yeast and sugar according to the proportions and let the food processor work. Once the dough is kneaded, you can shape it and let it ferment. It's quite convenient. After staying in the space for a while, I smelled the aroma of rice, which was very pleasant. Steam the steamed rice for a while, break it up, and put the whole pot in the fresh keeping room. It will be very convenient to make rice balls or eat it directly. Everyone was busy here. Just as the dough was kneaded and ready to ferment, Jian Yaning was kicked out of the space. What's going on? Jian Yaning's head was full of questions. He tried to enter the space but couldn't, but his consciousness could enter the space. Chapter 18. Unreasonable Interference. Could it be that I stayed in this space for too long today? Jian Yaning tried to take out the supplies, and she was able to do so, just like before, except that she couldn't get in. She estimated that this time she had been in the space for about 4 hours, which was indeed longer than the time she had spent in it before. After recording the time when she was kicked out, Jian Yaning planned to try to enter once every hour. She needed to understand the rules of the space. Since I couldn't get in, I could only take out the kneaded dough to ferment. The central air conditioning in the space kept a constant temperature of 26 degrees. The dough doubled in size in less than an hour. Jian Yaning worked hard to divide the dough and make steamed buns, and was sweating all over. The steamer was not big enough and the temperature was high, so a lot of the food was over-fermented and tasted a bit sour. Fortunately, after being steamed, the food tasted okay except that it was a bit too big and collapsed. By the time all the steamed buns were done, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. During this time, Jian Yaning tried to enter the space but couldn't. She could only use her consciousness to control the rice cooker and let it continue working. As for the others, they require conscious operation, which is relatively difficult. After a busy day in the cave, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Jian Yaning opened the door of the cave and felt a heat wave coming towards her. She felt hot in the cave, and the temperature outside was even higher, estimated to be around 40 degrees. People who stayed in the caves to escape the heat during the day came out to move around, and suddenly more and more people were moving around on the mountain. After letting the wind from the 2 holes circulate for a while, Jian Yaning closed the door again and prepared dinner. For dinner, I made bacon rice and blanched cabbage. It would definitely taste better if it was stir-fried, but there was too much smoke. The kitchen was close to the platform, but there was no guarantee that people outside would not smell the aroma of the cooking. Boil the Chinese cabbage and mix it with lard, garlic, light soy sauce and other seasonings. It will also be very fragrant. She picked a strip of bacon, cut it in half, washed it, put it in a pot and boiled it, then took it out after a while, cut it into thin slices, and steamed it on the rice. Bacon alone was a bit bland, so Jian Yaning found the Chinese sausage and cut 2 strips. After the bacon rice is steamed, beat 2 eggs and make some seaweed soup. Just as the eggs were cracked, the door was opened from the outside. Jian Yaning ran into the cave and saw her brother coming in. "Did you pick him up?" "Yes, I got it." Jiang Qingning was sweating all over. He was red after being exposed to the sun for a whole day. Gasoline is expensive now, so he couldn't bear to turn on the air conditioner. He could only endure it, saving as much as possible. "Where are the people?" Jian Yaning asked. "We arrived at the mountain at around 5 o'clock. I took them around the area and found a place to stay," Jiang Qingning said, picking up the cold water on the table and taking 2 sips. "It's not far from us. There's a shallow hole there. We have to dig deeper," Jian Yaning said. "Brother, wash your face and get ready for dinner." After the bacon is steamed, the fat part becomes crystal clear and very tempting, while the lean meat tastes dry and fragrant, and is very good with rice. The brother and sister talked while eating. "The smell in the city is even stronger. Corpses rot very quickly in this weather." Jiang Qingning drank a sip of hot soup. "I think if I go down there 2 or 3 times in the next 2 days, I won't be able to enter the city again." Jian Yaning nodded. "I'll go with you tomorrow, and take as much as I can." "I'm afraid you can't handle it, so why don't you not go? Today's sun is so hot that we'll be dried out." Jiang Qingning didn't want his sister to suffer. In fact, They had already stockpiled a lot of supplies. I'll just go and take a look. If there are any flowers, I'll bring them back for you. Brother, I'd better go with you. The flowers we bring back in this weather will die. If the smell is too strong, we can come back early. I couldn't persuade my sister, so I had to go with her. Those going together tomorrow will include Jiang Dexing and Su Yuqing from the cave opposite. Before I finished my meal, there was a loud banging on the security door at the entrance of the cave, as if someone was robbing me. The brother and sister looked at each other, and Jiang Qingning stood up. I'll go take a look. Jian Yaning nodded, and quickly put all the things on the dining table into the space. He also put away the headlight used for lighting, leaving only a flashlight. After putting it away, he walked towards the cave entrance. Comrade police officer, he was the one who beat my son. That woman also stabbed people with a knife. Before she reached the cave entrance, she heard Zhang Cuifing's voice. Not to mention that she pretended to be quite aggrieved, Jian Yaning looked at the door and saw that Lin Liqiang, Zhang Cuifing and her husband had all arrived, and there were 2 young soldiers in military uniforms standing behind them. It's her! Zhang Cuifing pointed at Jian Yaning and shouted. Comrade, look at what she did to my hand. There's no law. Jian Yaning looked innocent for a second. Auntie, you need to provide evidence when you speak. When did I use a knife to cut you? She looked at the young soldier behind them and said, My brother and I don't know them. The young soldier was also in a dilemma. There was no surveillance on the mountain, and it was difficult to judge based on one-sided testimony. Besides, they were just soldiers, so how could they judge such a thing? Besides, the girl looked frail and didn't look like someone who would attack others. You're still quibbling. It was you who chopped him off. Zhang Cuifing searched for 2 days and finally found the soldier. She coaxed him over to seek justice. But when she saw Jian Yaning pretending to be innocent, she became so angry that she could not speak clearly. Jian Yaning sneered in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. So you said that my brother and I beat you up. Do you have any evidence? Do you have any witnesses or physical evidence? I am a witness. My son is also a witness. Zhang Cuifing was so angry that she slapped Lin Liqiang. Say something. Lin Liqiang's butt was hurting because he fell into a pit last night and got stuck with a lot of nails. He almost lost his balance after being hit. Mom, forget it. Zhang Cuifing widened her eyes and shouted. What do you mean by that? This matter is not over yet. Since her son was useless, she would do it herself and turned around to pull Jian Yaning. Jiang Qingning was quick-witted and stood in front of his sister. He pushed her hard, and Zhang Cuifing fell to the ground. As luck would have it, she sat on a nail. She screamed and jumped up from the ground, which was very funny. Zhang Cuifing pulled the nail out in one go and gasped in pain. Police comrades, did you see that? They also stabbed people with nails. My son was passing by yesterday and was also stabbed. You have to help us. After saying that, she started to cry. This is not our business, the young soldier said with a headache, looking at his teammates beside him. This is a civil dispute, you can settle it yourselves, we can't do anything about it, and besides, you don't have any evidence. At this moment, many people gathered around to watch the fun, and Miao Sisi and her group from the opposite cave also came over. Chapter 19? Good Neighbor. It's you. Miao Sisi recognized them immediately and pointed at Zhang Cuifing and said, They tried to pry open the door yesterday, but we saw them running away. My classmates and I can testify to that. Zhang Cuifing's eyes widened in anger, and she shouted, Bullshit! You are framing me! Really, we all saw it yesterday afternoon. Miao Sisi was not afraid at all and continued to speak, and the classmates next to her also echoed her. When the young soldier saw that the reporter had no witnesses or physical evidence, but the defendant had witnesses, didn't the matter become clear? If you make a false report like this again, you will be arrested, the young soldier said unhappily. If there were not a shortage of manpower on the mountain, you would have suffered the consequences. Zhang Cuifing felt wronged. She didn't leave the house yesterday, so how could she pry the door open? Besides, both of her arms were injured by that damn girl, so how could she have the strength to pry the door open? She glared at Miao Sisi fiercely. Little girl, just wait for me. She threatened me. Did everyone hear it? Miao Sisi said loudly. If anything happens to me, it will be their fault. Lin Liqiang didn't want to come in the first place, but his mother dragged him here. Now the situation has turned out like this, he reached out to hold his mother. Mom, forget it, they have more people, and we don't have any evidence. Zhang Cuifing was so angry that she shook off her cowardly son's hand and limped away. Lin Liqiang followed dejectedly. There was a booing from the crowd. Su Mu hid in the crowd and took a few glances. When he saw the cave behind Jian Yaning, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Their family was still living in the open air, but these 2 siblings actually lived in a cave. Jian Yaning thought the fight would continue for a while, but she didn't expect it to end so quickly. After everyone left, he approached Miao Sisi and asked, "Did they really come to pry open the door yesterday?" Miao Sisi smiled and shook her head. "No, but I did see it that night, but I didn't come to help, I'm sorry." "It's okay, I understand." Jian Yaning smiled. They were all unfamiliar with each other, and it would be impossible for her to go up and help. "Thank you for today. We are all neighbors, we help each other," Miao Sisi said. "Thanks to you for bringing Su Yuqing and the others down the mountain into the city, and for lending us hose, otherwise we would all be hungry now. We have to thank you." After exchanging some pleasantries, the two sides parted ways. The 7 college students in the cave opposite got along really well with each other. Jian Yaning felt that they could get along well with each other. Not to mention asking them for any favors, it would be no problem for them to help watch the door. Besides, they were all medical students and would have bright futures. Su Mu returned to the open space with a bundle of branches, and was furious when he saw Gu Fang and Su Xiaobao. Su Jianwei was still half lying on the ground, half dead, and next to him were Wu Wan and her daughter. Either of them could do anything. Wu Wan is the 3rd child that Su Jianwei raised outside. She is 2 years older than Gu Fang. They met on the way to Xiangshan. She has been following him with her daughter until now, clinging to Su Jianwei, and he enjoys it very much. Su Mu threw the branch to the ground and said sarcastically, "Aunt Gu, your good children live in a spacious cave. Why didn't they take you to live with them? Why don't you suffer here with us? They have good food and drink, but they never show any respect to you and my dad. They are such ungrateful people." Su Mu snorted coldly. Su Jianwei perked up and sat up. "Really? They have a cave?" "There is not only a cave, but it also has a door," Su Mu said. "There are so many good things hidden inside. Dad, you can't have raised them for so many years in vain, but in the end they don't know how to respect you, and we don't even have a place to live." Gu Fang saw Su Jianwei looking at her and shrank back. Seeing that she couldn't avoid him, she said, "Old Su, you know Qingning didn't listen to me. Back then we—" "What bullshit are you talking about?" Su Jianwei shouted. "Isn't that your good son? Go tomorrow and ask them to take our family in to live with us. If they can't let us in, don't come back." "Old Su." Before Gu Fang finished her words, tears started to drip down her face, looking so pitiful. Wu Wan beside her sighed and consoled her earnestly. "Sister Gu, after all, this is your flesh and blood, so she will definitely feel sorry for you. Otherwise, you can go and see it as Lao Su said, maybe it will work." Gu Fang wiped away her tears and glared at Wu Wan unhappily. "Who is your sister? Shame on you." "Old Su, look at her. I'm just trying to persuade her out of good intentions." Wu Wan burst into tears. "Why are you still cursing?" Wu Wan is older than Gu Fang, but she is well maintained and looks much younger than Gu Fang. She is also able to lower her status. Su Jianwei immediately coaxed her, which made Gu Fang very angry, but she had no way to deal with it. Su Mu looked at him coldly. She just wanted a place to settle down. As for what her father would do, she didn't really care. After all, she had seen it since she was a child and she had gotten used to it. Jian Yaning had no idea what had happened to Gu Fang. Over the years, she had long lost hope in her mother. She remembered that the most common thing Gu Fang said to her was that her mother had a hard time, always asking her to give in and constantly squeezing her living space. In that family, Jian Yaning was at the bottom of the social ladder, and she could only get what others didn't want. After washing up, Jian Yaning lay down on the bed. The fully charged small fan was blowing, making it quite cool. "I'll go out and open the lid of the trap," Jiang Qingning said, and walked out. In addition to protecting Lin Liqian's family, the trap can also protect people with ulterior motives. If you want to enter this cave and pass the trap, you have to go through 2 doors, so you feel safe enough. Jian Yaning tried to enter the space again, but still couldn't. She felt a little anxious, and fell asleep unknowingly while thinking. The next day, as soon as Jian Yaning woke up, she entered the space immediately. Jian Yaning breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped on the carpet in the space. It seemed that the time spent in the space was limited. It was refreshed every 24 hours, and one could only stay in the space for 4 hours a day. Jian Yaning silently kept it in mind. Since he couldn't stay there for a long time, he planned to do some exercise after collecting all the supplies and not going down the mountain. After enduring the hot weather, there would still be the terrible extreme cold. Without a good body, he would not be able to survive. I took out 4 steamed buns, meat floss and 2 bottles of milk for breakfast. After eating, it was almost time to set off. The brother and sister put on their backpacks, and just as they got outside, they called Su Yuqing and Miao Sisi over. Today, it was their turn to go down the mountain to collect supplies. "I'll go pick up Brother Jiang. He just arrived and doesn't know the way," Jiang Qingning said. When Jiang Qingning went to pick people up, He Qing and the others also came over. After waiting for a few minutes, everyone gathered and set off. Chapter 20 Old Town. Jiang Qingning briefly introduced Jiang Dexing, and everyone got to know each other. Jiang Dexing was 35 years old, and had been in prison for 10 years. He had a shaved head and looked like he was in his 40s. He had a fierce look. When he was introduced, he didn't mention his imprisonment. After all, in the eyes of normal people, people who went to prison were not good people. Soon, we arrived at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. Jiang Qingning was responsible for driving, Jian Yaning sat in the passenger seat, and the others sat in the back seat, taking up just 5 seats. I mentioned yesterday that we should go to Jihui supermarket together today, so that we don't have to look for supplies everywhere, and we can go back with a full car. They didn't spend much time together, and Jian Yaning felt that these people could still get along. They didn't need to get too close. It was good for everyone to help each other in the end times. The car stopped at the old location. As soon as the car door opened, the smell of decay immediately rushed into the car. The rotten smell had a hint of sweetness and fishiness, which made people feel sick after smelling it for a long time. There were obviously more people looking for supplies. Many people were seen on the ruins, carrying plastic bags or backpacks, rummaging through the ruins and putting whatever they found useful into their bags. There are 11 people in their team, and no one will come to cause trouble. The group bypassed the flower and bird market and went to Jihui supermarket. From a distance, they saw that there were already people in the supermarket. "Are you still going there?" someone asked. He Qing paused for 2 seconds. "Let's go, we're already here, and there must be a lot of supplies in the supermarket, and they can't take them away." Jian Yaning pursed her lips, not quite agreeing in her heart, but she wanted to go over and see the situation. If there were too many people, she felt that she had to change places. On the one hand, the collapsed building was very fragile, and too many people would likely cause a secondary collapse, and being buried underneath would only lead to death. On the other hand, those people might also have conflicts for a while. Sure enough, as soon as we got to the supermarket, 2 tall men came over and said, "There are people here, please go somewhere else." Jian Yaning looked over and saw that there were quite a few people here. Some people were specifically going down to collect the supplies, and then hoisted the supplies up with ropes. Then some people used bicycles to transport the supplies to the cars outside. The division of labor is clear and there are a lot of people, so there is no need to conflict with them. "Let's go," Jian Yaning said. "This isn't the only place with supplies." He Qing and the others thought the same, so they changed direction and headed towards the old city. A series of explosions occurred in the new city area on the day of the earthquake, and it was probably burned almost to the ground, so there was nothing to pick up. There are many small shops in the old town, and you will definitely find a lot of things if you look around. After walking for about half an hour, we arrived at the old city. What we saw was a sea of broken eaves and ruins. It was no longer the prosperous old city it once was. When they arrived at the site, everyone started looking for supplies separately. Jian Yaning found a cake shop sign, but the entire store had collapsed. Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing were responsible for moving large pieces of concrete, while Jian Yaning moved the stones that she could move. The sun was high in the sky, making people sweat profusely. After a short while, the 3 of them cleared a small hole big enough for 1 person to crawl into. "I'll go down, you guys wait upstairs to get the things." Jiang Dexing is not very tall and is relatively thin, so he is suitable to go down. Jiang Qingning had no objection. "Brother Jiang, be careful." "Okay, I know what's going on," Jiang Dexing said with a smile. "I finally got out, Xiao Xian is still waiting for me on the mountain, don't worry." Jiang Qingning was receiving supplies upstairs. There was a lot of flour, cooking oil, salt, sugar and so on in the cake shop. He sent them up one by one through the small hole. After a while, a lot of flour was piled on the ground. Jian Yaning was fine, so she said goodbye to her brother and went to check the ruins nearby. Jian Yaning was lucky enough to find that what was trapped underneath was a snack shop. After moving the rocks on top and shining a flashlight down, he could see that there were a lot of snacks in the counter frames inside. Before the end of the world, the snacks here were not cheap. If you grabbed some and weighed them, you wouldn't be able to leave the store without spending at least 100 yuan. Jian Yaning had been there twice before. They mostly sold various kinds of meat jerky, as well as appetizers such as plums. There were many varieties. If I took this back, I wouldn't have to worry about snacks anymore. After the cake shop was moved, a hole was opened at the snack shop. The rocks that were pressed down were too large to be opened by manpower, but Jian Yaning could barely get in through this hole. "I'll go down to this store," Jian Yaning said. "You 2 men can't enter." Jiang Qingning disagreed. "If you can't get down, use a clamp. The opening here is so small, I'm worried about you going down, what if?" "Pooh pooh pooh." Jian Yaning pouted 3 times and winked at her brother. "Brother, there are so many chances. I've checked it out. It's okay for me to go down. There's a lot of food down there. They're all in small packages. I can't finish them even after dark." Jiang Qingning wanted to say something, but Jiang Dexing patted his shoulder and said, "Let your sister go, we'll keep an eye on it, it's not a big deal." "Okay, I'm going down. You guys wait." Jian Yaning moved quickly and crawled down through the small hole. Soon her feet landed on the ground. When she turned on the flashlight, she saw that there were quite a lot of things. "Pick up the small basket next to you, put all the snacks, no matter what they are, into the basket, fill it up, tie the rope and hang it up." One person was enough to provide support up there, so Jiang Dexing went to the ruins to check and find the next shop. Jian Yaning put all the unopened boxes into her own space, and also put some of the loose items in there. There were so many things that even if she put them all up there, she might not be able to take them back. Shredded bamboo shoots and peanuts, beef jerky of various flavors, 9 processed plums, dried almonds, pistachios, almonds. Jian Yaning was having a great time harvesting them. After she had harvested them all, she went up to take a look and saw a small mountain of them. Jiang Dexing found a snack bar over there. Seeing that they were busy, he went downstairs and got 3 50-kilogram bags of rice, as well as some oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. He Qing also had a good harvest. The 6 of them found a convenience store and brought up a lot of stuff. With such a good harvest, no one plans to stop. After all, the environment in the city is getting worse and worse, and there are more and more rats. If you are bitten by accident, it can be fatal when there is a lack of medical care and medicine. After discussing it, everyone decided to send someone to transport a batch of supplies to the bamboo forest, hide them, and then drive back to continue transporting them. It was decided to let Jiang Qingning and He Qing drive back, while the others stayed here to continue looking for supplies. The 2 of them arrived at the parking spot and took a long detour before parking the car near the old town. Everyone loaded the things into the car bit by bit like ants moving house, and only stopped when the car was full. Jian Yaning took advantage of the time when no one was around to stuff 3 steamed buns, a bottle of iced drink, and steamed bacon into her brother's bag. "Brother, drive slower on the road and eat something." Jiang Qingning responded with a okay, and drove slowly out of the city. Chapter 21? A Great Harvest. After watching the car leave, the others sat down to eat lunch. Miao Sisi sat next to Jian Yaning and took out a rice ball wrapped in a bag and a bottle of water from her backpack. Jian Yaning took out a steamed bun to eat, and took 2 packets of preserved vegetables and bamboo shoots from the snack pile, and gave one to Miao Sisi to eat with rice balls. "Hey, you can also make steamed buns?" Miao Sisi asked curiously. "I brought back some flour last time and made some steamed buns yesterday," said Jian Yaning. "You're amazing," Miao Sisi praised sincerely. "None of us can cook, and the rice is half cooked. Yan Ning, when you have time, teach me how to make steamed buns." Jian Yaning looked over and saw that the rice ball in her hand still had many raw rice grains. It didn't look tasty. She reached into her bag and took out a steamed bun and handed it over. "Here, this is for you. Eating half-cooked rice will give you diarrhea." "No, you eat first," Miao Sisi said. "I'll eat later, you'll be hungry." "It's okay. I brought 3. If you can't finish them, take them." Jian Yaning stuffed the steamed bun into her hand. Miao Sisi took a bite of the steamed bun, and was so moved that tears were about to fall. She hadn't eaten a normal meal for a long time. Although she was not too short of food now, the cooking skills of her classmates were worse than each other. After eating and taking a short rest, the group continued to look for supplies. It was around 3 in the afternoon when the 2 cars finally drove back. "Why did you take so long?" Jian Yaning asked. "Someone had entered the bamboo forest and was digging bamboo shoots," Jiang Qingning said. "He Qing and I were afraid we couldn't hide the things, so we drove a distance to Shijiao village and found a place to hide the things." So that's how it is. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that the supplies were hidden and would not be discovered. The group hurried to lift the supplies and load them onto the truck. When they finished loading, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. They would need more time to go back. They arrived at the foot of the mountain at around 5 o'clock, and it would take another hour to climb up the mountain. Time was still quite tight. "It is impossible to bring all the supplies up the mountain today. We will store them outside and get them tomorrow." We had to take people on the return trip, and not only was the trunk full, but each person also had to carry a bunch of food. They were all dug out with great effort, and there was no way they would throw them away. When food became scarce later, a small bag of food could save lives. The car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Everyone carried a bag on their backs and 2 or 3 bags in their hands and went up the mountain. This time I didn't park the car in the bamboo forest because there were already people moving around there. It would be more convenient to park at the foot of the mountain. He Qing pumped the gasoline out of the tank, and walked a distance in the opposite direction of the bamboo forest carrying the gasoline. When he came back, the oil barrel in his hand was gone. No one knew where he had hidden it. When I was in the city, I would stop and pump out the oil when I saw an abandoned car. There was a gas station in the new city, but it was blown up when the explosion happened. There were limited cars in the old city, and many people were looking for supplies, so it was difficult to get some gasoline. Jian Yaning did have some stockpiled in his space before the end of the world. He went back and forth to the gas station and managed to get 800 liters, but now was not the time to use it. At around 7 o'clock, we returned to the cave with supplies and fatigue. He let Doubting, who had been sleeping in the space for a day, out, and took some vegetable leaves and some leftovers to feed the piglets. When people came, the piglets whined for food. Jian Yaning regretted raising pigs now. Although they were still piglets, they ate a lot. Jian Yaning thought that if she couldn't wait to go down the mountain, she could go to the mountain to cut some grass to feed the pigs. She felt bad for eating the vegetable leaves first. After all, there were not many vegetables stored at that time, and she and her brother would not be able to eat them for long before there were no more vegetables. The vegetables planted on the platform have just sprouted, and it will take a long time before they can be eaten. I was so tired today that I washed my hands and took out rice and bacon from the space to make a meal. There are still a lot of dry goods in the space, but I haven't had time to make them. I plan to make them slowly when I have time. The brother and sister were eating in the cave. Gu Feng held Su Xiaobao's hand, looked at the location of the cave from a distance, and then turned and left. They agreed to move the remaining supplies up together the next day. Jiang Qingning woke up early and saw that there was no movement behind the curtain behind his sister, so he called her. Thinking that she was exhausted yesterday, he left a note on the table and quietly left the room. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and the sky was just getting light. The college students in the cave opposite went out to move supplies, leaving 2 people to guard the cave entrance. He Qing also came with his men, as well as Jiang Dexing and Xiao Xian. The group walked down the mountain in a mighty procession. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Jian Yaning rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. When Doubting saw that his master had woken up, he wagged his tail like a propeller. Seeing the note on the table, Jian Yaning felt warm in her heart. In this life, she was also a person who was loved by her brother. After a day of hard work yesterday, Jian Yaning got up and did some simple stretching, but her whole body was still sore. This body was too delicate, so Jian Yaning endured the pain and discomfort and did some military boxing. I didn't expect that after the exercise, I felt much more relaxed and less sore. People still need to keep exercising to allow the body to adapt to this intensity, and then things will slowly get better. Feed the dog, pigs, chickens and ducks, and water the vegetable garden. Watering is quite simple, just use the space water. Now if you want to use water in the mountains, you have to walk for half an hour to fetch water from the small pond. Jian Yaning remembered that about a month later, the small pond dried up due to drought, and the only way to get water was to fetch it from the lake at the foot of the mountain. The round trip took 2 hours and was extremely painful. After finishing the chores, the soy milk in the space was also ready. I heated up a chicken pancake in the microwave and paired it with soy milk, and that was it for breakfast. I took out the remaining soy milk and let it cool down, so that my brother could drink it when he came back. Jian Yaning didn't plan to go out today, so she took out some dried beans and eggplants from the space, soaked them in water, and then took out a pig's foot and pork belly to thaw them. She would use the space for 4 hours to cook these dishes and store them. It's not easy to cook these meats in the cave. If the smell gets out, it will be terrible. Before the pig's feet had thawed, Jiang Qingning came back with a lot of supplies, big and small. When the door opened, Su Yuqing was also at the door. Jian Yaning swallowed back what she wanted to say. Then I'll leave it here and go back first. Su Yuqing smiled at Jian Yaning and turned to walk across. As Jiang Qingning put the supplies into the cave, he said, "Fortunately, there are many college students on the other side, and they helped me get some of them up. Otherwise, I really couldn't have brought them back by myself." "You are just showing off. Why don't you just call me?" Jian Yaning said angrily. "You sleep like a pig, how can I wake you up?" Jiang Qingning joked. "Let me think about it, forget it, it's better to let my sister be a lazy pig at home." Jian Yaning was so angry that she punched her brother on the shoulder with her fist. "You are the pig." Jiang Qingning groaned in pain. "Ah? So it's not strenuous? I didn't use much strength either." Jian Yaning felt something was wrong. "Brother, let me take a look at your shoulder." Chapter 22 Official Action. Jiang Qingning couldn't persuade his sister, so he had to tear open his t-shirt and show it to her. At first glance, I saw that Jiang Qingning's entire shoulder was bruised and a little swollen. "How did this happen?" Jiang Yaning's heart tightened. Looking at the marks, it looked like he had been beaten by something. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Jiang Qingning had to speak up. "We went to the place where the supplies were hidden and found someone looking for us. We had a fight with them. I just bumped my shoulder accidentally. It doesn't hurt. It's nothing serious. If I hadn't discovered it, would you not have said anything?" Jian Yaning was a little angry. "Brother, you are the only relative I have in this world. If something happens to you, what should I do?" Don't be angry, I'll be more careful next time. Jian Yaning knew that his sister was concerned about him, so his tone softened a lot. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would worry. Jian Yaning was actually anxious, but she wasn't really angry with her brother. Don't do it again. Okay. Jian Yaning quickly agreed, paused and continued. They plan to go down the mountain again later, and I want to go with them. You should not go now. I think your shoulder is seriously injured. Jian Yaning disagreed. The food I have stored is enough to last a lifetime. There is really no need to go. Are you going to suffer? Jiang Qingning was amused by this sentence and said, I know my sister is very capable and can support my brother for life. There are not only two of us in the mountains, there are people everywhere, and there are so many eyes watching us. If we don't bring back more supplies and have food every day, it will arouse suspicion. Jian Yaning naturally understood this principle, otherwise he would not have followed her down the mountain to look for supplies. Firstly, it was to conceal his tracks, and secondly, it could help him improve his survival ability. He only said that when he saw his brother was injured. You can go. I'll drive. Don't do any heavy work if your shoulder is hurting, Jian Yaning said. Jiang Qingning agreed, and Jian Yaning took all the food back into the space. He originally wanted to rest for a day, but his plan was ruined. But his brother was right. When he couldn't go into the city anymore, he could just lie down in the cave. He Qing placed the supplies there and left one person to guard the cave, and he soon came over to meet up. There was one person missing on their side, so a seat was vacant. The college student from the cave opposite took up the position. Jian Yaning and his group's car still had 5 people in it, and they drove towards the city. The car drove around for a while and headed towards the old city. Before arriving, they saw 4 or 5 cars parked at the same location as they were yesterday. A group of people got off the bus and walked over to take a look. Wow! There are so many people? A rough count showed that there were about 50 or 60 people, all searching for supplies in the ruins, taking away anything they could use. If they continued to search like this, there would be nothing left in less than a day. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Su Yuqing said. I guess we won't find anything even if we search here for a whole day with them. Let's go to another place, He Qing said. We can't go to the new city area. Do you have any good suggestions? We've already come here, it's not appropriate to go back empty-handed. The place where Jian Yaning was most active before the end of the world was the new city district. He seldom set foot in other districts, and had no good suggestions. Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing had just come out, so they had no idea where to find supplies. How about going to the university town? Miao Sisi said. It's a bit far, but there's a commercial street over there, it's quite prosperous. When we escaped, we saw that the road surface was okay and cars could pass. The new development area west of the university town has not many people except college students and nearby villagers, so you can go and have a look. Anyway, this area has been discovered by others, and there are many people, so it is really not easy to find supplies. Everyone agreed, got back into the car, and drove towards the university town. I saw many green military trucks on the road, with the back seats full of soldiers. I headed towards the new urban area and passed a large supermarket built before the earthquake. I found that there was a cordon outside and a sign saying, "No entry for outsiders." Many young soldiers in uniform were constantly loading supplies onto trucks. The authorities have taken action to collect supplies and have put all supermarkets, big and small, in the city under control. Survivors can go to small shops on the street, but not these places. Jian Yaning remembered that there were granaries in the outskirts of Ningqing, and the government had put them under control. After the mountain was settled, a new population census would be started and new identity certificates would be issued. After all, the earthquake came too suddenly, and many people didn't even have time to put on their shoes when they escaped, let alone get their ID cards. After the census is completed, the government will distribute a certain amount of relief food per person, and will also dispatch jobs for ordinary people to apply. These are all later stories, so we will not discuss them here for now. The business car led the way in front, Jian Yaning was driving and following behind, and the other people in the car were bored and chatting. Yan Ning, what kind of job did you do before? Miao Sisi asked curiously. I'm a wage earner, working as a receptionist at a company, Jian Yaning replied. It's not a very technical job. I've seen a lot of people say that it's very difficult to get a front desk job nowadays, Miao Sisi said. Applicants need to have a good image, good temperament, and strong working ability, so you are very capable. She turned around and asked Jiang Qingning what job he did. Jian Yaning saw out of the corner of her eye that her brother's body stiffened in the passenger seat, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. My brother is a sailor. Jian Yaning took over the conversation and told a lie to avoid embarrassment to everyone. Jiang Qingning pursed his lips and said nothing. He looked a little unnatural and no one knew what he was thinking. Before Miao Sisi could ask Jiang Dexing, he immediately answered. Ah Ching and I are colleagues. Jian Yaning. Jiang Qingning. Okay, we are colleagues, right? The brother and sister both felt something was strange, but no one said anything. The atmosphere in the car became awkward. Miao Sisi also felt it, so she kept silent and leaned against the car window, looking out. After driving for about an hour, we arrived at the university town in the development zone. Jian Yaning had never been to the university town. Through the front windshield, he saw only a whole area of ruins. The foundation of a teaching building had been arched up and was crumbling among the ruins, which was very eye-catching. The business car stopped and Jian Yaning quickly stepped on the brakes. I saw that all the people in the car in front had gotten out, and the people in the car behind also got out. When I walked to the front and looked, I saw that there was a crack in the concrete road ahead that was more than 1 meter wide and about 3 meters deep, and it seemed that there was no end to the length. Let's go over there first and see if we can find a board to put up, He Qing said. Don't try to force your way through. It will be very troublesome if you fall down. After He Qing finished speaking, he picked out 2 people from his team, took a running start and jumped over, which was really terrifying to watch. Chapter 23? Crossbow. He Qing and the other 2 reached the other side safely and walked towards the ruins of the commercial street 200 or 300 meters away. Not long after, the 3 of them took the boards they found and placed them over the chasm. Only one board was suitable, as the others were a little short. When people walked on them, the boards would bend. They needed to be longer and thicker. The board was about half a meter wide and placed across the huge chasm, which looked a bit scary. Let me try it first. If I can get through, you guys will definitely be able to do it, Su Yuqing said. He is about 1.8 meters tall and weighs about 160 kilograms. The board is really a bit small for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuqing walked up and saw that the board was slightly deformed and people would shake when walking on it. Everyone was nervous and their hands were sweating. Su Yuqing was actually afraid as well. After he stood on it, he quickly steadied his body. The width was more than 1 meter, so he reached the other side in just 3 or 2 steps. Seeing that everyone had reached the other side safely, everyone's hearts settled down. Soon, all the men passed by. Miao Sisi stood there, clenching her fists, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Sisi, what's wrong with you? Jian Yaning asked with concern. I'm a little afraid of heights. Miao Sisi looked down from the 2nd or 3rd floor and her legs went weak. The board was so narrow and it was shaking, which made her even more scared. When you walk, look forward, don't look down, Jian Yaning counseled. It's a little over 1 meter away, so take big steps. You'll be there in 2 or 3 steps. Go ahead, I'll watch you from behind. Miao Sisi seemed to have made up her mind, clenched her fists, and said with a heroic look, Okay. Jian Yaning was amused by her appearance, but she didn't laugh. She reached out and patted her on the back. Come on. You can do it. Miao Sisi staggered to the other side, her legs went weak and she almost sat on the ground. Jiang Qingning quickly helped her up, but it was really not easy for her who was afraid of heights to walk over. Jian Yaning was still thinking. In her previous life, she had been to deeper forests in the mountains, and the roads were much more dangerous than this one. She walked over in 2 steps. Entering the ruins of the commercial street, Jian Yaning discovered that the plate movement here was different from that in other places. There were deep grooves of various sizes on the road's surface. If one did not see clearly, it would be easy to step on empty space and get one's feet stuck underneath. The new development zone is far from Xiangshan, and no one has come here to collect supplies. After all, gasoline is expensive, and it is not cost-effective to travel such a long distance. Everyone quickly got into the game and started moving stones in groups of 2 or 3. Jian Yaning moved a large stone and saw half of a sign exposed with the word outdoor written on it. She was delighted, as she had no shortage of food, but she did lack outdoor supplies. Soon, a small hole was cleared out, big enough for one person to crawl through. Jiang Dexing tried, but the man's shoulders were broad and he was stuck and couldn't go down. The brother and sister worked together to pull the man up. It seemed that Jian Yaning had to go down this hole. Seeing Jian Yaning going down and Jiang Qingning waiting for him upstairs, Jiang Dexing went to look for other ruins. The store was pressed down very low by the collapsed concrete. Jian Yaning had to squat to walk. The space was very narrow. Turning on the flashlight, she could see the goods that had fallen on the ground, including backpacks, jackets, hiking shoes, and hiking poles. In addition, there are some portable kitchen utensils, alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, small pots, stacked kettles, tents, and so on. Jian Yaning gathered the supplies, put the ones that were missing in her space into the space, tied the others with ropes, and asked her brother to drag them up. After cleaning for a while, the space in the store became a little bigger. She shone the flashlight into the depths and found a small door inside. The small door was pressed lower, and Jian Yaning assessed it and felt that she could pass through, so she moved cautiously towards that side. The door was a wooden door that had been crushed. When the flashlight was shown, 2 crossbows were seen hanging on the wall inside the small door. In addition, there were Tang swords scattered on the ground, reflecting a sharp light under the flashlight. This looks like a good thing. It is not available on the market, and I don't know how the store got it. Jian Yaning had stockpiled weapons, but they were all machetes, kitchen knives, baseball bats, and the like that could be bought in supermarkets. They were lethal but not strong, and she had no other connections, so she could only get these. Crossbows were different, and their lethality was no joke. With the crossbow, in addition to self-protection, you can also go hunting deeper into the mountains. Whether to go there or not is another matter, the most important thing is to get these weapons in your pocket. Unable to enter the small door, Jian Yaning took out a trash clip from the space and was able to reach the crossbow on the wall. The crossbow was made entirely of steel and was quite heavy. It took several tries before it finally fell down, making a clanging sound when it hit the ground. A lot of dust rustled down from above his head. Jian Yaning's heart tightened, and he quickly reached for the crossbow and put it into the space. He picked up 2 Tang swords on the ground, put them away, and quickly retreated. Jian Yaning felt that if he stopped to get the other one, the vibration caused by it falling to the ground might very well cause a secondary landslide, which would bury him, and that would not be worth it. As she moved, the rustling sound came from above again, which made people terrified. He quickly climbed to the cave entrance, where Jiang Qingning was waiting. He dragged the man out. However, after a few seconds, a loud bang was heard behind him. The space behind the small door was suddenly filled with rubble, and a large amount of dust poured out. The outdoor goods store buried under the rubble had its space compressed even further. Fortunately, I got out early, otherwise I would be finished. Jian Yaning was still scared and would not dare to take such a risk next time. But the crossbow I got was still very good, and I also received a large box of crossbow arrows, which was worth it. The companions around heard the rumble and turned to look over. Seeing that the 2 were fine, they continued to search for supplies. He Qing found a small supermarket with sufficient supplies, so he called everyone over and asked them to focus on this supermarket. If they could get all the supplies from this small supermarket back, it would be enough for them to eat for a long time. With so many, we can't get them back with 2 cars, someone said. The old way, run a few more times and find a place to hide first, He Qing said. It's only 12 o'clock now, we can run at least twice. Everyone was very excited. As time went by, supplies would become less and less, and the stench of corpses in the city would become stronger and stronger. If they didn't take them back now, they might not have the chance in the future. They could only barely keep themselves from starving to death with the little relief food distributed by the government. No one had any objections, and everyone took action. Some were sorting things downstairs, while others were loading them onto the trucks. Before long, the 2 trucks were filled with supplies. The place where we hid our things yesterday was found, so we have to find another place today, He Qing said. I don't have any good places at the moment, do you have any? The dusty group of people shook their heads, and Jiang Dexing stood up. I know a place. There is an abandoned cellar at the entrance of our village, Jiang Dexing said. It has not been used for many years and the location is quite hidden. Only our villagers know the location and outsiders cannot find it. Will the people from your village come looking for him? Someone asked worriedly. Chapter 24 Night. No one in the village goes there, Jiang Dexing said. My wife said it didn't collapse, so it should be fine. He Qing asked a few more questions. There was really no place to hide, so he decided to take it to the abandoned cellar in Shijiao village first. It should be no problem to arrange people to guard it at night. Besides, Shijiao village was about 10 kilometers away from Xiangshan, and almost no one would go there. After all, when the villagers went out, they took all the supplies they could carry with them, so it was impossible for them to be given away to outsiders. He Qing drives a business car and Jian Yaning drives an SUV. Originally, I wanted Jiang Dexing to drive, but he doesn't know how to drive. Miao Sisi and the others have driver's licenses, but they are novices and have only touched the steering wheel a few times. The road conditions are bad, so I don't dare let them drive the car into the ditch again. After the decision was made, everyone took a break and had lunch. Jian Yaning had no time to cook anything else, so she ate steamed buns with mushroom and meat sauce for lunch. She was hungry and tired, so she ate it very sweetly even without the side dishes. Today Miao Sisi's rice balls were not undercooked, but they were quite dry and edible, but hard on the teeth. Seeing that she was eating well, Jian Yaning gave up the idea of sharing her steamed buns. She didn't want to be a pushover. Take a good rest and the rest of you can continue working. Jian Yaning, He Qing and Jiang Dexing drove a car full of supplies to Shijiao village. Jiang Dexing sat in the passenger seat, while Jian Yaning looked straight ahead and concentrated on driving. The former spoke a sentence while the latter responded, starting in awkward chat mode. After all, the two were not familiar with each other, and there was really nothing to talk about. If he wasn't Jiang Qingning's cellmate, Jian Yaning would probably never have any contact with this person in her life. Along the way, more and more survivors were collecting supplies. Those who didn't have cars were carrying bags on their backs or bags in their hands. Those who had cars were basically in groups of 3 or 5. Of course, there were also those riding bicycles and tricycles, but they were relatively few. When we were halfway to Xiangshan, many people stopped the car. Jian Yaning didn't stop, but accelerated and drove past. Among these people, there were those who wanted to hitchhike, those who wanted to make a fortune, all kinds of people. There was no need to stop the car and cause trouble for himself. After passing Xiangshan, there was no one on the road. This was Jian Yaning's second time to go to Xiejiao village. The road conditions were naturally not as good as before the earthquake. The ground was full of cracks of varying sizes and potholes. No matter how good the car's shock absorbers were, driving on this road was very bumpy. Following Jiang Dexing's lead, they soon arrived at the cellar. The cellar is not in the village, but in a bamboo forest outside the village. I don't know what they were thinking when they built the cellar in the bamboo forest. No wonder the cellar was abandoned. Jian Yaning had read a book before, which talked about bamboo. The root system of bamboo is very developed and overbearing. If you plant a few bamboos in the yard, its roots will grow into the house within 2 years and destroy the foundation of the house. After getting off the car and walking about 100 meters into the bamboo forest, you will see an open space full of dead leaves. Jiang Dexing squatted down, reached out to sweep away the dead leaves, revealing a rusty iron plate that was not locked. He lifted the handle and pulled it up hard. A creaking sound was heard, and the cellar door was opened. A musty smell mixed with the smell of soil rushed up. Jian Yaning took out a flashlight and shone it downwards. I saw that the cement on the 4 walls and the ground of the cellar was indeed punctured into pieces by the bamboo roots. Large pieces of cement fell to the bottom of the cellar. A closer look showed that there was no problem storing supplies for a few days. When the smell had almost dissipated, the 3 of them moved the supplies into the cellar. 1 person was at the bottom of the cellar, 2 were at the top, and the 3 of them took over, and soon all the supplies from the 2 trucks were put into the cellar. Once the iron plate was closed, the surrounding dead leaves were swept over to form a layer. If you didn't walk up to it and take a closer look, you wouldn't be able to see that there was a door here. We rushed to the university town without stopping, and it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. The 2 trucks were full again. There was a lot of stuff piled up on the edge of the ditch. It was impossible to pull it all out at once. No one was willing to stay here. They had worked hard to dig it out from the ground. Who knows, when they come back tomorrow, there might be someone else here. After this trip, we'll come back for another one, He Qin said. Including people and goods, it should be about the same. There was no need to continue digging for supplies. 2 people were called to follow the car. The person sitting in the passenger seat also held supplies in his arms and rushed to Xiaojiao village again. After unloading the goods for the second time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the university town. The group hurriedly loaded the remaining supplies onto the car, each carrying supplies in their arms, and drove towards Xiangshan. Jian Yaning had been driving for a whole day, and his butt was numb. It was dark, and there was no light in the city. With the headlights on, it felt like driving in hell. In the darkness, rats and cockroaches were scurrying around in the ruins, and stray cats were making creepy noises. The business car was still leading the way in front. Jian Yaning was staring at the rear of the car in front. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Jian Yaning was startled and reflexively stepped on the brakes. When she looked carefully, she saw a dirty man with a bag on his back standing in front of the car. The man waved at the people in the car. "Hey, can I get a ride?" the man shouted. Jian Yaning heard it but didn't reply. Not to mention that the car was full. Even if it was not full, it was impossible for her to let a stranger get in at this time. She honked the horn twice, but the man showed no intention of leaving. "It seems like someone came out over there," Jiang Qingning said. Jian Yaning looked over and saw 4 or 5 figures coming out of the ruins, probably trying to steal a car. After the earthquake, many cars were damaged, crushed, or out of gas, so it was difficult to find a car that could be driven. The man walked towards the headlights and refused to move. "Court death?" Jian Yaning didn't wait for the figure to come over. She released the brake, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out. The man was startled and tried to dodge to the side, but it was too late. The car hit half of his body, and he flew out and fell on the ruins. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Without taking a second look, Jian Yaning accelerated to catch up with the business car in front and then slowed down. "Will that person die?" Miao Sisi whispered. "Yan Ning, will we?" "They wanted to steal the car. If we didn't hit them, we would be the ones getting out of the car and walking," Jian Yaning said without any emotion. "At this moment, if we are soft-hearted, we will be the ones in trouble." Everyone in the car heard it clearly, and those who felt something was wrong just now are now silent. Yes, being soft-hearted in the last days is being cruel to yourself. Jian Yaning felt that his sister, whom he hadn't seen for 5 years, was different. She had become decisive and brave. If he were driving, he didn't know if he could hit the car. I get it, Jian Yaning, you are really awesome! Miao Sisi came back to her senses and started to flatter him. We didn't encounter anyone trying to stop our car on the way, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening when we arrived at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. The official tents at the foot of the mountain were full of people. He Qing and his group decided not to go up the mountain at night, and stayed at the foot of the mountain for one night. Miao Sisi and her group were too tired to climb, so they also decided to stay at the foot of the mountain for one night to watch for the car. Chapter 25 Viper. There are still a lot of supplies in the cave. Although there is a security door, Jian Yaning still feels unsafe. Besides, the piglets and chickens had been on the platform for a day and had not been fed yet, so they were starving. It was just right that she would not go up the mountain with them. She could use the space to bring their supplies up the mountain first, which would be much more convenient. Jiang Dexing couldn't climb anymore, so he asked Jiang Qingning to go up the mountain and tell Qiao Xian so that she wouldn't have to wait anxiously on the mountain. The brother and sister divided out some of the supplies and carried them on their shoulders and headed for Xiangshan. After walking for about 20 minutes, there was indeed no one around, so Jian Yaning immediately put all the bags into the space. It was really hard to carry so many things up the mountain. Without having to carry supplies, the two of them walked much more quickly. The mountains at night are very different from those during the day. You can always hear noises in the grass. Jiang Qingning walked in front, constantly tapping the grass in front with his trekking pole to drive away snakes and insects. After halfway up the mountain, he changed route and headed towards a fork in the road, which was even more eerie. The brother and sister were too tired to speak. The only sounds they could hear were footsteps, the chirping of insects, and the strange calls of birds. After walking in the dark for an unknown amount of time, Jian Yaning could no longer stand it, and said, Brother, let's find a place to sit for a while and eat something. Jiang Qingning said yes. Go a little further ahead. I remember there is an empty space with no grass over there. Arriving at the open space, Jian Yaning sat down on a big rock and took out a rice ball from the space. The rice ball was warm, filled with meat floss, seaweed, dried radish and salted egg yolk, and tasted salty and fragrant. Pair it with an ice-cold cola, so refreshing. Jian Yaning had just finished eating the rice ball when she saw something reflecting light from the corner of her eye. She turned her head and saw a poisonous snake with a triangular head and a body as thick as her wrist, swimming towards her brother, getting closer and closer. Jian Yaning vaguely remembered that this was a highly poisonous viper. Anyone bitten would die within half an hour. She wasn't sure she could defeat it with one strike, and angering it would make it attack more violently and hurt people. What to do? Time slipped away second by second. Jiang Qingning was chewing on the rice ball in his hand, unaware of this. Jian Yaning didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that her brother would turn around and look back reflexively, startling the viper behind him. No time! Jian Yaning poked the trekking pole in his hand backwards suddenly. The snake had excellent dynamic vision, and at the moment the trekking pole poked it, it opened its mouth to the limit, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and bit the trekking pole. The snake climbed up along the trekking pole. At that moment, Jian Yaning's hands were empty, and he put the viper and the trekking pole into the preservation room of the space at the same time. Originally, she wanted to take it to the room, but doubting was in the room. Such a small dog would definitely not be able to defeat the thick poisonous snake, so Jian Yaning could only put it in the fresh keeping room temporarily. What's wrong? Jiang Qingning looked at his sister in confusion. Jian Yaning explained the whole cause and effect, and Jiang Qingning was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The snake is in the space, how can you deal with it alone? He couldn't enter the space, and he suddenly worried about his sister's safety. It's okay. It's much easier in the space, Jian Yaning said as his consciousness entered the space. The viper, which had been so ferocious just now fell to the floor of the fresh keeping room like a limp loach, motionless. She used her consciousness to control the trekking pole and poked the snake's body, but there was no reaction at all. Dead? Jian Yaning was surprised. Fortunately, she didn't take doubting to the fresh keeping room, otherwise, find a chance later and throw it out, Jiang Qingning said worriedly. You were most afraid of snakes when you were a kid. When you went to your grandfather's house, you screamed in fear when you saw a lizard. Only those who are loved know fear. Jian Yaning is no longer afraid of snakes. Brother, it's okay. I checked. The snake fainted after entering. I'll study it carefully when I get home, Jian Yaning said. Okay, then you have to be careful. Triangle-headed snakes are all highly poisonous, Jiang Qingning warned. After a good rest, the brother and sister continued to climb the mountain, and finally arrived at the entrance of the cave at 11 o'clock at night. Many people had lit bonfires on the mountain, so it wasn't particularly dark. Jiang Qingning went to report safety to Qiao Xian and the college students in the cave opposite, and then came back. Jian Yaning was so tired that she resisted the urge to lie down immediately, and fed the chickens without complaint. The piglets were so excited when they saw people coming that they kept whining, and they were very hungry after a day of hunger. I took a few sour steamed buns and some vegetable leaves and threw them into the cage, and the piglets started eating them immediately. Doubting, who had been stuck in the space for a day, was released. He ran around the cave excitedly, fetched a large bucket of water and put it on the platform, letting Jiang Qingning take a bath. He then went back to the space and took a comfortable hot bath. Jian Yaning fell asleep after lying in bed for less than a minute. She was tired. I slept until dawn, and when I woke up my brother had gone out. Just like yesterday, he left a note on the table, saying that he was going down the mountain to move supplies. It took more than a dozen people 3 trips back and forth to finally empty the materials hidden in the cellar and on the car. Excluding what was brought up last night, Jiang Qingning also moved 3 times by himself, and the college students also helped bring some up. This time, the supplies were brought back by joint efforts. Everyone contributed, and the supplies were divided according to the number of people. He Qing and Jian Yaning provided a car, which also counted as a person, so they were given an extra portion of supplies. No one objected, and the supplies were divided like this. Watching the supplies being continuously carried up the mountain, many people on the mountain showed envy, jealousy, or greed in their eyes, including the Su family. However, there were many of them, and most of them were strong young men, so no one dared to come up and cause trouble. As for what happened in secret, no one knew. After moving the supplies, a group of people gathered together and said that they were too tired this time and needed to rest for 2 days, otherwise they would not be able to bear it. However, the college students who stayed on the mountain conserved their energy and wanted to go down the mountain to build a door. The SUV was small and inconvenient to use with doors, so they asked He Qing to borrow a car. They had been together many times and were trustworthy, so He Qing lent his car to them. However, gasoline was hard to come by, so if they couldn't find it, they would give He Qing a share as a replacement for gasoline, just like they were distributing supplies. Dispersed, everyone went back to their homes. The brother and sister closed the door, put all the supplies on the platform of the cave, and wiped them one by one with a wet cloth. There was not only dust on them, but also rats that might have stepped on the rotting corpses. Just when they had wiped half of it, Doubting ran to the platform, whimpering, and dragged Jian Yaning into the cave by the leg of his trousers. "What's wrong?" Jian Yaning raised her hand and tapped the furry head. "Woof!" Jian Yaning didn't move, and Doubting barked at her. She had no choice but to follow the dog's instructions and walk into the cave. As soon as I entered the cave, I heard the security door outside the cave being knocked banging. I could vaguely hear people talking outside, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. "Who is coming?" Chapter 26 Gufang. With a click, the door opened from the inside. Jian Yaning was stunned for 0.5 seconds when she saw the person at the door. But the person who was supposed to come finally came. It was none other than Gufang, holding Su Xiaobao's hand. "Yan Ning." Gufang's tears immediately fell, her voice flowing smoothly. "What's wrong with you?" Jian Yaning looked at the 2 people in front of her with disgust, blocking the door. "Is your husband dead? Or your son? It's unlucky to come to my door and cry. How can you talk like that?" Gufang was stunned, tears continued to fall. "I raised you since you were a child, and this is how you repay me? I ask myself, I have done nothing wrong to you, why are you doing this?" Jian Yaning sneered. "Really? Giving me a meal and not starving to death means you're not sorry for me? How much of my father's more than 1 million yuan in pension did you use for me and my brother? Did you give it all to Su Jianwei's family? How dare you tell me this now? Yan Ning, you also know how difficult it is for mom, a widow, to raise 2 children. Gufang argued. I remarried because I didn't want you to be without a father and have a complete family. Haven't I suffered these years? Can't you understand me? Now your uncle has brought back an old vixen. I can't live a single day anymore. Gufang cried, pushing Su Xiaobao forward. Xiaobao is also your brother. When you get married, he will be your supporter, don't you think? Jian Yaning had long been accustomed to Gufang's way of speaking. As long as she didn't get what she wanted, she would be considered inconsiderate and cry about how hard it was to live after her husband died. She was young before and was kidnapped by the so-called family affection, but she won't do that now. How miserable can a woman with 2 children be with only 1 million in pension? It's really ridiculous. It's just that she really can't live without a man. Oh, you deserve it, Jian Yaning said calmly. In this world, my brother is my only relative. As for you, you are no longer my mother since you framed my brother and put him in jail. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Qingning, who was working on the platform, came out when he saw his sister had not come back yet. He immediately saw Gu Fang outside the door. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Qingning's tone was very bad. He was afraid that his sister would be bullied, so he blocked the person behind him. "Qingning, I know I'm sorry for you. I really couldn't do anything at that time." Gu Fang started crying. "Can you please forgive me? I was wrong, really wrong." "Impossible," Jiang Qingning said firmly. "It's not that you have no choice, but only you know what you were thinking at that time." Jian Yaning squeezed out from behind her brother and said, "Brother, she doesn't know she is wrong at all. It's just that there is no place for her in the Su family now, so she thought of us. Anyone with a little shame, knowing that they have done something wrong, will try to make up for it." "What about you, Gu Fang?" Jian Yaning called her by her name, looking straight into her mother's eyes. "What did you do?" Gu Fang was speechless. "I really can't help it. Really. You guys have grown up now and don't care about me anymore. You don't know how hard it is for me as a widow. Yes, you are suffering. You are spending 1 million to support a man to bear children, and you are suffering without caring about the life and death of your own children." Jian Yaning found it funny. "Then you are really suffering too much. Then continue to suffer and don't come here to show off." As she spoke, Jian Yaning pulled her brother and tried to close the door. There was no point in arguing with someone like Gu Fang. Besides, there was nothing more to say. The brother and sister had already agreed that they would never forgive each other, so there was no need to waste her breath here. Gu Fang was anxious. If she didn't bring something back today, she would be beaten. She quickly reached out and grabbed Jian Yaning. "Mom, please, I'm begging you, I'll kneel down for you." After saying that, she knelt on her knees in front of the two of them, holding her daughter's legs tightly with her hands. Jian Yaning laughed out of anger. She had never seen such a shameless person, and this person turned out to be her mother. Jiang Qingning kicked Gu Fang on the shoulder and knocked her to the ground. "What do you mean? Do you want us to be condemned by heaven? A mother like you is really disgusting." When Su Xiaobao saw his mother being kicked, he rushed over and cursed. "Your mother's bastard. I'll beat you to death." Before he could finish his words, Jian Yaning slapped him in the face. "Say it again, and I'll slap you again. Try it." Jian Yaning didn't use any force in the slap, and Su Xiaobao's face immediately became red and swollen. The finger marks were clearly visible, and the corner of his mouth was broken, and a little blood oozed out. Seeing this, Gu Fang crawled over like crazy and hugged Su Xiaobao. "You act like a sister like this. You hit your own brother, are you still a human being? If you have the guts, kill me too, I don't want to live anyway." As the commotion broke out here, more and more people gathered around, pointing and talking at the brother and sister, saying all kinds of things. "You brought so many things here, what's wrong with giving some to me and Xiaobao?" Seeing that most people were speaking in her favor, Gu Fang suddenly became hard again. "I've already knelt down for you, what else do you want from your mother?" Su Xiaobao was held in his arms, revealing a pair of eyes, staring at the brother and sister with resentment, but after being slapped, he did not dare to be so arrogant this time. "Little girl, is this your biological mother?" An old lady nearby was extremely gossipy and walked up to ask. "How can you treat your biological mother like this? After all, she gave birth to you and raised you to this age, right? Everything can be discussed, but hitting someone is wrong. Since you care so much about her, I'll take her home to be your mother," Jian Yaning said unhappily. There was really no need to explain the irrelevant things. The explanation was not clear. Besides, the knife did not cut them, so they did not feel the pain. These people only saw Gu Fang's pitiful appearance, and how could they understand how the brother and sister got through it? All they can see is that they are the seemingly weaker party, and they ask you to be tolerant and kind. It's really funny. "I'll tell you one last time." Jian Yaning looked at the mother and son sitting on the ground. "My brother and I will sever our relationship with you from now on. If you dare to come to our house and cause trouble again, I will help you if you see Su Xiaobao once. You have such a vicious heart." Gu Fang pointed at the brother and sister. "You are no different from your father." "Right. We are not like my dad, who died early and left you with $1 million pension." Jian Yaning sneered. "I now doubt whether it was you who caused my dad's accident. You even bought him a high-value insurance policy. It's strange when I think about it now." "You're talking nonsense." Gu Fang was really anxious now. "You're slandering me." When the people watching the fun heard the words, "high insurance value and $1 million pension," they turned to Jian Yaning and his sister and started pointing fingers at Gu Fang. Chapter 27 New Features. Gu Fang was so angry that her chest felt stuffy, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Jian Yaning was too lazy to argue with her. Anyway, she had already come to this point today, and would cut off ties with her. If she made trouble again, she would take action. The door slammed shut, blocking out the sound from outside. Once inside the cave, Even the sound of people talking outside could no longer be heard. The soundproofing effect was really great, and Jian Yaning was very satisfied. As for what kind of life Gu Fang will live in the future, it is all her own fault, and she can only blame herself for what she deserves. Sumu watched from afar and saw that the useless mother and son had failed to get anything and couldn't even get any supplies. They were really useless. It seemed that they couldn't live in that cave anymore. She had to think of other ways. She would just sit on the ground and cry when she saw people. Sumu patted her butt and left. She was afraid that the Su family would be in chaos again soon, and she didn't want to stay in that house for a whole day. Inside the cave. Arguing is very exhausting. Jian Yaning was tired of it. She took out 2 bottles of ice Sprite, opened one and took 2 sips. Only then did she feel her heart calm down a little. For a while, either of them spoke and the atmosphere was a little dull. After a long while, Jiang Qingning said, "I haven't seen you for 5 years. My sister has grown up. I won't be able to win an argument with you in the future." Jian Yaning burst out laughing. "Brother, are you praising me?" Jiang Qingning nodded. "How can you quarrel when you praise someone?" Jian Yaning smiled. Let's go and finish the things on the platform first. There are still guardrails, pig pens, and chicken coops that haven't been repaired. There are so many things to do. Don't let irrelevant people ruin your mood." Jiang Qingning also laughed. "Okay, I'll do it, you just need to give me guidance." Even if this matter was over, if Gu Fang did something naughty again in the future, she would be dealt with again. In fact, Jian Yaning didn't even need to do anything. Gu Fang's life would be very difficult, and Su Jianwei would slowly discipline her. Jian Yaning had no intention of letting Su Jianwei and Su Mu, the father and daughter, off easily. There was still a long time to go in the mountains, and there would always be opportunities. Jiang Qingning's charges had to be cleared by the 2 parties involved, step by step. At this time in the afternoon, the platform was not exposed to the sun and the breeze was blowing gently, so it was not very hot. After clearing most of the supplies at hand, the 2 men's restless hearts calmed down and they concentrated on their work. There was a mobile phone next to them, playing a program they had downloaded before, which gave people the illusion that time was peaceful and tranquil. Once all the supplies have been cleaned and sorted, spray the outer packaging with disinfectant, let it dry, and then they can be put away. Jian Yaning's consciousness probed into the space. The mung bean soup in the rice cooker had already cooled down. She added white sugar and ice cubes to the mung bean soup and served 2 bowls, 1 for each person. After drinking it, they felt refreshed all over. "I'll fix the fence first," Jiang Qingning said. "It should be finished before dark. I'll fix the pig pen tomorrow. I think that piglet is feeling very uncomfortable in the cage." "Okay," Jian Yaning replied, glanced at the listless little piglet, and gave it a portion of mung bean soup. It was not easy to bring it up the mountain, so it shouldn't get killed by the heat again. Woof! Seeing the little piglets drinking mung bean soup, Doubting became anxious and wanted some too. Jian Yaning had no choice but to give some to the dog to try. The guy took 2 sips and felt it didn't taste right, so he walked away in disgust, and the whole thing ended up going into the pig's stomach. While his brother was making guardrails, Jian Yaning entered the space. He almost forgot about the viper that entered the fresh-keeping room last night, and didn't know whether it was dead or not. As soon as she entered the fresh-keeping room, she saw the trekking pole and the viper on the ground. Jian Yaning picked up the trekking pole and poked the snake's body. It was soft, and didn't react at all. She squatted down to wash it and took a look. Goosebumps appeared all over her body. This snake looks quite scary, with an unusually large triangular head and a thick body, not particularly long. The space had a large reserve of supplies and no shortage of food. Jian Yaning was reluctant to eat the snake and was ready to take it out and throw it away. Wearing thick work gloves, he picked up the snake. The touch through the gloves gave him goosebumps. As soon as he took it out of the fresh-keeping room, Jian Yaning felt that the snake in his hand seemed to move. She was startled, but in just 10 seconds, the viper seemed to be waking up, and its movements became more and more vigorous, which scared Jian Yaning. She threw the snake back into the fresh-keeping room. Oh my God! He's not dead! Once in the fresh-keeping room, the viper stopped moving again, just like it was dead. This kind of living venomous snake would be a disaster if released, and it is very aggressive. Who knows what kind of disaster it would cause if released? Jian Yaning thought about it, spread a layer of plastic bags on the floor of the fresh-keeping room, took a kitchen knife, and chopped the viper into several pieces with a few slashes. It was doomed to die, so he put it in the bag and threw it off the cliff of the platform. I didn't expect the fresh-keeping room to have this function, but maybe, snakes are cold-blooded animals, they will hibernate when they enter the fresh-keeping room. I don't know what will happen to other animals when they enter the fresh-keeping room. On second thought, if living animals also hibernate when they enter, it will be much more convenient to slaughter livestock in the future. This hotel space must have many functions that have not been developed. Those rooms with closed doors are very attractive to Jian Yaning. Jian Yaning planned to wait until everything at home was ready before going deeper into Shangshan Mountain to find more varieties of flowers and open more rooms. After dealing with the viper, Jian Yaning took out the crossbow. It had been a long time since she came back and she hadn't studied it yet. It was quite heavy, made of steel, and it looked very lethal. There was no place to try it in the hotel, and she didn't want to destroy the interior of the room, so she took the crossbow out of the room. "Brother!" Jian Yaning went to the platform with the crossbow. "Help me nail a piece of wood to the wall. I'll try this." Jiang Qingning's eyes were immediately attracted by the beautiful crossbow. "Wow! Where did you get this crossbow? It looks great." "The outdoor store in the university town originally had 2 guns, but they only sold 1. Jian Yaning said. "Is this why you collapsed the hole?" Jiang Qingning looked at her. "Don't do this next time, it's too dangerous. Do you hear me?" "Oh, I know. Jian Yaning pretended to be impatient and said, "Hurry up and nail the board up." Jiang Qingning couldn't do anything to his sister, so what could he do to his own sister? Spoil her. He quickly nailed a thick wooden board to the wall. Jian Yaning was eager to try. He stood at the farthest distance from the board, aimed at the board and pulled the trigger. "Call out!" The crossbow arrow shot out in the blink of an eye, and with a slight clang, the crossbow arrow was firmly nailed to the wooden board. The recoil was not very strong. Jian Yaning walked to the edge of the board and saw that the entire arrowhead had sunk into the board. If it had hit a person, it would have penetrated into the board. The lethality was quite good. Jiang Qingning was itching to try it out, so he tried it too, and couldn't let go of the crossbow. "Brother, after we're done here, I want to go deeper into the woods to have a look," Jian Yaning said. "With this crossbow, we can also bring back some rabbits, pheasants, etc." Chapter 28 Her Secret. Jian Yaning went into the mountains with the goal of finding more flower varieties. Since they couldn't be found in the city, he could only look for them in the mountains. After all, space is her life-saving weapon, and it would be better if it could develop more and more powerful functions. The guardrail was completed before dark. Jiang Qingning's craftsmanship is quite good. The base was fixed with cement, and the steel pipes were fixed with strong adhesive. After all, there were no welding tools and equipment at the moment, so this was the only way. Unless it is intentionally destroyed, the guardrail will not fall apart. Jian Yaning let the piglet out of the dog cage, let it run around for a while, and then locked it back in. This guy is too troublesome. He messed up the small vegetable garden after being out for a while. Before the pig pen is built, he has to live in the dog cage. As soon as we returned to the cave, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw it was Miao Sisi. She was holding a bag in her hand. I didn't know what was in it, but it looked quite heavy. "Yan Ning, these are for you. They brought them back from the city today," Miao Sisi said, handing over the bag. "Thank you for always letting us take a ride. This is a small token of my appreciation." "No need. The car was also included in the calculation later." Jian Yaning refused. She had plenty of supplies and there was really no need for her to take advantage of others. "Take it, we also gave it to He Qing," Miao Sisi insisted. "We want you to teach us how to steam buns in a few days. If you don't take it, I'm embarrassed to ask you." Having said that, it would be unkind of Jian Yaning to refuse further, so she accepted it. "Have you got the door back?" Jian Yaning asked. Miao Sisi nodded. "I got it back and plan to install it tomorrow." The two chatted for a few more words, watched the man return to the cave opposite, and then closed the door. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening and time for dinner. The food was prepared in the space in the afternoon, and placed in the fresh keeping room. It was still steaming hot when it was taken out. Dried eggplant stewed with meat, stir-fried beans with minced meat, kelp bones soup, a lot of each was made and placed in the fresh keeping room, so it can be taken out at any time. It is very convenient. Jian Yaning planned to rest in the mountains for a few days and make more meals to store. Miao Sisi came just now and said that there are a lot of people looking for supplies in the city right now. Jian Yaning picked up a piece of eggplant and stuffed it into his mouth, and continued. "And the corpses are rotting more seriously. Brother, we should not go down the mountain recently. I'm afraid the plague is coming. With so many corpses and the weather being so hot, it's only a matter of time before there's an epidemic," Jiang Qingning said. "I'll listen to you and not go down the mountain." The authorities were busy collecting supplies and transporting them to Xiangshan in truckloads, which was a sight to behold. Soldiers armed with real guns and live ammunition were guarding the place, so no one dared to go up there. The survivors could only go to the city to collect supplies while they could, and collect as much as they could. Yu Mingho is one of the survivors. His family died in the earthquake, and he was the only one who survived because he went camping with his friends that night. Now he is searching for supplies in the ruins. It was dark and there was only a flashlight for lighting. His feet went soft, and he didn't know what he stepped on. With a squeak, the rat's sharp teeth bit his ankle. Yu Mingho felt the pain and fell on the rubble-covered ruins. His ankle was already bleeding and the wound was throbbing with pain. What he didn't know was that the biting rat had just eaten a rotten corpse buried under the ruins, and its sharp teeth were carrying countless bacteria and viruses. In addition to Yu Mingho, there were other survivors who were bitten. At this time, there were no vaccines such as rabies, tetanus, and protein. People who were bitten by rats could only receive simple treatment. The plague is spreading quietly. In the following days, the brother and sister seldom went out, and occasionally went to the pond to fetch water just for show. The pigpen and chicken coop were built with wooden boards. Except for some sunshine in the morning, there was almost no sunshine in the afternoon. After observing for 2 days, I found that the chickens and piglets were all healthy, so I felt relieved. The college students in the cave opposite went down twice more, and then never came down the mountain again. The stench of corpses enveloped the entire city, and it was so smelly that it was unbearable. He Qing did not go down the mountain either. The supplies the 6 men had stored were enough to last for a long time, so there was no need to take the risk of going down the mountain at this time. They were all reinforcing the cave where they lived. Jiang Qingning took his sister to Jiang Dexing's place to get acquainted with the family. Qiao Xian was very enthusiastic and insisted on keeping the brother and sister to have dinner before leaving. They couldn't refuse, so they stayed. Qiao Xian is a good cook. She cooked a table full of dishes, including stir-fried rabbit meat, steamed bacon, snake soup, and a dish of cold mixed bitter vegetables. For the end of the world, this amount of food is really a hearty feast. I brought the bacon from the village. I caught the rabbit and snake today. You and your sister are in for a treat, Jiang Dexing said with a smile. There are a lot of good things in this forest. I didn't even go very deep, but I caught a rabbit. Brother Jiang, why didn't you call me when you went hunting? Jiang Qingning joked. That's not very nice. Jiang Dexing waved his hand. I'm just going to explore the way. I saw you guys were busy these past 2 days, so I thought I'd go first, and then we can go together. I think there are more living things in the forest deep in the mountains, so we won't have to worry about having meat to eat in the future. Still bragging? He almost got bit by a snake. Qiao Xian glared at him unhappily. Qingning, don't listen to him, he's just a monk who changed his ways. You still have to be careful when you go into the mountains, there are a lot of poisonous snakes. Tisk, woman, you see through things but don't say anything. What? You don't allow me to brag and satisfy my desire to talk. Jiang Dexing said this, but from the expression on his face, it can be seen that he actually enjoyed it. Eat. Don't listen to his nonsense. Qiao Xian smiled, with 2 dimples on the corners of her mouth. Try my cooking. The brother and sister laughed, and found it quite interesting to see the couple bickering. Qiao Xian's cooking skills were indeed good. The rabbit meat was cooked soft and tasty, and the snake soup was very sweet, which made Jian Yaning regret chopping up the viper and throwing it away. In her previous life, she had eaten snakes, but they were just cooked and eaten casually, and the taste was hard to describe. After finishing their meal, they chatted for a while. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, so the brother and sister left. To get back to his own cave from Jiang Dexing's cave, you have to pass through a forest. This forest is not very big, and you can get out in about 10 minutes. There are many big trees in the forest, and some of them are so old that you need 3 or 4 people to hug them. Maybe it was because she ate too much for dinner, but Jian Yaning's stomach started to hurt. She couldn't hold it any longer and wanted to go to the bathroom. Jian Yaning shone his flashlight around. There was almost no one in the forest at this time. Brother, wait for me for a while. I can't stand it anymore. My stomach hurts so much. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here, Jiang Qingning said as he took the flashlight from his sister's hand, and Jian Yaning disappeared from the spot in a flash. Lin Liqiang, who was hiding behind a tree to take a shit, saw this scene and was stunned with surprise. He immediately had a plan in his mind. Chapter 29 Only the Dead Can Keep Secrets. Jian Yaning arrived at the space, and her stomachache was cured, and she felt refreshed. She washed her hands and came out of the space, and her brother was still waiting in the woods. As soon as I came out of the space, I saw the flashlight of my brother not far away. Jiang Qingning was going to the bathroom behind a tree. Jian Yaning turned around and looked in another direction, and at this moment, her shoulder was patted. Okay? Then let's go back. Jian Yaning turned around and said without thinking. As soon as he turned around, he realized something was wrong. This was not Jiang Qingning at all, but a short man less than 1.7 meters tall and fat. When he looked closely, he found that it was Lin Liqiang. I saw it. Lin Liqiang laughed and said in a very obscene way, You have space for your secrets. Jian Yaning's heart tightened, but she immediately calmed down. So what? In the darkness, a sharp fruit knife was held in her hand. Actually, I think you're pretty. My mom doesn't like you very much, Lin Liqiang said. I think it's enough that I like you. If you're willing to marry me, I can keep your secret. What do you think? I think you're dreaming, Jian Yaning retorted. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit, Lin Liqiang said unhappily. If I tell everyone your secret, you will have a hard time. You and your rapist brother will both be arrested and used for experiments. In the darkness, Jian Yaning sneered in his heart. Come here, I'll tell you. Jiang Qingning was very convenient. He shone the flashlight on the open space and found two people. He immediately pulled out the dagger on his waist and walked towards the two people not far away. Lin Liqiang knew it was Jiang Qingning, and he didn't care. He was the one who mastered the secret. Lin Liqiang leaned forward and didn't see the fruit knife in Jian Yaning's hand. Go ahead. Fuck you, idiot! As she spoke, the fruit knife in Jian Yaning's hand stabbed into his stomach with a pop sound. Go to hell. Lin Liqiang wanted to shout loudly, but his mouth was covered tightly from behind. He had never thought that the brother and sister would be so cruel and dare to kill people. His stomach hurt so much, the fruit knife was stirring in his stomach, blood and urine mixed together and flowed into the mud. The wound on his stomach did not kill Lin Liqiang immediately. Jiang Qingning covered his nose tightly, and he died of suffocation. In her previous life, Jian Yaning had never killed anyone. At this moment, her hands were trembling slightly. The feeling of killing someone was not good. She felt dizzy for no reason and it took her half a minute to recover. Brother! Jian Yaning's throat was dry. I killed someone! Seeing that the man was completely dead, Jiang Qingning loosened his grip, and Lin Liqiang fell to the ground with a thud. You didn't stab him to death, I smothered him to death, don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. Jian Yaning calmed down, and quickly took out the plastic sheet. Put the body into the space first, and go to Xiaojiao village to dispose of the body tomorrow. Putting the body in a space is annoying, but if the body is left here, the authorities will definitely not sit idly by. After all, if a murder occurs, they will definitely assign people to investigate. The brother and sister wrapped the body, and Jian Yaning put it in the fresh keeping room. As soon as the body entered the fresh keeping room, the blood stopped flowing and became stagnant. They took out a shovel, turned the bloody mud over and buried it. Then they left the grove and headed towards their own cave. The door was closed, and Jian Yaning felt her hands and feet go numb. She sat down on the chair at the dining table. Thinking of the warm, sweet and fishy smell of blood, she couldn't help but dry heave. There was no other way. Only the dead could keep secrets. I was the one who killed him. Yan Ning, don't feel any psychological burden. Jiang Qingning didn't know how to comfort others, so he just said this softly. Brother, we will be fine. If 1 or 2 people are missing at this time, the authorities will not pursue the matter. Jian Yaning recalled the various things that happened when he was imprisoned in his previous life. He deserves to die. It's too easy for him to die so easily. Jiang Qingning was stunned for 2 seconds. He didn't know that his sister was reborn. He just thought that his sister had become stronger. The brother and sister discussed and decided to go down the mountain early tomorrow morning and go directly to Xiaojiao village to dump the body in the ruins of Xiaojiao village. Now no one would notice that there was an extra body in the ruins. Jian Yaning did not sleep well at night. She had a very long dream. In the dream, she seemed to relive her past life. The pain, humiliation, hunger and cold tortured her nerves over and over again. The brother and sister woke up before dawn. After filling their stomachs, the 2 men went down the mountain at daybreak and dealt with the body. When we got back to the mountain, the sun was already high in the sky. Everywhere we looked, there were shacks built by the survivors, made of all kinds of materials. The more elaborate ones used newly cut wood, while those without wood used cardboard boxes or something else to make do. Jian Yaning saw at a glance that the person lying in the open air had black sores on his legs and was lying half dead on the side of the road. The plague came so quickly. Perhaps in the previous life, I was busy making a living and didn't observe it carefully. When Jian Yaning learned about the plague, many people in the mountain had already been infected and were quarantined. Go quickly. Jian Yaning covered her mouth and nose and whispered to her brother. What's wrong? Jiang Qingning was puzzled, but still quickly followed and asked in a low voice. Someone over there has developed black sores. They must have been infected with the plague, Jian Yaning said. We'll talk about it when we get back. Hurrying back to the cave, at the entrance to the cave, Jian Yaning took out the disinfectant spray bottle she had prepared in advance, sprayed her whole body, and waited for a while before the 2 entered the cave. Soon, a large number of survivors with horrible black sores appeared on the mountain. The authorities set up quarantine areas in every area of the mountain, and all those with fever symptoms were isolated. If there were patients who refused to go to the quarantine area, they had to use coercive measures, and if they did not obey the arrangements, their entire family would be expelled from the mountain. The authorities sent medical staff to measure the body temperature of each household with a forehead thermometer at regular intervals every day. With this measure, the plague stopped spreading further in the mountains. But the survivors who entered the quarantine area could only rely on themselves to fight the disease. Firstly, there was no specific medicine, and secondly, medicine was in short supply everywhere, so only the seriously ill were given medicine first. The college students in the cave opposite were all medical students who were called into the official medical team. They watched them come back from afar, exhausted every day. Jian Yaning did not approach them. The plague was too dangerous, and he would be infected if he was not careful. At the same time, Jian Yaning also admired them for standing up at this time. In a valley of Xiangshan, corpses of people infected with the plague were sent there for cremation every day. The thick smoke made the humans who had managed to survive by chance feel very uncomfortable, fearing that one day it might be their turn. As a result, the atmosphere on the mountain became strange. The number of robbers and thieves suddenly doubled, the security environment became severe, and every survivor was in danger. Chapter 30 Plague. The brother and sister rarely left the house, and only came to the cave entrance to take their temperatures. On this day, as usual, Jian Yaning had just finished taking her temperature when she heard a commotion in the distance, and many people gathered around to watch the excitement. Even at this time, there are still many people watching the fun. Those who have masks wear them, and those who don't have them cover their mouths and noses with a piece of cloth. They are truly ignorant and fearless, not afraid of being infected at all. The staff wearing protective clothing measured the body temperature, and ran towards the scene of the riot. Jian Yaning stood at the entrance of the cave and looked in that direction. After a while, several people were escorted out, still struggling. Looking at the situation, Jian Yaning guessed something. Some people were afraid that they would not be able to get out after entering the quarantine area, thinking that their family members only had common colds and fevers and that they could just get through it. But it was different after entering the quarantine area, where people infected with the plague were everywhere, and they were afraid that even those who were not infected would become infected. They hid the sick person, but they were reported by the survivors around them. Although the quarantine area was rudimentary and lacked medical care and medicine, at least there were medical staff to judge, and mild and severe cases were managed separately, which was relatively more secure. But there were always people who broke the rules, and several areas in Xiangshan once again had a small-scale outbreak of plague. In order to prevent this from happening again, the authorities can only strike with an iron fist. Staff must visit every household to ensure that everyone's temperature is monitored. In addition, if anyone is found to have concealed or underreported the number of people, the entire household will be placed in quarantine. In this way, after half a month of remediation, the plague was finally brought under control. The atmosphere in the quarantine area was very heavy. People kept dying every day. Their deaths were horrific. Their bodies were covered with black sores that rotted inside their bodies until their internal organs were corroded and they were completely consumed before they died. There are also some infected people with mild symptoms, and they all have some sequelae to a greater or lesser extent. During the days when Jian Yaning was bored in the cave, she and her brother made many ingredients into finished products. The pig's trotters, duck, chicken wings and other things stored in the freezer were all made into braised food, packaged and sorted, and placed in the fresh keeping room to be consumed slowly. I stockpiled chickens and ducks, and made tea tree mushroom and old duck soup, mushroom chicken soup, and also made a lot of braised and stewed dishes. I put them in several large stainless steel basins and put them in the fresh keeping room. After the dried vegetables are soaked, they can be stewed, boiled or fried. I stockpile several large pots of them. Not to mention staple food, I made a lot of rice, flatbreads, and steamed buns, enough to last a year without cooking. I also learned to make many other kinds of pancakes according to recipes, such as sauce-flavored pancakes, pot cakes, preserved vegetable and meat pancakes. Jian Yaning has figured out the rules of the space and can only stay in the space for 4 hours a day. The ingredients are taken to the cave for processing and then cooked in the space to prevent the smell of food from wafting away. Seeing the fresh keeping room full of prepared food gives people a sense of security. As time went by, it was December. In December, the temperature did not drop. The temperature in the city was between 45 and 50 degrees. In the mountains, it was much lower, almost 40 degrees during the day and around 37 degrees at night, but even so, it was still very hot. Since the earthquake, it has rained only once and never again. The small pond where we fetched water had become much shallower, and soon we would be able to see the mud at the bottom of the pond. The authorities began recruiting personnel, with many occupations, including medical personnel and various technical personnel, but the most popular type of personnel was corpse movers. The bodies buried underground in the city were constantly rotting and fermenting, and more people were needed to handle them. Jian Yaning had no plans to find a job. She had worked enough in her previous life. Who would want to work in the end of the world? Besides, she didn't have any skills, so it was fine for her to just lie down in the hotel. Yaning, I was thinking. Stop! Jian Yaning said. You want to move corpses? I don't agree. Brother Jian has gone. I see He Qing and the others have also applied for other jobs, Jiang Qingning said. I can get some information while I'm out working. Jian Yaning rolled her eyes at her brother and said, Brother, I can support you. Do you know how dangerous it is to move corpses? They are all bacteria and viruses. There is nothing to find out right now. I was thinking of going deep into the mountains once the situation is more stable. Don't force yourself to suffer, Jian Yaning said. Wouldn't it be better for you to just stay at home and enjoy life? In fact, Jiang Qingning didn't want to suffer for nothing. He just felt that his sister had paid too much while he was just reaping the benefits. Perhaps it was a man's strange self-esteem, and he himself couldn't explain it clearly. Seeing that her brother had given up the idea of going to work, Jian Yaning found something for him to do to stop him from thinking too much. The vegetables planted on the platform are already half-grown. With sunlight, water and regular fertilizer application, the vegetables are growing very well and are emerald green. The little piglets have grown into big piglets and sleep in the pigsty after eating. The chicks have shed their yellow feathers and look to weigh 1 or 2 pounds. They will probably lay eggs in a while. When she grew up, she could tell that there were 3 roosters and the remaining 7 were hens. Roosters are aggressive and will fight when they are full or bully the hens. Jian Yaning was so annoyed that she decided to keep 1 rooster when they grow up and kill the other 2 to make soup. Doubting is more than 3 months old now, and he looks like a grown-up dog. He follows his owner around every day. He is not as cute as when he was a puppy, but he gives people a sense of security. It is clear that he will be a grown-up dog in the future. Within 2 days, Jiang Dexing came to the door. These corpse movers are not human. Jiang Dexing and his brother and sister sat at the entrance of the cave. You don't know what the corpses look like when they are dug up from below. The rotten ones are full of maggots. It makes me want to vomit. Damn, 10 kilograms of rice a month, this job is impossible, Jiang Dexing complained. The government has been distributing relief food since the outbreak of the plague. It is based on the number of people, and each person is given 2 kilograms of rice per week. It is impossible to eat enough, and people are so hungry that they have no strength. If we don't find another way, we really can't survive. Brother Jiang, what are your plans? Jian Yaning asked. What plans can a rough man like me have? I have no skills, Jiang Dexing said. I think that since we are living in a mountain, we should live off the mountain. We can go to the deep forests, hunt, and get some wild vegetables and fruits. It's better than moving corpses. The brother and sister originally planned to go into the mountains. They grew up in the city, and hunting was very far away from them. It was easy to think about it, but it was not so easy to fight. They needed an experienced person to go into the mountains together, which would be more secure. The experienced person was Jiang Dexing. Jiang Dexing's ancestors had always been hunters in Shijiao village. They would occasionally go up the mountain to hunt wild rabbits, pheasants and other game for novelty. After the country stopped promoting hunting, the skills left by Jiang Dexing's ancestors naturally fell into disuse, but they were still better than Xiao Bai's. Chapter 31? Hair. Okay, Brother Jiang, that's our plan too, Jian Yaning said, nudging his brother with his shoulder. Brother, what do you think? Jiang Qingning nodded. I think it's okay, Brother Jiang. When do you plan to leave? It will take 2 days. I still need to prepare, Jiang Dexing said. My house collapsed. I went back yesterday to check if I could dig something out. It was buried too deep. I can't find anything. The brother and sister asked each other what they needed to prepare, and then the 2 sides separated. The weapons include crossbows, tang swords, fruit knives, daggers, etc. Jian Yaning decided to take out the crossbow. This thing was a contraband before the end of the world. As long as it was not a gun, the authorities would not care. When you go into the mountains, you have to wear long sleeves and long pants to prevent being bitten by poisonous insects. Jiang Dexing didn't say anything more. There is no shortage of dry food, and Jian Yaning plans to bring some bread. However, the prepared meals definitely cannot be taken out and eaten. After all, there are outsiders around, so they still have to be hidden. There is nothing to prepare, just waiting for the day of departure. During this period, Gu Fang did not come to visit. Jian Yaning occasionally saw Su Mu and Su Xiaobao looking at them furtively from afar, and no one knew what they were planning. No matter what plan they have, Jian Yaning will definitely not do what they want. Jian Yaning's main purpose of going into the mountains this time was to collect flowers and unlock more rooms. Hunting was secondary. After all, she had no shortage of food. 2 days later, Jiang Dexing came over and said that we could set off tomorrow. On the day of departure, Jian Yaning put more grass and water for the piglets, and grabbed a few more handfuls of rice for the chickens, in case they could not return that day and starve the livestock. He also went to the cave opposite and gave them a small bag of rice, asking them to help watch the door. The number of infected people in the quarantine area has decreased, and now Cece and her colleagues are not so busy. Although they have different working hours, there is always someone staying in the cave. I don't want the stuff anymore, Su Yuqing said. Where are you going? Jian Yaning did not hide it. When the prey was brought back, everyone could see it. We are going to go deep into the mountains to see if we can hunt some prey or dig some wild vegetables. Su Yuqing's eyes lit up. Hunting? I have only heard of this term since I was a child, but have never actually done it. As a boy, I am very much looking forward to this kind of activity. Yes, are you interested too? Jian Yaning asked. That's really interesting. We haven't eaten meat for a long time. We are so hungry, Su Yuqing said. Can you take us with you next time? Even though we all go to work, each person only has 15 kilograms of rice a month, which is really not enough. Jian Yaning nodded and said, Okay, let's go check out the situation first and call you guys next time. Then I'll leave the door of our house in your hands. No problem, I promise to keep an eye on it for you, Su Yuqing said with a smile. After everything was arranged, the group of 4 set off. Xiao Xian wanted to get some wild vegetables as she was feeling bored staying in the cave, so it was a good idea for her to take a walk in the mountains. Jian Yaning also brought Doubting along. He sprayed him with insect repellent and put on an insect collar. Now that he was half grown up, it was time for him to go into the mountains with his master to experience life. The little guy was curious about everything he saw, but fortunately he was quite obedient. When he saw people walking far away, he would follow them immediately. We left the camp where the survivors were stationed and headed towards the lush forest in the woods. The further we walked, the more lush the trees became. After walking for about half an hour, we could no longer see the camp. The trees in the deep mountains were very tall, blocking out the sun. The sunlight shone through the leaves, casting shadows. Just then, there was a rustling sound coming from the dense weeds, and it was quite loud. A gray object suddenly jumped out of the bushes and hit the tree trunk. There was a dull thud, and the object fell into the bushes. Jiang Qingning didn't even think about it and stood in front of his sister. Woof! Woof woof woof! Doubting howled at the tree and tried to move towards it cautiously step by step. Do Ding, come back! Jian Yaning was startled. Xiao Xian, who was beside her, grabbed her hand tightly and was also frightened. It's probably a hare, Jiang Dexing said. It runs recklessly and often crashes itself to death. Habit? The 3 said in unison, with disbelief in their tone. We have all learned the idiom, waiting for the rabbit by the tree, but this is the first time I have seen such a thing. The rabbit can really hit itself to death. Jiang Dexing walked over, pushed aside the grass, and picked up a gray hare. Doubting smelled the blood and excitedly stared at the hare that was still twitching slightly. It's quite big. We have a meal for lunch. He took out a straw rope, tied it backwards, and fastened it to the shoulder strap of his backpack. Less than an hour after entering the mountain, we had already reaped the rewards, and everyone's confidence was boosted. Walk a little further ahead. When I came here last time, I remember there was a small puddle in front, Jiang Dexing said. Behind the puddle are a few walnut trees. They should be ripe now. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Why didn't I hear you talk about it when I was in prison before? Jiang Qingning asked casually. What can I say? It's just a piece of work, Jiang Dexing said. If those people didn't know that I was sent to prison for murder, would they act like such idiots? What do you mean by murder? Xiao Xian said unhappily. That was manslaughter. Jiang Dexing, why do I feel it's quite glorious when I hear your tone? Jiang Dexing touched his nose and said, Isn't that also murder? Do you love the title of murderer so much? Are you stupid? Xiao Xian was a little angry. She didn't want her man to have such a reputation. Don't say that again. I promise I won't say it anymore. Jiang Dexing stopped being stubborn. The brother and sister couldn't help laughing. Jiang Dexing looked short and thick, but he was a rough man. He had nothing to say to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian couldn't help him, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to the city alone to get 500 kilograms of food to rescue him. As he was speaking, a hare jumped out from the bushes and ran very fast. Jian Yaning pulled out the crossbow from his waist, took aim, and pulled the trigger in one smooth motion. It's just that, the crossbow arrow didn't even touch the rabbit's hair. It was nailed on the thick tree trunk. The hare was frightened and ran away. You still have a crossbow? This is a good thing. Jiang Dexing looked at the crossbow in Jian Yaning's hand. He made a bow with bamboo 2 days ago. It was quite rough and not as delicate as the crossbow. Let me see it. Jian Yaning was not stingy and handed it over. Jiang Dexing touched it again and couldn't let it go. I don't know if he had poked the rabbit's nest, but at this moment another rabbit jumped out. Jiang Dexing took aim and shot out with the crossbow, piercing the rabbit and causing it to fall to the ground. Sister Yaning, your crossbow is pretty good, but you need to practice more to get it right, Jiang Dexing said with a thick face, grinning. How about lending it to me today? Okay. Jian Yaning had no objection. Her aim was indeed not good, so it would be okay to lend it out first. Chapter 32 Flower Sea. Doubting learned it all by himself and happily brought back the rabbit. It was quite big, almost as big as Doubting. Good dog! Jian Yaning praised and took out a piece of dried meat from his pocket as a reward. The dog's tail was wagging so hard that it was about to take off. After walking for about an hour, we arrived at the small puddle that Jiang Dexing mentioned. It was called a puddle, but it was actually a stream. The water was not deep and was very clear, with some small fish and shrimps swimming in the water. The walnut tree is not far from here. I'll take you there, Jiang Dexing said. You two will pick walnuts while Qingning and I set traps in the woods. Sure enough, not far away, only about 200 meters away, there were 7 or 8 tall walnut trees full of fruits, and the ripe walnuts fell to the ground. The number was quite considerable. What Jian Yaning didn't expect was that in front of the walnut forest was a sea of flowers in full bloom. The sea of flowers bloomed beautifully and in all colors, which was very relaxing and pleasant to look at. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful scenery in the deep mountains. Leaving the two of them to pick walnuts with the dog, Jiang Qingning and his companions took their tools to set traps in the old forest far away. The boxes they brought were all full, and Jian Yaning secretly put a lot more into the space. Sister-in-law, I want to go over and take a look at the flowers. Jian Yaning couldn't wait any longer. Xiao Xian looked up and said, What's so good about that? There might be an old snake in there. There are indeed many snakes that like to hide in there, but with the space-cheating tool, Jian Yaning is not afraid. I will take Doubting to watch from the side and not go in. It's okay. How about I go with you? Xiao Xian saw that the frame was no longer large enough and felt uneasy about letting her go alone. No need, sister-in-law, I'll be back soon and take a look, Jian Yaning said. It would be inconvenient for her to go with 2 people, so she took the dog with her and made a quick decision. Xiao Xian nodded and told them not to run around, then stayed in the walnut forest and continued to pick walnuts. When you get closer, you can smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers and hear many bees fluttering their little wings, busy collecting nectar. Jian Yaning recognized some of the flowers, but not some. There are quite a few varieties. Jian Yaning squatted down and collected all the flowers, including the roots, into the space. Red, yellow, purple, blue. As long as they were flowers, no matter what variety, she pulled them all into the space. After a while, a small area was plucked out. His consciousness probed into the space and he discovered that a small section of the corridor had been unlocked, and he felt ecstatic. She walked deeper into the sea of flowers, paying attention to her feet for fear of stepping on snakes, and picked a few more varieties of wild flowers. Further away, there were other varieties, but they were too deep, so Jian Yaning didn't dare to go in. Jian Yaning swept the trekking pole in his hand forward, and a slender snake with black and yellow stripes coiled around him, with its pink tongue moving back and forth, giving people goosebumps. With such a bright color, it must be a poisonous snake. It was too thin and had no flesh. Jian Yaning shook the snake away with force. After collecting some more wild flowers, Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing set up the trap and entered the walnut forest. Seeing his sister in the sea of flowers, Jiang Qingning hurried over to help her, helped collect some, and returned to the stream carrying walnuts. Jian Yaning was in a good mood. She entered the space with her consciousness, and found that another room had been unlocked. How is the trap set? Jian Yaning asked. It's okay. We made 20 small traps. We'll go in and collect them later, Jiang Qingning said. If we can't collect them today, we'll probably be able to come in and collect them in the next 2 days. There are also 2 persimmon trees inside. We can go in and pick some after dinner. As expected, you live by the mountain. There are many dangers in the mountains, but there are indeed a lot of supplies. They lit a bonfire by the stream, skinned and cleaned 2 hares, and roasted them on clean branches. When they were setting traps, they also shot a pheasant, which was injured in the leg but still alive, and planned to take it back to eat. The 2 rabbits were very fat. After being roasted for a while, they kept dripping oil into the campfire, making crackling sounds. After a while, the charming aroma of meat began to spread. I brushed the rabbit meat with the seasonings I brought and continued to roast it. It was not until it was golden brown that the roasted hare was done. There were exactly 4 people, each got the upper half, and the 2 rabbit heads went to Doubting. Jian Yaning took out the pancakes she had prepared in advance and ate them with the rabbit meat. Xiao Xian and the others brought steamed buns, which were big, round and white, and looked very appetizing. Xiao Xian broke off half of it and gave it to Jian Yaning, who took it without hesitation and returned a piece of the pancake. Xiao Xian was good at steaming buns, which were very solid and chewy, and were made with the flour. Sister-in-law, your steamed buns are really well made, Jian Yaning praised. The steamed buns I make are not that solid. Jiang Dexing started to brag. Of course not. Your sister-in-law's family used to run a steamed bun shop, so her craftsmanship must be good. The cakes made by my sister are delicious too. Jian Qingning was not willing to be left behind and immediately praised his sister. Jian Yaning. Xiao Xian. Men are so childish, there's nothing to compare to this. While eating, the two exchanged their experiences in making steamed buns. Jian Yaning planned to try it according to what Xiao Xian said next time. The steamed buns with scalloped surface were indeed more filling and tasted very good. After dinner, we put out the campfire, took a short rest, and planned to pick some persimmons. When I looked over, I saw that the persimmon tree was full of small red persimmons. Each one looked like a small lantern, which was very pleasing to the eye. However, you can't eat too many persimmons, and the ripe ones can't be kept for too long. Jian Yaning tasted one. It was very sweet, with a strong persimmon flavor. It was much tastier than the big persimmons sold in the market before. Each of them picked a small bag and then stopped. In the afternoon, the four of us found a place with lots of wild vegetables and started to collect them. It was December, but the weather was hot, so we could still find some wild vegetables. Dandelions were the most abundant, growing everywhere. Dandelions can be dried and stewed into soup, while fresh ones can be blanched and served cold. They taste bitter but sweet. Jian Yaning doesn't like to eat dried bitter vegetables, always feeling that they smell like stinky socks, but fresh bitter vegetables are acceptable. They also have the effect of clearing away heat and detoxifying. It just so happens that the vegetables behind the platform haven't grown up yet, so she'll eat some bitter vegetables first. After picking all the wild vegetables, I found a patch of ground vegetables under the shade of a tree. Ground lilies like to grow in dark and humid places. It hasn't rained for so long, but the ground lilies here are still growing well. It seems that the groundwater should be very abundant. There are not many, so I collected one bag and it was all picked. After searching for a while, I found the milk root, also known as the five-fingered ginseng. This thing is not a wild vegetable, but a medicinal herb that can be stewed into soup. The soup stewed from milk root has a special aroma, and Jian Yaning likes it very much. Jian Yaning was digging happily when he straightened up to wipe the sweat off his face. He saw a huge thing with yellow and black stripes on the branch of an old tree in front of him. It looked a bit scary, and he had no idea what it was. "Look, what is that?" Jian Yaning said, pointing over there. The three of them looked up at the same time and were all shocked. Chapter 33? Unlocking a new room. A hornet's nest! Jiang Dexing recognized it at the first sight. The color of the hornet's nest was very strange, somewhat similar to the color of the snake that Jian Yaning had picked up in the Sea of Flowers, which made people feel uncomfortable. "We can't poke this kind of hornet's nest," Jiang Dexing swallowed. "If we do, someone will die. Hornets have a strong sense of territory. Let's stop digging and get out first." I picked some wild vegetables before carrying them, quickly left the forest, and looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing went into the woods to collect prey, while Jian Yaning and Xiao Xian washed wild vegetables by the stream. Otherwise, if they took them back, they would have to wash them in the pond. The water level in the pond was very low, not even enough for drinking, and washing vegetables would easily get them scolded. After washing the wild vegetables, the two people who had entered the forest came out with their prey. There were 3 hares and a pheasant, all with their legs broken, but they were still alive. Together with the one caught at noon, there were a total of 2 pheasants. Jian Yaning looked at the living wild rabbit and had an idea in her mind. If she took it home and raised it, the big rabbits would give birth to little rabbits, and the little rabbits would give birth to big rabbits. Wouldn't that mean she could have rabbit meat freely? "Okay, let's go back," Jiang Dexing said. 2 men carried 2 large baskets of walnuts, while the women carried the wild vegetables. The pheasants and rabbits were tied with ropes and hung on the shoulder straps of the baskets, and the backpacks were covered on the walnuts. I didn't feel tired when I entered the mountains, but after a day of hard work in the mountains, I had to walk back and carry a bunch of mountain products, which tested my endurance. The sky gradually darkened, and the forest was even darker. The only light was a flashlight. The calls of the small animals became louder, which made people feel creepy. Fortunately, there were many people around, so Jian Yaning was not very scared. The journey was quite bumpy, but at least we arrived at the camp safely. The camp was bustling with activity. The sun was scorching hot during the day, so everyone came out to play at night. Seeing them coming out of the mountains with rabbits and pheasants, my eyes were red with envy. These things are not easy to hide. Once you see them, you see them. There is nothing you can do about it. "Hey brother, are you guys fighting in the woods?" someone asked. Jiang Dexing nodded and said, "Yes." Then he didn't say anything more. "Do you want to exchange? How about I exchange rice for a rabbit?" someone asked. No, if you want to eat it, just catch it yourself." The man wanted to say something, but when he looked at the sharp tang sword in Jiang Qingning's hand, he remembered that fighting, robbery and theft were not allowed in the camp. Once discovered, the person would be expelled from the camp and would not be allowed to enter. People kept asking me questions along the way. I was already tired, and being asked so many times made me even more annoyed, so I simply stopped answering. They were about to reach their own cave when someone called Jian Yaning. She looked in the direction of the voice. It was Sumu. Jian Yaning! Sumu pulled Su Xiaobao over. Jian Yaning was annoyed when she saw her, and said in a very unfriendly tone, "What's the matter? You really don't care about your mom?" Sumu said, "My dad beats her whenever he wants, she's so pitiful, and I can't control my dad. If you don't care about your mom, what will she do?" "Oh, you are so kind, just take care of it," Jian Yaning sneered. "She treats you as her own daughter." "You." Sumu was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road." Jian Yaning bumped into her hard and walked straight away, and the people behind followed. Sumu was so angry that he shouted, "Don't regret it!" When passing by, Jiang Qingning glared at Sumu fiercely, and the latter was startled and ran away with Su Xiaobao. Jian Yaning snorted lightly. "What do you regret? Regret breaking off the relationship with Gu Fang? Or regret not working hard for the Su family?" They walked to the entrance of the cave in one breath. Jiang Dexing meant to split it equally. Jian Yaning felt that their family had gotten the better deal. Jiang Dexing had done the most work going into the mountains and had also served as a guide, so they should get a larger share. "How about this, we'll split the wild vegetables and walnuts equally," Jiang Qingning said. "And as for the rabbits, how about we take two, one male and one female? Brother Jiang, you take the pheasant back." "Okay," Jiang Dexing replied. He had to go into the mountains to check the traps tomorrow, and he would give more to the Jiang family then. Watching the person carrying his things back, Jian Yaning was about to open the door when Miao Sisi came over. "You just came back," Miao Sisi said with a smile. "I heard from Su Yuqing that you went into the mountains to hunt, and it looks like you had a good harvest." Jian Yaning smiled. "Not bad, would you like some walnuts? Grab some for yourself." Miao Sisi grabbed a few without hesitation and prepared to take them back for her classmates to try. In the afternoon, a woman came with a little boy to knock on the door. My classmates saw them and came over to ask a few questions, but left without saying anything. After describing the appearance of the person coming, Jian Yaning knew it was Su Mu and his sister. What was Su Mu up to? She wasn't so kind as to come to plead for Gu Fang. If she had been kind, she wouldn't have framed Jiang Qingning in the first place. "I see. Thank you," Jian Yaning said. "You're welcome," Miao Sisi said. "When are you going again? Can you take us with you?" "I'm not going tomorrow, but my brother and his friends might go," Jian Yaning said. "I'll ask later and we'll see." "Okay." Miao Sisi left with the walnuts, and the brother and sister then opened the door and entered the cave. After washing their faces, they took out food from the space. The cave was a bit stuffy, so they went to the platform to eat in the breeze. "Brother, what do you think Sumu is here for?" Jian Yaning asked casually. "What can she do? She's just trying to get some benefits," Jiang Qingning said. "Next time I see her, I'll just beat her out with a big stick." Jian Yaning burst out laughing. "Okay, I was worried that you would feel uncomfortable. It's annoying. Anyone who meets this kind of person will feel disgusted." Jiang Qingning took a bite of rice. "I'll go to Brother Jiang and ask if he should take them with him tomorrow. I think it's good to take one with you. There are a lot of things in the mountains anyway, and there are a lot of people, so we don't have to worry about jealous people coming to grab them." Jian Yaning paused. "By the way, ask He Qing and the others. It's safer to go into the mountains with more people. What do you think?" "Okay, I'll go there later," Jiang Qingning agreed. In the last days, it is easy to be targeted if you fight alone, but it is different when there are more people. Those who want to take action have to consider whether they can handle it. After dinner, Jiang Qingning went out. Jian Yaning took out a large cardboard box, covered it with hay, put the 2 injured rabbits in it, checked their feet, and found no fractures, but the skin and flesh were bruised. He gave them some medicine and let them recover slowly. The hare still wanted to jump out of the box, so Jian Yaning sealed the box, poked a few ventilation holes, and put it aside. Doubting was standing aside, watching intently, and then he simply lay down beside the box to guard it. This was meat. He had eaten rabbit heads before, and knew that rabbits were delicious, so he had to guard it well. Jian Yaning couldn't wait to enter the space. She didn't know what the function of the newly unlocked room was yet. Standing on the carpet in the corridor and looking at the 2 big words on the door of the room, Jian Yaning was delighted. She really needed this function. Chapter 34: Unlocking the Kitchen. On the door of the newly unlocked room, there were 2 big words written, "Back Kitchen." Jian Yaning turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The front was bright with the shining stainless steel countertop, range hood, stove, and storage rack under the light. The electrical appliances she brought from the supermarket could be put here for use. The area of the kitchen is about the same as the other two rooms. There is a small door on the side. When you open it, you will see a small warehouse with an area of about 10 square meters. This room is so practical. I used to cook in the original standard room. There were so many things in it that I couldn't turn around, and the smoke couldn't be exhausted. But fortunately, when I came in again the next day, the smell was gone. Jian Yaning moved all the kitchen utensils to the back kitchen, and moved the two large freezers beside the bed to the small warehouse. Dried goods, bacon, canned food and other items that are easy to preserve were also moved to the small warehouse. The standard room now looks a lot more spacious, but the warehouse area is limited, and there are still a lot of supplies piled up in the room and aisles. I looked at the time and realized that I hadn't done any work and 2 hours had passed. I calculated that my brother should be back by now, so I left the space. Jiang Qingning had been back for a while, and seeing that there was no one in the cave, she knew that her sister had gone into the space, so she sat on a chair and played the round-the-world game with Doubting. As soon as Jian Yaning came out, Doubting jumped into her arms and washed her face thoroughly. "Hey, you're so dirty, stop licking my face!" Jian Yaning patted the dog's head gently and put it on the ground. "Go play somewhere else." Doubting happily went to pick up the ball. "How is it? What did they say?" Jian Yaning asked. Brother Jiang didn't agree at first, thinking that with too many people, there wouldn't be enough prey to share. Jiang Qingning said. "I told him what you said, and he thought about it and agreed." Jian Yaning nodded. "It would be too conspicuous if only our two families went. It would be better if more people came." "I thought so too. There are always some jealous people," Jiang Qingning said. "I have notified all 3 parties. 3 people will come from He-Qing's side, and 4 students from the opposite side will go." Jian Yaning hummed. "Okay, the water is on the platform. Go take a shower and go to bed. We have to go up the mountain tomorrow." "You don't need to wash the clothes you take off, you can wear them again tomorrow. There is a water shortage in the mountains now, and wearing clean clothes every day will also attract attention, so it's better to keep them a little dirty." Seeing people going to the platform, Jian Yaning carried Doubting into the space. There were only 4 hours in a day, so they couldn't waste them. The kitchen hadn't been cleaned up yet. In the next 4 hours, she planned to continue cooking the dishes in the space. It was already 12 o'clock in the night when I was kicked out of the space. Her brother had already gone to bed. Jian Yaning tiptoed to her bed and lay down. She was thinking about what to cook the next day and fell asleep unknowingly. Jian Yaning woke up naturally. When she got up, she left a note on the table, prepared her backpack and left. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining on the platform, and the half-grown green vegetables were a little wilted by the sun. The land, which was watered thoroughly last night, had become dry. But I couldn't water it now, or the vegetables would be scalded to death. You can only water it after the sun goes down and the temperature of the soil drops. These are some little tricks I learned in my previous life that came in handy in this life. As usual, I did a set of military boxing, brushed my teeth, washed my face, and had breakfast. After breakfast, I took out the ingredients to be made today, soaked those that needed to be soaked, and thawed those that needed to be thawed, and then went into the new kitchen in the space to cook. In my free time, I got a comfortable sofa and placed it next to the entrance of the platform. I flipped through the menu to relieve boredom and took out the tablet I had prepared in advance to watch a TV show. It was so comfortable to lie down and play badly that Jian Yaning was too lazy to get up from the sofa. At lunchtime, I went to the space and cooked a bowl of wontons with bone soup, paired with steamed buns and stewed pork belly, which tasted very good. I bought these wontons ready-made, because there was no fresh keeping room at that time, otherwise I would definitely buy more. Once these are consumed, you will have to do it yourself. While eating, a cardboard box not far away moved, and Jian Yaning suddenly remembered that she had forgotten the wild rabbit she brought back yesterday. After finishing the remaining steamed bun in her hand in a few bites, she opened the carton. A foul smell accompanied by the smell of blood hit her in the face, choking her and making Jian Yaning dry heave twice. The smell was too overpowering. I looked inside the box and was shocked. There were 2 hairs, one of which was smaller, bitten to pieces with half of its ear bitten off. It lay dying in the corner, its yellow-gray fur covered in dry dark red blood. Jian Yaning! This is too cruel. I didn't expect that a rabbit would bite its own kind like this. The smaller one was a male rabbit. It seems that wild rabbits are not suitable for domestication, and the rabbit breeding business collapsed before it even began. Jian Yaning sighed. It seemed that he could only braise it, and put the cardboard box directly into the fresh keeping room of the space, preparing to deal with the rabbit later. It was impossible to throw it away, after all, it was meat. I brought the soaked ingredients into the space, prepared to bleed the rabbit, then take it out, peel and clean it. After picking up the innocent rabbit, Jian Yaning felt something was wrong. The rabbit's belly was abnormally large. She reached out and touched it. Wow! This female rabbit was pregnant. No wonder she was so ferocious. The rabbit breeding industry has been revived. Maybe if the rabbit cubs are raised from a young age, they will be less wild? Thinking of this, Jian Yaning took advantage of the fact that the rabbit was motionless in the fresh-keeping room to reapply medicine to its injured hind leg, bandaged it, put the rabbit in the cage that had been used to hold the piglets, and sent it back to the cave. Not long after coming out, the mother rabbit woke up. I threw some vegetable leaves to it to eat. The mother rabbit, who was alone in a room, had obviously calmed down. Seeing this, Jian Yaning ignored it and went to work in the space. After working for more than 3 hours, I made several large pots of dishes, including braised meat with dried bamboo shoots, pork belly stewed with vermicelli, and beef with green peppers. I also put a large bucket of mung bean soup in the room to cool, which I would put in the freezer later and take out so that I could have chilled mung bean soup to drink at any time. Hurry up and pack up and get out of the space before you are kicked out. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening, and the group of people who went into the mountains had not returned yet. Thinking of the time they returned yesterday, Jian Yaning was not too worried. They should be able to reach the camp by 8 o'clock in the evening at the latest. Unexpectedly, after dinner, it was 8:30 and the group still hadn't returned. She was starting to get nervous. Could something have happened in the mountains? Jian Yaning waited until 9 o'clock, and could no longer sit still, so he took a tang sword and went out. As soon as they reached the entrance to the mountain, they saw a bright light. A group of people came out of the woods exhausted, bringing with them a strong smell of blood. Jian Yaning's heart tightened and she went to meet them. What happened? Where's my brother? Jian Yaning recognized He Qing at a glance and asked. Chapter 35 Big Wild Boar. Your brother is behind you, He Qing said with a smile, thinking about something, and continued. The smell of blood is from a wild boar, don't worry. Wild boar? Jian Yaning's eyes widened. The second time he went into the mountains, he actually brought back a wild boar? After a while, 2 people came out of the woods, carrying a wild boar on a thick tree trunk. There were 3 or 4 crossbow arrows stuck in the boar's neck, and blood was dripping onto the ground. No wonder the smell of blood was so strong. Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing walked at the end, carrying wild rabbits and pheasants in their hands, and had a good harvest. Brother! Jian Yaning shouted, walked forward and took the prey from him. Seeing the worried look in her sister's eyes, she said, I'm fine. After looking my brother up and down, I found that he was indeed not injured, and I felt relieved. A group of people carried a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 kilograms into the camp. It was definitely eye-catching. Many pairs of eyes looked over with green light. How much meat would such a big wild boar have? After entering the mountains, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. If you have the conditions, you can eat some dried meat to satisfy your craving, but it is definitely not as good as fresh meat. The thought of the taste of fresh meat will make you drool. Brother, do you want to sell the meat? You can't finish such a big wild boar, asked a man in his 30s or 40s. If we don't sell it, how can we not finish it? Don't you see there are so many of us? He Qing replied. When the man heard this, he didn't dare to say anything more because he saw that there were so many of them. Anyone who dared to kill a wild boar must have very strong fighting skills. Many people asked along the way, but were all rejected. There was a large open space in front of Jian Yaning's cave. They carried the wild boar over and put it on the open space. They were all very tired and sat on the ground. It was tiring, but the harvest was great, and everyone had a smile on their face. It's too hot to keep it here, so we have to get rid of it tonight, Jiang Dexing said, putting the prey on the ground. I'll go back and tell my wife first, so she won't worry. They are all people who work in the city all year round, and no one knows how to catch wild boars, so they can only wait for Jiang Dexing, the veteran, to come back. After a while, Jiang Dexing brought Xiao Xian back and assigned people to work. A simple earthen stove was built on the open ground, with a large pot on it. The pot was brought from He Qing and his friends, and the water was brought from the cave by Jiang Qingning. It was too dangerous to fetch water from the pond in the dark. The wild boar was quickly gutted and its skin peeled off. The large bones that were removed were thrown into a big pot to cook. The wild boar had very little fat, so it was cut into large chunks and placed on a plastic bag on the ground. After discussing for a long time, they decided to divide the meat by household. If they divided it by head count, Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing would suffer a loss. After all, there was only one person involved. The rest were novices, so they were embarrassed to take too much. No one had any objections. After all, this was the same pattern when they went down the mountain together to look for supplies before. The pork was divided into 4 portions, with the skin, offal, bones, etc. removed. Each household could get about 70 to 80 kilograms. The large and small intestines and pig stomachs were difficult to clean and required a lot of water, so no one wanted them. Jian Yaning and Xiao Xian took advantage of the situation and each got half. Each household contributed some meat to make a pig-killing dish. It's called a pig-killing dish, but it's actually just a pot of stew. After all, the conditions don't allow it, so all the food is thrown into the big pot, with some vermicelli and other things. A few small packages of pickled cabbage are thrown in to add some flavor. Just do it casually like this, and the smell that comes out is very fragrant. Everyone sat down, 16 in total, sitting around the campfire and eating happily. The aroma of meat wafted through the camp, making those who were hungry drool. Of course, there were also some shameless people who wanted to come over and ask for a bite, but they were driven away and watched from afar. The Su family naturally also smelled the meat. Su Jianwei was so greedy that he ate porridge every day, which made him very angry. Damn it, you're cooking meat so late at night, and you don't even let us sleep. You have no sense of public morality at all, Su Jianwei cursed. Su Mu was lying on a piece of cardboard not far away, his stomach growling. Adding fuel to the fire, he said, I just took a look. It was Jian Yaning and her brother, and his gang who brought back a wild boar from the mountains. There was also a lot of game. When Gu Fang heard this, she immediately shrank back to reduce her presence. Su Jianwei would not let her go. He glared at her and said, How many years have I raised them? You. Go over now and ask the little beast to get some meat. If you don't bring it back, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Lao Su, they cut off relations with me. Gu Fang shed tears. Hey, let me tell you, the child is your own, how can I not listen to you? Wu Wan came over immediately. She was also hungry. No matter what, we are connected by heart. I will feel sorry for you. Gu Fang gritted her teeth, hating the third brother in her heart. He was always saying such things, asking Su Jianwei to beat her. It sounded like a good thing, but it was just adding fuel to the fire. Mom, I want to eat meat too, the little girl said in a baby voice. Be good, bring the meat back. It's for your dad to nourish his body. When he gets better, we'll have plenty of meat to eat. Wu Wan comforted her daughter, her voice just loud enough for Su Jianwei to hear. Su Jianwei picked up the shoes at hand and threw them at Gu Fang. Go now! You are not as sensible as a child. Gu Fang jumped up like a frightened rabbit and tried to pull Su Xiaobao to go with her, but was thrown away in an instant. Xiaobao, don't you feel sorry for your mother anymore? As she spoke, tears fell again. But she didn't dare to stay here any longer, and headed towards Jian Yaning's cave. In the darkness, Su Mu sneered. She really couldn't understand why the stepmother stayed here to be bullied by her father. But it was good, otherwise she might be the one to suffer. Maybe this is true love? Gu Fang stood not far away like a lost dog, looking hesitantly at a group of people talking and laughing not far away, then wiped her tears and walked over. Woof! It was lying on the side chewing on a big bean bone when it barked at Gu Fang with a threatening growl. Everyone turned their heads to look over, stopped chatting and laughing, and suddenly became quiet. Yan Ning. Gu Fang looked so pitiful, but unfortunately no one appreciated her. What are you doing here again? Jiang Qingning stood up suddenly and blocked his sister behind him. Wasn't what I said last time clear enough? We have severed ties with you. Don't harass us again. Qingning, I know you've suffered, but I really can't do anything. You always say the same thing, is that interesting? Jian Yaning said impatiently. We don't care if you have any other options. Get out of here right now and don't force me to hit you. Gu Fang fell to the ground and cried. I am your biological mother, you can't do this to me. Jian Yaning was so angry that she picked up a branch from the ground and was about to hit him, but her hand was grabbed by Qiao Xian who was standing beside her. Yaning, let me talk to her. Chapter 36 Full Fire. Jian Yaning was stunned, and Qiao Xian walked up and stood in front of her. Gu Fang took 2 steps back. She didn't know this woman and didn't know what she was going to say, but judging from the woman's appearance, she seemed to be trying to reconcile, so she stopped and looked at Qiao Xian. I'm a country girl, not very good at speaking, Qiao Xian said, tucking her hair behind her ears. You say, Gu Fang said. I've heard about your family's affairs, Qiao Xian said. This is the first time I've seen a woman as shameless as you. You took the compensation from your husband's family and remarried, and you're still trying to harm your own child. Do you have any intentions? You. Gu Fang was stunned. She wanted to explain but didn't know where to start. What do you mean by I? Is there anything wrong with what I said? If a woman like you were in our village, you would be drowned by her spit. Qiao Xian snorted and laughed. You are so old, and you are living like a dog? Qiao Xian was firing on all cylinders and didn't let Gu Fang interrupt her at all. What's the matter? You can't live a day without a man? If you're really itchy, just use your slippers to pat it yourself. You can't bear to see your children live a better life. You call them Yan Ning and Qingning too? How dare you open your mouth? If you take this meat back, won't your whole family be choked to death? I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone like you. Your face is thicker than the corner of the city wall. Gu Fang was so angry that her face turned red and white. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. She was so angry that her chest felt stuffy and painful. Okay, stop pretending. I can stop them once, but not a second time. Qiao Xian continued. If you really want to do this, just get out of here as far as you can and don't come here to show off. Otherwise, let alone Yan Ning Qing Ning, my Dexing can't stand it either. Jiang Dexing was very considerate. He stood up and waved the knife in his hand. Auntie, stop wasting time, just go away. The people who were eating meat around the campfire also joined in, holding the weapons they had brought into the mountains during the day. Gu Fang was so scared that she turned around and walked away. Halfway through the journey, she had eaten almost nothing all day and was really exhausted, so she could only squat on the ground and walk slowly. Regret Gu Fang didn't know. She and Su Jianwei were classmates in junior high school and had a relationship when they were in school. By chance, they got together. Later, her husband died, and she remarried with her son. After all, Gu Fang was actually a mistress. After Su Mu's mother found out, she divorced her husband and went abroad, and she hasn't come back for all these years. If Su Jianwei hadn't considered the house and the compensation, how could he have accepted Gu Fang, who had 2 children, to marry him? Didn't Gu Fang know? She knew, but she just thought it was true love. The originally lively atmosphere was broken, and the mood became a little awkward for a moment. Jian Yaning originally planned to beat the person up and drive him away if he refused to listen, but she didn't expect Xiao Xian to be so sharp-tongued that she just scolded him away. Yan Ning, you won't blame me for what I just said, right? Xiao Xian returned to her normal state, no longer as aggressive as before. I think it's not good for you 2 siblings to fight. It's not nice to let an outsider say such unpleasant things. How could that be? You are so amazing! Jian Yaning praised. I wish I could scold as well as you. Please teach me someday. When the people nearby heard this, they burst out laughing. Why would a little girl learn to curse? Xiao Xian laughed. Just don't take it personally. If someone like this comes, I'll curse her once. If she comes again, call me and I'll curse her to death. The others were very curious, and Jian Yaning thought about it and simply explained the situation, hiding some details, and did not mention the fact that Jiang Qingning was framed and imprisoned. After all, it was not nice to be called a rapist. It's not too late to help my brother clear his name when there's a chance. Everyone sighed after hearing this. No one had ever thought that a biological mother would do such a thing to her children. It was no wonder that the brother and sister treated Gu Fang like this. This topic made everyone talk about their own parents. Some of them were not in harmony with each other, some were in love, but none of them were as crazy about love as Gu Fang. The distance between everyone was also shortened. In the end times, it doesn't matter how many friends you have, but having those who can help each other is still very important. The pig-killing meal lasted until 11 o'clock at night. Those who did not go up the mountain cleaned up the place. There was still some food left in the big pot. He Qin carried the food and the pot back. Food cannot be wasted at this time. After helping to clean up, Jian Yaning returned to the cave. 70 or 80 kilograms of wild boar meat, pheasant, rabbit and pig offal were all put into the fresh keeping room. They had not been kept outside for long. The temperature was too high, and the color of the meat did not look so fresh. The small prey this time were all caught in traps, so they were not shared among the other 2 households. Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing, along with other people, not only brought back a wild boar, but also set up many traps elsewhere in the deep mountains and forests. The other 3 households had no space, so they had to process it overnight. They cut the pork into thin slices, marinated it with heavy salt, strung the slices with cut branches, and placed them in a ventilated place at the entrance of the cave to let it blow overnight. At such a high temperature, the dried meat can be dried overnight. If it is not enough, bake it again to make it completely dry so that it can be stored. If you want to make meat porridge or something, cut some dried meat and cook it together, or directly steam it. The taste is also good. While others were busy working all night, the brother and sister had a good sleep. I won't go up the mountain today. I can't stand going every day. It takes 4 hours to go back and forth in the mountain. It's really not easy to go there once. We agreed yesterday that we would go every 2 days to collect the prey in the trap. In fact, it is possible to go into the mountains once every 3 days to once a week, but the temperature is too high now, and I am afraid that the prey in the trap will not survive. If they die for a long time, they will stink. We still have to go into the mountains frequently, and collect them frequently. After doing some boxing and having breakfast, the staff who came to measure my temperature came. Although the epidemic has stabilized, the authorities still require further monitoring for a period of time to prevent a resurgence. After all, there are still many corpse movers working on the mountain. There were 3 staff members this time, all wearing white protective suits. The temperature inside the protective suits was so high that it could suffocate people to death. "Do you have your ID card?" "I need to register here," said the staff member. "Didn't we register last time?" Jian Yaning was puzzled. "It says we need to conduct a new census and issue new ID cards." The staff member pointed to the outer wall of the cave. "Your cave number is sprayed here. This is the address that will be shown on your ID card." The brother and sister walked over and saw 3 numbers on the wall outside the cave, number 127. The cave opposite is number 128, push inward one by one. After registration, the staff walked towards the next household. Jian Yaning estimated that the situation on the mountain would stabilize soon, and the authorities would encourage the unemployed survivors to farm. After all, there were only so many supplies, and if they didn't plant and eat them all, they would just starve to death. Chapter 37? Seed. A week later, the new ID card was issued. It is not as good as the original ID card. It is also a card, but the workmanship is much cruder. There is no photo, only simple information such as name, gender, age, and address, and there is a chip on the card. Just like the ID card in the previous life, it seems that a points system will be implemented soon. The points earned will be recorded on the ID card, and can be used to purchase supplies at the official Open Supply and Marketing Cooperative. In the previous life, Jian Yaning's ID card was in the hands of the Su family, and they used up all the points she earned and sold her out. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative is in another large campsite, which is a scenic spot with houses and official offices. Jian Yaning now lives in this area, called Banshan, not far from the large campsite, about half an hour's walk. After receiving new identity cards, the authorities posted notices and began distributing crop seeds. Seeds are not distributed randomly. After receiving the seeds, you have to hand in a portion of them. In the first year, you have to hand in 30%, and then adjust it year by year based on the actual situation. If you fail to hand in the seeds on time and embezzle the seeds, the points in your ID card will be cleared and you will become a blacklisted person. Illegal households cannot receive relief food, even though they can only receive it once every half a month and only a small amount each time. It is life-saving food. After receiving the news, college students from the cave opposite came over to discuss the idea of reclaiming the open space between the 2 caves for planting. It would be convenient to see the land as soon as the door was opened, and it would also give people peace of mind to watch over it at night. Jian Yaning had the same idea, and the 2 sides hit it off immediately. Miao Cici's group has a lot of people, so they were given 2/3 of the land. Jian Yaning was just doing it for show, planting less so it would be easier. Otherwise, carrying water for the crops every day would be exhausting. When the time comes, just add some space water and water it, no need to be so tired. The group went to the camp to collect seeds, and they met Su Mu on the way. After more than a month on the mountain, Su Mu, who was fair and slightly fat, became dark and thin, and looked listless. Jian Yaning treated her as air, didn't even look at her, and went straight up the mountain. "The one just now was your stepsister?" Miao Cici asked in a low voice. Jian Yaning hummed and didn't want to say more. She was not interested in the Su family's affairs at all. "I thought the way she looked at you just now was not right," Miao Cici said. "It was like she wanted to eat you. It was a bit scary." "It's okay, she is doing that virtue." Jian Yaning disagreed. She knew that Su Mu's person was selfish, and the pinhole of her heart was smaller. If Su Mu dared to do anything, Jian Yaning wouldn't mind giving her a knife and sending her to the ruins. This would be a good thing for her. Letting her endure the apocalypse and become more desperate day by day would be the best punishment for their Su family. Soon, we arrived at the big camp and saw quite a few people already queuing up. There were 4 lines, with more than a dozen people in each line, to speed up the queue. There were no trees on the open space, and the sun at 10 o'clock in the morning made it hard to open your eyes. The sweat on the clothes dried and wet. Some people couldn't bear it and fainted, and some suffered from heat stroke and were carried into the house by the young soldiers. Fortunately, the process was not too slow. After waiting in line for about half an hour, it was Jian Yaning's turn. With a beep, they swiped their ID cards. The person in charge of registration operated the computer and handed over a small bag. Jian Yaning opened it and saw corn seeds, sweet potato seeds, and a piece of paper inside. "There are planting instructions inside," the staff member said hoarsely. It was still too hot even though he was sitting in the shade. "Go back and read it. Next one." Others also received seeds soon, the same amount, the same 2 kinds of seeds. Corn and sweet potatoes are drought-resistant, relatively easy to take care of, not so easy to be killed by the sun, and have relatively high yields. Corn can be ground into flour after it matures, sweet potatoes are easy to store, and the sweet potato leaves are edible. The government took various factors into consideration and issued these 2 types of seeds. After waiting for a while, all the people who came up together were led down the mountain. After returning to the cave, Jian Yaning drank a large bowl of iced mung bean soup and felt less hot. She also poured some mung bean soup for doubting. This guy ate meat every day and refused to eat vegetables. He got acne due to getting a sore throat and had 3 or 4 pimples on his chin. It's almost January, why is it still so hot? Jiang Qingning wiped his sweat. When the sun is not so hot in the evening, I will go out and turn the land. It's going to be hot for quite a while. Jian Yaning warned him. Brother, the weather in my dream will last until at least this time next year. Let's take it one step at a time, Jiang Qingning said. By the way, we have to go into the mountains to collect traps tomorrow. I found a field with a lot of flowers. Can I pick some and bring them back tomorrow? Jian Yaning's eyes lit up. I'll go with you tomorrow. If we bring them back in this weather, they'll die. Jiang Qingning thought so too. He did pick some last time and Jiang Dexing even made fun of him. But when he had only walked halfway, the flowers had already wilted, so he had to throw them away. By the evening, every household halfway up the mountain who had received seeds came out to plow the soil. Jian Yaning and his team were lucky because there was an open space in front of the cave, so they didn't have to go too far. When they first went up the mountain, the weeds they had pulled out had grown back, so they dug them out with a hoe and piled all the weeds together. All the small trees were removed, except for a big one in the middle, which had to be left alone. Turning the soil is a strenuous job. Not only does one have to turn the soil deep, but one also has to pick out the stones in the soil. In less than half an hour, Jian Yaning's palms were covered with blisters. Yan Ning, you go and rest over there, I'll take care of the rest. There's not much left anyway. Jiang Qingning felt sorry for his sister. It was already dark, and the college students who came out to turn the soil were too tired to do anything. Some of them had blisters on their palms that broke and bled. Jian Yaning had done this before in her previous life, so she had some skills, but her hands were still covered with blisters. I'll go back and get a band-aid, Jian Yaning said. We'll try to finish the translation today. After putting a band-aid on it, it didn't hurt as much, but it still hurt a little from the friction. I finished turning over my own field before 8 o'clock. There are insect eggs underground, so Jian Yaning instructed her brother to get the half-dried weeds and prepare to burn them. This can fertilize the land and kill the insect eggs, allowing the crops to grow better. The flames met the dry grass and immediately started burning, and the area of the cave suddenly became bright. Jiang Qingning watched the fire from the side. There were no weeds around, so it could not spread out. As the fire grew bigger, he covered it with soil to suppress the fire, and thick smoke billowed. In the distance, there were also many land reclamation workers who started burning the land. After burning for more than an hour, there was only a pile of wood ash left on the ground, which meant that the work was done. After a while, when the seedlings were grown, they could be planted in the fields. After the fire was over here, the people in the cave opposite had just finished digging, and came to ask Jian Yaning for advice. Jiang Qingning followed and gave some pointers. Soon, thick smoke also rose. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 38 Small Harvest. Boom! There was a loud thunder, and Jian Yaning, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly sat up from the bed. Is it going to rain? Wearing slippers, I walked to the cave door and could hear the sound of raindrops hitting the ground through the door. I opened the door and saw that the rain was falling fast and hard, falling on the freshly turned ground, making the soil wet. It has been so long, I vaguely remember there was such a rain, also after the fire-stricken areas. Later I heard people say that rain was caused by burning the wasteland. The ancients would beat gongs and drums and light hay to create smoke to pray for rain. It was probably the same principle. The rain didn't last long and stopped in the middle of the night. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sun rose as usual, scorching the earth, and the little rain from last night was quickly evaporated. After a simple breakfast, we put on our backpacks and prepared to go into the mountains together. There were few people going into the mountains this time. In addition to Jian Yaning and his sister, the other 3 families had one person from each family, He Qing, Jiang Dexing, and Su Yuqing. They were just going to collect the prey, so they didn't need so many people. Have you processed all the meat? Jiang Dexing asked. It suddenly rained last night, so we had to rush to collect it. After saying that, he yawned loudly, and it seemed that he did not sleep well. We didn't take it out to dry. We just put it in the cave and slowly dried it over the fire. It's almost dry now, Jian Yaning said. We haven't taken ours out yet. I smelled them this morning and they're fine, not spoiled, Su Yuqing said. Wait for me for a while. I'll go back and tell Cece and the others to light a fire and dry them. After saying that, he hurried back to the cave. He Qing chuckled. We almost finished roasting it last night. The 4 of them stood and chatted for a few minutes, and then Su Yuqing came running back with a bag in his hand. The group was heading towards the deep mountains. Just after walking a distance, they found that there were people following them. It seemed that there were 2 teams, with a total of 12 or 13 people, all men. What should we do if they want to follow us into the mountains? Su Yuqing asked. If they want to follow, let them follow. When we get to the difficult section ahead, we'll leave them behind, said Jiang Qingning. At this time, the people in the camp halfway up the mountain wanted to try their luck after seeing a large wild boar being carried out of the mountain yesterday, as well as many pheasants and rabbits. The government-issued relief food was not enough to fill their stomachs, and there were jobs available, but they were not sure if they could get one. Like Jiang Dexing, he was not a technical staff member, and could only go to the city every day to move rotten corpses. This job is not easy, not to mention the exhaustion. If you are not careful, you will be infected with the plague. It is not worth it for a few kilograms of rice a month. So, seeing that there are preys to be hunted in the mountains, everyone is tempted. City people don't know how to hunt, so after discussing it, they decided to target Jian Yaning's small team. If they followed them into the mountains, they might be able to get some benefits. Soon, they arrived at a small valley with dense forest. Jiang Qingning had walked there many times and was very familiar with the terrain. He took his sister's hand and led her to walk quickly through the forest. The others quickly followed. I walked too fast and the thorns scratched my clothes and pants, leaving a few small holes, but it was no big deal. The people following behind were not familiar with the way into the mountains and were soon left behind and out of sight. When I passed the walnut forest last time, all the walnuts on the ground had been picked up, and there were still a few hanging sparsely on the trees. The trees were too tall, and it was not only time-consuming and dangerous to go up to pick those few walnuts, so I just gave up. We continued walking deeper into the forest, and after another hour, we finally reached the forest where the trap was set. The traps were set relatively scattered. Jiang Dexing taught the others how to set their own traps, and now they each collect their own traps. After you finish collecting, gather under the big locust tree over there, Jiang Qingning said. If you need any help, shout loudly. Come back after you've finished collecting. Don't go too deep. Getting lost is no joke. Yes, come back as soon as you're done, Jiang Dexing echoed. He Qing and Su Yuqing said yes, and the five of them dispersed to look for the traps that had been set before. There were simple signposts, so they were quite easy to find. Jian Yaning followed his brother, and quickly found the first trap. After pulling away the grass beside the trap, he heard a squeaking sound coming from the pit. He looked inside and saw a fat mountain rat. Mountain mice grow up eating fruits, grass roots, and the like in the forest. Unlike mice, they are edible. Seeing someone coming, the mountain rat bared its teeth viciously and wanted to bite people, but its two hind legs were caught by the bamboo clamps, and it couldn't get away at all. This clamp is a craft passed down by Jiang Dexing's ancestors. As long as you don't fall into the trap, you will be caught with one. Fearing that the mountain rat might bite someone, Jian Yaning used the stick in his hand to knock the mountain rat unconscious. Brother, I'll put this in first, so that it won't bite someone when it wakes up. If it's a pheasant, a rabbit or something, you can just tie it up and hang it. But it won't work with mountain rats, as they have very sharp teeth and will bite the rope through in a short while. Jian Yaning put away the mountain rat. Jiang Qingning cleaned up the blood, put a small piece of dried meat and some peeled walnut meat into the trap, and waited for the next unlucky person to visit. After clearing several traps in succession, he harvested 2 rabbits, a pheasant, and a weasel. The weasel seemed to have become a spirit. When it saw people coming, it didn't show much panic in its eyes. Instead, it stood up straight and saluted with both hands, as if begging for mercy. This thing didn't have more than 2 tails of meat, so it probably wouldn't be delicious. I caught it and let it go. Furthermore, Jian Yaning had read many strange stories before, and they all said that weasels were very evil, so it was best not to offend them. The brother and sister were quick. After setting the trap, they headed straight for the wild flowers they had mentioned yesterday. Not far from the woods where the traps were set, we soon saw a small patch of colorful wild flowers. It was not as large as the sea of flowers in the walnut forest, but it was not small either. Many varieties of those flowers were the same as those in the sea of flowers. Jian Yaning didn't pick any specifically. She just pulled out a dozen of each and put them into the space. Jiang Qingning stood by to keep watch and notify his sister immediately if anyone came. Brother, that's enough, let's go back. Jian Yaning straightened up, probed the space with his consciousness, and found that the repeated species were not absorbed by the space, and unlocked a small corridor again. Jiang Qingning said yes, and the brother and sister went towards the big locust tree. When they arrived, everyone else had gone back. Jiang Dexing had the most abundant harvest, with 3 pheasants alone, 4 or 5 hares and mountain mice, and his backpack was full. He Qing was also okay, with a harvest similar to that of the Jiang family. Su Yuqing was in a much worse situation, with only a half-dead hare. Brother, this is a bit too little, He Qing joked. Su Yuqing sighed. The traps weren't made well, so it's good to have one. I saw that the food in some traps was eaten, but no prey was caught. It's okay, brother, Jiang Dexing said with a smile. I'll help you after lunch. Thanks, brother, Su Yuqing said gratefully. Chapter 39, Hornet's Nest and Python. Some people followed us in today, and the group had no plans to have a barbecue. They just ate the dry food they brought with them. Jian Yaning sat under a big locust tree, eating a rice ball. Although the rice ball was small, it was filled with meat floss, dried radish, salted egg yolk, and seaweed. It was easy to eat and didn't taste very good. I ate 2 in a row before I felt full. Brother Jian, you don't need to check mine. I have just checked them all. You can just check theirs, Jiang Qingning said. Okay, Jiang Dexing said. Let's go and see you guys. The 3 figures quickly disappeared in the forest, and the brother and sister were not idle either, collecting some wild vegetables and flowers around. Jian Yaning had a headache, because there were too many duplicate varieties, and it was really impossible to collect so many varieties. Although the space now has 3 rooms with different functions opened, it is still not enough. In order to survive well in the apocalypse, she needs to open more rooms to ensure that she and her brother can live well in the apocalypse. After searching for half a day, I did pick a lot of bitter herbs, but I still didn't find all the varieties of flowers, not enough to unlock a new room. At this time of year, there are only a few species of wild flowers in the mountains. Only when the season changes will other species appear. That means we have to wait at least a year, and when the extreme cold comes, it will be even harder to find them. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Dexing and his companions came out of the woods with a pheasant and some wild fruits in their hands. There was nothing to do staying on the mountain, so everyone decided to go down the mountain immediately. Now they were walking back, and it was already 5 or 6 o'clock when they reached the camp halfway up the mountain. As soon as we reached the walnut grove, we heard screams and the buzzing sound of insects flapping their wings. It was very noisy. The group stopped immediately. I'll go take a look ahead, don't move. Jiang Dexing frowned, put the backpack on the ground, and ran quickly towards the source of the sound. The 4 of them waited there, feeling uneasy. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Dexing came back. It's going to be fatal. Those people who followed us have disturbed a hornet's nest, Jiang Dexing said. It's dark at the creek ahead. We can't get through for the time being. Then let's wait here until the swarm of bees disperses before leaving, said Su Yuqing. They won't disperse so quickly. Wasps hold grudges and won't stop fighting until one is dead. I guess they won't disperse until dark, He Qin said. Jian Yaning thought for a moment and said, We may go around the walnut forest. I wonder if it will work. How about we go over there and take a look? Jiang Dexing nodded and said, Let's go and take a look. We didn't bring anything with us, so we can't spend the night in the old forest. After discussing, everyone went to the walnut forest, crossed the sea of flowers, and entered another forest. There were many old trees in this forest. It was not even 4 o'clock, but the forest was very dark, and the fallen leaves on the ground were very thick. From time to time, there were bird calls overhead, which was a bit scary. After walking for a while, they heard Su Yuqing yelling and throwing the hair in his hand. Jian Yaning's sight was blocked by her brother, so she looked out and was also frightened. Be quiet, don't move! Jiang Dexing suddenly grabbed Su Yuqing by the collar and asked him to stay where he was. I saw a giant python. Its body was as thick as an adult's arm, and the middle part was 2 or 3 times thicker than the rest of the body. It was swallowing the rabbit thrown by Su Yuqing, moving very slowly, staring at the person in front with its cold vertical pupils. It's full now, so it probably won't attack us, Jiang Dexing said. But it will be difficult to get past it. There is a giant python in front and a swarm of hornets behind, making it difficult to move forward or backward. Jian Yaning took down the crossbow hanging on his waist and slowly handed it to Jiang Dexing, who had good aim. Jiang Dexing took the crossbow and made a plan in his mind. He would have to rely on the mountain for food in the future. If he didn't kill the giant python, he might encounter it again in the future. Besides, the meat of such a big python would be enough to eat for a long time. Signaling everyone to slowly retreat to a relatively safe area, Jiang Dexing took out a mountain rat from his backpack and threw it towards the direction of the giant python. Snakes have good dynamic vision and caught the mountain mouse in an instant. At the same time, 3 crossbow arrows flew out in a row and headed straight for the giant python. 2 crossbow arrows missed and fell on the rotten leaves, and the remaining one hit at 7 inches. The giant python felt pain and twisted its body wildly, and the trees nearby were whipped by its tail and made a banging sound. Another 3 crossbow arrows were shot out. It had to be said that Jiang Dexing was still quite capable. One of the crossbow arrows hit the python above 7 inches again. The python paused and rolled on the ground, causing the rotten leaves on the ground to fly everywhere. If you hit a snake in the vital area, no matter how big it is, it won't survive long. The group pushed it out another 5 or 6 meters, waiting for the giant python to use up its remaining life. Half an hour later, the giant python was completely motionless. Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing went forward to check. Su Yuqing was frightened and his face was still pale, his hands and feet were weak. He had not recovered yet and was indeed a little timid. Xiao Su, it's just meat on the table tonight, what are you afraid of? He Qing said. Look at Yan Ning, no other girl is like you. Su Yuqing straightened his back and said, I am just afraid of snakes. I am not afraid of anything else. He Qing chuckled. That's fine. There are definitely snakes in the mountains. Who knows where else there might be? Don't scare him, Jian Yaning said with a sigh. It's okay to be afraid of snakes. He will get better after seeing them more often. As the three of them talked, Su Yuqing's fear dissipated a lot. In fact, if he hadn't been walking in front and suddenly saw a huge snake head, he wouldn't have been so scared. Come here, you can't die anymore, Jiang Dexing shouted. The three of them walked over and took a close look at the python. They found it was truly scary, with its head even bigger than an adult's fist. Jian Yaning and Su Yuqing stood aside waiting. Jiang Qingning and his men cut off the snake's head, cut open its belly, and took out undigested hares and mountain mice. There was also another animal that was almost digested. It was hard to tell what it was, but it looked quite large. The prey corroded by gastric juice could not be kept and was thrown aside. The python was too big to be carried down the mountain in its entirety, so it was cut into several pieces, with each person carrying 2 pieces down the mountain. We bypassed the creek and walked back down the mountain. We didn't know if the people who had poked the hornet's nest were dead or alive. If they were dead, it was their own fault. They had no protection and dared to poke a hornet's nest. It was no different from seeking death. It was 6:30 in the evening when we arrived at the camp halfway up the mountain. The survivors saw that they had carried down a lot of meat and could smell the blood. It would be a lie to say they were not jealous. As a result, 4 or 5 people have set their sights on Jian Yaning and his small team. As usual, the snake meat was divided into 4 portions, 1 for each family. Su Yuqing's only wild rabbit was lost, and Jiang Dexing had a lot of prey, so he simply gave him 1, so that he didn't return empty-handed. After discussing it, everyone decided not to go up the mountain for the next 2 days. The prey they brought back these 2 days needed to be processed, and they couldn't eat so much at once, so they didn't eat much at once. The animals caught in the trap could survive for at least 3 to 5 days. Chapter 40, Home Robbery. Back in the cave, Doubting pounced up and transformed into a crying monster. The last time I took Doubting up the mountain, this guy's fur was covered with Xanthium stromarium. It took me half a day to deal with it. Today I'm taking him with me. Doubting stayed there for a while, then barked at Jian Yaning, signaling his owner to follow him. Jian Yaning was very tired and too lazy to move. Brother, you and Doubting go check it out, otherwise this puppy will make trouble. I'll put these away first. Go Zi took Jiang Qingning to the platform, and Jian Yaning put the prey into the space. As for the busy snake meat that was given to her, she hadn't figured out how to cook it yet, so she threw it into the space as well. She would look up the recipe later to see if there was any method for cooking it. Just as I finished putting everything away, Jiang Qingning came back from the platform. That female rabbit gave birth, Jiang Qingning said with a smile. I counted them, there are 6. So many! Jian Yaning went to the platform. If she could raise these little rabbits, she would never lack meat in the future. She could then find a male rabbit to mate with. Then, wouldn't she have more rabbits than she can eat? Rabbits have strong reproductive abilities and can reproduce all year round. The gestation period is about 1 month, and a female rabbit can give birth to 8 to 9 litters a year. The rabbit breeding business has started again. Jian Yaning went over to see that the mother rabbit was feeding her baby rabbits, all of which were gray and very cute. The sun was bright in the morning, so after thinking for a while, she moved the rabbit cage to the entrance of the cave. Brother, let's build a rabbit hutch next to the chicken coop, Jian Yaning said, taking out a tablet from the space and swiping it a few times. Let's make it like this, with 2 floors, is that okay? Jiang Qingning looked at it carefully and said, This is not difficult. We can finish it tomorrow. Jian Yaning took out a saw, hammer, nails and other tools from the space, and also took out wooden boards and other things and placed them on the platform. Jiang Qingning would be able to start working tomorrow when he got up. For dinner, we had the food stored in the space, including tea tree mushroom and old duck soup, fried eggs with chives and rice. The chives were grown on the platform. Chives grow very fast. After cutting 1 crop, the second crop will grow soon. When stocking up on seeds, Jian Yaning specifically stocked up on a lot of leek rhizomes. The brother and sister finished their delicious dinner, washed up, sat on the platform for a while in the breeze, and prepared to go to bed. What the two didn't know was that someone had already quietly reached the entrance of the cave, and even the trap with nails scattered outside the cave was clearly visible. Jian Yaning would remove the wooden planks from the trap every night, and cover it back during the day, and now someone would fill it with soil. In the middle of the night, Jian Yaning had to pee urgently, so as usual, she turned over from the bed and entered the space. After I finished using the toilet, I sat on the bed in the room and enjoyed the air conditioning for a while, letting the cold wind dry the sweat on my body, and then I left the space. As soon as he came out of the space, he saw 2 more people in front of the bed. The dogs in the cave were barking loudly. Jian Yaning didn't know what was going on for a moment. He was stunned for half a second and immediately took out a sharp tang sword from the space. The other party was also frightened and shouted, "Ghost!" The man was so scared that he dropped his flashlight and wanted to run out of the cave. Jian Yaning's eyes darkened and the tang sword in his hand thrust straight forward, piercing through his back to his chest. He turned the handle and pulled it out. Warm blood gushed out instantly, spilling on the carpet in the cave, shocking the sight. The remaining man was so frightened that he started to tremble all over. He threw the kitchen knife on the ground and kept muttering, I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry?" Jian Yaning's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he stabbed again, heading straight for the heart. When I came back from the toilet, there were 2 corpses on the ground. It was magical. "Brother, are you okay?" Jian Yaning walked over, cut the rope, and pulled out the cloth blocking his mouth. "There are more than 2 of them. There were 4 of them when they came in. When they saw that I was alone, the other 2 left, saying they were going to the next house," Jiang Qingning said. Jian Yaning nodded. "Brother, let's put the body away first." Then he took out a plastic sheet from the space, and the 2 of them quickly wrapped the body and put it into the space. How could such a good space become a morgue? Jian Yaning was speechless. 3 bodies had already been placed there. She felt really uncomfortable. "We've been targeted," Jian Yaning said affirmatively. "Let's go to the cave opposite and take a look. I remember Su Yuqing said that only Miao Sisi and 2 other female classmates were in the cave tonight. The others were on night duty." "Okay. Let's go." Jiang Qingning took the tang sword from his sister's hand and walked out. Jian Yaning took out a crossbow, picked up the frightened little dog and put it into the bathtub in the space sanitary napkin. What if someone came back and took the dog away? The brother and sister walked quickly to the cave opposite and found that the door of their cave was ajar, just like their own. They could faintly hear crying and shouting from inside. The 2 looked at each other, and Jiang Qingning walked in first. Jian Yaning followed closely behind. It was her first time entering the cave opposite. The cave was not very big, and the walls had not been repaired yet. There were 3 men, 2 of whom were holding down a girl's hands and feet, and another one was lying on top of her, about to do something disgusting. Miao Sisi and another girl were beaten black and blue, and huddled in a corner in fear. Miao Sisi thought that the 3 of them were going to be doomed today, but when she saw Jian Yaning and his sister, her eyes lit up. Jian Yaning didn't even think about it. A crossbow arrow flew out and hit the man lying on the girl in the back. The distance was very close, and it was impossible to miss. Jiang Qingning's tang sword stabbed the man on the right side fiercely, passing through the waist. A shrill scream was heard, and Jiang Qingning immediately pulled out his tang sword. The man covered the wound with his hand, but could not stop the blood from spurting out. The man who was hit in the back by the crossbow arrow groaned and fell on the girl, motionless, probably dead. The last short man was left, and the sudden change frightened him so much that he knelt on the ground. "Have mercy on me! Have mercy on me! I didn't do anything!" The man was so scared that he begged for mercy loudly. His pants were wet. Miao Sisi hurried forward and turned over the body that was pressing on the girl. "Xiaoyu, are you okay, Xiaoyu?" Diu was terrified. Her body was covered in blood, her eyes were wide open, her eyes were out of focus, and tears kept falling unconsciously. Miao Sisi quickly wrapped her body with a sheet and gently comforted her. "They forced me to do this. I didn't want to do this either." The man continued to beg for mercy. Seeing that his 2 companions were in pain, he dared not move. "My child is still young. Please let me go. I won't tell anyone." "Are you worthy of having a child?" Jian Yaning's eyes were full of murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the crossbow arrow flew away from Xian. With a dull sound, the crossbow arrow pierced deeply into the man's heart. Chapter 41, Not to be tried with. In the end times, keeping such people alive would create hidden dangers for yourself. If Jian Yaning hadn't entered the space in the middle of the night, or if there was no space, she couldn't imagine what would happen next. Would these people let her brother and herself go? Impossible. The person being pressed on the bed now is Jian Yaning. Begging for mercy does not mean knowing that one is wrong, but it is just a means to save life. After what happened in the previous life, Jian Yaning will not let himself get into trouble again. "Are you okay?" Jian Yaning looked at the 3 girls. "It's okay, Dee was just scared." Miao Sisi hugged Dee while another girl wiped the blood off her face with a towel. "Thank you, otherwise I don't dare to think about what would happen tonight." "I'm glad you're okay," Jian Yaning said. Cece, come out with me for a moment. The two walked to the cave, whispered a few words, and then the brother and sister took their weapons and went straight to Jiang Dexing's cave. There was no need to worry about Hiqing, because all the people living there were young and strong, and they had to think twice before attacking them at night. We groped our way to Jiang Dexing's cave in the dark. The door was also ajar. There was light coming from inside, and the cave was very quiet. Jiang Qingning gently opened the door and walked into the cave. Jian Yaning followed closely behind him. As soon as they entered the cave, they saw two people lying on the ground, their heads were broken. When they looked closely, they saw that they were strangers. Why are you here? Jiang Dexing asked in surprise. When Qiao Xian heard the noise, she poked her head out from behind the curtain. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was the brother and sister. Someone just pried open the door of our cave and tried to steal something, Jian Yaning said. My brother and I beat them away. Someone also broke into the cave opposite us. After we dealt with them, we rushed over to see how you and sister-in-law were doing. It seems that we are being targeted. Jiang Dexing wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's true that people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. Jiang Qingning squatted on the ground and stretched out his hand to feel the breath. He was not dead and still breathing. Tie these two up first, and go to the big camp to call the police tomorrow. Qiao Xian took out a straw rope from behind the curtain, and Jiang Dexing tied the man up tightly in no time, just like tying up a pig, and dragged him to the entrance of the cave and leaned him against the wall. Jian Yaning was not a bloodthirsty person, but the two people who entered their house saw her secret. The secret of the hotel space, except for herself and her brother, all the people who knew it were dead, so that the secret could remain a secret. As for the three people in Miao Cece's cave, they not only wanted to rob but also rape her. It was not her fault. They all deserved to be put to death. Do you want to go and see Hiqing? Jiang Dexing asked. Why don't you go take a look? We're all out now, Jiang Qingning said. If you need any help, please help. Qiao Xian stayed in the cave and checked the door lock when she went out. Jian Yaning found that it was the same lock as her own, without any damage. It should have been opened with a special lock-picking tool. If someone knocked on the door, it would make a lot of noise at night. The door could be used normally and was not damaged. After the three people left, Qiao Xian immediately locked the door. As expected, no one from Hiqing's side came over. Just as Jian Yaning guessed, they had a large number of people and were all young and strong, so no one dared to come and cause trouble. This group of people picked the weak ones and chose the three of them. Boom boom boom. Jiang Qingning knocked on the door. After a while, a voice came from behind the door. Who is it? It's me, Jiang Qingning. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened from the inside. Hiqing stood at the door in striped shorts, holding a flashlight in his hand. When the flashlight swept across Jian Yaning, he cried out, ouch, turned around and ran into the cave. Jian Yaning. The three did not go in. There was a rustling noise in the cave, and Hiqing came out wearing pants and a vest. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What happened? Hiqing asked in confusion. Jiang Qingning briefly explained the cause of the incident, and said at the end, Let's come and see if anyone from your side is here. Thanks, brother. We are fine. Hiqing was touched. How are you going to deal with this? I know one or two people in my superiors. These people deserve to die. They must be severely punished. We plan to go to the big camp and call the police as soon as daybreak, Jiang Qingning said. Even though three of them were dead, two were still alive. That should be fine. I'll go to the big camp with you tomorrow, Hiqing said. Since everything was fine here, the three of them returned to their own caves. The brother and sister went to check on Miao Cece and the others. The three bodies had been dragged to the entrance of the cave, and the door had been locked. It shouldn't be a big deal, so Jian Yaning didn't knock on the door and went straight home with her brother. There was a conspicuous bloodstain on the carpet, the color of which had turned darker and seeped into the carpet. There were spare ones in the space. Jian Yaning put the things on the ground into the space. Jiang Qingning rolled up the bloody carpet, ready to go down the mountain with the corpse and throw it into the ruins tomorrow. After everything was tidied up, some air freshener was sprayed in the cave to cover up the bloody smell. After ventilating it during the day, the smell would be almost gone. After all this trouble, it was already past 3 in the morning, and it was dawn before I had much sleep. At 6 in the morning, Hiqing and Jiang Dexing arrived, wanting to go to the big camp when the sun was not so scorching. Jian Yaning did not go with them, because 3 people were enough to call the police, so she could just stay in the cave. At 8 o'clock, the 3 men arrived at the camp halfway up the mountain with 4 or 5 soldiers in uniform. First, I went to Jiang Dexing's place to take the 2 survivors with me, and then I went to the cave opposite to ask Miao Cece and the other 3 girls what happened last night. There were witnesses and evidence, and it was indeed a serious burglary. The body was put into a body bag and carried away. There was no unnecessary accountability. It was simple and rough. There was no body on Jian Yaning's side. He said that the person had run away. It was dark and he couldn't see clearly. The other party just asked a few more questions and didn't go into the cave to check. The people in the camp halfway up the mountain saw the bodies being carried out and talked about it. They came to the conclusion that the group of people who went into the mountains to hunt were ruthless people. They not only killed wild boars, but also killed people. It seems that they have to stay away from them in the future. This was something Jian Yaning had not expected. Their small team turned into a group of villains. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. At least it makes those who have plans to do something think about their own capabilities and not act rashly. Su Yuqing and his team came back from their night shift at 10 o'clock, so they didn't see this scene. After listening to Miao Cici's story, they brought a lot of supplies to express their gratitude. If Jian Yaning and his sister hadn't gone there, Miao Cici and her team would have suffered a disastrous fate. Jian Yaning took a small portion and asked him to take the rest back. She is not short of supplies, so just showing it is enough. If she takes more, the other side will have less. There is really no need for that. I heard that the 2 survivors were directly sentenced to forced labor in the planting area behind the big camp. They were handcuffed and shackled and had to do hard labor every day. It was really not as painful as the death of the 5. Chapter 42 Flower Seeds. There are corpses in the space, which is disgusting. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the brother and sister went down the mountain to deal with the body. Xiajiao village is close to Shengshan, and the bodies there have been dealt with by the authorities, so it is naturally impossible to dump them there, so they can only be dumped in the urban area. After not coming down for a long time, the windows of the SUV parked in the bamboo forest were smashed. Jian Yaning took out the gasoline from the space and added enough gasoline to run a round trip into the tank. The car could start, no problem. There are fewer people on the road leading to the city, but you can occasionally see official green trucks. The truck bed was covered tightly with a tarpaulin. Jian Yaning guessed that it was filled with supplies. In her previous life, she heard that the government had a secret warehouse at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. No one knew the exact location, but it was said that there were endless supplies inside. Jian Yaning is not greedy for this. If she dares to take advantage of the official authority, it would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet seeking death. As the car slowly approached the city, the stench became stronger. Even though the 2 wore masks, the smell still permeated. Many corpse movers could be seen busy on the ruins, gathering together the bodies found under the ruins. When a certain number of bodies are reached, the authorities will send a vehicle to take the bodies away and burn them together. The corpses were already rotten beyond recognition, with corpse fluid constantly oozing out. Fat, snow-white maggots were flying in and out of the corpses, and the air was filled with the buzzing sound of flies flapping their wings. The car window was broken and flies kept flying in. It was very disgusting and each one was incredibly large. The car drove to an uninhabited ruin, and the brother and sister got out of the car and walked deep into the ruins. Before the end of the world, this place was a cultural alley, but now it has long lost its previous appearance. There were no people living here, there were almost no corpses, and the smell was a little lighter. Jian Yaning saw a broken sign on the ground and immediately recognized it. It was a flower shop. She had visited it before the end of the world. In addition to selling ready-made flowers, it also sold flower seeds, and there were many varieties. I can't find more flower varieties, but if I have seeds I can grow them myself. Brother, wait a minute! Jian Yaning shouted. Jiang Qingning, who was walking in front, stopped, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Jian Yaning told them what he was thinking, and the 2 began to clean up the ruins of the flower shop. The collapse here was not very serious, and after clearing a hole, they found that the space below was still okay, and it was no problem for one person to go down. Then they enlarged the hole until it was big enough for one person to go down, and then they stopped. "Brother, I'm going downstairs. You wait for me upstairs," Jian Yaning said. "It's dangerous down there, let me go down," Jiang Qingning said, blocking the entrance to the cave with his body. He wouldn't let his sister take risks every time. "Brother, if there is any danger, I can go into the space immediately," Jian Yaning said. "You can rescue me from up there. Relatively speaking, it is safer for me to go down. Don't argue, I'll go." Jiang Qingning had no choice. What his sister said was indeed true. Jian Yaning took out an oxygen mask and an oxygen tank from the space and equipped themselves. After all, this place had been covered for too long, and there was no telling whether toxic or harmful gases would be produced. It was always better to be prepared. Jiang Qingning was no longer surprised to see oxygen tanks. His sister was now like Doraemon, able to handle anything. Jian Yaning stumbled into the flower shop and turned on the flashlight. She saw the ground was covered with withered flowers. Roses, tulips, sunflowers, baby's breath, all had their moisture drained away by the hot air. Jian Yaning touched the seed counter and saw the packaged seeds scattered all over the floor in a mess. Lavender, peony, damascene rose, lily of the valley, peony. There are so many varieties that Jian Yaning's eyes are full of light. They are all good things. As long as the seeds are packaged intact, they are all stored in the space. At the same time, we also found a lot of flower fertilizers, nutrient soil, nutrient solution, planting pots, etc., which will not regenerate in the short term in the future. Even if you don't use it to grow flowers, you can use it to grow vegetables. After cleaning it once to make sure nothing was missed, she was about to go back to the ground. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly jumped onto her oxygen mask in the darkness, making a squeaking sound. Damn! Rat! Now the rats in the city are not afraid of people at all after eating the corpses. They think Jian Yaning is also a corpse underground and want to eat her meat. Fortunately, he was wearing an oxygen mask, otherwise a piece of flesh would have been bitten off his face. Jian Yaning was startled at first, but immediately calmed down, and swept the mouse to the ground with his hand wearing a work gloves. The booted foot stomped hard on the rat's head, causing a red and white patch to appear. Jian Yaning wiped the soles of his shoes clean on the ground and pulled the climbing rope. Jian Qingning, who was waiting above, responded immediately and pulled him up. After coming up, Jian Yaning took out the disinfectant and sprayed the oxygen mask 3 times before returning to the space. He also sprayed his body and boots once before he felt relieved. The plague was no joke, it would kill people, and the death was very terrible. Even though the epidemic in Xiangshan has been basically under control, there are still infected people entering the quarantine area every day, but the number has decreased. The temperature in the city was much higher than that in the mountains, at least around 45 degrees. In just a short while, Jian Yaning was soaked in sweat all over, emitting an indescribable smell of sweat. After collecting the seeds, the brother and sister immediately disposed of the body and buried it shallowly in a ruin. It won't be long before these 2 bodies will rot quickly and no one will know who they are. If you don't stay in the city for a long time, there will be stench, flies, and rats everywhere. Staying longer will be even more dangerous. The corpse movers working in the city have a harder time. After work every day, the authorities will arrange for unified disinfection and distribute additional cooling supplies. Even though it is so dangerous and hard, there are still many people willing to do this job just to fill their stomachs. The car drove back to the bamboo forest and parked at its original place. When Jian Yaning returned to the cave, she felt like she was going to faint from sweating. It was too hot. After returning to the cave, she immediately took out 2 bottles of functional drinks to replenish electrolytes, and drank 2 bottles of Xingqi water before she felt better. After resting for a while, Jian Yaning entered the space and prepared to take a shower. She smelled terrible. As soon as you enter the space, use a bag to pick up the seeds scattered on the ground. Hey! That's not right. How could it be empty? She had touched every packet and found that they all contained seeds. Jian Yaning left the standard room and walked to the corridor. Wow! 2 rooms were unlocked directly. In addition to flowers, flower seeds are also available. This is good news. The bad news is that there is no place to get seeds for the moment. I just came across them today by chance, and not every flower shop sells flower seeds. Chapter 43? Unlocking the cold storage and greenhouse. Jian Yaning stood in the corridor and looked at one of the doors. It was written with the words cold storage. After twisting the wooden door, there was another heavy stainless steel door inside. As soon as the door of the cold storage was opened, a gust of cold air hit Jian Yaning involuntarily. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt, she didn't dare go in for fear of being frozen into an ice stick. After a quick glance, I found that it was about the same size as the other rooms, and there were 4 or 5 rows of stainless steel shelves inside for placing things. In this way, the freezer can be retired, and in hot weather, a large amount of ice can be made and placed in the cave to cool down, and the melted water can be used for irrigation. The freed space can be used to store the cave's unneeded fresh-keeping supplies in the small warehouse in the kitchen. Unlocking the cold storage is a timely relief. Relying on 2 freezers to make ice is simply not enough. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and looked at another door, on which was written the words, Flower Room. As soon as the door was pushed open, Jian Yaning opened her eyes wide. This was a sunroom. Except for the wall behind the door, the other walls were transparent. There was a huge fill light overhead, and the light was very soft. One of the walls is next to the standard room, and you can see what's going on inside the standard room. There is also a wall that allows you to see into the cave, where my brother is playing with the dog. This is amazing. Originally, you couldn't see the outside world in the space, but with this greenhouse, you can see outside, which is amazing. The last wall is next to the unlocked room. It is gray inside and nothing can be seen clearly. I don't know what its function is. In addition, there are several rows of flower racks in the greenhouse where flowers can be planted. It's a pity that there is no soil, But I brought back a lot of nutrient soil and nutrient solution from the flower shop today, and I just need to dig some soil outside. If I had known about this function earlier, I could bring back some rotten leaves as fertilizer when I went hunting in the mountains. After unlocking 2 rooms at once, Jian Yaning was in a very good mood. I took a quick shower and left the space. I can only stay in it for 4 hours a day, so I have to use it sparingly. It's not impossible to operate it with consciousness. Simple movements are fine, but if the difficulty is a little higher, my brain will ache after operating it for a while. Take out all the flower seeds at once. After throwing away the empty bags, there are still a small number of seeds left. Those with a small number of seeds were absorbed by the space. There are still a lot of seeds left, enough to plant for a long time. I just don't know if the space that absorbed the seeds will also absorb the finished flowers. Jian Yaning planned to give it a try. If it was absorbed, it would be a profit. After sorting the seeds, Jian Yaning plans to plant lavender and peony, which are the largest remaining ones. The empty space in the greenhouse can be used to plant some flowering vegetables, such as peppers, tomatoes, and rapeseed. The seeds of these vegetables are all available, and quite a few have been stockpiled. Besides, cauliflower is also a flower, so the space should treat them equally, right? It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jiang Qingning hadn't showered yet, so he was sent out to dig some soil. He didn't have to go far. He could just dig some soil from the ground that had just been turned over yesterday and mix it with the nutrient soil. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the flower stands in the greenhouse were already filled with flower troughs and braziers. The fruit and vegetable garden includes peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, and strawberries, all of which will bloom. I also planted a pot of chives, which will bloom when they get old. I planted 2 varieties of flowers, all of which were watered, and the fill light automatically controls the light without manual operation. If there are no flower seeds, it would be nice to use it to grow vegetables. This is much more convenient than the platform. Although the platform is large, the temperature is too high. Even if I water it twice a day, the ground is still dry. Fortunately, the vegetables are not dead, but they are a little yellowed by the sun. We will have dinner after my brother finishes taking a shower. On the table were red mushroom chicken soup, scrambled eggs with green onions, and hot and sour cabbage. The vegetables that they had stockpiled previously have been almost eaten up. The 2 of them couldn't eat that much because the pigs and rabbits consumed more. They hadn't had time to go out and cut grass for the pigs and rabbits, so they could only eat the vegetables first. Jian Yaning still gave it sparingly, adding some sweet potatoes or leftover rice, otherwise it would be consumed faster. After finishing her meal, she went to see the baby rabbit. It seemed to be a little bigger. The mother rabbit was very alert when she saw people coming. Jian Yaning didn't dare to touch it. She heard that if it smelled strange, the mother rabbit would bite the baby to death. The piglets have been raised for such a long time and have grown a lot. Their appetite has also increased. It is urgent to cut grass for the pigs, otherwise they will be eaten out of money. The chickens are easier to take care of. They are now shaped like little hens. They should be able to lay eggs in a month or so. Some of the eggs in the space are made into salted eggs, and some are kept in the fresh keeping room, which consumes them very quickly. At that time, the space did not have a fresh keeping function, so not many eggs were stocked. From now on, if we want eggs, we will have to rely on these little hens. After a careful calculation, I found that I still have plenty of supplies. As long as I manage it well, my future life will not be too bad. Days passed like this, and Jian Yaning occasionally followed him into the mountains to collect some rotten leaves, wild fruits, and wild vegetables. He went to the trap once a week and brought back some meat every time. More and more survivors who are short of food are going into the mountains to search for food. The trap set by Jiang Qingning and his group in the forest was discovered, and the prey in the trap had been taken away by someone. Some people even lived by the stream and hid when they saw Jiang Qingning and his group entering the mountains. This won't work. I'll be working for others for nothing. I don't know where these people got the perseverance to stay for so long. There are snakes, insects, rats and ants in the deep mountains. Once when I went into the mountains, I saw a person who was bitten to death by a poisonous snake. The whole body was purple and very scary. The small team was helpless, unable to drive them away or prevent them, so they could only dismantle the trap and take them back to the camp halfway up the mountain. The new year is almost over. After December, it will be mid-January. The members of the hunting team discussed and decided to wait until after the new year before finding another place to set traps. Anyway, they had stockpiled a lot of dried meat of various kinds, which, together with the income from work, would last them for a long time. January. This month, which should have been cold, was unusually hot. The temperature in the city has reached 50 degrees, so hot that it burns feet. The body collection team has stopped working in the city. I heard that several people died of the heat, so no one dares to go. The temperature in Xiangshan remains around 40 degrees Celsius, and it will be a little lower at night, around 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. The sweet potato and corn seedlings have been planted, and they are wilting due to lack of water, but they are not dead. The people in the camp halfway up the mountain have changed their schedules, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, they all go down the mountain to fetch water. The small pond is crowded with people and the water has run dry. I don't know how long it will last. News came from the official side that they would arrange to dig wells after the new year and recruit a large number of people. The benefits would be slightly worse than those of the body collection team, so it would be hard, but many people were still scrambling to go. Chapter 44 Air Conditioning. This time Jiang Dexing didn't want to go again. It was better to go hunting in the mountains than to do hard labor. Jian Yaning would definitely not let her brother go. Although digging wells can be done at night, it will damage the body. Without a good body, it would be a real pain to survive the cold winter. In addition to recruiting well diggers, they also recruited patrolmen. The brother and sister thought patrolling was okay, not too tiring, and they could get a lot of information. But there were requirements for patrol recruitment, and the most basic requirement was that they had no criminal record. Although the current system is not perfect and may not be found for the time being, what if someone reports it? For example, the Su family. Only after the charges against him are cleared can Jiang Qingning live and work with dignity. Worried that her brother was upset, Jian Yaning had to find something for him to do. She took out the cabinet air conditioner she had stockpiled before the end of the world and asked Jiang Qingning to read the instructions and learn how to install it. The outdoor unit could be placed on the platform without worrying about being seen. As for electricity consumption, there is a power storage box prepared. A full charge can hold 100 degrees of electricity, which is enough to power a 3-horsepower air conditioner. Jian Yaning bought 4 of these power storage boxes and placed them in space for backup. He originally planned to take out the air conditioners and power storage boxes after the Chinese New Year. After the Chinese New Year, the temperature will soar and the temperature in the mountains will reach as high as 50 degrees. The cave is said to be warm in winter and cool in summer, but the temperature is so high now that it is not cool to live in it, it is even stuffy. Anyway, there is no shortage of water and electricity in the space, so it is okay to take it out early. When the time comes, add the ice made in the cold storage. At least the temperature in the cave can be controlled at around 30 degrees. The temperature in the cave cannot be too low, otherwise it will be hot when you go out and cold when you come back, which will easily cause problems. It is not difficult to install an air conditioner. The cabinet unit placed in the hole does not need to be installed. Just fix the outdoor unit on the platform. In case someone enters the cave, it will be very convenient to just collect it into the space. After a lot of trouble, the air conditioner was finally installed. I plugged in the power supply, pressed the remote control, and with a beep, the air conditioner started to work. The cool air blew out, making me feel refreshed and comfortable. Once the door on the platform is closed, the noise from the outside unit is blocked out, and no sound can be heard in the cave. It's perfect. Jian Yaning faced the air conditioner for a while and felt cooler. Doubting, who was lying on the ground with his tongue sticking out due to the heat, also became lively. Technology has really changed our lives. After the temperature in the cave dropped, I adjusted the temperature to 30 degrees and put a basin of ice in it. It was not dry and kept a comfortable temperature. When I was not in the mountains, I took care of the vegetables on the platform and made the ingredients in the space into finished products, as usual. After a period of time, the fresh keeping room had stored enough cooked food to last for 1 or 2 years. The Chinese New Year is coming soon, and Jian Yaning plans to make some dumplings and stockpile them. The meat used is pork leg meat stored before the end of the world. Wild boar meat does not taste good when used to make dumplings because it has more lean meat, and compared to domestic pigs, it has a fishy smell. If it is not handled properly, the dumplings made from it will be ruined. Part of the wild boar meat was used to make braised meat, and the tenderer part was fried with dried chili peppers and garlic sprouts, coated with a layer of starch, and stored. It tasted very good. After making the dumplings, the stockpiled pork will be used up. If you want to eat pork again, you have to look for the piglets raised on the platform. But there was only one pig, and it hadn't been castrated yet. Jian Yaning thought that if she could find a female to breed with, it would be sustainable development. Otherwise, after slaughtering this one, there would be no more. Jian Yaning remembered that there was a pig farm in Tianli town on the outskirts of the city, about 70 or 80 kilometers away from Xiangshan. There was a large pig farm there, but she wondered if she could find pigs there. In addition, there is another place where you might be able to find pigs, and that is at the Survivor Market. The market is now open at 7 p.m. every night in the big camp, in the form of barter. It has only been open for about a week, and Jian Yaning has not been there yet. Miao Sisi and the others said that there are all kinds of things for sale at the market, and they even saw goats for sale. But the price is very high, and it can only be exchanged for rice or flour. Brother, I have nothing to do today. Let's go to the market together tonight. Jian Yaning took a sip of the icy green bean soup. See if there are any sows and bring one back. Jiang Qingning had no objection. Okay, then wait until the sun goes down and water the land outside. The corn seedlings and sweet potato seedlings have been planted in the land outside the cave. The tender seedlings are destroyed and become listless every day, but fortunately they are still alive. I water them in the morning and evening, and they look okay. The sweet potato vines I planted in my previous life didn't die, but the harvest was not very good. The vines had just started to grow, but the few leaves they had were pulled out. These people don't just pull out the crops from their own fields. They wait until no one is around and then pull out the crops from other people's fields. Later on, they lived far away from the fields and simply took a knife and stood guard at the edge of the fields. Otherwise, the farmers would dig out and eat not only the leaves but also the seeds. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun was about to set, and the afterglow enveloped the entire Xiangshan mountain. Jiang Qingning wore a straw hat and carried a bucket to the small pond to fetch water. He saw that there was already a queue of people at the pond, and there were quite a lot of people. When it was his turn, the water in the pond was only the bottom, and it was very turbid. After barely filling 2 buckets of muddy water, we headed towards the camp halfway up the mountain. The people in the queue behind them saw that there was no water, so they had to go down the mountain. But it was very difficult to carry water back up. The mountain road was difficult and hot, and people would definitely not be able to bear it. But the crops in the fields would die without water. For the sake of food, they had to go no matter how difficult it was. Pour 2 buckets of muddy water on the ground, and it only moistened the ground a little bit, which was really a drop in the bucket. Jian Yaning did not use space water to irrigate the land outside, it was too eye-catching. Other people's land was dry, while theirs was moist, which was unreasonable. If it can grow, it will grow. If it can't grow, there is nothing we can do. The situation in everyone's land is similar. The water problem can only be alleviated by waiting for an official well to be drilled. After watering the plants and eating, we prepared to go to the big camp. The survivors have become accustomed to a life of hiding during the day and coming out at night. The camp halfway up the mountain is the busiest at this moment, with people coming out to do all kinds of things. When I went out, I happened to meet Miao Sisi and Chen Yuding, who were going to work. They were now working in the temporary hospital in the big camp, and it was a good opportunity for them to study while helping other doctors. How is Diyu? Jian Yaning asked. Miao Sisi sighed and said, He still hasn't recovered. He's suspicious all day and doesn't sleep in the middle of the night. It's no use trying to persuade him. We can only let her slowly come out of it on her own, Jian Yaning said. Yes, we are afraid she won't live long, Chen Yuding added casually. She is so thin that she looks unrecognizable. Jian Yaning didn't know what to say. In this kind of situation, no one could help her except to be strong herself. They were all heading to the big camp, so the 4 of them had a companion. On the way, many people wanted to go to the market to buy supplies, and they carried large and small bags with wild vegetables, clothes, electronic products, all kinds of things. Chapter 45? Market. The brother and sister also carried bags with some rice and flour in them. Soon, we arrived at the big camp and saw lights. There were generators in the big camp, but these resources were controlled by the government, so ordinary people could not use electricity and just borrow the light. Look, the market is over there. Miao Sisi pointed to the south and whispered, We're going to work first. You'd better put your bags in your arms. Even though there are soldiers patrolling, there are still many pickpockets and thieves who cut bags. Okay, thank you. The brother and sister listened to the advice, put their backpacks on their backs, held them in their arms and walked towards the market. There were many people at the market, so the government hung 2 high-wattage bulbs on the trees, one for better trading, and the other for the dark, which made it easy for some people to take advantage of the situation. Although it wasn't particularly bright, it was better than nothing. No registration is required and entry is free. There were stalls next to each other, and the items sold were also varied, including pots and pans, clothes and pants, shoes and socks, books and stationery, some new and some old, and the prices were different. These things were dug out by the survivors in the urban area. They are not edible, and I hope they can be exchanged for something else to eat. Many of them were things that could not be used. Jian Yaning continued walking forward and smelled the odor of sheep. Not far ahead she saw an old man holding 2 lambs in his hands. It was too hot, and the lambs were like dogs, sticking out their tongues. There really are sheep. Jian Yaning's eyes lit up, and she pulled her brother towards the stall. How much do you sell this sheep for? Jian Yaning asked. Change the high blood pressure medicine, said the old man. The old man was used to asking for prices. He had been selling lambs here since the market started, but he couldn't sell them. He wanted to exchange them for rice or medicine. His wife had severe high blood pressure and hadn't taken medicine for a long time. She lay in bed every day and felt dizzy and uncomfortable. If there is no medicine, I'm afraid it won't last long. He had thought about exchanging it for rice and flour, but the old man was reluctant to do so and still wanted to exchange it for medicine. Jian Yaning groaned in her heart. She did have some medicine for high blood pressure in stock, but she didn't need it herself, so it wouldn't matter if she exchanged some for it. I have it here. How do you plan to exchange it? Jian Yaning said in a low voice, reaching into the backpack, using his consciousness to take out a medicine from the space and put it in the bag. The old man's eyes lit up. You really have it? Why would I lie to you? Jian Yaning opened her bag a little to let the old man see the medicine box. Did you see it? 1 box for 1, what do you think? The old man said. He saw that the medicine box was the same as the one his wife took. 1 box could last for a month, and if used sparingly, it might last for 2 months. Jian Yaning was silent for a few seconds. Just as she was about to agree, the old man thought she thought it was too expensive and whispered. If you have more, I have piglets and chickens at home that can also be exchanged. What does your family do? Why do you have so many livestock? Jian Yaning was a little unconvinced. Who would bring so many livestock with them when fleeing from famine? Maybe they were trying to trick people into going to a deserted place so they could take advantage of them. There are many such things after the end of the world, such as killing someone for a corn steamed bun or something. Although it has not reached that point yet, people's hearts are different. We are a livestock farmer in Tianli town, the old man said. These are the only livestock in our family that are worth some money. I couldn't bear to throw them away, so I brought them all up the mountain. They are not easy to raise, and they cost a lot of food. Alas. After hearing this, Jian Yaning believed it 70% because everyone in the fields was doing breeding. We only brought 1 box today, let's change it first. Jian Yaning paused. At the price you offer today, it's no problem to take it back, we'll come back tomorrow. Okay, said the old man happily. After exchanging money for goods, the two agreed to get a sow and a lamb for the next day, and the old man agreed. Before the end of the world, this medicine for high blood pressure was only 20 or 30 yuan a box, and Jian Yaning stocked up a lot of it. At this time, there are many medicines for basic diseases, such as high blood pressure, high blood lipids, gout, etc., and it is easy to exchange supplies. In addition to these medicines for basic diseases, Jian Yaning also stockpiled many common medicines, including anti-inflammatory, cold, antipyretic, and hemostatic medicines. However, she does not plan to take these out now, as these medicines will only become more valuable in the future. Not only did we order a gilt, but we also got a pair of goats. If we keep breeding them well, we won't have to worry about meat in the future. The brother and sister walked around the market with the lamb for a while. There was nothing attractive for her to buy, but she did like some gold jewelry. However, the price was too high. She wanted to exchange a gold ring for 10 kilograms of rice, which was a bit too much. Jian Yaning just asked, she couldn't accept this price. She had a lot of rice and flour stored in the space, but she didn't want to spend it. Gold is good in troubled times. After a while, when you can't eat, you can exchange a steamed bun for a gold ring. You can wait a little longer, there's no rush. Brother, let's go back and come back tomorrow, Jian Yaning said. Jiang Chengning said yes, picked up the lamb and held it in his arms. The lamb was too hot and refused to walk. He stopped after walking a few steps. Anyway, it was not heavy, so it was no problem to carry it down the mountain. The market had just begun and not many people were coming down the mountain. 3 skinny men with shifty looks followed the brother and sister. Even though the lamb is small and skinny, it still has 2 tails of meat. If we can't catch it in the big camp, we can just catch it on the road. Jiang Qingning walked in front holding the lamb, and Jian Yaning walked behind. She was keenly aware of the malicious gazes behind her, and her hand quietly reached into her backpack and took out the crossbow. Hey! I'm talking to you guys, stop! A scoundrel voice came from behind. Jian Yaning shone the flashlight over there and saw 3 skinny guys. Is there something wrong? Jian Yaning asked coldly. Oh, it's a younger sister. Wow, she's not bad looking. One of the yellow-haired men gave Jian Yaning a lewd look. Yan Nan, stay. You can accompany us 3 brothers for 1 night, and then we'll let you go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingning put the lamb on the ground, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and flew towards the yellow-haired man. Suddenly, the dagger stabbed into the tree trunk next to the yellow-haired man, frightening him so much that he jumped to the side and said angrily, Damn it, they don't know how to be polite. Get them. Leave this woman to me. What about the young and dangerous? Jian Yaning raised the crossbow in his hand and shot at the yellow-haired man's thigh. He had practiced a lot during this period, so his accuracy was still very good. With a cry of ouch, the yellow-haired man fell to the ground in pain. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more crossbow arrows were shot out, and 2 screams sounded at the same time. This place is very close to the big camp, and it is inappropriate to kill people. Jian Yaning can only teach them a little lesson so that they can learn how to be good people. Jiang Qingning walked up with the lamb in his hand, and slapped each of the 3 good-for-nothing hooligans twice. "Are you still doing this? You don't have any skills, but you're trying to rob others." After saying that, he ignored their pleas for mercy. He pulled out the 3 crossbow arrows that were stuck in his thighs. Every arrow he used would be 1 less, so they couldn't be wasted. Chapter 46, Picking Pig Grass. After a few close calls, we reached the campsite halfway up the mountain safely. He carried the lamb into the cave, and was seen by many people. When asked, he said he bought it at the market. Since 3 were killed and 2 were captured last time, no one in the camp halfway up the mountain dared to have any idea. The man who killed people and wild boars was not to be trifled with. You can only be jealous, what else can you do? The air conditioner in the cave was not turned off, and turning it on and off would waste more electricity. Besides, there was an endless supply of electricity in the hotel, so it would be a waste if it was not used. As soon as the door was opened, a gust of cool air hit me in the face, which was very comfortable. Doubting came up immediately and circled around the lamb curiously, sniffing here and there. The temperature in the cave was suitable. Jian Yaning took some vegetable leaves from the space to feed the sheep and gave them some water. The lamb calmed down and started playing with Doubting. Yes, Doubting has never had any companions, so the little dog must be a little lonely. Now that we have the sheep, there will be 1 more pig tomorrow. For 1 sheep, we need to build a sheep pen on the platform, and the pig pen also needs to be expanded. Jiang Qingning will be busy again. Feeding is also a problem. With more livestock, they eat more. Sheep are easier to deal with because the weather is not so hot at night, and you can take them to a place with plenty of grass and let them eat the grass themselves. As for pigs, their consumption is really high. Jian Yaning thought that while the grass had not completely withered, she should cut more and save some in the space. Pig grass also needs to be cut, but the brother and sister grew up in the city and have never raised pigs, so they don't know what pig grass is. Jiang Qingning thought about it and suggested that they could ask Jiang Dexing, who should know. It's not even 10 o'clock at night, so it's a good time to take a walk. When we arrived at Jiang Dexing's cave, we saw the couple sitting at the door enjoying the cool air. When they realized it was an acquaintance, they greeted them over. "Why are you here today?" Jiang Dexing poured water for the 2 of them, and Xiao Xian brought out 2 small stools from the house. "Can I come over and sit here if I have nothing to do?" Xiao Xian took over the conversation. "Come, Yan Ning, sit here and have some water." Jiang Dexing was used to being scolded, so he touched his nose and said, "Oh, I don't know how to speak, so is it okay if I said something wrong?" Jian Yaning really likes to watch the couple bickering, it's really interesting. Xiao Xian has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, while Jiang Dexing loves deeply but is not good at talking, so he always suffers. But he still enjoys watching. Jiang Qingning explained the purpose of his visit in a few words and also mentioned that he had gone to the market to exchange sheep. At that time, we went to the city to look for supplies. Jiang Dexing's family also found some medicines and kept them. It's useless to keep them in hand all the time. Just keep some commonly used medicines. In this hot weather, they will easily go bad if left for a long time. It's better to exchange them for some livestock to raise. We also have high blood pressure medicine here. 1 box for a lamb? Xiao Xian became interested. Sister-in-law, we have already exchanged 1 for each of us, Jian Yaning said. If you want to exchange 1 too, let's go together tomorrow. The old man said that we have pigs and chickens as well. Okay, I'll go with you guys tomorrow, Xiao Xian said. He raises pigs there. I've raised pigs before. I've seen that there's no suitable pig grass around here, but there is some on the way up the mountain. Tomorrow I'll take you to get it cut, said Xiao Xian. Thank you, sister-in-law, Jian Yaning thanked. We chatted about some irrelevant things, agreed to go into the mountains at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then went back. Jian Yaning breathed a sigh of relief as the pig grass issue was settled. Now that she could grow crops in the greenhouse, she planned to stop growing vegetables on the platform after they matured and plant only forage grass on the platform to feed livestock. The vegetables grown in the greenhouse are enough for 2 people to consume. Jian Yaning also discovered that the plants in the greenhouse grew much faster than those outside. In just half a month, the rapeseed had matured, and each one was very green and was about to bloom yellow flowers. The peppers and tomatoes were half grown, and Jian Yaning later planted eggplants, cauliflower, bok choy, and lettuce. The lettuce will be ready for harvest in 2 days. The cabbage and radishes that I stockpiled earlier have also been used up, so we can take over. After the brother and sister took care of the livestock, watered the vegetables on the platform, and took a shower, they went back to their respective cubicles. The air conditioner was whirring, and Doubting and the lamb fell asleep at the end of the bed. The next morning, the alarm rang and the brother and sister got up. We didn't go far today. We went to cut grass near a pass in the deep mountains, so we were able to bring Doubting and the lamb with us. Xiao Xian liked the lambs as soon as she saw them. The 2 of them discussed it for a whole night, and finally decided to raise sheep. They can also give birth to lambs and are convenient to take out to graze. Raising pigs requires a larger space, unlike Jian Yaning's cave, which has a large platform. Raising pigs in the cave is too smelly. When your pigs give birth in the future, we will exchange with you, said Xiao Xian. Okay, Jian Yaning agreed. It just so happens that Jiang Dexing knows how to castrate pigs. When the time comes, the pigs grow fast and the meat doesn't smell bad, Xiao Xian said. The pigs that haven't been castrated smell bad and don't grow meat. Jian Yaning didn't know this, so she kept them all in her mind. The four of them soon arrived at the place where they were cutting grass for pigs. Xiao Xian knew about pig grass and led the three people to identify which kind was edible and which was not. At first, they had to identify it many times, but after seeing it many times, Jian Yaning could recognize it at a glance. The lamb was crunching its food on the side, and Doubting was also chewing grass foolishly. The grass here is lush, and the groundwater should be very abundant. Jian Yaning remembered that in the late stage of the high temperature, there was no shortage of water in the deep mountains, and the grass and trees were still lush. But the big camp and the mid-mountain camp were not so good, and everywhere was bare. Some people did move to the deep mountains. It was said that there were wolves and other wild animals in the mountains. Those who went in to settle down never came out again. After they recognized them all, they dispersed to cut them, not far away, just 10 meters. After they dispersed, Jian Yaning pulled many of them up by the roots into the space while cutting, preparing to take them back to the platform to plant. The more grass you cut, the more you can store in the space, so that you can have more grass for the livestock. After a while, they had cut 4 bundles, and while the sun was not too strong, they carried the pig grass back and walked back. The traps in the deep mountains were all dismantled, and Jiang Dexing and Jiang Qingning did not plan to go into the mountains. Recently, there were a lot of people going into the mountains, and the small animals went deeper into the mountains, so there were fewer prey to catch. If you want to hunt then, you'll have to go deeper and the danger will double. Further inside is the primeval forest, and no one knows what kind of wild animals are there. We can still survive now, so there is no need to risk our lives. When I returned with the pig feed on my back, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. No one was outside the camp halfway up the mountain. Everyone was hiding in caves or shacks to avoid the sun. Jiang Dexing left the bundle of pig grass that he carried back to the Jiang family. The couple planned to exchange it for 2 sheep. It would be a waste if so much grass could not be eaten up, so Jian Yaning took it without hesitation. There was no condition to cook the pig grass, so we could only feed it directly. However, the piglets were used to eating leftovers and vegetable leaves, and they disliked the pig grass and were unwilling to eat it. Chapter 47 Everyone has sheep. After lunch, Jian Yaning took a nap, and when she woke up it was already past 5 in the evening. The quality of sleep in the air-conditioned cave was significantly improved. Although the cave is warm in winter and cool in summer, the high temperature outside made the cave hot and stuffy. After looking at the value of the power storage box, Jian Yaning saw that there was not much power left. He replaced it with a fully charged power storage box and took it back to the space to continue charging. After dinner, I went to the platform to check on the pigs. They were used to the good food and hadn't eaten any of the pig grass yet. The moisture in the pig grass had been almost evaporated by the hot air. If left overnight, it would turn into hay. It seems that I still have to find a way to get a big pot and cook for the pigs. I can just build a simple stove on the platform. There is no shortage of firewood in the mountains now, and it can be picked up everywhere. Speaking of firewood, Jian Yaning planned to start stockpiling it after the new year. The space was small before, so he bought some charcoal for heating and stored it in the space. He calculated that it would be enough to burn for a whole winter. He froze to death in the extreme cold in his previous life, and he didn't know how long the extreme cold would last. If this continues for a long time, the charcoal will not be enough, and firewood collection will have to be put on the agenda. Calculating the time, the brother and sister put on their backpacks and went out. Jiang Dexing and his wife were about to arrive at this time. As soon as the two sides met, they encountered He Qing and his group of 3. "Are you going to the market?" He Qing greeted. They were all acquaintances, so there was no hiding anything. They told He Qing about going to the market to exchange livestock. He Qing immediately became interested. There were many of them, and they were all young and strong. They ate a lot, and the prey they had hunted before had been almost consumed, with only some wild boar jerky left. "Wait for a while, I'll ask someone to take my place," He Qing said. He Qing is a senior auto repair engineer who works at the foot of Shanshan Mountain. He is responsible for repairing official cars. His treatment is much better than that of ordinary people, but he can only eat enough. If he wants to eat well, he has to find a way himself. After everyone left, Jian Yaning thought for a moment and said, "I'll go ask Miao Sisi and the others if they're going." It would be a bad idea not to ask. After all, they were a small team. It wouldn't be appropriate if all 3 families came back with their new animals, but they were the only ones left without any. Miao Sisi had to go to work today, and when she went there, she saw Su Yuqing and another male classmate in the cave, as well as Diyu, who was in a bad mental state. Jian Yaning glanced at Diyu, who was still in a daze, and sighed in her heart, explaining her purpose. Finally, the small team gathered again and went up the mountain to exchange livestock. As more people came, the road became lively. After discussing for a while, except for the Jiang family, other families were ready to exchange sheep, as sheep eat grass and are easier to raise. We arrived at the market soon and, just like yesterday, there were a lot of people there. When I arrived at the old man's stall, I saw that he had brought 2 lambs and a half-grown piglet. The pig was so thin that it looked unrecognizable and did not look like a pig at all. "What are you doing?" The old man was startled when he saw so many people coming. "These are my neighbors. They also want to trade sheep." Jiang Qingning took 2 steps forward, approached the old man and whispered, "They all have high blood pressure medicine in their hands." Okay, the old man said happily. "It's just that I didn't bring that much today. We'll go with you to the livestock farm so we don't have to make another trip tomorrow. What do you think?" Jian Yaning said. The old man hesitated for a few seconds and agreed. He led the pigs and sheep in front, and the group followed behind. The patrolling soldiers saw them and thought something had happened. They came over and asked the old man a few questions before letting him go. It seems that the patrol is really attentive. No wonder no one dares to steal things in the market. That's good. After walking for a quarter of an hour and passing a small woods, they smelled the unique pungent smell of sheep. "It's just ahead. My son and daughter-in-law are guarding it," said the old man. Jian Yaning and his men have a lot of people, and this is a large camp, so there is no need to worry about anything happening. "Why did you bring so many people back?" a middle-aged woman asked dissatisfiedly. "They have medicine," the old man said, "and they are here to exchange it for sheep. This disease won't get better even if I take medicine," the middle-aged woman muttered. "I'd better lie down in bed. Now that the animal has been replaced, how will I live in the future?" The old man heard it and suddenly raised his voice. "This is my sheep. I am willing to exchange it for medicine for my wife. It's useless if you are unhappy." The middle-aged woman was so angry that she threw the hay in her hand and left. The group looked at each other, not knowing how to react. "Don't worry about her. These animals were raised by me and my wife. What they say doesn't count," said the old man, and he led his men forward. They soon saw a quarantine fence made of bamboo. There were 12 lambs inside and 4 adult sheep nearby. "I won't exchange the big ones. You can pick these lambs yourselves," said the old man. Jian Yaning picked a young ram that looked energetic and in good condition. The other families had no experience in raising sheep, so they learned to pick a pair of male and female sheep. After they picked the sheep pen became sparsely populated. The price is the same as yesterday, a box of high blood pressure medicine for a lamb. After the lambs were chosen, Jian Yaning picked a gilt, and Xiao Xian asked for a few half-grown chickens. He Qing and Su Yuqing's family had trouble raising 2 sheep, so they didn't ask for chickens. After paying the money and receiving the goods, everyone returned home with a full load. This time we went down the mountain smoothly. There were so many people that no one dared to attack. It was easier to attack those with 1 or 2 people. They arrived at the camp halfway up the mountain, chatting and laughing. Sumu was taking Su Xiaobao out for a stroll. He saw Jian Yaning and Jiang Qingning, who were holding pigs and sheep in their hands. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. Why are these 2 siblings living so well while I can barely get enough to eat? Sumu wanted to go up and say something to her, but he took his foot back just as he was about to take a step forward. He heard Su Xiaobao's annoying voice. "I want a sheep too! I want a sheep too! Idiot!" Sumu glared at him. "If you have the guts, go by yourself." Su Xiaobao didn't dare to go. He had learned his lesson after being beaten twice by Jian Yaning. He stepped hard on Sumu's instep and said, "You are the idiot!" Then he ran away. Sumu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Looking at Su Xiaobao's back, he came up with a plan in his mind. Jian Yaning also saw Sumu, but pretended not to see him. There was no point in paying attention to such a person. "We both have sheep now, how about we let them out together?" He Qing said. "We can let one go anyway, and we can drive 2 away anyway, so starting tomorrow, we can take turns and have 2 people let them out." This is a good idea. There are 8 sheep in total, and 2 people can take care of them. They can drive them to where there is grass every day, feed them and bring them back. "Okay." Jiang Dexing raised his hand in agreement. Su Yuqing and Jian Yaning had no objection, as it saved time and manpower. So this matter was settled. After some discussion, we decided to go out at 5 o'clock every morning when the temperature was not high, and be back at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. The first shift was assigned to Jiang Dexing and Su Yuqing, one experienced and one inexperienced, a perfect match for the job. Thinking that someone might have bad intentions, Jiang Qingning also went with them on the first day. Chapter 48 Injury. Jian Yaning was worried about danger, so she asked her brother to bring a crossbow early the next morning. The current schedule is a bit messy. The camp halfway up the mountain is now active at night, and no one is there during the day. Jian Yaning sleeps when she is tired and becomes nocturnal. She feels uncomfortable without sunlight. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was bright and the 8 sheep were driven together into the mountains. While the temperature was still low, Jian Yaning picked all the vegetables on the platform and put them in the fresh keeping room to keep them fresh. The vegetables were not growing well, and each one was small and a little yellow, but at least they were edible. The land was simply plowed over, leaving space for the stove and the sheep pen. There were still 70 or 80 square meters of land to be plowed. After it was all turned over, I felt like I had been fished out of the water. Jian Yaning used space water to thoroughly water the turned land, found the grass seeds, and spread them evenly on the ground. Forage grass is easy to grow and does not require much care, just water it. The new piglets ate all the remaining pig grass from yesterday, which made the natives groan in anger. Jian Yaning found it funny and took out fresh pig grass from the space. Yesterday, I found some knowledge about pig farming in the downloaded materials. It is best to add some high-starch foods such as sweet potatoes and potatoes to the pig feed so that the pigs can grow fat. I didn't find a pot yesterday, so I can only go in the evening. In order for the piglets to grow fat quickly, I need to prepare pig food and achieve pork freedom as soon as possible. After finishing the work here, 2 hours passed. Jian Yaning flashed into the space, took a quick shower, and felt refreshed. He went to the greenhouse and found that a few pots of plants were missing. At first glance, the rape flowers, peppers, and tomatoes were gone, absorbed by the space. Jian Yaning didn't know when the flowers would bloom, which was a good thing, as this way she could unlock new rooms faster. Sow seeds again in the empty pots, specifically picking out seeds that can bloom, such as cucumbers, bitter gourds, beans, anything that can bear fruit must bloom. The lettuce is ready to be harvested, so I harvested it and continued to add seeds. Lettuce grows fast and tastes good. After a period of time, I have stored a lot of lettuce in the fresh keeping room, which is enough to be consumed for a long time. Just after finishing breakfast, there was a knock on the door. My brother is back? I looked at the time, and it seemed to be about time. Jian Yaning was careful and closed the security door leading into the cave to prevent the cold air from escaping. When the door opened, he saw Jiang Dexing supporting Jiang Qingning. Both of them were covered in blood. What happened? Jian Yaning quickly supported her brother. On our way back, we encountered 7 or 8 people who wanted to rob sheep, Jiang Dexing said. Qingning was injured in the shoulder by a bamboo arrow, and the college student was also injured in the leg. Fortunately, we brought a crossbow and killed 3 of them. The rest ran away. Jian Yaning's heart tightened and she looked at her brother's shoulder. Sure enough, half of the bamboo arrow was embedded in it, and blood was constantly oozing out of the wound. Yaning, let your brother sit down first, and come with me to drive the sheep back, Jiang Dexing said. The college student is still sitting over there. Good. Fu Jiangqingning sat down against the wall, and seeing that he was in good spirits, he followed him to herd the sheep. Su Yuqing sat by the road, his face pale with pain, but the sheep were not lost, they were grazing nearby, and they all followed him. Jiang Dexing carried him to the cave. Su Yuqing's wound was not deep, but on the thigh, the blood was a bit scary. Brother Jiang, please send your sheep and He-Qing's sheep back, Jian Yaning said. I will take care of my brother's wound. I have learned some skills. Sister, can you do it? If not, send him to the hospital in the big camp. Jiang Dexing paused and said. Or send him to the college students. They are all studying medicine, so it should be possible. I'll try it, it should be fine, Jian Yaning said. Okay, if you need anything, just come and call me, Jiang Dexing said. Seeing that everyone had left, Jian Yaning drove the sheep onto the platform and helped his brother into the cave. Only then did he have time to check the wound. It would be better to stay at home than to go to the camp hospital. Not only was it hot, but there was almost no medicine. The space is well equipped with medicines and equipment, so it is better to clean the wound and apply medicine at home. Jian Yaning was not just talking casually, she had indeed learned a lot of medical knowledge. Brother, does it hurt? Jian Yaning distracted him. Jiang Qingning pulled the corner of his mouth was still quite hard. It's okay, it doesn't hurt much now. It was obvious that her brother was bragging. Jian Yaning checked the wound and found that the bamboo arrow was not very deep, about 3 or 4 centimeters. For this kind of wound, pull out the bamboo arrow, clean the wound, apply white medicine to stop bleeding, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. He took out the necessary medicines and equipment from the space and placed them on a table. Brother, I'm going to pull out the arrow, please bear with it. Jian Yaning held the tail of the arrow with a pair of pliers in his hand. Bite the towel, don't bite your tongue. As soon as Jian Yaning finished speaking, he exerted force with his hand and the bamboo arrow was pulled out. Jiang Qingning was totally unprepared, and the veins on his forehead bulged with pain. Fortunately, he had a towel in his mouth, otherwise his teeth would have been crushed, and it would have been so painful. "Brother, bear with me for a while. I'm going to disinfect your wound," Jian Yaning said. "There may still be bamboo thorns inside. We have to clean them out." Jiang Qingning had a towel stuffed in his mouth and could only make a sound. Jian Yaning moved quickly. After disinfecting the wound, she used tweezers to remove the tiny bamboo thorn, applied hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder, and bandaged it with gauze. "It's okay. I was pressed down when I was sleeping." Jian Yaning breathed a sigh of relief, took out a bowl of chicken soup with wontons from the space, and put it on the table. "Brother, eat something and take the anti-inflammatory medicine later, then go to sleep." "Okay." Jiang Qingning's face turned pale with pain, but now it didn't hurt so much. After a while, he started to eat. Jian Yaning thought about it and seemed to have forgotten something. After a while, she remembered that she had forgotten to give him painkillers. She took out oral painkillers from the space and asked her brother to take them together. "Brother, those who come to steal the sheep, do you think they are coming from halfway up the mountain?" Jian Yaning asked. "They were wearing masks, so we couldn't recognize them," Jiang Qingning said. "But they must have targeted us last night. They showed up not long after we entered the mountain." Jian Yaning nodded. "You go to sleep first, and keep the sheep at home. I didn't think much about it. If there are so many lambs outside, people will be jealous. We all came up with this after discussing it. People's minds are hard to predict in this world," Jiang Qingning said. "We still have to be cautious. Apart from anything else, the Su family and Gu Fang have been keeping an eye on us." "Did you meet Gu Fang today?" Jian Yaning asked. Jiang Qingning nodded. "When I went out, I saw her from a distance, but she didn't dare to come up." This is quite subtle. Jian Yaning suspected that this incident might be related to the Su family. She couldn't say why, she just had this feeling. Chapter 49. It's You. In the afternoon, Jian Yaning heard her brother's heavy breathing through the curtain. "Brother!" Jian Yaning shouted, but there was no response from the person inside. Jian Yaning lifted the curtain and walked in. She saw that her brother's cheeks were very red. She touched his forehead, and it was very hot. She shook him a few times and he woke up. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qingning's voice was hoarse and his mental state was very bad. "You have a fever," Jian Yaning said, helping the man to sit up halfway, and took out the antipyretic medicine from the space. "How about eating something first, and then taking the antipyretic medicine?" Jiang Qingning shook his head. He really had no appetite and was very thirsty. He drank a large glass of water, swallowed the medicine, and fell asleep again. Watching his brother fall asleep, Jian Yaning took out a cooling patch and put it on his brother's forehead. Then he lifted the curtain and came out, adjusting the air conditioner temperature to 26 degrees, which could make people with fever more comfortable. After doing all this, I checked the power of the battery box, sat back on the sofa in the dining room, and found some books related to planting to read. Jian Yaning couldn't see it at all. She kept thinking whether this matter had anything to do with Gu Fang. Recalling many childhood events, before Gu Fang remarried, she was actually quite good to the brother and sister. Since when did it become like this? A mother treats her own child like this? There seemed to be no accurate beginning, and naturally, the brother and sister became a burden and stumbling block to her. Jian Yaning sighed. No matter what, she would never be Gu Fang. Who in this world doesn't have difficulties? Is it only Gu Fang who has difficulties? The difficulties of receiving 1,000,000 yuan in pension? After thinking for a while, Jian Yaning made up her mind and calmed down to read. During dinner, Jiang Qingning woke up. The thermometer showed that his body temperature was normal, but his clothes were soaked with sweat. He was in good spirits. He checked the wound and rebandaged it. The two sat at the dining table to eat, on which were placed red mushroom chicken soup, shredded green peppers and potatoes, and garlic lettuce. "Brother, I'm going out for a while tonight." Jian Yaning took a bite of rice. "What are you going to do?" "Go to the market and find a big pot," Jian Yaning said. "If you don't have one, we'll find a way when the time comes." "Wait until my injury is healed, then go again?" Jiang Qingning was a little worried. Although there was a patrol team, Elephant Mountain was so big and there were so many people that they couldn't take care of so many things. "It's okay. Cici and I will go together. You just rest at home and let Doubting accompany you," Jian Yaning said. Hearing that his sister was going with someone, Jiang Qingning didn't say anything else and just told her to be careful. After cleaning up the table, it was almost time, so Jian Yaning put on her backpack and went out. She had not made an appointment with Miao Cici, and she said that to her brother just as an excuse to reassure him. After going out, go straight into the mountains. The temperature is too high during the day and snakes will not come out to move around. Now is the time for them to come out to look for food. When Jian Yaning arrived at the place, he changed into heavy rain boots, put on a black windbreaker, put on a helmet, night vision goggles, and a mask on his head, and put on thick rubber gloves on his hands, and there was an extra net bag in his hands. Crouching in an area with dense grass, wearing night vision goggles, the scene in front of me turned into a pale green, which was a bit creepy. I saw this night vision goggles in an outdoor store before, and I bought 4 of them and stored them in my space. I didn't know what they were for when I bought them, but now they are useful. Not long after, there was a rustling noise in the grass. Jian Yaning looked towards the source of the sound and saw a long object swimming under the night vision goggles. It was you! The net bag in his hand quickly reached out, and the moment it touched the snake, Jian Yaning threw both the net bag and the snake into the fresh keeping room of the space. In this way, after catching 7 or 8 snakes, Jian Yaning flashed into the space and took off his clothes. The clothes he was wearing underneath were all wet. He changed into a set of clothes that were full of sweat odor and were thrown in 2 days ago. I went to the fresh keeping room and took a look. I saw 2 cobras, a coral snake, and 2 non-venomous ones. I couldn't recognize the others, but they looked quite poisonous. These were enough, so Jian Yaning left the space and returned to the camp halfway up the mountain under the cover of night, heading towards the location of the Su family. Unlike the large camps, the campsites in the middle of the mountain do not have electricity. The survivors living here use either flashlights or campfires for lighting at night. Flashlight batteries are now a scarce commodity and are difficult to obtain, so they can only use campfires. It's so hot today, sitting next to a campfire is pretty intimidating. People usually place one far away that can provide some light, but no one would sit next to a campfire. Just like in the previous life, the Su family chose a shallow cave. However, this time, without Jian Yaning, the main labor force to dig the cave was dug a little shallower, and the family lived in a shack made of branches and cardboard. Jian Yaning saw from afar that there were 8 or 9 people sitting in front of the shack. There were too many people and it was quite strange. Cautiously approaching until he was within earshot of the voices, Jian Yaning hid behind a tree, slipped into the space, and headed straight for the greenhouse. When you get to the greenhouse, you can see everything outside clearly and even hear the voices. Su Jianwei was sitting on the ground, his injured leg stretched straight out, looking like it hadn't fully healed yet. Su Mu was sitting next to him, and Wu Wan and her daughter were sitting on the other side. Gu Feng was holding Su Xiaobao in a corner. In addition to them, there were 3 men Jian Yaning didn't know. 3 people died on our side. Tell us what to do, said a tan man. We didn't catch a single sheep. Su Jianwei, you have to take responsibility. I showed you the way, but you don't have the ability, so why are you blaming me? Su Jianwei said unhappily. There are 7 or 8 of you, but you can't beat 3 of them, and you're still telling me this? That's because the intelligence you gave me was inaccurate. They have crossbows, the man said unhappily. We can't bear the loss this time. Su Jianwei touched his chin. Oldly, let me show you another way. There must be a lot of good things hidden in the cave of those 2 little beasts. So if you succeed, I will take the cave, and you can split the other things 80%, and we will split 20%. How about that? How do you know if there are any good things in there? What if there aren't any? Impossible, my wife. Su Jianwei pointed at Gu Feng. I saw it with my own eyes. She always brings back a lot of good things. Don't worry. Jian Yaning snorted coldly. It was indeed the Su family, so Gu Feng was naturally not unrelated. New and old hatred surged in his mind. If he couldn't kill someone directly, it would be okay to kill someone indirectly, right? Jian Yaning took advantage of the night to leave the space and moved closer to the Su family's shack, taking out the venomous snake he had caught before from the fresh keeping room. If they were put in the Su family's shack, Su Jianwei was the closest to the shack, so he would definitely be the first to suffer. Chapter 50 The Su family suffers. The poisonous snakes gradually woke up, swam around in the shack, and soon swam into the crowd. Jian Yaning left quickly under the cover of night. Not long after, she heard screams and the sound of people running quickly coming from the direction of the Su family's shack. It seemed that the little snakes had not let her down for the hard work of hiding in the bushes. It would be best to bite all those people to death. Leaving them in this world would be a scourge. The Su family shack was in chaos. Su Jianwei saw the shadow of a poisonous snake standing up on the ground. Without thinking, he pulled Wu Wan's daughter over to block it. The little girl's exposed arm was bitten with 4 bloody holes. Ah! Wu Wan let out a sharp scream and tried to snatch the child back, but it was too late. The little girl was so scared that she burst into tears. The arm that was bitten by the poisonous snake soon turned black and purple, which looked very scary. In addition, her crying accelerated her blood circulation, and the snake venom developed more quickly. Su Mu saw that the situation was not good, so he rolled and crawled away from the shack. He happened to have a branch in his hand, and he poked the approaching venomous snake with it. The snake was also frightened when it hit Lao Li, who was sitting not far away. It bit Lao Li's neck. Perhaps it bit his artery, and Lao Li fell to the ground with his hand covering the wound on his neck. The chaos was still going on. Jian Yaning was halfway there at this time. She walked in a hurry and bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. "Sorry, it was dark and I couldn't see the road clearly." Jian Yaning apologized quickly. "Jian Yaning?" He Qing asked in surprise. "Why are you walking so fast? Is someone chasing you?" He looked behind Jian Yaning, but there was no one. "Hey, why is it you?" Jian Yaning looked up. "I was in a hurry to go home to take care of my brother, so I left in a hurry. I'm sorry. I'm also planning to go back and see your brother." "How is your brother's injury?" He Qing asked. "It's nothing, no need to make another trip," Jian Yaning said. "My brother should be sleeping now. When he gets better, let him come find you." He Qing can't be allowed to go there. There's such a big air conditioner in the cave. It would be hard to explain if he was seen. He Qing hummed. "Okay, then I'll go over there when it's convenient. There aren't many people on this road. I'll take you back. It's quite dangerous for a girl like you." Jian Yaning tried to refuse, but the other party insisted, so she had no choice but to let him do it. The two of them didn't have much to talk about. It was all He Qing talking, and Jian Yaning answered one question after another. The atmosphere wasn't too awkward. When they arrived at the place, He Qing left only after seeing someone enter the door. He felt that this girl was quite cautious. She opened 2 doors and entered the cave, where she was greeted by doubting and the cool air of the air conditioner. Jian Yaning breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more comfortable at home. Jiang Qingning heard the noise and came over. Seeing that his sister had nothing in her hands and it didn't look like she had been to the market, he frowned and asked, "Where have you been? Why did you change your clothes?" Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Jian Yaning told everything that had just happened. "You are really..." Jiang Qingning flicked his sister's forehead. "What if you get bitten by a snake? It really makes me worried." "It's all good." Jian Yaning knew her brother was concerned about her. "I did it because I knew what was going on. Besides, there's a space to protect us. I guess that it had something to do with Su Jianwei. It was him. I just don't know if he was bitten to death. Don't do that anymore in the future. If something happens to you, I don't know what to do." Jiang Qingning wanted to raise his hand to rub the top of his sister's head, but the movement of his hand touched the wound, so he had to give up. Jian Yaning acted well and avoided the lecture, running into the space to take a shower and change clothes. The next day, I heard that there was a snake incident the night before and 2 adults and 1 child died. The 2 adults were with Lao Li, and the child was Wu Wan's daughter. It is said that Wu Wan and Su Jianwei had a fight, and the latter was scratched on the face. The former took advantage of daybreak to grab all the supplies of the Su family and ran away, presumably to the big camp. The Su family didn't have much supplies, all of which were government relief food, which they saved from their teeth. Now, they didn't have a single grain of rice left, and they still had 10 days to wait for relief food. After hearing the news, Jian Yaning cursed in her heart that he deserved it, but she didn't know that Su Jianwei had killed the innocent little girl, so she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. The days go by, and there are only 3 days left until the Chinese New Year. The temperature did not drop but was slowly rising. The small pond had completely dried up and cracked. Jiang Qingning was injured and couldn't go down the mountain to fetch water, and Jian Yaning's small body couldn't fetch water from the bottom of the mountain. He Qing had many people, so they took turns to help the Jiang family fetch water, 1 load of water a day, and 6 people took turns. Today it was He Qing's turn. At 6 in the morning, a load of water was brought to the door. "You don't have to pick them every day. You're tired from working," Jiang Yaning said. "We can just figure it out ourselves." He Qing wiped his sweat and said, "We all have to go up the mountain. It doesn't take much effort to carry some water. When your brother gets better, I won't carry water for your family. Your brother was injured for the sake of our sheep. There's nothing wrong with taking care of each other." "Thank you then," Jiang Yaning said. "You're welcome." He Qing smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "By the way, Brother Jiang and I have agreed to go to the mountains once before the new year to get some meat back. The college students across from you will also go." Jian Yaning thought for a moment and said, "Let me discuss with my brother. When are you going to leave?" "The day after tomorrow morning. We'll set off at 4 in the morning. Go early and come back early," He Qing said. "Okay, I'll give you an answer tonight." He Qing was a very nice person. He helped to water the fields. Jian Yaning took the remaining bucket of water into the cave and poured it out, then returned the empty bucket to him. Now, water used in the mountains has to be carried up from the foot of the mountain by manpower, filtered with charcoal and sand after sedimentation, and boiled before drinking. In the past, some people drank untreated water, and Miao Sisi said that they were infected with parasites and died soon after. Afterwards, the authorities announced how to filter water and placed some water purification tablets. Every household strictly followed the process. He Qing did not waste the water. He used it to water the grass planted on the platform at the back. The grass grew very fast. It didn't take long before it turned into a lush green patch. It was much easier to grow than vegetables. When she told her brother about going into the mountains, she knew that she couldn't be stopped from doing what she wanted to do, and there were many people going there, so she agreed. Jian Yaning had her own plan for this trip to the mountains. She planned to stock up on fodder. 2 half-grown pigs were eating too much. She didn't dare to think about how much fodder they would need when they had piglets. It would be even better if she could find some flower varieties. She could unlock more rooms and stock up on more supplies. We don't know when this apocalypse will end, so stock up while you can. Chapter 51? Waterfall. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a group of people gathered. Jiang Dexing was an experienced hunter, so he would definitely go with them. 4 people came from He Qing's side, and 3 people came from the college students' side. Miao Sisi followed them, so she happened to have company with Jian Yaning. It was still dark at 4 o'clock. Jiang Dexing walked in front with a flashlight, leading the way. The 2 girls walked in the middle of the team, and He Qing was the rear guard. They had walked this mountain road many times and were quite familiar with it, but they still didn't dare walk too far. After all, it was dark, and if a wild beast jumped out, they would be in big trouble. At 5:30 in the morning, the woods began to light up. The group also walked to the creek. At this time, the water in the creek had become very shallow, and the small fish and shrimps in it had long disappeared. It would not be long before the creek would dry up. There was some garbage by the stream, probably left by people who wanted to trap prey. Later, the trap was removed and someone died, so no one was waiting here anymore. I didn't stop and continued to go deeper into the woods. The further you go in, the denser the trees become, and the drought seems to have little effect on them. The root system of a big tree is very extensive and can absorb groundwater. Jian Yaning estimated that there might be an underground river somewhere in the deep mountains. Otherwise, even the biggest tree would not be able to withstand such high temperatures and lack of water. As the sun rose, the temperature in the forest also increased, and everyone's backs were wet with sweat. I don't know how long I walked before I heard a roaring sound, very loud, like the sound of a huge stream rushing. "Look! There's a waterfall over there!" someone shouted. Jian Yaning looked in the direction the man pointed, and saw a towering cliff in front of her. A waterfall was rushing down from the cliff. It was really a waterfall that dropped 3,000 feet straight down. What a huge waterfall! Under the waterfall is a huge pool of emerald green water. A group of people went towards the pond. It had been a long time since they had seen such clear water. The river where Xiangshan drew water was dried up by the sun, and the water became very turbid, almost reaching the riverbed. Compared with the pond here, there was a world of difference. The weeds and trees around here are greener than those in other places, without any signs of withering. "Everyone take a break," Jiang Dexing said. "But don't go into the water. The water looks very deep, and we don't know what's down there. If we fall in, we won't be able to get out." Both exhausted, Jian Yaning and Miao Sisi found a shady spot under a tree and sat down to rest. Others also found places. Some wanted to enjoy the coolness, so they took off their shoes and soaked their feet in the pool. It had been a long time since they had a bath. With such nice water, who wouldn't want to take a good bath? "Oh my God! Something bit my foot just now. It looked like a fish." Chen Wei quickly pulled his foot up. Chen Wei is Miao Sisi's classmate, and this is his first time to go up the mountain with her. "Where? Where?" Everyone was immediately interested. Fish. After the end of the world, they had never eaten fish again. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they heard the word fish. Jian Yaning and Miao Sisi also walked to the edge of the pond. They looked down and saw big fish swimming under the green water, and they looked very fat. "Don't even think about it," Jiang Dexing said. "You can definitely get it out without tools. If you don't want to die, don't go down there rashly. The waterfall is so big here, there must be streams around it. Let's go forward and see." "Brother Jiang, if we had a fishing rod, do you think we could catch it?" He Qing asked. "That depends on your skills. However, the fish in the deep mountains have never seen the world and should be easy to deceive," said Jiang Dexing. After walking a little further, we found a stream. The stream is quite big and about knee-deep. There are fish of all sizes swimming in it. As soon as you touch the fish, they immediately slip away and are not easy to catch. This was a good location, so after discussing it, everyone decided not to go deeper and instead set traps and hunt in the nearby woods. Jian Yaning and Miao Sisi stayed by the stream to collect and pick. Because of the temperature, there are many wild vegetables, and there are many fish mints growing by the water. You can take them home to dry and make herbal tea, or mix them with cold dishes. Not far away is a large area of weeds and low shrubs. At first glance, there are a lot of pig grass and some unknown small flowers. Cici, I'm going to go over there and cut some grass for the pigs, Jian Yaning said. You collect Hautuinia cordata over here, and we can divide the work and cooperate. Okay. Jian Yaning took out work gloves from her bag and put them on, then sprayed her whole body with floral water again. There were a lot of grasses and many snakes and insects over there, and if she went in without taking any protection, she would be carried away by mosquitoes. While cutting grass for pigs, they were collecting it into the space. Those unknown little flowers were pulled up by the roots and collected into the space. After a while, a small hill of pig grass was piled up on the floor of the fresh-keeping room. This area was almost cut, so Jian Yaning stopped and returned to the stream carrying a bundle of pig grass. Use stream water to wash the mud off the pig grass, put it aside to dry, so that you can carry it back later. Miao Cici also collected a lot of Hautuinia cordata, mixed with some water celery and wild onions. After washing the pig grass, Jian Yaning also followed to collect Hautuinia cordata. They were all growing by the stream, and they were plucked out by the two of them. He Qing and the others haven't come back yet, and I've finished working on the Hautuinia cordata, so I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Jian Yaning brought back a tree branch, sharpened it with a fruit knife, and planned to catch fish in the stream. Speaking of forking fish, Jian Yaning had another idea. She didn't stockpile fish before the end of the world, but now she had fish, so she wanted to stockpile some into the space. Anyway, as long as she touched the fish, it would be stored in the space. The fish in the mountains really have no sense of defense. They were caught by Jian Yaning's fork the first time. I saw a carp pierced by a fork on a tree branch. It looked to be 4 fingers wide and must weigh at least a pound. Wow! Oh my God! Miao Cici shouted. Yaning, you are so awesome! Fishing holy body! Jian Yaning laughed. What luck! This fish is indeed a little stupid. Miao Cici was itching to join in the fishing, so she hurried to the tree next to her to find a branch. While there was no one by the stream, Jian Yaning began his real fishing career, quietly taking out a piece of rabbit liver from his space, holding it with his hand, and putting it in the water. The fish were quickly attracted by the fishy smell. As long as they were touched by Jian Yaning, they would not be spared and would enter the space preservation room. While Miao Cici was finding a tree branch, Jian Yaning collected more than 10 big fish into the space. Seeing people coming, she let the rabbit liver sink to the bottom of the water, and fish kept swimming towards her. Since there were people around, Jian Yaning didn't risk continuing to collect, and forked up 3 more fish. The rabbit liver was eaten and the fish dispersed. At this time, Miao Cici had prepared the tree branch and imitated them, standing in the stream to prepare to fork the fish. Hey! What's wrong with these fish? Why did they all leave when I came down? Miao Cici was depressed. You've learned Kung Fu so well, and you think you've become smart? Jian Yaning touched his nose, feeling a little guilty, and said, I'll kill one, take out its internal organs, and put it in the water to attract them. Chapter 52? Grilled Fish. After Jian Yaning finished speaking, he took out a knife, cut open the fish that was thrown on the shore, and handed the internal organs to Miao Cici. Smelling the fishy smell, the surrounding fish gathered again, and I successfully caught a few fish. Seeing that there were already quite a lot of them, I decided not to harm the fish in the stream. In this temperature, the fish can't be kept for too long, so it's just right to have lunch after it's slaughtered. Miao Cici didn't know how to kill fish, so she went to the nearby area to pick up branches and make a fire to roast fish. Jian Yaning scraped the scales and killed the fish by the stream. Many fish swam over and she picked up the fish entrails to eat. Jian Yaning was quick-witted and threw a lot of fish into the fresh-keeping room. Fish is a good thing. After the end of the world in her previous life, Jian Yan has never eaten fish again. After killing 7 or 8 fish, they collected branches, started a fire, skewered the fish with branches, and slowly roasted them over the fire. The fish cooked quickly, and the aroma came out in a short while, making people's appetites come out. Wow! What a nice smell! He Qing came out of the woods and smelled the fragrance. He walked over quickly. Amazing! You caught so many fish! Those following behind also came over after smelling the aroma, and began to drool at the sight of the fish being roasted to a charred surface. Jian Yaning turned her head to look over. It seemed that they had a good harvest. Everyone had prey in their hands, mostly pheasants and rabbits. There were a lot of people, and although there seemed to be a lot of fish, there were actually not enough to eat. Jiang Dexing slaughtered 2 pheasants and put them on the grill together. The fish was ready quickly, so the first 2 were ready, so the 2 girls ate first, while the others waited. They were out for only 1 day, and only brought some salt, no other seasonings. Jian Yaning did have some in her space, but it was difficult to take out. Jian Yaning took a bite of the fish, which had a light salty taste and was surprisingly chewy. The fish grown naturally here are indeed different from farmed ones and taste great. Jian Yaning thought about finding a chance to stock up some more in the space. I don't know when I will be able to catch fish next time. It would be nice if we could take this fish back home, someone said. I didn't bring so much salt, otherwise I would have caught and pickled the fish right away. It's hot today, so they shouldn't go bad. I can go back and air dry them, and it can also be a dish, said He Qing. How about we bring some salt tomorrow and go into the mountains again? Chen Wei suggested. It was his first time going into the mountains. Seeing the abundant supplies in the mountains, he wanted to bring more back. He had been eating porridge and coarse flour buns every day, which had made his appetite dull. He Qing looked at Jiang Dexing. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Come again tomorrow? I can do it, but I'm afraid you can't handle it, said Jiang Dexing. Seeing that he agreed, others also expressed their intention to come tomorrow. Jian Yaning thought that it might be better to come one more time. The temperature would rise again soon, and it would become difficult to go into the mountains during the day. It would be a good thing to stock up some supplies. After dinner, they put out the fire and each of them found a shade under a tree to rest for a while. Jiang Dexing and his men set up traps in the woods and planned to wait for a while, check the traps before 3 o'clock, and take away the prey. They would go into the mountains again tomorrow, so they would not collect the bamboo traps in the traps for now, as they could harvest another wave tomorrow. The temperature deep in the mountains is 3 or 4 degrees lower than that in the camp halfway up the mountain. It's still hot, but not the kind of scorching heat, and there's even a cool breeze from time to time. They went to set traps to collect prey, but the 2 men did not follow them. They continued to look for some wild vegetables nearby and peeled and cleaned the dead prey, then placed them in the cold stream to cool them down. When they went down the mountain, they wrapped them in large leaves, put them in a box and carried them back. There is a lack of water at the foot of the mountain, and it is difficult to slaughter the fish if we bring them back. If we take them down alive, they can be raised for 2 or 3 days. Soon, the prey was harvested and the men came out of the forest with smiles on their faces. In the deeper mountains there were more prey, and the most caught were hares, 11 in total, all alive. Jian Yaning was just about to carry the pig feed when He Qing came over. Let me help you carry it, He Qing said. The way down the mountain is not easy to walk on, and it will be even harder for you to carry such a heavy bundle. No need, I can do it myself. Jian Yan would rather feel embarrassed to go down the mountain empty-handed without taking anything. Besides, they were not familiar with each other, so she always felt weird. It's okay. If your brother knew that we grown men didn't help, he would definitely beat us up. He Qing joked, and picked up the pig grass on his back. It was quite heavy, and it would definitely be more difficult for a girl to carry it. Jian Yaning didn't like to argue. Then I'll get you something else. Okay. In a place where no one could see, Miao Sisi winked at Jian Yaning with an ambiguous expression, which made Jian Yaning want to hit her. It is easier to go up the mountain than to go down, and the way back feels much longer. We arrived at the camp halfway up the mountain at 6 in the evening. The prey could not be hidden. The survivors were all envious. There were chickens and rabbits. We didn't know how many good things were packed in the backpacks. We wished we could see through them to see what was inside. Anyone who came up to talk to me was turned away. There are already quite a few people among the 4 households, and their relationships are harmonious. They don't want to allow outsiders to join in. There is no need. The old rules for this time's prey were to distribute it among households, and each household got a lot. Only Jian Yaning was from the Jiang family, but the others had no objections. After all, Jiang Qingning had contributed a lot before, and he was injured for everyone's sheep. After dividing the prey, He Qing carried the pig feed and placed it at the entrance of Jiang's cave. Jian Yaning thanked him generously. He Qing, I told you that you liked her, but you refused to admit it. His companion joked. Don't talk nonsense. Her brother is injured, so it's only natural for her to help him out. He Qing explained with a guilty conscience. Then am I helping you because I like you? That's different. But if I were a little girl, I would marry you. Ha 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 ha. The group laughed and gradually walked away. Jian Yaning listened to it and sighed in her heart, but didn't take it to heart. He Qingren was indeed a good person, but she didn't have any thoughts in this regard. It was the end of the world, and it was good enough to be able to live well. Who had the time to fall in love? Just as I was about to open the door, it was opened from the inside, and Doubting rushed over and gave the warmest welcome. Did you carry so much pig grass by yourself? Jiang Qingning's eyes were full of heartache. Jian Yaning dragged the pig grass into the door and said casually, No, He Qing helped me carry it down. Brother, how do you feel today? He Qing is a good person. I will thank him when I have the chance, Jiang Qingning said. It's okay today. It doesn't hurt much, and there's no bleeding. It should be fine in a few days. That's good, Jian Yaning said. Today we went deeper into the mountains and found a waterfall. Afraid that my brother would be bored at home alone, I told him what I had seen today. Hey, I stuffed a lot of fish into the space while no one was around. How about making boiled fish tonight? Thinking about it, he couldn't eat spicy food due to his injury, so he changed his words and said, let's have steamed fish today. Chapter 53 Flower House 2. I made steamed carp for dinner. After steaming, I drizzled it with light soy sauce, chopped green onions, and poured hot oil on it. It smelled delicious. I took out the dishes I had prepared earlier from the space, including garlic lettuce and duck soup, and 2 large bowls of rice, and ate them to my heart's content. Just after finishing the meal, the air conditioner turned off automatically. Jian Yaning went over to take a look and found that the battery box was out of power. She replaced it with a fully charged battery box and allowed the air conditioner to continue running. Jiang Qingning was afraid that his sister would be tired, so he rushed to do the work of feeding the livestock at home, but it was just one shoulder and one hand, so it didn't matter if it didn't pull. Jian Yaning also let her brother do it, because she knew in her heart that her brother had some inferiority complex. Jian Yaning has many points of inferiority complex, and she knows them in her heart, but she just doesn't know how to say them out loud. Seeing that his brother had gone to feed the livestock, Jian Yaning put the pig grass and the washed rabbits into the fresh keeping room. The live rabbits that were distributed happened to be a male and a female. In order to avoid the tragedy that happened last time, he touched the belly of the female rabbit and found that it was not pregnant, so he put them together. The little rabbits have all opened their eyes. They have grown a lot during this period and are now able to eat grass on their own. Jian Yaning then separated the mother rabbit and her cubs. Jian Yaning thought that once the male rabbit's hind leg injury healed, they could continue breeding. The 2 female rabbits would give birth to litters after litters, and they could have braised rabbit meat, spicy rabbit cubes, cold rabbit dishes. Wouldn't that mean they would have everything they wanted? It makes me happy just thinking about it. What are you thinking about? You're laughing out loud. Jiang Qingning looked at his sister who was grinning foolishly. Hee, thinking about my rabbit-raising business, Jian Yaning said. There's a male and a female rabbit here, plus the female rabbit we have now. We will not be able to eat all the rabbits in less than a year. Jiang Qingning praised without thinking. My sister is awesome. Brother, I'll go into the space to pack up and come out soon. Jian Yaning greeted him and flashed into the space. As soon as I entered the space, I found that a new room was unlocked. It was clearly not unlocked when Mingtian's consciousness entered the space, so how come it was unlocked now? Jian Yaning immediately walked to the door of the new room and looked at the sign on the door. There were 3 words written on it: Flower Room 2. It seems that this hotel space loves greenhouses very much, and has even unlocked a second greenhouse. When I went in, I found that the layout and size were similar to the greenhouse that I had unlocked before. This increased the planting space, which was a good thing, as more varieties of vegetables and fruits could be grown. There happens to be too much pig grass piled up in the fresh keeping room, so some of it can be moved to the greenhouse over here. The fresh keeping room has the most powerful preservation function and can keep food fresh for a long time. The other rooms can also preserve food for a short time. Anyway, it is better than being in the cave. Just wait until the pigs finish eating one batch and then move another batch. The fish on the floor of the fresh keeping room were put into a large bucket. After careful counting, there were 24 fish, both large and small. After tidying up, I entered the flower room 1 and found that the lavender and lily of the valley that I had planted before had disappeared. Needless to say, they must have been absorbed by the space. No wonder a new room was unlocked. I sowed the flower and vegetable seeds again, watered them, and then left the space. After a tiring day, I lay down in the air-conditioned cave and fell asleep soon. I was woken up by the alarm clock at 3:30 in the morning. It was impossible to give up. After today, tomorrow would be New Year's Eve. Jian Yaning sat up, rubbed his eyes, began to wash up, ate a little, and prepared to go into the mountains again. This time I went into the mountains mainly to catch fish, and I didn't forget to put 2 bags of salt in my backpack. When they got to the old location, half of the people caught fish while the other half went into the woods to collect the traps, and they tried to get down the mountain as soon as they finished. The fish resources in this stream are quite rich. We caught 2 large backpacks and divided some people to kill them, rub salt on them, and put them on clean leaves to dry. When the trap collectors came out, the fish that had been cut in half were half dried in the hot sun. The prey brought back yesterday were all alive, and we collected a lot more today. After everyone discussed it, they decided to take advantage of the water here to slaughter and marinate the prey together, and bring it down the mountain to avoid trouble later. We worked until lunchtime and finally caught all the fish and prey. We didn't make a fire to barbecue today, and just ate the dry food we brought with us. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Qing took a bite of the steamed bun that had little moisture. Why don't we have a New Year's Eve dinner together tomorrow? Okay. Someone responded immediately. Jian Yaning was tired. She wanted to eat the food prepared in the space with her brother. She was exhausted these 2 days and was too lazy to bother. She didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. She would see what they said. After much discussion, they decided to go to the place where they had a barbecue last time, which was the open space in front of Jian Yaning and his friend's cave. Each household just had to provide some dishes, and that was how the matter was settled. After lunch, we took a short rest, put the pickled fish and prey into the backpack, and went down the mountain. We met a group of people by the previously dried up stream. There were 5 or 6 tanned and skinny men. They looked unfamiliar and were probably not from the camp halfway up the mountain. They might be survivors from the big camp or other camps. They were holding wooden sticks in their hands, and 2 of them were holding kitchen knives. When they saw the backpacks on Jian Yaning and the others' backs, their eyes turned green. "Leave your things behind and you can go," the man holding the kitchen knife boldly spoke into the microphone. "Brother, I advise you to get out of the way." Jiang Dexing pulled out a bow from behind. "Otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Jian Yaning also took out a crossbow at this time, and the others also carried daggers or fruit knives, and the opponent seemed to have no chance of winning. An unexpected scene happened. One of them holding a wooden stick knelt down and said, "Please be kind and give us some food. I have children at home, and they are too skinny to be human." Jiang Yaning. He Qing. Jiang Dexing. Oh my goodness! Why did he suddenly come up with this trick? I thought we were going to have a fight, but why did he become so sad? "We can't give you our things," Jian Yaning said. "We have elderly and children at home. If you don't let us pass when we get back, we'll see who has the more powerful knife." "Yes. I can't give it to you. If you want to eat, go find it yourself." Everyone agreed. He Qing took a step forward and stood in front of Jian Yaning, worried that the other party would suddenly attack. "Jian Yaning?" She wanted to ask. "Brother, what are you doing? I'm not that delicate, fighting is no problem at all, okay." Miao Sisi was also stunned standing aside. She knew Jian Yaning's fighting ability. He was so strong that it would be more appropriate for him to block her. Seeing that they refused to give in, the other side looked no match for them in terms of weapons and numbers. Not only did he not get anything to grab, he was also beaten, so he had to give way, but his eyes were still staring at the backpack restlessly. The road was very narrow. When He Qing just walked up to them, the man holding the kitchen knife quickly raised his hand and was about to chop He Qing's neck. Chapter 54? New Year's Eve. Jian Yaning was behind and saw everything clearly. She shouted, "Be careful." At the same time, he raised the crossbow in his hand, pulled the trigger, and the crossbow arrow shot towards the man's thigh. He Qing took a step forward and quickly turned around, and saw Jian Yaning staring at the injured man with cold eyes. There was murderous intent in her eyes, and she seemed to be restraining herself. Jian Yaning didn't like killing people. Killing people didn't feel good. The first time she killed Lin Liqiang, she had nightmares for several nights in a row. Seeing his men injured, the skinny man immediately jumped out. You are responsible." "Responsible?" Jian Yaning sneered. "Responsible for sending you to see the king of hell? Then I would be happy to give you a ride." After saying that, he aimed the crossbow in his hand at the heart of the person who spoke. The man who was speaking was so frightened that his legs went limp. He sat on the ground and actually started crying. "We have no other choice. Please give us a chance to live." "Oh, so you have to kill people when you have no other choice?" Jian Yaning was unmoved. In her previous life, she had met many people who played the victim. They would take advantage of your sympathy for them and stab you in the back and steal your supplies. How did Jian Yaning know that? Of course she knew that in her previous life, she had sympathized with a child and wanted to help him up when she saw him being bullied. Unexpectedly, the child had a knife on him, stabbed her leg fiercely, and snatched a small dry corn cake. In this life, Jian Yaning will never sympathize with anyone. He Qing walked forward, kicked the crying person over, and shouted, "Get away, don't let us meet again." Those who supported the injured man ran into the woods, tumbling and crawling. "Thank you for what you did just now, otherwise I might have been chopped to death." He Qing thanked. "You're welcome, help each other," Jian Yaning said. "Let's go, get down the mountain as soon as possible and get safe as soon as possible." On the way, we met another group of survivors who went up the mountain to find food. This time we had experience, so as long as they dared to attack us, we immediately shot a warning arrow and they immediately behaved themselves. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at the campsite halfway up the mountain. The campsite had no trees to provide shade and was exposed to the scorching sun. The ground was cracked and a cloud of dust was raised as we walked on the loose road. The hot sweat on the group of people was immediately evaporated, and even their clothes were dried. After quickly dividing the prey, they all returned to the cave to avoid the scorching sun. After facing the sun for a while, Jian Yaning felt the skin on her face getting hot and stinging. As the security door of the cave opened, cold air rushed out, making people shiver. The sudden alternation between hot and cold made people feel uncomfortable. Jian Yaning stood in the corridor at the entrance of the cave and opened the second door after a while. Although the air conditioner in the cave was set to 30 degrees, it still felt very cool. Doubting circled around his owner's feet but didn't see Jiang Qingning. "Brother?" Jian Yaning picked up the dog and held it in his arms, then walked into the cave. "Strange, where did the people go?" Doubting seemed to understand and barked towards the door of the platform. Jian Yaning understood that her brother must have gone to the toilet. "I took out the marinated meat from the backpack. The meat was already hot. I smelled it, and it didn't smell bad. I put it directly into the fresh-keeping room. It was marinated and could be used to make smoked fish and smoked meat when the extreme cold comes. There was no rush to eat it now." Not long after, Jiang Qingning came back from the platform. He was startled to see there was an extra person in the cave. When he looked closely, he found it was his sister. "We got a lot of fish today." Jian Yaning was eating red bean ice cream. "They said we'll have a New Year's Eve dinner together at the open space tomorrow, so it's a good time to get together. Your face is all sunburned and peeling." Jiang Qingning felt sorry for his sister. "Don't go next time. Wait until I'm better, then I'll go." Jian Yaning touched her face and rubbed it gently. As expected, some skin was rubbed off, and the stinging became more severe. "It's okay, I'll just apply a compress later. Brother, the temperature will be higher after the new year. I thought about it and decided not to go out or go into the mountains. These 2 times are enough." "I'll listen to you," Jiang Qingning said. "You're not allowed to go either." No, I'm almost sunburned. I'd rather lie down at home and enjoy the air conditioning." Jian Yaning didn't want to go either. However, if she didn't go out to stock up on supplies and just lay down in the cave, it would also arouse suspicion. According to Jian Yaning's idea, it would be enough to go out and get something back occasionally, so that he could make a living. She couldn't take out those that couldn't be sold out, so she could just enjoy them secretly in the cave. "My face was still stinging quite a bit, so I took out an ice pack and applied it, which helped a lot, but my face was still hot. I found some information on how to deal with sunburn from the downloaded materials, and it did help a lot." After eating, Jian Yaning lay down completely, and her brother took care of the chores at home. Jian Yaning was holding a tablet, lying on a rocking chair, watching TV series and eating snacks, such as ice cream, potato chips, melon seeds, beef jerky, one after another. Doubting was lying beside the rocking chair, waiting to be fed. "I sleep when I'm tired and eat when I wake up. I live a life like a pig, very comfortable. In this way, you still have to attend the party on New Year's Eve, and take the food directly from the refrigerator." I brought out spicy diced rabbit and braised pheasant with potatoes. Both dishes were hunted. Potatoes are quite common nowadays and not eye-catching. When the time came, the brother and sister, each carrying a small pot of food, went to the open space. They had already set up the table and dug a hole not far away and lit a bonfire. The pit was dug to prevent the fire from spreading. Each family serves 2 dishes, and they are not stingy, so the portions are quite large. Xiao Xian's family makes dry-fried fish fillets and raw fried chicken. The fish fillets are fried until both sides are golden brown and look crispy and delicious. The chicken is also very tempting. He Qing and his friends wanted to save trouble, so they roasted a pheasant and a fat rabbit on the spot, sprinkled cumin and chili powder on them, and the aroma spread far and wide. The college students, none of whom knew how to cook, contributed chicken and rabbit, just like He Qing and his friends, and roasted them on the spot. In addition to these, a few potatoes were thrown into the campfire, which became the staple food. The survivors in the camp halfway up the mountain were so greedy that their mouths were watering. Whether they hated them or were greedy, there was nothing they could do to them. They had the ability to go into the mountains and bring the things back. Besides, they couldn't defeat them, so they could only smell the fragrance and eat the relief food. The dishes were served and more than 10 people sat together with water in their cups. He Qing raised his glass, stood up, and said, "Happy New Year!" Everyone raised their glasses, drank the water in their glasses, and said in unison, "Happy New Year!" An old man sat not far away, gnawing on a dry biscuit while looking at the group of young people and muttering, "What happiness, a bunch of little brats." Jian Yaning has eaten too many snacks these past 2 days. She would occasionally move her chopsticks, but the most delicious thing has to be the dry fried fish made by Xiao Xian. It is fragrant and crispy, but a little salty. She has to drink a large glass of water after eating 2 pieces. "I think your place is pretty good, Brother Jiang. What do you think about our 2 families digging 2 holes here and living here?" He Qing pointed to the dirt road outside the vacant lot. "That place is fenced in, with a door, and there will be a big yard inside." Chapter 55, Just Do It. Everyone heard this and looked over. There are hills on both sides of this open space. The hill on Jian Yaning's side is smaller, so there is no extra space to dig a hole. The hill on the college student's side is larger, so there is room to dig 2 more holes. Moreover, at the other end of the clearing was a cliff, so steep that neither wild animals nor humans could climb up. The exit near the roadside is not particularly wide, estimated to be about 5 or 6 meters wide. As Yiqing said, surrounding it with a fence or barbed wire and installing a door will indeed make people feel safe. Brother, your idea is good. Jiang Dexing looked around. This way, the 4 of us can live close to each other and help each other, but digging the hole will be a bit more laborious. Yeah, I just suddenly thought of it last night, Yiqing said with a smile. Life is not easy in this world. We often go hunting in the mountains, and everyone in the camp sees us. We live in scattered places, so it's easy for them to take advantage of us. Jian Yaning thought about it and realized that this would be much safer. If the 2 families really moved in, they would inevitably visit each other, so she had to keep a low profile. Most of the supplies were in the space, but it would be a bit troublesome to move the air conditioner back and forth. Yiqing asked Jian Yaning and the college students for their opinions. Both sides felt that it was feasible, so the matter was preliminarily settled. After eating and drinking, we dispersed at 11 o'clock at night. The brother and sister returned to the cave and closed the heavy security door, blocking out the heat from the outside world. Jian Yaning took out 2 bottles of ice cola from the space and handed one to his brother. Brother, if Brother Jiang and Yiqing move in, we have to be alert at all times. We won't turn on the air conditioner at night. What do you think? Now they basically stay at home during the day and come out at night. Almost no one visits during the day. The temperature is lower at night, so Qiao Xian, Miao Cici and others still come sometimes. It's not good to keep them outside all the time. It's like there's something in the cave that can't be seen by people. Well, that's fine, Jiang Qingning said. We also have to adapt to the temperature outside. It's indeed comfortable to keep the air conditioner on. As you said, the temperature will continue to rise after the new year. If we can't adapt, we will easily get heat stroke. Jian Yaning thought about it and realized that this was true. One should indeed let the body adapt slowly. The pigs, sheep, rabbits and chickens raised on the platform were very sick at first due to the heat, but after they adapted, they looked pretty good. As we were talking, there was a knock on the door. I'll go take a look, Jiang Qingning said, walking towards the door. There was air conditioning in the cave. Jiang Qingning was worried about being discovered, so he closed another door when he went out. When he opened the door, he saw Yiqing and Jiang Dexing coming in, with tools for digging caves in their hands. What are you doing? Jiang Qingning looked at the hose in their hands. Are you planning to start tonight? I'm free anyway. I'm planning to move here during the holidays. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. The sooner we get it done, the sooner we can feel at ease, Yiqing said. I don't have anything else to do. I just came here to tell you. That's great. When my shoulder gets better, I'll help you guys, Jiang Qingning said. No, you just take good care of yourself. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. We have a lot of people here, so we can finish the job in a few days, Yiqing said. Brother Jiang and I have already discussed that we will dig 2 caves together, and let 2 of my people go over to help. Jiang Dexing felt a little embarrassed. Thanks, brother. After saying hello, the other side began to choose a place to dig a hole, and Jian Yaning also went to take a look. The college student's cave was the innermost, Jiang Dexing's cave was in the middle, and Yiqing's cave was the outermost. Digging a cave is a laborious job. Even though there are many people, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to dig it purely by manpower, and we also have to consider whether the cave will collapse. Among Yiqing's group, there is a student who studies civil engineering, which is a good match for his major. They worked hard all night and dug out 2 shallow holes. At 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sun came out, they returned to the previous cave to rest. Jian Yaning was also busy, and put all the items that shouldn't be in the cave into the space. He could just take them out when he needed them, which was quite convenient. Once the things were put away, the cave seemed empty. Doubting was quite happy. He followed Jiang Qingning and ran around in the open space outside all night. Although he was crazy, the dog was still quite alert. He consciously kept a distance of about 2 meters from his owner, and would not run outside. The survivors outside are all hungry. If they see this fat, half-grown dog, wouldn't it be caught and made into dog meat stew? I came back at 6 in the morning, ate, drank water, and fell asleep immediately. The dog is so good, he is full of energy. The air conditioner had been turned off all night, and the cave was very hot and stuffy. Jian Yaning turned on the air conditioner, and took out the soy milk and fried dough sticks that she had made earlier, and ate them for breakfast. The soy milk was ground with a soy milk machine, and the fried dough sticks were frozen semi-finished products that she had bought before. She didn't buy much, so they were gone after they were consumed. The second day of the Lunar New Year. The government sent geologists to select a site for digging the well. After choosing the location, we chose a spot near the entrance to the mountain near the campsite. After choosing the location, the government sent a lot of personnel and equipment to start drilling, with both manpower and machines working at the same time. The machines run on diesel. The government has a certain amount of reserves, but we still use as little as possible and use it where human labor is needed. 4 well digging sites were also selected near the large camp, and both machines and manpower were used simultaneously. Survivors who participated in the well digging could receive 3 points and a meal every day. The benefits were quite good, but the risk factor was also high. A well is being dug at the campsite halfway up the mountain. Every day, many people come to watch. They are all short of water and have chapped lips. They hope that the well water can be dug out quickly so that they don't have to fetch water from the foot of Elephant Mountain. Now the water level of the river at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain is continuing to drop. If it continues like this, even the road to go down the mountain to fetch water will be cut off. After not going into the mountains, Jian Yaning seldom went out. 2 days ago, he went to the market in the big camp to buy a big iron pot, which he exchanged for 2 kilograms of rice. He also looked at the gold jewelry sellers, but the price had dropped a lot, and no one was interested. He couldn't even eat enough, so no one would exchange food for these. Jian Yaning wanted to exchange some. She planned to wait for a while, wait for the price to drop again, and then exchange some for storage. Who knows when they might be needed. On days when I don't go out, I exercise in the cave with the air conditioner on during the day, or watch TV shows, read reference books, and take care of the vegetables, flowers and fruits in the greenhouse. This is the 3rd batch of strawberries I have planted. The first 2 batches were absorbed by the space as soon as they bloomed. I don't know if this batch will be absorbed. Jian Yaning has stockpiled a lot of lettuce, and plans to plant some Chinese cabbage, cauliflower and the like to enrich the variety of vegetables in stock. Time flies and it is the 15th day of the 1st lunar month. After half a month of hard work, the 2 caves on the opposite side have been dug out to look quite good. After the cave walls have been repaired and ventilated, they can be occupied. Chapter 56. Oh my God! He Qing's cave was larger, with an area of about 50 square meters, which was enough for daily life. Jiang Dexing's cave was smaller, with an area of 30 square meters, which was enough for the couple to live in. Originally, I wanted to go to the city to find some barbed wire to surround the entrance, and I found that the soil and rocks I dug out could be used. Mix the soil with hay to make a mold, and put stones underneath to form a wall, which is more practical than iron nets, and you can't see what's going on inside from the outside. If there's not enough soil, just dig some from somewhere else. Anyway, the last thing this mountain lacks is soil. The door can only be found by going down the mountain. There is a spare door in Jian Yaning's space, but there is no clear way out, so it cannot be used. They were busy here, and a leader-like person, followed by 4 or 5 blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners, was walking towards them. It was really strange. He was showing foreign guests around at this time. The survivors in the camp halfway up the mountain naturally saw it as well. People loved to watch the fun, and many people followed behind, wanting to see what these foreigners were doing. A group of people stopped outside the earth wall, and a leader-like person walked in with a smile on his face. "You're doing well?" He Qing and the others stopped what they were doing and looked over, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Was he here to care about the grassroots lives of the survivors? "Is there something?" He Qing asked, holding a hoe in his hand. "It's like this, these are foreign friends." The leader pointed at the people behind him who were chattering in bird language. "They came to our Xiangshan to seek refuge, but there is no suitable place to live. I think you have done a good job here, and you have demonstrated the spirit of international friendship, so please take care of our foreign friends." "Oh, are they here to rob the cave, and do it openly?" Jian Yaning couldn't remember if the same thing had happened in her previous life. After all, she had been digging for food in the soil in her previous life and had no energy to pay attention to these things. However, she recognized this so-called leader. He was Li Furan, who was in charge of the division of labor in the large camp. He specialized in bullying the weak survivors. Jian Yaning had also been in his shoes. In my previous life, I did odd jobs at the base. When it was finally time to distribute my work, half of it was taken away by Li Furan. "The foreign devil is your biological father?" Someone cursed. "What kind of background are you? You brought the foreign devil to seize the territory of your compatriots." I couldn't see who was talking at night, but the voice sounded familiar. It should be He Qing and the others, a big brother with a bad temper. "Whoever is talking, stand up and speak!" Li Furan was so angry that his face turned red. "What do you mean by foreign devils? You really don't have any spirit of friendship at all." The angry elder brother stood up and said, "What's the matter? I'm telling you. If you are so friendly, why don't you give up your wife and house? You come to us and talk about friendship. You are so shameless." He Qing pretended to stop him, then said, I'm sorry, we can't let you go here, please find another place. No! Li Furan was still angry. They just like this. Jian Yaning rolled her eyes in her heart. This person was getting ahead of her. While it was dark, she quietly returned to the cave and took out a bucket of fertilizer that had been stored in the greenhouse for several days. This fertilizer was good stuff, and the rice field had a very high content of fertilizer. After taking it out and baking it in the hot steam, the smell is so intoxicating. Jian Yaning walked over quickly, raised the bucket in her hand, and poured the water with all her might, bringing great wealth to Li Furan and his foreign friends. Ugh! Li Furan touched his face full of disbelief. What is this thing? Ugh! He couldn't even finish his words, and kept retching. Oh my god! The scene was very exciting at one point, mixed with the exclamations and retching sounds of foreign friends. Are you not leaving yet? Do you think it's too little? I'll give you some more, Jian Yaning said with ill intent, shaking the bucket in his hand. You! Li Furan was so angry that he didn't know how to curse. Qiao Xian was standing by and immediately stood in front of Jian Yaning when she saw this. You're not leaving, are you? I still have some at home. Dexing, go get our dung bucket and give it to this leader to try. Li Furan couldn't stand to hear the word feces. He started to retch when he heard it, and took several steps back. You guys just wait! After saying that, he ran away in embarrassment. This scene happened too fast. He Qing originally planned to talk to her in a gentle manner, but he didn't expect Jian Yaning to be so fierce and actually throw feces. This little girl usually looks quite quiet, but she turned out to be quite fierce. Will it be inappropriate for us to do this? Miao Sisi was a little scared. After all, she was from the big camp and looked like a small leader. It's okay. This guy brought foreigners to bully his compatriots. He doesn't care where he goes, Jian Yaning said. Why should we give up the cave that we dug with great effort to others? Don't you think so? The grumpy elder brother stood up and gave Jian Yaning a thumbs up. Sister is right. Next time I come, I'll give him a shovel. The survivors standing outside the earth wall were gloating and wanted to see how these four capable families would respond. Who would have thought that they would dare to throw feces at the leaders? They couldn't afford to offend them. When water was plentiful, you had to rinse many times before the smell went away. But now that there is a water shortage, if you get splashed with feces, it would be a sin, and the stink would spread 8 miles away. Jian Yaning didn't feel very happy. Li Furan had done so many disgusting things. He took advantage of his little power to have sex with many young girls. He deducted the food that the survivors had earned through their labor, so a bucket of feces was a bargain for him. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the onlookers dispersed. He Qing and his men dug up the soil that was soaked with smelly water and added it to the cornfield, and the little farce ended. The brother and sister carried the bucket back to the cave. Jiang Qingning had been enduring all the way, but finally spoke. Yan Ning, didn't you agree to keep a low profile? You just... Brother, you can be low-key, Jian Yaning said. But they are bullying you right in the face, so why don't you resist? People who are kind are often bullied, don't you understand this principle? Besides, for that kind of person, eating shit is already a light punishment. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, there is something for me to do, Jiang Qingning said. Jian Yaning groaned. Oh, I thought you were going to scold me. You are just like when you were little. You look well behaved, but sometimes you still do things without considering the consequences, Jiang Qingning said helplessly. In the future, if there is anything dangerous, don't do it on your own. If you have to do it, let your brother do it. I know. Jian Yaning pretended to be impatient. Her heart was so hot, and her eyes were sore. For so many years, she thought that no one would care about her or love her anymore. Afraid of crying and feeling awkward, Jian Yaning found an excuse and quickly slipped into the space to process her emotions alone. Chapter 57 moved here. 3 days later, 2 families moved in. The cave walls were repaired, the weather was dry and the temperature was high, so the inside of the cave was dried out in 2 days. It was still night when we moved in. We couldn't move anything during the day because it was too hot. We could only move at night when it was cooler. When we moved in, we also took down the door. In this way, the 2 caves were empty. It couldn't be given away for free. The 2 caves were dug out with great effort and were given to the survivors of the base halfway up the mountain. He Qing's cave was bigger, so he got 10 kilograms of rice, while Jiang Dexing's smaller cave was exchanged for 6 kilograms of flour. The rice and flour we can afford now are all saved bit by bit from our own food. Living in a cave is always more comfortable and safer than living in a shack. The earthen wall is almost complete, except for a door. When the door is installed and locked, no one can see what is going on inside. In the future, if we go into the mountains or something, there will always be a few people left in the compound to guard it, and the sense of security will increase dramatically. With the door, there is no need to send someone to guard the sweet potatoes and corn planted in the field. However, the planting areas of the two newly moved families are still in the original place, and someone still needs to guard them. They have to wait until the season's harvest is over and they receive new seeds before they can plant in the yard next season. To celebrate the new house, 4 families got together for a meal. The dishes were not as rich as those during the Chinese New Year. We cooked a big pot of meat porridge. The meat was wild boar meat that had been dried in the sun. I chopped it up and put it directly into the porridge and added some wild vegetables. One family brought out a dried fish, which was fried and paired well with the porridge. How about going down the mountain to look for the door tomorrow? He-Chin said. Go to the city? Jian Yaning said. I think it may not be a good idea to go to the city. It's been too long since we went down there. Although the authorities have dealt with some of the bodies, there are still many buried underground. There will definitely be rats in the city at night. I think we should go to the nearby villages to have a look. Xiao Xian drank a mouthful of porridge. Xiaojiao village has quite a few double-opening doors that should be useful. I wonder if we can still find them. Everyone felt that it was dangerous to enter the city, and that no one had lived in the city for so long that there might be wild animals. If we failed to find the door and encounter wild animals or get infected with some infectious disease, it would be more trouble than gain. Finally, we decided to go to Xiaojiao village tomorrow night to check. If there is no other way, we can think of other solutions. It is true that Xiaojiao village is close, but because it is close, it is visited by the most survivors. It would be difficult to find the door in the ruins. Jian Yaning thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you guys tomorrow. My brother is staying at home. There is a door in her space, but it is difficult to take it out. She can wait until she reaches the ruins and it is dark. She can take it out and let the people who go down with her find it. It is not impossible, but it will take more trouble. It is better to go to the city to find it. Now we all live in the same yard and everyone should contribute as much as they can. After spending so much time together, Jian Yaning saw that these people had good personalities. Even so, she couldn't possibly expose her secrets, but she could secretly help them. The human heart is unpredictable. Jian Yaning cannot take even the slightest risk. If there is no chance to take it out at that time, then he can only give up. Jiang Qingning knew what his sister was planning, so he didn't say much. His injury had almost healed, but he still couldn't do heavy work. If he lifted anything heavy, his shoulder would still hurt. After discussion, 2 boys from the college students went, He-Ching and the hot-tempered older brother Gao Ji-Shu, and 1 person from Jiang Dexing and Jian Yaning's family went. Why don't you go, girl? We are enough men, Gao Jinshu said. We are mainly worried that you are afraid of rats. You don't know how big the rats are at the foot of the mountain. We saw quite a few of them at the repair shop. Some were as big as cats. It was really scary. Yeah, brother Gao is right. Why don't you stay in the yard? He-Chin also felt it was dangerous. Every family has to send someone, so my family should send someone too, Jian Yaning said. I'm not afraid of mice, and I'm good at finding things. You guys are definitely not as meticulous as me. I can take care of myself. Having said that, no one said anything more. The situation in Xiaojiao village was much better than in the urban area, and He-Chin thought that there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, he felt that what Jiang Yaning said was right. Every household had sent someone, but her family didn't, which was indeed not good. Decide to go down the mountain tomorrow evening. After the 15th, the temperature started to rise, 1 or 2 degrees a day. Jian Yaning would use a thermometer to measure the temperature every day, and only then did she realize that the temperature was rising every day, like a frog in boiling water. The temperature was also slowly rising at night. Jian Yaning remembered that the official highest temperature was 55 degrees, and countless survivors died of heat stroke. The next day, a group of people went down the mountain. Those who had to go to work went to work, and those who didn't stay in the yard to look after the house. I haven't been down the mountain for a long time. There are 2 large military green tents at the foot of the mountain, and occasionally I can see trucks coming towards Xiangshan. The repair shop where we work is right over there. Gao Jinshu pointed in the direction of the light in the bamboo forest not far away. When the government cars break down, we drive in to get them fixed. Jian Yaning looked over there. There were high-wattage incandescent lamps on. She could see a large shed built with tarpaulin and steel pipes. There were no walls on all sides, only covering the top of the head. Many cars were parked inside waiting for maintenance. I'm going to borrow a car. You guys wait here for a while, He-Ching said, striding towards the repair shop. He Gong still has some face and good skills. If I were in his place, I would definitely not be able to borrow a car, Gao Jinshu said, looking at Jian Yaning with a smile. Sister, what do you think of our He Gong? Jian Yaning was stunned for a moment. What kind of question was this? He's a nice person, very righteous. Jian Yaning made a brief evaluation. Yeah, I also think that our worker is good, and he's still single. Gao Jishu started to praise him. Jian Yaning didn't understand what this meant. This was an attempt to bring her and He Qing together. She didn't mean that, so she didn't respond. Although Gao Jishu looked like a grumpy old man, he was just a silly and cheerful person when he was with his acquaintances. Not long after, He Qing drove out a pickup truck with a bed that could be equipped with a door and could also carry people. 6 people got out, and the pickup truck could barely fit them all. Jian Yaning didn't want to squeeze with several men, so she sat in the passenger seat. He Qing drove, and the other 4 squeezed in the back seat. The pickup truck drove towards Xiaojiao village. The road conditions were bad and it made people's buttocks hurt. Fortunately, the distance was not far and they arrived at the destination in about half an hour. The ruins under the moonlight looked eerie and completely different from what they looked like during the day. Occasionally, you could see rats crawling out of the ruins and poking their heads around. After getting out of the car, one person took a flashlight and started looking for the door. I don't know how the groups were divided, but Jian Yaning and He Qing were put in the same group, and it felt weird. Chapter 58? Finalization. Xiaojiao village is an administrative village with about 1,500 people and about 300 households. When Jian Yaning shone her flashlight on the fields, she could see that the rice fields, which should have been lush and green, were cracked by the sun. The rice seedlings in the fields fell to the ground, turned yellow by the sun, and not a bit of green could be seen. The 2 of them split up into groups. Jiang Dexing was from the village. Although he had been in prison for a few years, he knew the terrain of the village better than people from other villages. He took Chenwei to the end of the village. Let's look in the middle of the village. He Qing looked at Jian Yaning. Jian Yaning responded with a okay, and followed behind, looking at the road carefully. The visibility was poor at night, and it was easy to miss a step when walking on the ruins. Except for the flashlight, it was pitch black everywhere, and rats were seen running in and out of the ruins from time to time. This place had been searched many times by the survivors, and there were almost no useful supplies. The 2 searched for a while, but could not find any trace of the door. Wooden doors are definitely not suitable. The best ones are double-opening steel doors, which are used in many self-built houses in rural areas. The 2 men found a place, dug a hole, shone the flashlight down, and discovered that the door was deformed and difficult to get out. Jian Yaning sighed inwardly. The visibility was already low, and it was pitch dark. It would probably be difficult to find a usable door even before daybreak. She thought of finding an excuse to avoid people and take the door out of the space so as to go up the mountain early. The other 2 groups also gained nothing, as all the usable doors had been removed. I want to go to the bathroom, Jian Yaning said. Go over there and wait for me for a while. I'll go with you. It's dangerous to go alone, He Qing said without hesitation. Jian Yaning was speechless. If you go, it will be inconvenient for me. He Qing finally reacted and his face turned red. Fortunately, it was dark at night and he couldn't see clearly. Okay, go ahead. Call me if you need anything. He didn't say that on purpose. He just cared about her, but it was hard to explain. He hoped that the other party would not think of him as a hooligan. Jian Yaning responded with a okay, and walked behind a broken wall not far away. After making sure that there was no one around, she turned off the flashlight and quickly took out the double door from the space. This door was found in a store when I went down the mountain with my brother to deal with the corpse. It just came in handy now. The door had been wiped, and it was not good to be too clean, so Jian Yaning had to use local materials, some gravel and ash, to make the door look dirtier and older. Just after finishing the work here, I turned on the flashlight and saw a big rat scurrying out from nowhere. It was so fast that it wanted to bite a living person. Jian Yaning was startled, and his hands were faster than his brain, so he picked up a piece of concrete and threw it at it. The aim was pretty good, and the mouse made a sharp squeak, which sounded creepy at night. Jian Yaning? He Qing heard the noise and shouted hurriedly, worried that something unexpected might have happened. Jian Yaning immediately responded. It's okay, it's just a mouse, it will be fine soon, just wait a moment. Hearing the reply, He Qing breathed a sigh of relief and stood there waiting. Soon he saw her come out with a flashlight. Just now a mouse came out, and I happened to see a door over there, which looked like it could be used. Jian Yaning was not good at lying, and spoke with some stammering. Shall we go over and take a look? The 2 men returned to the remaining wall. Under the rubble was a half-new door with some bricks on top. This is fine, the size is right. He Qing felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. You must have good eyesight. I just thought I might have to look through it all night. Lucky, I just happened to see it, Jian Yaning said. Then call them back and take them back with the door closed. I came to Xiaojiao village just to find the gate. Now that I have found the gate, it would be best if I could go up the mountain as soon as possible. After shouting a few times, the other two groups of people came over. The double door was quite heavy and difficult to move the whole thing, so they simply disassembled it on the spot and moved it onto the pickup truck. The pickup truck drove to the foot of Xiangshan Mountain, the door was removed, and He Qing drove the pickup truck back to the repair shop. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and there were more people at the foot of the mountain. It seemed that they were heading to the city together. If they were not desperate, no one would go to the city to look for supplies at night. It was too dangerous. But in order to survive and to feed my stomach, I have no choice but to take the risk. Do you think we can still find food in the city right now? Chen Wei asked. Ningqing is so big, we will definitely find the food, Gao Jinshi said. There are so many things buried underground. Do you know Wanjiafa's supermarket? The whole thing collapsed. The official excavator dug for 2 days and still couldn't finish it. It wasn't that hot then, so many people sneaked down there at night to look for supplies. Gao Jinshu continued. There are quite a few supermarkets and shops like this, and if you're not afraid of death, you can still find a lot of things. It's true that there are supplies under the ruins, but the rats and cockroaches are crawling everywhere and spreading diseases, Chen Wei said. They haven't been disinfected. Recently, many people with plague have come to the camp hospital. Shouldn't we be worried? Chen Wei works in the base hospital and comes into contact with many patients every day, especially plague patients recently. When did it start? Jian Yaning asked. Chen Wei recalled. There have always been some, but there are more recently. They are all isolated, so there shouldn't be any problem. Jian Yaning nodded and searched her memories of her previous life. She was relieved only after she confirmed that there was no plague outbreak in Xiangshan. She was afraid that she had remembered it wrong. While we were chatting, He Qing came back. 2 people carried a door, and He Qing carried the door frame alone. The door frame was torn into strips and tied with ropes, so it was not heavy. Jian Yaning was a girl, so she didn't let her carry anything, so she could go up the mountain empty-handed. After climbing halfway up the mountain and entering a fork in the road, we could see twinkling lights of fire in the distance. There are many people in Xiangshan now, and the wild animals have all gone deeper into the mountains. People are now crazy about meat, so any animal that runs on the mountains will be eaten by their stomachs. Even snakes have become rare. Soon, we returned to the camp halfway up the mountain. The doors were brought up and installed under the cover of night. The places that were of inappropriate size were filled with foam and then filled again with mixed mud. Due to the high temperature, the moisture in the mud evaporates quickly. When I shake it in my hand, it feels quite sturdy. In this way, caves 127 to 128 became a large yard. The situation inside could not be seen from the outside. It was much safer than before, and most importantly, it had excellent privacy. It looks pretty good. Jiang Dexing was very happy. In the past, when he went up the mountain, he was always worried about Xiao Xian being alone on the mountain, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. The brother and sister were also very satisfied, especially Jian Yaning, who now had a sense of security that was incomparable to that in her previous life. Now she had a brother and neighbors, and the neighbors were all good people. In the end times, these were precious treasures, much better than fighting alone. Now that everything was settled, it was time to celebrate. The 4 households contributed some ingredients, and cooked a pot of meat porridge. Chapter 59 I Know Your Secret. 2 days later, groundwater was dug out from the deep well in the camp halfway up the mountain, and the survivors cheered. However, the amount of water output is not very large. It is only enough to supply food for the camp halfway up the mountain. It is definitely not suitable for watering the land. The water for watering the land still needs to be fetched from the foot of Elephant Mountain. Jian Yaning had seen it, and the well was very deep, at least 40 to 50 meters. If the water level dropped, they would have to continue digging. She remembered that in her previous life, during the late period of extreme heat, the well was dug 70 to 80 meters underground, and the water output was still very small. The deep well is guarded by government officials and has a daily time limit of 5 liters of water per person, with identification cards required to draw water. If you use this amount of water sparingly, you can save a lot. Some thoughtful people will collect the unused water in buckets so that they won't be short of water when there is no water later. Jian Yaning had no shortage of water, so there was no need to store it. However, he implicitly reminded the other 3 households that whether to store it or not was up to them to arrange it themselves. The temperature kept rising. In just 10 days, the temperature in the mountains rose to 45 degrees. If it continued like this, the corn and sweet potatoes planted in the fields would not be able to withstand it. He Qing and his team worked at the foot of the mountain, where the temperature was even higher, which was completely unimaginable in the urban area. During this period, the brother and sister hardly went out. The activities are only carried out within the compound. People come out at night to take care of their own land and chat with neighbors. When it's almost time, they go back to the cave, either to exercise or to lie down and watch TV series. If there's nothing to do, they cook the food stored in the space. Over time, the cooked food in the fresh keeping room is enough for the two of them to eat for a year or two. The third crop of strawberries in the greenhouse bloomed small white flowers, which were not absorbed by the space and were about to bear fruit. It is said that the growth cycle of plants grown in the space greenhouse is much shorter, and the vegetables and fruits grown are all growing well, worthy of being products of the hotel space. Tomatoes, eggplants, beans, and peppers also bloomed and bore fruit one after another. Jian Yaning was so greedy. She hadn't eaten these vegetables for a long time. After the apocalypse, the most she ate was cabbage and various wild vegetables. When she thought of the taste of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she couldn't help swallowing. I found the flower seeds before and planted some of each variety in the number 2 greenhouse. Not knowing how much the space has absorbed, Jian Yaning is not sure when she can unlock the new room. She can only plant slowly and wait patiently. The hens have started laying eggs. I can pick up 4 or 5 eggs every day. They are all fertilized eggs. I don't plan to hatch all of them. I have put them all in the fresh keeping room. It won't be too late to hatch them when these chickens grow up and are about to be slaughtered. The 3 roosters were very fierce and aggressive every day. They never did any good things and even bullied the hens that laid eggs. They killed 2 of them and only left the biggest and best looking one. Since I started making pig feed for the pigs, their bodies have grown rapidly. They have become 3 times bigger than before and their growth is very good. The 2 female rabbits are pregnant again. As expected of rabbits with super reproductive ability, they give birth to 7 or 8 litters a year. Rabbit meat is free. The little rabbits are already half grown. It was so hot when they were born. 2 of them died midway, but the rest have adapted. The brother and sister take care of these trivial matters every day, and looking at these sustainable development materials makes people feel at ease. That day, as usual, at 8 o'clock in the evening, people in the compound went to the well to fetch water. The courtyard went to fetch water in batches, divided into 3 groups. Those who had to go to work at night went at 7 o'clock. Jian Yaning and his group at 8 o'clock had 3 or 4 people left in the courtyard to watch over the house. There were so many eyes on them in the camp halfway up the mountain, so they had to leave someone behind. Carrying buckets, standing in long queues. Although the camp halfway up the mountain is not big, there are more than 2,000 survivors living here, and they have to wait a long time every day to queue up for water. An hour later, it was Jian Yaning's turn. As soon as she finished filling the water, she looked up and saw Sumu. I haven't seen him for a long time. Sumu went on a diet before the end of the world to maintain his body shape. Now he has become even thinner, almost skin and bones. He seems to have aged 10 years and doesn't look like a 25-year-old at all. When Sumu saw Jian Yaning finish fetching water and walk towards her, he quickly stuffed something into her pocket and ran away. What is this for? Jian Yaning touched his pocket and found a note. What is she doing here? Xiao Xian came over. Don't pay attention to this kind of person. She must be here to get some benefits. Jian Yaning nodded, and the 2 of them waited for Miao Sisi and the others to finish fetching water, and then walked towards the compound together. This road was trampled out by many people every day, and it was quite flat and not difficult to walk on. After returning to the compound, it was the last group of people's turn to go out to fetch water. Jian Yaning carried the water into the cave and took out the note from his pocket. There were crooked words written on the note. I know your secret and don't want anyone else to know it, so I'll go to the small woods in the south alone tonight. Jian Yaning's heart sank at first, and then she felt something was wrong. Since she was seen by Lin Liqiang last time using the space, she has never been in a place with people. When she was in the camp halfway up the mountain, she was even more energetic and only used it in the cave. What does Sumu know? Knowing the secret of his own space. Jian Yaning thought about it, and felt that it was impossible. Doubting barked, and Jian Yaning was brought back to her senses. She saw the door of the cave was opened, and her brother came in carrying water. After thinking about it, she decided to tell her brother about the note. Jiang Qingning frowned after hearing it. I'll go with you. If she knew anything, she would have told him a long time ago. She wouldn't have kept it to herself until now. Brother, I want to do this, Jian Yaning said. When we get to the forest, you find a place to hide. I'll go meet her. You hide well and don't come out. I'll see what trick she can play. Okay. Jiang Qingning agreed. The 2 sat in the cave for a while, and seeing that it was almost time, they headed towards the grove in the south. The woods were not far away, and it only took a quarter of an hour to get there. Few people went there, and there were only a few sparse trees and a lot of weeds. No survivors built shacks here, as it was sunny all day long, and they could hardly stand it, so almost everyone built their shacks under the shade of a big tree. As soon as they arrived at the grove, they saw a bright light not far away. Jian Yaning took out the night vision goggles from her bag, looked over, and confirmed that there was only one person over there. Brother, I'll go over and take a look, Jian Yaning said. She's alone, I can handle her. After saying that, he took off his night vision goggles, turned on the recording mode on his phone, and walked over with a flashlight. You're here? Sumu said. Jian Yaning, I always thought you were lucky. Now I think you are indeed lucky. You were reborn. And you were reborn 1 month before the end of the world, right? When Jian Yaning heard the word rebirth, her heart tightened at first, but then she relaxed. Oh, it turns out that Sumu didn't know that he had a hotel space, so it doesn't matter. Chapter 60? Evidence. Sumu, have you read too many novels and damaged your brain? Jian Yaning sneered. Don't think I don't know. If you weren't reborn, why would you steal the property certificate and mortgage it? And even mortgage it with a loan shark? Sumu was full of confidence. Did you use all your money to buy supplies? In my previous life. Sumu realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and immediately kept silent, but Jian Yaning immediately caught the 3 words, previous life. What was it in the previous life? Jian Yaning asked. Could it be that Sumu was also reborn? But the time of her rebirth was different from hers. She was reborn after the end of the world? Don't talk to me about this. Sumu interrupted immediately. I know you must have been reborn, and I don't have any other requests. Just let me live in your compound. I won't tell anyone else about this. Jian Yaning snorted and laughed in her heart. She was basically certain that Sumu was also a reborn person, but he was just unlucky, and the timing was wrong. Now, let alone stockpiling supplies, she couldn't even find supplies in the city. Oh, then go and tell them. I don't know anything about rebirth. Jian Yaning pointed at her head. I suspect there's something wrong with your brain, but there's no mental hospital to treat you right now. You're really pitiful. You are the psychopath. Sumu was furious that he didn't even threaten her. Sumu was indeed reborn, not long ago, just yesterday. When she woke up, she found that Jian Yaning was gone, and her family was still living in the shack, and the cave had not been dug out. Combining the memories of this life, she guessed that Jian Yaning was also reborn. This life is completely different from the previous one. In the previous life, Su Jianwei's legs were not broken, and he found a slightly lucrative job in the government through connections. Wu Wan did not appear, and with Jian Yaning working as a laborer, their family could still make ends meet. It's nothing like this life, where I don't have enough to eat and don't even have a place to live. The father who once loved her actually made her and Gu Fang do hard labor to support him. Sumu couldn't live with this kind of life for a day, while Jian Yaning lived so well, with a brother who loved her, friends, and a yard that made her feel safe. Why? Because she was lucky? Sumu doesn't want to continue living with Su Jianwei and the others. She wants to get away from those vampires and suck the blood of Jian Yaning and his sister. If you don't agree, I can let everyone know your secret, Sumu said fiercely. Then you will know how powerful I am. I will let the officials take you to slice your body for experiments. Jian Yaning said oh and looked at her. Then I'll ask you a few questions. Answer them well and I'll think about it. You say. Sumu saw hope. First, when were you reborn? Jian Yaning asked. Sumu didn't know whether his brain was stupid because of hunger or he believed Jian Yaning's words, so he said, yesterday. Second, did you team up with Su Jianwei and Gu Fang to frame my brother and put him in jail? That was my dad and Gu Fang's idea. I couldn't do anything about it, Sumu said. I didn't want to do that. There's no need to explain these, you just need to answer yes or no. Jian Yaning's tone was emotionless. Yes. Third, tell us in detail what happened at that time, Jian Yaning said. Seek truth from the facts and don't exaggerate. Why do you want to know this? Sumu wondered. Jiang Qingning has already been released from prison. What's the point of you knowing this? Will you tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving, Jian Yaning said patiently. Sumu licked her dry and peeling lips, and began to speak, telling the whole story of how she framed Jiang Qingning and sent him to prison. She also mentioned many unknown details, which made Jian Yaning want to slap her twice. I'm going to move in tonight. Jian Yaning smiled. Oh? Then you figure it out yourself. I haven't promised you anything. You dare to lie to me. Do you think I really don't dare to tell anyone? Sumu was so angry that his eyes turned red and his body trembled slightly with excitement. Jian Yaning took out a cell phone from her pocket and played the recording. Go ahead and tell me. I don't care. I'll play this recording. What do you think will happen? How come your phone still has power? Sumu was shocked. Jian Yaning looked at her like a fool, and when she saw that she was trying to rush over to grab it, she kicked her in the chest and knocked her to the ground. Jiang Qingning saw that a fight had started, and fearing that his sister would suffer, he immediately ran over to help. The brother and sister got the evidence and left. As for what Sumu was going to say outside, it didn't matter. Rebirth was so mysterious that it could not be proven at all, not to mention that he had the recording in his hand. It is normal for mobile phones to have power in the camp. Miao Sisi and her colleagues work in the camp hospital. The large camp has diesel generators and solar panels. People with electronic devices often bring them there to use some power, which is considered an employee benefit. Jian Yaning also took out a mobile phone and asked Miao Sisi to help charge it, which meant she had a clear way out. I just don't know if this recording can prove my brother's innocence. It would be great if it can. There is no court in this world now, so I can only try. In the recording, Su Mu personally admitted that he was reborn. As long as she dared to go out and talk nonsense, she would play this recording to see who can explain it clearly. Su Mu would only be regarded as a lunatic who had survived the apocalypse. The two returned to the compound, where Miao Sisi and others were watering the fields. After saying hello, he returned to his cave and played the recording again. The sound quality was very clear. Jian Yaning felt very sad when she heard about her brother being framed again. If she had questioned him at that time, or had visited him after his imprisonment, would the result be different? Brother, I'm sorry. Jian Yaning was annoyed. Jiang Qingning rubbed his sister's head. It's all in the past. You helped me find the evidence. There's nothing to be sorry about. Besides, if it weren't for my sister's ability, I wouldn't know where to dig the dirt right now. Brother, let's go to the big camp tomorrow. I want to see if I can clear your name, Jian Yaning said. If I can, you can go on patrol. Don't you always want to go? Okay. Jiang Qingning couldn't bear to let his sister down. In fact, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Clearing the charges was not an easy matter even in peacetime, let alone now it was the end of the world. It is already 12 o'clock in the night, which is equivalent to noon during the day. It was just lunch time and something good happened, so we had to celebrate. Many dishes were taken out from the space, including braised meat and dried eggplant, cold tribute vegetables, hot and sour pork skin soup, a plate of fried rapeseed, and 2 cans of iced cola. Doubting was wandering around my feet. He was getting more and more greedy, and he was also at the age to change his baby teeth. Jian Yaning simply took out a large piece of fan bone from the space and gave it to the dog to grind his teeth. It was left over from the last time he killed a wild boar. Chapter 61 Scalding Rain. The night passed and the sun rose. The survivors, like rats in a hole, returned to the caves to avoid the scorching sun. Jian Yaning turned on the air conditioner, and the cold air blew away the heat. When the temperature in the cave dropped to 30 degrees, she turned on the fan to allow air convection, so that it didn't feel stuffy. The air conditioner can temporarily keep the temperature at 30 degrees, so there is no need for ice. Once the temperature rises again, the ice in the cold storage can be taken out and used. Once the lights in the cave were turned off, it was as pitch black as night. Jian Yaning fell asleep soon after. I don't know if it was because of Su Mu, Jian Yaning dreamed of her past life again. It was that scene, on a cold winter day, she was running, with no end in sight, no hope in sight. When I woke up, everything was dark and I couldn't tell whether it was day or night. I opened the phone next to my bed and checked the time. It was 2 p.m. It was almost time to get up. I turned on the small bedside lamp beside the bed and slipped into the room to wash up. Out of habit, I went to check out the plants in the greenhouse. As soon as I got to the corridor, I found that a new corridor had been unlocked. It seemed that I was not far from unlocking the next room. When I got to the greenhouse, I found that a few pots of plants were missing, as they were absorbed by the space. Plant new seeds, water them, and there will be space. The space is time-limited, which is quite a headache, and no one except her can enter. If a disaster like an earthquake happens again, there is no way to hide. It would be great if the time and the space could be accumulated. I have done many experiments, but they cannot be accumulated, and the results are reset to 0 every day, which is very inhumane. When he went out, Jiang Qingning also got up. Turning on the headlights, the cave suddenly became bright. Since they didn't have to go out during the day, Jian Yaning would take her brother to practice military boxing. They would do a set of boxing every morning, and now their movements were very standard. After the boxing, Jian Yaning was too lazy to move and just lay on the recliner to read. 7 o'clock in the evening. After fetching water, I prepared to go to the big camp with my phone and visit the market. As soon as I went out, I heard thunder and the sky was lit up by continuous lightning, which was thrilling to watch. Is it going to rain? Jian Yaning had no recollection of rain during the extremely hot weather, and felt uneasy. The people at the campsite halfway up the mountain cheered, as they were so short of water, and a rain would bring hope to everyone. Raindrops fell accompanied by loud thunder. It's finally raining. We don't have to carry water to irrigate the fields today, Miao Sisi said happily. Xiao Xian came out with a bucket in her hand and reminded loudly. Hurry up and get some water. Store as much as you can. Ouch! Why is the rain so hot? Jiang Dexing screamed out in pain. The first raindrops that fell were cold, but the subsequent raindrops became hotter and hotter, almost like boiling water. The people who were just reveling in the rain scattered and fled, looking for places to hide from the rain. "Brother, let's quickly put up the tarpaulin on the platform," Jian Yaning said hurriedly. The brother and sister ran to the platform quickly. The livestock were crying out from the scalding rain. The boiling water was too heavy and people couldn't go out to put up the tarpaulin. Jian Yaning took out an umbrella from the space and threw all the rabbits and chickens into the space. Jian Qingning led the sheep into the cave. The two of them braved the rain and drove the pig, which was squealing from the heat, in as well and closed the door. The pigs and sheep blocked the entrance of the cave. They were frightened and burned, and they kept crying. Jian Yaning had to take out the grass from the space to calm them down. The sheep were better because their fur was thick and the burns were not so serious. The pig was in a miserable state, its body was burned red. Jiang Qingning poured cold water on the pig for a while, and then the cave became quiet. The brother and sister were fine because they had an umbrella. They were splashed with some hot rainwater, but they just applied some peppermint ointment. "It's just that the corn cobs outside haven't started to fill yet, so I'm afraid they'll be scalded to death. And the sweet potatoes." The survivors thought it was hope, but it turned out to be destruction. The scalding raindrops fell on the ground, creating a thick mist. Visibility was very low, and desperate cries could be heard in the sound of the rain. However, nothing could be changed and one could only watch the raindrops continue to fall. The entire Xiangshan mountain is like a huge steamer, humid and hot, making it hard to breathe. Mist continued to enter the cave, and the air inside the cave became hot and humid. Jian Yaning closed the two doors and turned on the air conditioner, hoping to lower the temperature in the cave, but the temperature outside was still very high and could not be lowered. The only thing they could do was take out a lot of ice from the cold storage in the space to cool it down, and with the help of fans, the temperature finally came down. The other survivors were even more miserable. Those who lived in shacks were trapped in the rain, but they could not go out and could only struggle. The situation in the big camp was not good either. The rain came too suddenly. The officers and soldiers risked their lives to help the survivors. The rain continued until dawn. Strangely enough, while the rain was falling, the sun was still rising, making the raindrops even hotter. Jian Yaning had no mind to do anything else but hope that the rain would stop soon. If it continued to rain, the damage caused would be unimaginable. Who knew how many people would lose their lives in this rain? There was no water rain in my previous life, but things became different after my rebirth. Is it the butterfly effect? Jian Yaning even wanted to ask Sumu where he died in his previous life. Was it the same place as hers? Was it because the magnetic field in that place was different, allowing people to travel through time? But she couldn't remember where she died in her previous life. She just ran all the way, wanting to escape. "What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded?" Jiang Qingning patted his sister's shoulder gently. "What?" Jian Yaning came back to her senses. "Oh, nothing, I'm just worried." "Don't think too much." Jiang Qingning was also worried, but worrying couldn't change anything. The rain continued until noon and finally stopped. Jian Yaning opened the door of the platform and saw clouds and fog all around. Hot air was rising everywhere. Under the refraction of the sunlight, an extremely gorgeous rainbow hung in the sky. "It's beautiful, but also cruel." Jian Yaning turned on her cell phone, took a picture of the rainbow, and closed the door again. In just a moment, heat rushed in and the two pigs groaned uncomfortably, asking the stupid human to close the door quickly. At night, the fog dissipated a lot, leaving only some mist. The cave doors in the courtyard opened one after another, and everyone looked at the crops they had worked so hard to grow in the fields, all falling to the ground, and they wanted to cry but had no tears. After more than 2 months of hard work, all the work was destroyed in an instant by a rain. "Let's break off the corn cobs," Jian Yaning suggested. "They may not have grown much, but at least they're edible." "Yes. Minimize the losses. Get moving. Don't just stand there," He Qing said as he led the people in the cave, opened the gate, and went to their fields. Xiao Xian and her husband also hurried out. Chapter 62 Severe Disaster. The brother and sister also joined in breaking corn cobs and digging sweet potatoes. The corn cobs were not big, a little smaller than normal corn. Jian Yaning peeled off the outer leaves and was disappointed. The corn kernels were very small and not many. Even if all the corn in the field was picked, it would not be enough for one person to eat. The cob is still tender, so you can eat it as corn shoots. It's a dish after all. Jian Yaning didn't plant much here, so he finished picking them in a short while, probably filling up a small basket. The corns were still big enough, so they could be threshed and ground into flour, mixed with some wild vegetables and noodles, and they would last for a long time. Now they were only for a few meals, and they were still not enough to fill me up. In the sweet potato field, the sweet potato leaves, which were already turning yellow, were scalded by the scorching rain and all rotted in the ground. Jiang Qingning swung the hoe and dug a bit. Jian Yaning squatted down and searched with a flashlight. After a lot of effort, she found 2 unripe sweet potatoes in the soil. They were only the size of eggs. They were really too small. After turning over the entire field, we found only about 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, each one very small. The situation was similar for the college students. They planted relatively more and their harvest was slightly higher than that of the Jiang family. They all sighed, but there was nothing they could do. An hour later, He Qing and his group returned. After leaving the cave, only 3 backpacks were full when they returned. Jiang Dexing's family was in a similar situation. Everyone was in a heavy mood. They worked hard every day to carry water for irrigation, but in return they got such a result. God really didn't give them a way out. While the corn shoots were still fresh, I put them in the fresh keeping room, and put a few egg-sized sweet potatoes in the rice cooker to steam. When I ate them, I found that the taste of the sweet potatoes was very ordinary, not sweet, and the starch content was also very low. The rabbits and chickens were all in greenhouse number 2. As soon as the door was opened, there was a smell of feces and urine. Fortunately, the cages were brought in together, otherwise I couldn't imagine the scene in the greenhouse. The space will deodorize itself, and Jian Yaning settled the livestock back on the platform. I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention before, but now I see that the hay has been scalded to death. Luckily I stocked some in the fresh keeping room, otherwise with so many mouths to feed, I really don't know where to get hay. Brother, let's build a shed on the platform, Jian Yaning said. It can block the sun and rain. If it rains again, it won't be able to withstand the tossing and turning. Okay, take the things out and finish it in the evening, said Jiang Qingning. It's called a shed, but it's actually the kind of tent that merchants used for activities before the end of the world. The platform is more than 100 square meters, and about 10 are needed. This thing was collected by hand when I went to the supermarket to collect supplies. It's easy to put together, just unfold and fix it. Afraid that the strong wind on the platform would blow the tents away, they tied the connected tents together with ropes, and then used a hammer to knock the brackets on the ground into the soil. Jian Yaning raised his hand and shook it hard, and it was stable. This kind of tent is ventilated on all sides and is not stuffy. With the new shed, the livestock seemed to feel safe and no longer make noises. I cleaned up the dead grass and turned the soil over, preparing to sow the seeds tomorrow. The mud still feels hot. After doing all this, my clothes were soaked with sweat. I looked at the thermometer hanging on the platform and found that the temperature was 42 degrees. Recently, after the sun went down, the temperature was around 38 or 39 degrees. I don't know if it was because of the boiling water rain, but the temperature was so high tonight. I don't plan to go out at night. After the rain, the road is muddy everywhere and difficult to walk on. Jian Yaning simply closed the 2 doors, turned on the air conditioner, went back to the space to take a shower, and when she came out, she still felt hot. After all, the space had central air conditioning to adjust the temperature all year round, and it was always around 26 degrees. If the temperature doesn't come down, use fans and ice to lower the temperature in the cave. After working all night, they were hungry, so they sat around the table to eat. If we go first, the crops won't grow and I feel like it's going to be a mess. Jian Yaning drank a sip of pork rib soup and kelp soup. I heard from He Qing and the others that the authorities at the foot of the mountain have been pulling things back from the city, so they won't just sit there and watch, Jiang Qingning said. It won't be good for the camp if things get chaotic. Jian Yaning nodded. Let's wait and see tomorrow. After dinner, he played with doubting for a while, then entered the space, picked the ripe vegetables and scattered new seeds. When it comes to vegetable and fruit seeds, Jian Yaning is well prepared. She has bought almost all of them available on the market, and she had also bought a lot on shopping platforms before. She could not finish planting them in a lifetime. In addition to taking good care of the space, I also do the 3 old things: boxing, watching TV series, and lying down. Anyway, there is only a little work to do every day, and you can lie down after finishing it. Jian Yaning cherishes such ordinary days and hopes that they can last longer and longer. However, she doesn't know whether there will be other disasters after the extreme heat and cold are over. If there are other disasters, will the supplies prepared in the space be enough? Can my brother and I live to see the day when the world returns to its original state? Jian Yaning thought for a while, but couldn't come up with an answer, so he simply took out a Chinese medicine book from the space and looked through it. In the last days, there was a shortage of doctors and medicines. The more he learned, the more chances he had of living. The next day, the authorities have issued a notice that a large number of people have been affected by the disaster this time. Those who have previously received seeds for planting do not need to hand in grain, and relief grain will be distributed in advance. This is good news. Another good news is that there is no water shortage for the time being. The boiling water rain filled the deep well, and every household received some water. There was no one guarding the deep well for the time being, so people could use water freely. After a long period of water shortage, everyone's body smelled sour and their hair was tangled together. Many people carried water back to take a bath, washing off the mud on their bodies over the past few months. Jian Yaning also symbolically went to fetch some water. She didn't lack water, she just wanted to keep it a secret. I have to say, after taking a shower, the sour smell in the camp halfway up the mountain is gone. I still look thin, but my spirits and appearance are much better. The Kaishui camp suffered heavy losses, but fortunately the official planting base had built a greenhouse, so a small amount of corn was scalded to death, but the crops in the greenhouse were safe and sound. However, with such a small amount of crops, it was not enough to feed the countless survivors on the Elephant Mountain. Ningxing Academy of Agricultural Sciences works day and night to develop heat-resistant crops, but this is not something that can be developed in a day or two and requires a long time. Jian Yaning remembered that the heat-resistant seeds were distributed near the end of the year. It was already the end of the extremely hot season at that time. Not long after the seeds were planted, an extreme cold weather came and those heat-resistant seeds were frozen to death. In order to prevent the Academy of Agricultural Sciences from making the same mistake again, Jian Yaning had to find a way to pass the message in without exposing himself. This is a bit difficult. After much thought, Jian Yaning decided to write an anonymous letter and try, hoping to get official attention. The anonymous letter was not handwritten, but was printed out using a printer found in the space. There was no envelope, but there were several large red envelopes found. No one knew when they were put in. The red envelope bag was quite large, about the size of an envelope. I put on gloves, put the anonymous letter in it, and waited for a suitable opportunity to deliver it. Chapter 63? Today is a good day. 2 days later, the relief food distribution was completed. When collecting relief food, he met Su Mu and Gu Fang, who were also collecting food. He glared at the brother and sister fiercely, but didn't say much. Su Mu has now replaced Jian Yaning and become the strong laborer of the Su family. His life is much harder than in his previous life. Gu Fang saw that the brother and sister reacted the same way as before, avoiding eye contact. She wanted to come over and talk to them, but didn't seem to dare. Jian Yaning saw it all, and had no sympathy for the two. Su Mu might not be able to leave the Su family, as she was Su Jianwei's daughter, but what about Gu Fang? Forget it, the circuitry of a love-brained person is incomprehensible to normal people. After receiving the relief food, the two prepared to go to the big camp. First, I wanted to deliver the anonymous letter. Second, find out if there is any place where the recording has not been handed over, so as to help Jiang Qing clear the name. Third, Jian Yaning hadn't been to the market for a long time, and he wanted to exchange some precious metals and save them. In case the world recovered after the extreme cold, he would need capital to live a good life. We went back to the cave, put on our backpacks, put down the relief food and set off. In 2 days, the muddy mountain road was dried up by the scorching sun, and the weeds on both sides of the road were burned to death and fell to the ground. Under the dead grass, there were tender green grass buds that were breaking through the soil. The big camp was about 3 times larger than the camp halfway up the mountain. The brother and sister stopped in front of a large green tent with the word "Public Security" on it. "What's going on, you two?" asked the uniformed man standing guard at the door. Jian Yaning didn't know what to say for a moment, so she said briefly, "We want to report a case." The man pointed to a middle-aged man in a black t-shirt sitting at a desk in the tent and said, "Go and report the case to him." After saying thank you, the brother and sister walked over. The middle-aged man didn't even raise his head. "What's the matter?" Jian Yaning briefly recounted the cause and effect, took out the recording of Su Mu admitting to framing her, and cut out the previous part. After all, topics like rebirth could easily make the police think she and Su Mu were mentally ill. The middle-aged man was not impatient. After listening to the recording, he said, "Your business is not our business." "Then what should we do?" Jian Yaning didn't know who to turn to. "Is there any reason why you are so anxious to get away with this?" the man asked. "My brother wants to join the patrol team, but he can't join if he has a criminal record," Jian Yaning said. "And it's really bad to be charged with such a crime." The man looked Jiang Qing up and down with sharp eyes, and after a moment's silence he said, "Well, I'll give your brother a certificate, and he can go to the patrol team. As for the matter of acquittal, we have to wait until other law enforcement departments are established. You keep the recording, and you can appeal later." When Jian Yaning heard this, she thought this was not a bad idea. Her brother didn't have a job, so it wouldn't be a good idea for him to stay with her all the time. Moreover, you can get more information by going to the patrol team. Besides, the family will have some income. Otherwise, the brother and sister will do nothing and just eat a lot, which is strange. "Okay, thank you so much," Jian Yaning said. "Wait here for a moment, I'll go over and stamp it." The man stood up and walked to the desk closest to the inside. Seeing that the person had left, Jian Yaning quickly took out the anonymous letter from the space and put it in the file on the table. This middle-aged man looked quite reliable. The main thing was that Jian Yaning didn't know who to give the letter to, so it seemed right to give it to the police. Not long after, the middle-aged man came back with a piece of paper in his hand. Here is this for you. Go to the patrol team and find Captain Wu. Thank you. Jiang Qingning took it and looked at it. It was a letter of introduction. What should I call you? Chen Jibin. The middle-aged man said. Young man, work hard. The patrol team is short of people and there are problems everywhere. I introduced you to this team, so don't embarrass me. Jiang Qingning nodded. Okay. But Jian Yaning felt something was strange. Could it be that Chen Jibin knew her brother? He actually gave her a letter of introduction. Maybe the patrol team was really short of people. Went out the door and headed towards the market. Two things were accomplished at once. The anonymous letter had been sent out. Whether it would be taken seriously was no longer something Jian Yaning could control. The market was very lively, with people coming and going and setting up stalls, but the old man who sold sheep last time was nowhere to be seen. I guess he had exchanged enough money for medicine and kept the sheep for his own use. There are almost no food sellers, but if you want to exchange things, you basically need to use food. After a round of shopping, he exchanged 5 packs of instant noodles for 2 gold rings and a gold bracelet. Instant noodles are a good thing in the end times, and Jian Yaning has stockpiled a lot of them, but he doesn't like to eat them. When he was in school, he vomited after eating instant noodles. It's okay to change the taste occasionally. There was nothing else good to exchange, but there were people selling gold jewelry, but the price was too high. I guess he wasn't so hungry yet that he didn't want to exchange it cheaply. After the tour, the brother and sister went to the patrol team with the letter of introduction. After searching for quite a while and asking for directions, I found a large army green tent on the right side of the single-family building in the large camp. Almost all the people coming in and out were young and middle-aged men, all wearing black short-sleeved shirts and camouflage pants, with a guard stick and some other equipment on their backs. There was no one standing guard at the door. Jiang Qingning looked for a while and said, I'll go in to find Captain Wu. You wait for me at the door. Okay, brother, you have a sweet mouth, Jian Yaning said with a smile. Before he went to prison, Jiang Qingning was actually an outgoing and cheerful boy, and many girls liked him. After he came out, he became much more dull and was often reluctant to talk. Jian Yaning hoped that her brother could regain his former confidence after joining the patrol team. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Jiang Qingning came out with no expression on his face. No way? Jian Yaning sighed inwardly. Forget it if it doesn't work. I'll find another job when the time comes. Jiang Qingning stopped teasing his sister and laughed. Okay, let me report at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Really? Jian Yaning smiled with her eyes curved, happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. Real. It seems that today is a good day. After going out and getting everything done, we must go back and celebrate. The brother and sister walked down the mountain and met patrol members from time to time. The government strengthened the patrols between the big camp and other small camps. No wonder there is a shortage of manpower. Only Qiao Xian and her husband are in the compound today, and by the way, Diu is also here. After such a long time, Diu still hasn't recovered. The last time I saw her, she was so thin that she was just a bag of bones. Miao Sisi said that she might not live long. They all went to the same school, so she couldn't just abandon her. She could only try her best to take care of her. Shared the good news with Xiao Xian and her husband. Of course. From now on, your brother and your sister-in-law will rely on you for protection. Jiang Dexing joked, raised his hand and patted Jiang Qingning's shoulder. Such a great thing. How about a couple of drinks? Yeah, what a great thing. I must have 2 drinks today, Xiao Xian said with a smile. Chapter 64? Unlock the King Room. Let me explain this from 2 perspectives. Qin Jibin found the red envelope while looking through the documents. When he opened it, he found that it contained a printed anonymous letter. The contents of the letter were horrifying. The temperature would continue to rise. After the extreme heat, it would be a cold winter with temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. Jian Yaning wrote down all the disasters in his memory in the letter. Before the extreme cold came, there would be a rare hailstorm and a month-long rainstorm. The letter came in an odd way. Qin Jibing thought about it and decided to send the anonymous letter. If it was not a prank and the content of the letter was true, it would allow the authorities to prepare. If it was false, there would be no loss. Jian Yaning didn't know how the other party would deal with it. After sending it out, it all depended on what the other party would do. There was nothing else she could do. Inside the compound, Jian Dexing placed a folding table and 4 small stools in front of his cave. There were smoked fish and steamed dried meat on the table. The brother and sister returned to the cave and stayed for a while. Jian Yaning took out half a bowl of fried peanuts, 2 bags of beef jerky, and a bottle of Fingio from the space. These were found when searching for supplies in the city, so there's no problem taking them out. The four of them sat down, and wine was poured into their bowls. Come on, have one. Jian Yaning picked up the bowl and took a sip. Jian Yaning also took a sip. The liquor was pungent and spicy. She grimaced after taking a sip and quickly stuffed a piece of beef jerky into her mouth. Sister, you don't drink, bar? Jian Yaning laughed. I haven't drunk for a long time either. Your sister-in-law wouldn't let me drink the wine I brought back. If it weren't for something good happening today, I probably wouldn't have been able to drink it. Xiao Xian patted him on the back. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if there's something to drink, it won't stop you from talking. Jiang Qingning was not very good at drinking. After all, there was no alcohol to drink in prison, and he choked after taking a sip. Brother Jiang, the patrol team is short of people now. Why don't you go with my brother tomorrow and ask if they need anyone else? Jian Yaning said. He has a criminal record, so I don't think he can get in. Xiao Xian sighed and continued. Qingning is different, he was framed. You don't know anyone here, and you only know our family well. And there's no internet connection now, Jian Yaning said. How would you know that brother Jiang has a criminal record? I think we can give it a try. Who knows when this apocalypse will end? Jian Yaning said this with good intentions, and also to help her brother find a companion. Apart from anything else, it was almost a year before the extreme cold, and she didn't know how long it would last. Would there be other disasters later? She didn't know when social order would be restored, so she might as well find a job now and earn some food. Will it work? Xiao Xian was uncertain. I've been here for so long, but I haven't met anyone from the village. How about giving it a try? She looked at her man. Jian Yaning hesitated for a while and said, Then go and give it a try. In this compound, He Qing and his group all work in the auto repair shop, the college students work in the camp hospital, and when Jiang Qingning also goes to the patrol team, their family members are the only ones left without a job. They must be feeling very bad. Having said that, the matter was settled. If the patrol team refuses to accept it, I will have to think of other ways. It is impossible to go into the mountains in this weather, so I can only think about earning some official rations. Most of the bottle of Fingio went into Jiang Yanings's stomach, and when the show was over, he was even staggering as he walked. The brother and sister didn't drink much, just a little dizzy, not drunk. They took Doubting back to the cave. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and it would be dawn in more than 2 hours. Maybe someone will come over, so I close the door, turn on the air conditioner, and feel great. The time in the space has not been used up today, and I don't want to waste it, so I said hello to my brother and brought Doubting into the space. As soon as I came out of the standard room, I noticed the difference and unlocked a new room. Jian Yaning walked over quickly and saw the new room, but there was no sign on the door. It was strange. Every time I unlocked a new room, there would be a sign, but this room didn't have one. Jian Yaning turned the door handle out of curiosity, pushed the door open and saw. Hey! It is a king-size bedroom, with a similar layout to a standard room, except that the 2 beds have been turned into one king-size bed. The rest of the furnishings are similar. It's just a guest room, no wonder there's no sign on the door. When I went in, I saw that the bathroom was larger than the standard room and had a jacuzzi. The standard room was cluttered with supplies. With an extra room, Jian Yaning decided to store all the remaining supplies in the cave and only leave some commonly used supplies outside. In this way, he would not be afraid of others entering the cave. I was a little disappointed that I didn't unlock any new features, but at least I got an extra room, which is not bad. After checking the rooms, I went to the greenhouse and saw that a few plants were missing, so I knew they had been absorbed, so I took out seeds to fill the gaps. I picked the ripe fruits and vegetables and put them in the fresh keeping room. The strawberries have grown, they are still green now, I guess they will turn red in the next 2 days. The tomatoes have also produced fruits, each one is small and green, and according to the growth rate of the space, they can be picked in 3 to 4 days. I've gotten tired of eating lettuce and rapeseed recently, and I'm in urgent need of a change in taste. After a lot of hard work, the 2 greenhouses were finally completed. Jian Yaning picked up the dog, held it in his arms and went to the bathroom in the standard room. This guy hadn't taken a shower for a long time and his body smelled terrible. Fortunately, there was still time in the space today, so he had to give the dog a good wash. Doubting is very well behaved when taking a bath. He sits in the bathtub and lets his owner rub him as he pleases. I didn't dare to use the fragrant shower gel, so I used a smell-free soap and scrubbed it twice. The water was black after the first wash, and after the second wash with soap, the water was clean. After blowing the dog's hair, Jian Yaning's body was covered with hair, and she also gave herself a bath. By the time the man and the dog left the space, it was already 5:30 in the morning. People who went to work hurried back to the cave to avoid the sun. The courtyard was lively for a moment, but soon quieted down. The sun rose, and the sunlight shone on every corner of Xiangshan. It should have been a lively morning, but it was very quiet. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Jian Yaning stretched lazily, got up, washed, and did some boxing. After Jiang Qingming got up, he followed a set of boxing and went to the platform to take care of the livestock. The tent was set up on the platform. There was no sun in the afternoon, so the temperature was about 50 degrees, which was bearable. After picking up the eggs and adding some grass, I came back. At 7 o'clock, Jiang Qingming set out for the big camp. Jian Yaning gave some instructions and stuffed some pastry and some dried meat into his brother's bag, and also put a dagger in the bag. "Brother, if there is danger, don't rush forward," Jian Yaning said. "If something happens to you, I will have no relatives in this world." "Okay, I know," Jiang Qingming said. "Let's go, I'll go call Brother Jiang." Jiang Dexing had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw someone coming out, he came over to greet him. The two of them headed towards the big camp. Chapter 65 July. After chatting with Xiao Xian for a few words in the courtyard, he returned to his cave. Now that her brother had gone to the patrol team, Jian Yaning felt even more comfortable at home alone. She took out the lazy sofa, lay on it, watched TV series, and ate snacks, feeling very happy. After watching for 2 hours, I felt bored and practiced some boxing. Jian Yaning is very accustomed to this boring life, and it would be best if she could be so boring all her life. At 5:30 in the morning, Doubting trotted to the door and wagged his tail wildly at it. Jian Yaning knew that her brother was back. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Qingming, who was wearing a black t-shirt and camouflage pants, appeared. "Brother, you're back. How do you feel about your first day at work?" Jian Yaning asked. "Not bad." Jiang Qingming smiled tiredly. "By the way, Brother Jiang was also accepted." "That's great. Are you two assigned to the same team?" Jian Yaning asked. "No, we are new here, and we need an old man to take care of us. It will probably take some time," Jiang Qingming said, picking up the boiled water on the table and drinking half a cup. "But we came back together," Jian Yaning said. "Oh," and took out the food from the space. "Let's eat first." The brother and sister ate and talked, and Jiang Qingming actually heard the news that the authorities planned to distribute seeds again, but the time had not yet been determined. "Are we still planting?" Jiang Qingming looked at his sister. Jian Yaning thought for a moment and said, "Just plant less. Since others are planting, we should just follow suit. It's okay as long as we don't stand out from the crowd." Jiang Qingming talked some more about the patrol team. He seemed much more cheerful than before and somewhat like his former self. The days go by. A month later, the government distributed seeds again. As before, you need to go to the camp to pick them up in person. Jiang Qingming happened to be at work, so he just took them down. The weather was too hot, and Jian Yaning really didn't want to go out. After getting the seeds, the land in the compound was redistributed. Every household had a job. He Qing and the college students had a large number of people and earned a lot of food rations. After much discussion, they finally divided the food rations among the households. The land in the yard was divided into 4 parts, with each household having about 70 to 80 square meters. No one cared about the difference, so no one would say anything if the land was a little more or less. The Jiang family didn't get many seeds, so they gave the extra land to Xiao Xian's family to plant. When his brother went to work, the job of plowing the soil fell on Jian Yaning. Fortunately, the ground was not too big, and although I was sweating after turning over, I was not too tired. After a long period of persistent exercise, Jian Yaning almost developed a mermaid line, and her muscles were not young or old. This time, all we received were corn seeds. Sweet potatoes still need to be raised as seedlings, and their growth cycle is long, so they are not as fast as corn. Just sow the seeds and water them. After the water rain, there was no more rain and the well water level dropped again. While the authorities were controlling water use, they were preparing to dig another well at the camp halfway up the mountain, and the staff were looking for a location. Qin Jibin handed over the anonymous letter, and the higher-ups took it very seriously. You can believe it exists, but you can't believe it doesn't. Originally, people from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences were researching drought-resistant and heat-resistant seeds, and they assigned a part of their people to research low-temperature-resistant seeds, striving to develop the seeds before extreme cold comes. At the same time, the greenhouse in the big camp had its first harvest. The yield is not as good as before the apocalypse, but it is still considerable. It's just that the temperature is too high, and the sweet potato starch is not ideal. The taste is average, with almost no sweetness, but it can fill the stomach, which is much better than eating tree bark. July is here soon, with extremely hot peak temperatures. The trees and weeds on Shanshan Mountain were dying from the sun and turned yellow. There were basically no green plants in the areas where humans were active. The sun rose at 5:30 a.m. and set at 7 p.m., making the days very long. The corn that had been planted had already been harvested, but the yield was not ideal. The authorities symbolically recycled some of it, and left the rest for the survivors to feed. The first batch of drought-resistant and heat-resistant seeds from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences has begun to be distributed. The quantity is small, and it will take at least August or September to distribute them to everyone. He Qing had connections, so he asked someone to bring back some seeds and distributed them to the people in the yard. Each household received some, just enough to plant their own fields. With this calculation, they could plant 2 more crops. By the time the second batch of corn was harvested, the extreme cold would be almost here. It was not good to take other people's things for free, so the 3 families all took some things over as an exchange. "What are you doing?" He Qing was not happy. "We all live in the same courtyard, so it's good for us to help each other. If you have any good things in the future, you can share some of them." Jian Yaning doesn't like owing favors to others, as favors are the hardest to repay. But since the other party has said so, it would not look good to keep pushing it off. "Okay, if you have any problems in the future, just tell us, and we will help you in every way we can," said Jiang Dexing. "No problem, it's settled," He Qing joked. "Everyone here owes me a favor, that's good." He walked away with the things laughing. "I'll take a rest tomorrow," Jiang Dexing said. "Qingning, you should take a rest too?" "Well, it's the same day as you, what's the matter?" Jiang Qingning looked at him. "I want to go to the mountains. I haven't been in the mountains for a long time. I don't know what's going on there," Jiang Dexing said. "I'll also see if I can get some meat to eat." "Going into the mountains at night? I don't think it's a good idea," Jian Yaning said. "We definitely can't go in at night," Jiang Dexing said. "I want to do the same as before, and go into the mountains at 4 o'clock. The temperature deep in the mountains is not that high. Do you remember that waterfall? There should be plenty of prey there, and there is a water source." Jiang Qingning didn't go because of his shoulder injury. He only heard Meng Mimi talk about the waterfall, but he didn't see it. Now it's dry everywhere. The river at the foot of the mountain has dried up. How can there be a waterfall in the mountain? "That waterfall is huge, it won't disappear easily," Jiang Dexing said. "Just decide whether you want to go or not. If not, I can go in first to explore the way." Jian Yaning had been at home for a few months and was getting bored. She really wanted to go into the mountains to see what was going on. She didn't know if there would be any new wild flowers in the mountains in July. "It's okay to go into the mountains to see. If it's too hot, we can find a place to hide." This time, only the brother and sister and Jiang Dexing went into the mountains. They went in first to explore the way. They told the other people in the yard, and He Qing expressed his desire to go with them. The college students are too busy because the temperature is too high. The camp hospital has recently admitted many patients with heat stroke and heat stroke. They are so busy that they don't even have time to eat, let alone go into the mountains. A group of 4 formed a group and prepared to set off at 3:30 in the morning. It is still early now. Those who want to go into the mountains should go back to the cave to rest, otherwise they will be exhausted. Jian Yaning prepared a lot of ice packs and cooling patches, which can be put in pockets and applied to the body to cool down. Heat stroke is no joke. Feed the livestock in advance and feed them again before departure. Just put doubting directly in the space. In such hot weather, heat stroke for the dog is almost a death sentence. We can't take risks. All ready and waiting to go. Chapter 60. When the time came, the group of 4 set off. When we passed by the deep well, there were still many people queuing up to fetch water. We went around it, and headed straight into the depths of Xiangshan. At night, the forest was pitch black, with only 4 flashlights. I hadn't walked this road for a long time, so it felt a little strange. The weeds on the outskirts of the forest became less and less. I walked in for about an hour, and it was already dawn at 4:30. We were almost at the stream now. Many trees in the forest had been scalded to death by the boiling water and rain, and had turned into dead trees. Jian Yaning looked at these dead trees and had an idea in her mind. It was less than 3 months before the extreme cold. If these dead trees were brought back to burn for heating, they could burn for a long time. But she couldn't tell them that the extreme cold was coming, so she could only suppress her thoughts for the time being. It would be best to find an uninhabited place with these dead trees, burn them into charcoal and bring them back. This would be easier. Soon we reached the stream, which was still dry. If we hadn't been there before, we wouldn't have noticed there was a stream. We continued walking deeper into the mountain without taking a break. After more than an hour, we heard the roar of a waterfall and arrived. When Jiang Qingning saw the waterfall for the first time, he was fascinated. "This waterfall is so huge!" After walking on the mountain road for more than 2 hours, it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun had not risen yet and the temperature in the deep mountains was not that high, making people feel quite comfortable. The 4 of them found a place to sit down, rest, and eat something to replenish their energy. Jian Yaning observed that there were a lot of Houtuinia cordata growing beside the pool of water by the waterfall. She had collected a lot of them before, but there was still a lot left. Now they were all gone. She didn't know if they were killed by the sun or the burns. This time, I originally wanted to collect some more and take them back to dry and make herbal tea, which is quite good. After eating, the 4 of them went into the forest. They hadn't been here for a long time, and the traps they had dug were all covered with rotten leaves. Jiang Dexing made some simple marks and found a lot of them. He cleaned up the rotten leaves and set up bamboo traps. "Why do I feel that this forest is much quieter?" He Qing said. "Now that you mention it, it is true," Jiang Dexing said. "I guess a lot of them were scalded to death by the rain last time, so I guess we can't catch many today. Be a little more calculating." Jiang Qingning buried his head in his work. Jian Yaning helped to set the bamboo traps, 1 in each trap, and put some rice grains or dried meat in the trap to attract prey into the trap. The traps were almost set here. Jian Yaning straightened up and saw a hint of brown. Looking closely, he found it was a deer. The deer looked at the 4 people in the forest with curiosity, its big wet eyes, and didn't run away. It looked very healthy, and its ears were erected and moving. At the same time, the 3 people also saw the deer. Jiang Dexing was overjoyed. He slowly took out his bow, put on a bamboo arrow, and aimed at the deer. With a whoosh, the bamboo arrow flew out. The deer realized the danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The bamboo arrow hit its abdomen. The deer ran away in pain, and Jiang Dexing shot another arrow, hitting its hind leg. The deer wailed in pain and fell to the ground. This is how the world is, the strong prey on the weak. Jiang Dexing stepped forward and stabbed the deer in the neck, killing it completely. "With this deer, our trip here today is worthwhile," Jiang Dexing said with a smile. "The traps are almost set," Jian Yaning said. "Let's get the prey to the pond and kill it first, otherwise the smell of blood will attract wild animals." "Okay, come over here and help carry the deer out." Jiang Qingning and He Qing carried the deer, Jian Yaning led the way, and Jiang Dexing covered the bloodstains to prevent other prey from smelling the blood and daring to approach. The deer was quite big, estimated to be around 70 or 80 kilograms. After it was slaughtered, it was marinated with a large amount of salt, put in a plastic bag, making sure the bag would not leak, and immersed in a cool pool of water to prevent it from spoiling. The trap was set and there was nothing else to do for the time being. Jian Yaning suggested that since they were already here, they might as well see if they could catch some fish to take back. I put some internal organs in the water to make a nest, and soon the fish gathered around. 3 men went into the water and speared fish with tree forks. After a while, there were more than 10 big fish on the shore. Now no fish dared to come to eat, so they went ashore. "This is much faster than catching rabbits with traps," He Qing said with a smile. Jiang Qingning continued, "The fish in these mountains are stupid. They will learn to be smart after a few times. Just like last time, fresh fish is not easy to carry, so after it is slaughtered and cleaned, it is marinated with salt and placed on a stone slab to dry." The sun was already high in the sky, and the temperature in the mountains was gradually rising. Overall, Jian Yaning estimated that it was around 40 degrees Celsius, which was much lower than the temperature at the camp halfway up the mountain. It could be tolerated by taking shelter under the shade of a tree. The weather was too hot, so there was no fire to grill fish or meat. At lunchtime, everyone ate the dry food they brought with them. When the time is almost up, go into the woods and collect the traps. The harvest was quite average, only 3 hares and 2 mountain mice. I don't know if it was because of the hot weather or because they were scared by the bloody smell of the deer. Counting the deer and fish, the harvest was still good. After packing up the prey, we went down the mountain. There are many trees in the deep mountains, which can block the sun very well, but with such a high temperature, the 4 people are still sweating profusely. When we were almost at Xinjing, it was only 4 p.m., the sun was at its hottest, there were almost no trees in front, and we were exposed to the sun. It would take at least another 30 to 40 minutes to walk from here to the compound, and then we would be exposed to the sun. "Let's wait until the sun sets before we go." Jian Yaning wiped the sweat off his face. "We'll go all the way back in the sun and cook them." "Okay, let's wait here," He Qing responded. The 4 of them rested under the shade of the tree, but they just sat there and did nothing. The sweat kept dripping down like running water. Jian Yaning also put a cooling patch on her body, but it didn't seem to work at all. She felt like she was being dried out by the sun. I waited until the sun went down before rushing back to the compound. As soon as the things were divided, the brother and sister hurried back to their own cave and had to turn on the air conditioner to stay alive. This time, we didn't go to the college student's place. The 4 of us discussed and decided to give them some meat. It wasn't much, but it was just a token of our appreciation. It's not good for 3 families to share the meat. They didn't have any meat, and we all lived in the same yard, so it wouldn't be a big deal if they helped out. The air conditioner was on, but it didn't cool down that fast, so Jian Yaning simply slipped into the space. I looked in the mirror and saw that my face was peeling. The sun was too strong. I applied some cooling cream and it felt cool and comfortable. Jian Yaning thought that the extreme heat had not yet passed, so she stopped going up the mountain, as she would sweat herself dry. After taking a shower, the temperature in the cave dropped a lot, but it was definitely not as comfortable as the temperature in the space. I took out some ice cubes and used the fan to blow for a while before I felt cool. I hardly got any sleep yesterday. After dinner, Jian Yaning fell asleep within 2 minutes of lying down. Chapter 67 High Fever. As the temperature continues to rise, more and more people are suffering from heat stroke. The camp hospital was overcrowded and had almost no medicine, so the patients could only endure it. If they could endure it, they would survive, and if they couldn't, they would die. The market was full of people who wanted to exchange medicine. A small bottle of Jingqi water could be exchanged for 5 kilograms of grain, but even so, it was difficult to exchange it. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and cold medicines were even harder to find. Xiangshan is so big, and many people went there to look for supplies. Some people must have some medicines in stock. People are not stupid. This is life-saving stuff, and generally no one would take it out to exchange, unless the family is really in dire straits. Jian Yaning went to the market twice during this period, but the atmosphere there was not very good, so she never went again. My brother told me that the public security has been bad recently. A group of people took advantage of the daytime when there were no patrols and broke into people's houses to rob them. Not only did they steal their supplies, they also left people outside to die in the sun. The authorities are already investigating, but there is no clue yet. The people in the big camp and other small camps were in a panic. I haven't heard of this happening at the half-mountain camp, but I can't say for sure when it will happen. I don't know if it was because of the huge temperature difference between inside and outside, but Jian Yaning felt a little dizzy at first. By the evening, she was dizzy with fever and her whole body was aching. When she took the thermometer, it was 39.5 degrees, a high fever. Jiang Qingning was extremely anxious. Going to the camp hospital was definitely not an option as the temperature outside was too high, and he was not at ease staying at home. "Brother, don't go," Jian Yaning said hoarsely. "The camp hospital has no medicine or equipment. You'll die faster if you go. I'll get some medicine to reduce your fever." "Okay, then I won't go to work today and will stay at home with you," Jiang Qingning said. "Take out the medicine and let me see if the instructions match your symptoms." Jian Yaning had a fever and was dizzy. He took out a bunch of medicine from the space. In this situation, using consciousness to take items would aggravate the headache. While taking the medicine, Jian Yaning felt a pain in his head as if it was pricked by needles. I found some antipyretic medicine and asked my sister to take it. When I touched her forehead, it was burning hot. The air conditioner was set to 30 degrees at the moment, and Jiang Qingning adjusted it to 26 degrees, hoping to make his sister more comfortable. After taking the antipyretic, Jian Yaning couldn't open her eyes and fell asleep soon. In her dream, she seemed to fall into a puddle, soaking wet, but couldn't get up, which made her very anxious. "Yan Ning, Yan Ning." Jian Yaning slowly opened her eyes and what she saw was her brother's big face and anxious expression. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Her throat was so dry that it felt like smoking. The feeling was so uncomfortable that Jiang Qingning hurriedly brought some boiled water to help his sister moisten her throat. After drinking a large glass of water, my throat felt a little better. My clothes were soaked with sweat, and even my hair was wet, as if I had just been pulled out of the water. But after sweating, I felt much more comfortable than before. "You're sweating too much," Jiang Qingning said. "Change your clothes first and lie down on my bed. I'll go make the bed." Seeing that her brother had left, Jian Yaning slowly took out dry clothes from the space and changed into them. "Brother, I'm fine. Here I come." Jiang Qingning helped his sister and let her lie down on his bed. Then he changed the sheets on his sister's bed and helped her back. It is said that an enemy comes like a mountain falling, and an illness goes away like a thread being pulled out. It is indeed so. Jian Yaning had a fever for 2 days before her temperature stabilized, and she had all the medicines ready. Otherwise, she would not be able to bear the fever in this weather. It seemed that her physical fitness was still not good enough and needed to be improved. It was not until his sister seemed to be fine that Jiang Qingning returned to work after taking 4 or 5 days off. During this time, Miao Sisi, Qiao Xian and others said they wanted to come and see, but they were turned away by Jiang Qingning because the air conditioner was there, and it was really inconvenient. During the time he was sick, his brother took care of all the big and small things at home. Jian Yaning took a look around and found that his brother was much more diligent than himself. He kept everything clean and tidy, and the animal shed on the platform was also tidy. At night, Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing went to work. Xiao Xian wanted to go to the market to exchange some things, so she went with them. Miao Sisi and the others had to go to work tonight, and most of He Qing's people had also gone to work. The courtyard became quiet. Jian Yaning sat at the entrance of the cave to enjoy the cool air. It was not suitable for her to do strenuous exercise after recovering from a serious illness. Bang, bang, bang! There was a knock on the courtyard door. Jian Yaning stood up and walked towards it. When the door opened, he saw a skinny man standing at the door. Yan Ning. Gu Fang saw her daughter's tears falling. Can you please save your brother? He has a heat stroke. You must have stockpiled medicine, right? Save him. When the people outside heard the word medicine, they all looked over with inquiry and greed in their eyes. Jian Yaning's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have any medicine. Go away! As he said that, he was about to close the door. No one knew where Gu Fang got the strength from. She was so skinny and weak, but she suddenly rushed in and fell on the muddy ground in the courtyard. She kept begging. Yan Ning, Mom knows she was wrong. Can you save your brother? Xiaobao is also your biological brother. He Qing heard the noise and came out of the cave. What happened? She rushed in and I didn't close the door in an instant. Jian Yaning explained. Please help me get her out. He Qing only then recognized that this woman was Jian Yaning's mother. It was a bit difficult to do anything for a moment, so he persuaded her. Auntie, we don't have any medicine here. If you keep crying here, why don't you go to the market or the camp hospital to look for medicine? Maybe you can find some. I've been there, but to no avail. Gu Fang crawled over and hugged her daughter's legs. Yan Ning, I beg you, please be kind and save Xiao Bao, otherwise I won't be able to survive. Jian Yaning was extremely disgusted. Whether you live or not is none of my business. Let go. If you don't agree to save Xiao Bao today, I won't let you go. Gu Fang's face was washed with black and yellow marks by tears. I raised you to this age, how come you have no conscience at all? Why are you so vicious? He Qing was extremely embarrassed, looking at Jian Yaning with a livid face, and then looked at the excitement at the door, and closed the courtyard door first. He walked over and pulled Gu Fang. Auntie, let Yaning go first, go to our room, I will talk to you. Gu Fang looked He Qing up and down with a calculating look, and actually let her daughter go. He Qing brought the person to the cave. Jian Yaning stood there in a daze for a moment, then returned to her own cave. Not long after, He Qing sent the person away, without crying or making a fuss. Jian Yaning felt relieved, and she must have met Gu Fang's request, otherwise she would not have left so easily. Chapter 68 Violent Gang. He Qing sent the person to the door, and as soon as the person left, he immediately closed the door. There were still quite a few people outside, sticking their heads into the yard, but no one had just walked in. As soon as he turned around, he saw Jian Yaning standing behind him. He Qing was startled and joked. Why are you walking without making any sound? You're going to scare people to death if you scare them. Did you give her medicine? Jian Yaning had mixed feelings. She couldn't blame He Qing, as he was just trying to help her solve her problem. But she felt angry and it was stuck in her chest. The two of them took 2 steps into the yard and away from the gate. I gave her 2 bottles of Jingqi water, He Qing said. Otherwise she would definitely not leave. I know you two don't have a good relationship, but if the situation continues, people outside will think we have drugs, and it will be very troublesome. If you give it to her the first time, she will come the second time, Jian Yaning said, taking out 2 bottles of Jingqi water from his pocket and handing them over. If she comes again next time, don't give it to her, just let her make a fuss. He Qing thought about it and took it, feeling a little uncomfortable. Okay, I get it. Thank you today? I'll go back first, Jian Yaning said, and then walked towards her cave. She had just recovered from a fever, and because of Gu Fang's anger, her steps were a little weak. He Qing squeezed the Jingqi water in his hand, sighed, and sat on the small bench at the entrance of the cave, wondering what he was thinking. Gu Fang rushed back with 2 bottles of Jingqi water. Su Xiaobao was lying in the cave with 2 noticeable red spots on his dark cheeks. Do you have medicine? Su Jianwei looked over. I gave him a bottle of Jingqi water. Gu Fang learned her lesson and lied. She helped her son up and quickly made him drink the Jingqi water. If he knew there were 2, Su Jianwei would definitely take the other one and exchange it for something at the market. Medicines are so precious now, and his son's life depends on these 2 bottles of Jingqi water, so they must not be taken away. Just one? Wu Wan rolled her eyes, expressing her disbelief. You can't just give me one, right? Who would believe me if I told you that? Don't you, Jianwei? Su Jianwei looked over with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Really, there's really only one. Gu Fang hated Wu Wan so much that her hand unconsciously covered the pocket where she kept the Jingqi water. The little move betrayed her. Wu Wan immediately rushed forward, held him down, and searched his pocket for the remaining bottle of Jingqi water. I didn't realize you were so selfish. You watched everyone starve and hid things. Old Su, don't you care? Isn't Xiaobao your son? Gu Fang cried. Su Jianwei turned his head away without saying anything, and let Wu Wan bring the Jingqi water over. Leaving Su Xiaobao unconscious, Gu Fang kept crying. Su Jianwei limped out of the cave with the Jingqi water, probably to find a buyer. People were starving to death, and one more bottle of Jingqi water might not save his son's life, so it was better to save his own life first. If Jian Yaning saw this, I wonder what she would think. Gu Fang is like this, always soft-hearted towards Su Jianwei, a good-for-nothing man. After Jian Yaning returned to the cave, she lay in the rocking chair, with all the past events emerging in her mind. Once again, he determined that he would never forgive Gu Fang. No matter how miserable Gu Fang was now, forgiving her would be unfair to the two siblings. He had to bear the consequences of his own actions. At daybreak, Jiang Qingning arrived home. Yan Ning, brother Jiang and I discussed it and decided not to do it, Jiang Qingning said. The temperature has risen again, and there has been chaos everywhere recently. Many people in the team have been injured. We decided not to do it for now. Jian Yaning nodded. It's better to stay at home. It's safer. Gu Fang came last night. After hearing what his sister said, Jiang Qingning frowned. Both brother and sister knew what kind of character Gu Fang was. After getting the benefits for the first time, she would definitely come again. It's okay. When the time comes, I'll go. At night, Gu Fang came again as expected. She cried and made a fuss just like she did yesterday, but this time she didn't gain any advantage and was kicked out by Jiang Qingning. Jiang Qingning didn't say much to her. It was useless to reason with such a person. You said one thing and he said another. You said the sun was so bright today and he said he felt so comfortable after eating. There was no way you could talk to each other. Just solve it violently and save yourself a lot of trouble. Jian Yaning went to chat with Miao Sisi and the others. It happened that Miao Sisi was off work today, so they chatted about things in the camp hospital. If we talk about the most well-informed, one of them is the hospital. Miao Sisi said that recently the hospital has sent many patrolmen who were slashed and injured. It was said that they were a violent gang organized by a group of young and middle-aged people. They not only robbed but also slashed the patrolmen. The patrolmen are neither soldiers nor police officers. They are almost entirely made up of survivors who have received only simple training or no training at all. The purpose of violent gangs injuring patrolmen is to reduce the number of patrolmen and make it easier for them to commit crimes. The authorities have not yet obtained information about this gang. They probably do not live in any camps in Xiangshan. Their base is most likely somewhere deep in the mountains of Xiangshan, and finding them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is said that 2 small camps were robbed and some women were taken back. Miao Sisi also heard about it, but she was not sure what the specific situation was. It was almost dawn. Jian Yaning stood up and said, I'll go back first, it's almost dawn. After taking just 2 steps, they heard some movement at the gate. Everyone looked over and saw Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing standing up and walking towards the gate. The door was opened from the outside with a key, and He Qing and his group of 4 staggered in, smelling of blood. When the flashlight was shown, it was clear that all 4 of them had blood and wounds on their bodies. What happened? Jiang Qingning turned around and closed the door. Perhaps because they were seriously injured and exhausted, the 4 of them sat down on the ground. After a while, He Qing recounted the whole story. Today was the day for salary payment, so the 4 exchanged all the points in their ID cards for food and prepared to bring it back. In this world, only food in hand can be safe. Almost everyone does this. Once the points are credited to their accounts, they go to the shops in the big camp to exchange them for food. On the way back to the camp halfway up the mountain, they were robbed by a group of people. Each of them was carrying a weapon. He Qing thought there was no need to hurt himself for a little food. After all, there was still a lot stored in the cave. Unexpectedly, this group of people were unreasonable, took away the food, and stabbed each of the 4 people. After hearing what He Qing said, Jian Yaning felt that it was most likely done by that violent gang. They took advantage of the day when wages were paid and exchanged for food, and waited halfway between the big camp and the small camps to rob. Who knows how many people will starve to death this time? Miao Sisi came over to help clean the wounds. Fortunately, the wounds were not very deep, but the cuts were large and needed to be sutured. There was no anesthetic, so the only way was to sew it up alive. Jian Yaning felt the pain just watching the needle going back and forth in the flesh. Chapter 69 High-Temperature Resistant Corn. The violent gangs were brutal, and Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing made the right choice by quitting. Later, I heard that some patrolmen were hacked to death. It was really scary to hear that. The survivors were very worried that they would be the next to be robbed. The authorities responded quickly. The number of patrol officers was reduced by nearly half, and they had to send soldiers to fill the gap. In order to deter violent gangs, there was 1 soldier for every patrol officer, and the soldiers were equipped with guns. To deal with such a vicious gang, the authorities said that anyone who dared to resist would be shot on the spot. This did have some results, with 9 gang members captured and 3 killed, but this was just a drop in the bucket. According to the gang members, they had many strongholds in the mountains, with a total of more than 100 people, so it was difficult to wipe them all out in a short period of time. In such bad weather, it was not worth going into the mountains to fight guerrilla warfare with these people. The authorities decided to wait and see, and if anyone dared to come, they would be shot and killed. The overall public security seemed to have improved a lot. September. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has begun distributing heat-resistant seeds, and it is time to harvest the heat-resistant corn planted in the compound. Half of the people in the yard went to get the seeds, and the other half stayed at home to harvest corn. The brother and sister stayed in the yard to harvest corn. The corn grown from heat-resistant seeds was older than ordinary corn. After peeling off the husk, they saw that the kernels were full and orange. Jian Yaning broke off a kernel and put it in his mouth to chew. The starch content is quite high, and there is almost no sweetness. It is quite hard to chew, but it should be enough to fill you up. As for the yield, Jian Yaning didn't know whether it was high or not. After all, she had never farmed before. The harvest from this small piece of land should be around 200 kilograms. After drying, threshing and grinding into powder, there may be only 70 to 80 kilograms left. After breaking the corn cobs, chop all the corn stalks and pile them aside. Let them dry in the sun during the day and use them as firewood. Jian Yaning picked out some corn leaves that looked relatively tender for the rabbits and sheep to eat. Perhaps they were too old or just not to their taste. The little creatures sniffed at them and refused to eat them. They had become picky eaters after eating fresh grass every day. There's nothing you can do if you don't want to eat it. Just save it and use it as firewood for later. After the harvest here, the people who came to receive the seeds have not returned yet. At this time, the second batch of people who came to receive the seeds are spreading out. Because there are so many people, it will definitely be slow. They didn't come back until they had turned the land over and fetched water from the deep well. According to the leaders, the seeds brought back were just enough for 4 families to plant another crop. Jian Yaning calculated that it would be almost November when this crop was finished. He hoped that he could finish this batch of seeds before the extreme cold. The official side also posted an announcement, asking those who received the high-temperature resistant seeds to plant them immediately, and the anonymous letters should have contributed to this. The ground has been turned over, the seeds have been sown, and water has been poured on. It is almost dawn. Jian Yaning hardly did any heavy work. Jiang Qingning did all the work such as turning the soil and fetching water. After returning to the cave, he quickly took out the green beans soup to relieve the heat and paired it with a piece of crispy cake as breakfast. After eating, I took a short rest, took a shower and went to bed. As the days passed, the temperature in the mountains remained around 50 degrees, so hot that people could not breathe. The deep well dried up again, and the water that was pumped up was pitifully little. It was impossible to go to the foot of the mountain to fetch water. In this hot weather, it was very dangerous to walk back and forth empty-handed, not to mention that the river at the foot of the mountain had already run dry. There was still some water in the 4 wells at the big camp, so the people at the mid-mountain camp had to queue up there. A row of people work for an entire night, and each person has at most half a bucket of water, which is not enough to drink, let alone water the fields. High-temperature-resistant corn is indeed drought-resistant, but it cannot be without water at all. The survivors can only use the little water they save from their mouths to irrigate the land, and whether they can survive depends entirely on fate. The auto repair shop where He Qing works has temporarily stopped operations, and now most of the activities are carried out in the compound. With more people around, they feel safer. College students still go to work at the camp hospital every day. The hospital benefits are better, and they can bring back more water every day, but that is just a drop in the bucket. On this day, everyone in the yard was sitting together chatting. "Do you think the waterfall will dry up as well?" Chen Wei asked. "Logically, it shouldn't be possible," Jiang De said. "It might get smaller, but it shouldn't be possible after it's done. It would be great if we could move to the waterfall. At least we wouldn't be dying of thirst like now." Miao Sisi sighed. "You don't know, many dehydrated patients have been sent in recently. It's definitely not possible for people to live in those deep mountains and forests. There are many wild animals at night, and there is a water source over there," Jian Yaning said. "There will definitely be many wild animals that will come over there to drink water." Thinking of the experience of going down the mountain last time, Jian Yaning had a high fever for a few days after returning, so everyone stopped thinking about going into the mountain. After talking like this, everyone's mouth was dry, and the heat was as if it was cooking people, which was very uncomfortable. "It's still hot when we sit together, so we might as well disperse and find a cool place to stay." "But where is the cool place now?" "Oh yes, except for the air-conditioned cave in Jian Yaning." After returning to the cave, Jian Yaning did not turn on the air conditioner directly. Jian Yaning took out a few large ice cubes from the cold storage to cool down. Ice cubes were also placed on the livestock on the platform to cool them down. Doubting has now grown into a big dog, a very standard rhubarb, weighing about 40 kilograms. It is so hot that he sticks out his tongue, lying on the ice cubes to cool down, and takes a few licks from time to time. Doubting, you're going to get upset if you do this. Jian Yaning pinched Doubting's ears. Doubting's tail was wagging, his eyes were rolling around, he pretended not to hear, and he lay there refusing to get down. Jian Yaning couldn't do anything about the dog, so she looked at her brother and said, "Brother, take care of your dog. Don't worry about it. It will suffer from diarrhea on its own," Jiang Qingning said. "It's just afraid of the heat. It won't be a big deal if it lies down for a while. Tisk, just spoil it." Jian Yaning was helpless and afraid that the dog would have a stomachache, so she simply turned on the air conditioner and waited for the room temperature to drop. Only then did the dog stop lying on the ice. Keeping the temperature at 30 degrees, Jian Yaning practiced boxing with his brother, and then they practiced against each other for a while. There is still a gap in strength between men and women, but after a long period of training, Jian Yaning can fight her brother on equal terms. If she meets a bad guy outside, she will have no problem escaping. After practice, it's time to eat. Today I had scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beans with bacon, and tea tree mushroom and duck soup. The tomatoes were just picked today and fried with eggs from our own hens. The taste was amazing. With this dish, the brother and sister had an extra bowl of rice today. The beans also came from the space and tasted good. The variety of vegetables in the space is gradually increasing, which makes people feel at ease. Elder brother. As soon as Jian Yaning finished speaking, a deafening thunderclap sounded boom. Immediately afterwards, there were banging sounds coming from outside, as if something heavy had hit the ground, making quite a loud noise. Chapter 70? Hail. Doubting sat up with a somersault and barked loudly towards the cave entrance. The brother and sister were also startled and walked quickly to the door. When the two doors opened, they could hear the sound of heavy objects falling. Under the flashlight, fist-sized hail fell from the sky, knocking the newly grown corn seedlings in the field all over the place. In the blink of an eye, a big hailstone hit the entrance of the cave, and Jian Yaning quickly took a step back. It's actually hailing. It didn't happen in my previous life. Is it the butterfly effect again? Before I could think about it, more hail fell from the sky. As soon as the door was closed, I heard a dull thud as hail hit the security door. After closing the door, the brother and sister went straight to the platform at the back. Fortunately, we had built a shed before, which could provide some protection. However, the tarpaulin had been exposed to the sun all day and had become brittle. It could not withstand the hail falling from high altitude and could only serve as a buffer. The two pigs in the pigsty were screaming with fear, the rabbits and chickens were huddled together in fear, and the goats were not in a good situation either, as they all had stress reactions. Jian Yaning asked her brother to hold an umbrella, and she quickly put all the livestock into the space and placed them in 2 greenhouses. Although they were a little small, they were much safer than the platform. "Brother, that's enough, let's go back quickly." Jian Yaning was about to turn around when he heard a cry of pain. Looking back, he saw a piece of hailstone as big as a mineral water bottle hit Jiang Qingning's shoulder and fell to the ground. The hail was still falling. Jian Yaning was afraid of another accident, so she quickly pulled her brother back to the cave. Once the door was closed, the noise outside was blocked out, the air conditioner's outdoor unit was retracted, and the cave became stuffy. "Brother, where did you hit it?" "Let me see," Jian Yaning said. Jiang Qingning pointed to his shoulder and said, "It's okay, I just got bumped. It doesn't hurt that much." "Brother, don't be stubborn, hurry up," Jian Yaning said, pulling open his clothes and taking a look. "You're still okay? It's all purple. It fell from such a high place, this is no joke, it's possible that you might have broken bones. You sit down, I'll see if anything is damaged." Jian Yaning pulled her brother to sit on the chair and checked his shoulders. As luck would have it, the place where he was hit was the place where he was hit by the arrow before. In just a short while, it turned purple. Jian Yaning pressed the wound with his fingers. "Does it hurt here?" "Here." Seeing that there was no bone injury, Jian Yaning took out medicinal wine and applied it to the wound. "Fortunately, everyone is in the courtyard today," Jian Yaning sighed. "It shouldn't be a big deal." Jiang Qingning frowned. "I don't know what's going on with the patrol team. They don't even have a place to hide when they go out on patrol. I'm afraid they'll lose a lot of people." Jian Yaning didn't know how to respond, so she just patted her brother's uninjured shoulder gently. The hail came quickly and went away quickly. 2 hours later, the hail stopped. It was 3:30 in the morning. As soon as the door was opened, I saw that the cave was full of huge hailstones. The small ones were the size of eggs, and the big ones were as big as wash basins. It was really scary to look at. Other people in the compound also came out. Jian Yaning called on everyone to pick up ice cubes quickly, as they would become water once melted. When everyone heard this, they hurried home to get containers and collected the hailstones. They only stopped when there were no more containers to put them in. The corn seedlings in the field were almost wiped out, and it looked like they would not survive. Everyone still straightened them up, hoping that they could still grow. The large camp suffered heavy losses, the greenhouses were damaged by hail, and there was no time to rescue the crops inside. Those large army green tent offices were also smashed to pieces. Many people setting up stalls and shopping in the market were injured or killed. The scene was very tragic and the number of survivors decreased again. Almost all the survivors in the camp halfway up the mountain dug caves, but some also lived in shacks. When the hailstorm hit, the survivors living in the shacks ran directly into other people's caves for safety, and there were not many casualties compared to the large camp. This hailstorm brought casualties, as well as ice and water. The survivors numbly collected the hailstones and turned a blind eye to the corpses not far away. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun should have risen, but it didn't. Today is a rare cloudy day. The survivors have not been out during the day for a long time, and there are suddenly more people in the camp halfway up the mountain. The brother and sister rolled up the tarpaulin of the tent and threw it away, leaving the frame behind. Jian Yaning took out the thick tarpaulin that she had stored in the space, which was 3 or 4 times thicker than the one that came with the tent. There is no need to change tents one by one, just fix it at the top and secure it with ropes at the bottom. Brother, I feel like the temperature is going to drop, Jian Yaning said. Remember the rainstorm I told you about before? I think it's coming. Jiang Qingning tied the last corner and looked up and said, What else do we need to prepare? I've prepared everything before. There's nothing much to prepare. Just be mentally prepared, Jian Yaning said. The authorities will definitely not be able to control the heavy rain here in the middle of the mountain. I'm worried that someone will attack our yard at that time. Wait until it starts to rain and let the people in the courtyard know, Jiang Qingning said. What do you think? Okay, we'll talk about it later. The tarpaulin is now set up and is stronger than the original one. It should be able to block the heavy rain when it comes. Otherwise, the livestock will have to be kept in this space. There is really no place to move them. They can't be kept in the king-size bedroom, which would be a waste, and the space is not big enough. After the necessary repairs were completed, all the livestock were moved back. After checking, it was found that the boar was injured and had a large bruise. Jian Yaning poked it with her hand, and it cried out in pain. It should not have any broken bones, so she gave it some good food as a consolation. When checking the sow, I found that her belly had grown bigger, and she was pregnant. Brother! We have piglets! Jian Yaning said happily. Jiang Qingning also came over to take a look and touched the sow's belly. It seems there are 5 of them. They should be pregnant for 2 months. They will give birth in another 2 months. Ah, you also know this? Jian Yaning was a little surprised. When I was in the labor camp, I raised pigs for a while, so I know a little about it, said Jiang Qingning. Since getting Su Mu's recording, the brother and sister no longer shy away from talking about the past and can talk about it easily. It can be seen that the brother seems to be less inferior, which is the result that Jian Yaning wants to see. That's amazing, Jian Yaning praised. Brother, can you deliver a baby? I saw Brother Jiang deliver pigs before, and he also does the pig castration work in the team, Jiang Qingning said. If it doesn't work, let Brother Jiang come over to help. Okay. The rabbits in the first litter have all grown up. Jian Yaning doesn't want to waste any more fodder, so she put them all in the fresh-keeping room. She plans to find a time to have her brother slaughter them all and cook them into dishes to eat slowly. The 2 female rabbits have given birth to their second litter of puppies, which are now half-grown. Now they are carrying more puppies, so they will never lack rabbit meat to eat in the future. Chapter 71 Heavy Rain. After working the whole morning, the sun didn't come out. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was covered with dark clouds, the air pressure was very low, and it was extremely hot and humid. Not only was it stuffy in the cave, but it was also stuffy outside, making it hard to breathe. Even if you didn't do anything, you would sweat all over. Several flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, lighting up for a moment, and then dimming. Thunder rumbled and raindrops as big as beans fell. It hadn't rained since the last time. The survivors watched and found that it was normal rain, so they all ran into the rain curtain. They shouted, laughed, and cried, as if they wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction and anger that had been pent up in their hearts in the rain. The thunder continued, and the men in He Qingshan's cave all ran into the rain, letting the rain wash over their bodies. Go back, quickly! There's still thunder and lightning, don't try to kill yourself! Jian Yaning shouted loudly, but the thunder drowned out her shouts. At this moment, another bolt of lightning struck the tree in the yard. In the blink of an eye, the lightning set the treetop on fire, but it was soon extinguished by heavy rain. The men were terrified and all ran back to the cave. If this lightning strikes a person, that person will be burned immediately. Everyone was still frightened and dared not go out into the rain. They took out buckets to collect rainwater for showers. Many people do not have safety awareness in this regard. 2 survivors in the camp halfway up the mountain were struck by lightning and fell directly to the ground. They died without even needing rescue. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, as if to make up for all the rain that didn't fall in the past year. It rained so heavily that the college students were unable to go to the camp hospital to work, and all stayed in the cave. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the heavy rain caused water to accumulate in the yard. The 4 families discussed and decided to dig a drainage ditch to drain the water down the cliff. Digging a drainage ditch is not difficult, but digging it in the heavy rain is difficult. The thunder and lightning had stopped, but the rain would not stop for a while. Jian Yaning was worried that the temperature would drop at night. The temperature had already dropped by 4 or 5 degrees. The extreme weather in the end times could drop to more than 10 degrees in one night. It is better to dig in temperatures of 30 or 40 degrees than in freezing rain. After we agreed, we started working right away. It took us more than an hour to dig the drainage ditch and fix the outlet with wooden boards. We would replace it with more suitable materials later. In just 1 hour, the temperature dropped by another 5 degrees, and the wind and rain made people feel a little chilly. The brother and sister returned to the cave. Jian Yaning quickly took out a bathtub filled with hot water from the space and placed it in the corner of the cave. "Brother, go and take a bath. I'll go into the space to take a bath." "Okay, go quickly and don't get a fever again." Jian Yaning flashed into the space. The massage bathtub in the king-size bedroom was already filled with hot water. When people soaked in it, they felt so comfortable that their pores opened up. Turning on the massage function was like opening the door to a new world. TSK, only rich people know how to enjoy themselves. After taking a bath, I felt warm and comfortable. Today was full of twists and turns and she hardly got any sleep. Jian Yaning yawned loudly, changed her clothes and left the space. As soon as he came out, he smelled a fragrance. Jiang Qingning saw that his sister had not come out yet and was cooking noodles. The tomato and egg noodles are so delicious that they make people drool. Jiang Qingning's cooking skills are quite good. When I was still living in Su's house, sometimes when my sister was hungry, Jiang Qingning would quietly go to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles like this. Jian Yaning actually didn't remember many things from her previous life very clearly. When she saw this bowl of noodles, she seemed to have returned to her childhood, and her nose inexplicably felt a little sour. "Are you feeling well?" Jiang Qingning asked. "No, I'm just a little sleepy," Jian Yaning said. "Well, I'm also a little hungry. It will be ready soon, wait." Soon, the noodles were served on the small dining table. Jian Yaning mixed them and sipped them. They still tasted the same. When her brother cooked tomatoes, he liked to add some sugar, which made them taste sweet. After the saltiness was neutralized, they had another taste. After eating a bowl of noodles, Jian Yaning was so sleepy that her eyelids were fighting each other. She took out a room temperature thermometer from the space, hung it up, and went back to her cubicle to sleep. I don't know how long I slept before I was woken up by the cold. Doubting was so cold that he curled up in the doghouse. Jian Yaning threw a thick blanket to cover the dog. Jian Yaning quickly took out a down jacket from the space and put it on. "Brother, wake up, the temperature has dropped," he shouted and threw the men's down jacket into the compartment. There was a rustling sound inside, and Jiang Qingning put on the clothes. Turning on the rechargeable headlight, the cave suddenly became bright, and the thermometer hanging on the wall showed 9 degrees. It's 3 o'clock in the morning now, but in just a few hours, the temperature has dropped below single digits. Was it so fast in the previous life? Jian Yaning couldn't remember clearly. After all, there seemed to be many differences between this life and the previous life, such as yesterday's hail. The temperature inside the cave is so low, it must be even lower outside. Jian Yaning quickly took out cotton pants, put one on each of them, and went to the platform to check on the livestock. Although a new tarpaulin was replaced and the sides were covered, there was still one side that was not covered. The wind on the platform must be stronger, and I was afraid they couldn't withstand it. As soon as the back door opened, cold wind rushed in, making people's faces numb. The rain was still falling without stopping. The temperature should be below zero now. The 2 hairless pigs huddled together tightly and shivered. The boar was relatively sensible. He used his body to block the wind and protect the pregnant cell. When he saw people coming, he immediately started to grunt. Jian Yaning had no choice but to send 2 pigs into the greenhouse without any better ideas. The 3 big rabbits were fine, but half of the half-grown rabbits were frozen to death, and the remaining half huddled together shivering. The rabbit carcasses were taken out and thrown away. Take out a thick tarpaulin from the space and cover the chicken coop and rabbit nest to keep in heat and prevent wind from blowing in. The goats were in good condition, and didn't seem to be that afraid of the cold. I added some grass to the trough and left them alone. After being out for a while, Jian Yaning felt his hands and feet were frozen. He quickly returned to the cave, closed the door, took out the little sun and plugged it in. This damn weather, it was still 40 or 50 degrees yesterday, and it dropped below zero in just one day. I don't know how many people will freeze to death this time. Should we go and notify them? Jian Qingning looked at his sister. Jian Yaning thought for a moment. The temperature has dropped so much suddenly, they must be able to feel it. It's raining too hard now, so don't go. Even if they don't wake up, the temperature in the cave won't freeze them to death. At most they will get sick from the cold. If it wasn't raining, I could have notified them, but now there's really nothing I can do. I'm just left to fend for myself. After basking in the sun for a while, they slowly warmed up. Jian Yaning took out the thick quilts and made their beds. The quilts were replaced with heavy down quilts, which were soft and light. After filling 2 hot water bottles, they went back to bed. Chapter 72? Cooling down. The lights were turned off and the cave fell into darkness. Jian Yaning went over everything in her mind to make sure she had nothing missed, then she fell asleep in a daze while holding the hot water bottle. When I woke up and turned on my phone, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. As soon as I stretched my hand out from under the quilt, I felt the cold air rushing in. It was so cold. It was so cold, and it really took courage to get up. Jian Yaning had to get up now, or she would feel suffocated. An idea flashed in her mind, and she disappeared from the bed and entered the space. The space is still good. It has been keeping a constant temperature. I hurriedly went to the toilet, put on thermal underwear, a cashmere sweater, fleece pants, and finally a down jacket before leaving the space. I was still a little cold when I first came out, and the cave became damp and cold. I turned on the bedside lamp and Dowding poked his head out of the doghouse, refusing to come out. Normally, he would have jumped up, but he was probably frozen, with clear snot hanging from his black nose. When stocking up on supplies, Jian Yaning stocked up on some dog clothes. She took out all of them and found one that fit the dog fairly well. It's just too thin and not very warm. There is nothing I can do now. I can only find some clothes and change it later. Yaning, are you awake? Jian Qingning's voice came from the small cubicle opposite, accompanied by the rustling sound of someone putting on clothes. Jian Yaning nodded. The temperature has dropped again today. As he said that, he walked out of his cubicle, turned on the main light in the living room, and glanced at the thermometer on the wall. The temperature in the cave had dropped from 9 degrees yesterday to 0 degrees. The temperature is dropping very quickly. I don't know what the situation is outside right now. Jian Qingning came out after getting dressed and sneezed. Let me light the fire. It's too cold in this cave without a fire. I'll get arthritis if I stay here for too long. Making a fire not only keeps you warm, but also dries up the moisture in the cave. It is indeed a good choice. There was charcoal stored in the space, and every time Jian Yaning went into the mountains, he would secretly collect firewood from the space, and now it was just right for use. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the extreme cold was about to arrive and the temperature dropped a little, and go out to get some firewood, but who knew that the extreme cold would arrive 2 months earlier? Jian Yaning took out firewood from the space and piled it in the corner. There were also some corn stalks that had been dried before, which could also be burned. The firewood is very dry and produces almost no smoke when burned. The brazier is placed in the restaurant, and covered with an iron frame on which water can be placed to slowly burn. In this way, hot water is available at any time. I'll go to the platform, Jiang Qingning said. It's so cold. Jian Yaning suddenly remembered that her brother's toilet was also on the platform. Oh, let's go, and check on the rabbits and chickens. Jiang Qingning said yes and hurried to the platform. Sitting in the living room, as soon as the back door opened, I could feel the cold air rushing in. Jian Yaning took sweet potatoes and potatoes from the space and roasted them in the brazier. After thinking for a while, she took out 2 bowls of dumplings in the sour soup that she had prepared earlier and placed them on the iron rack of the brazier. Soon, Jiang Qingning came back with a cold face. It's still raining heavily. The rabbits and chickens are not in good spirits. The 2 sheep are huddled together because of the cold. Jian Yaning swallowed the dumplings in his mouth. Brother, let's eat first. I'll put them in the space later. When the rain stops, I'll take them out. It is windy and rainy now, and the platform is too wet and cold, and the livestock really can't stand it. Jian Yaning thought, when the rain stops, there will be an extra piece of tarpaulin, so just seal the remaining side. Now we can only put them in the space first. We can't freeze them to death, otherwise we will have no meat to eat in the future. After dinner, we arrived at the platform and the wind was howling, mixed with freezing rain. Fortunately, the tarpaulin had been set up early, otherwise it would have been soaking wet when he came out. Jian Yaning moved the chicken coop and rabbit cage directly to the back kitchen of the space, and the sheep to the second greenhouse, separated from the pigs. It can be considered as livable. If the space didn't have odor-purifying function, it would be stinking. After saying hello to his brother, Jian Yaning entered the space to take care of the livestock, replaced the hay that was trampled into a mess by the rabbits, and grabbed some rice for the chickens. The difficult part is the pigs. They have to clean up the pig manure. When the door was opened, there was no smell. Jian Yaning looked over and saw that there was no pig manure or urine. The floor was clean. 2 pigs were lying on the clean floor with their eyes closed. When they saw someone coming, they hummed for food. You haven't peed or defecated in such a long time since you came in? The last time he was in here, the time was short, and Jian Yaning thought it was normal that he didn't have a bowel movement. But now he has been in here for a day and a night, and it is unscientific to be locked up and not have a bowel movement. Jian Yaning took out the pig food and poured it into the trough. The 2 pigs immediately started eating it with a slurp. They didn't look sick and had a good appetite. After the 2 pigs finished eating, the boar urinated on the spot. A magical scene appeared. The urine did not fall to the ground, but instead entered the fertilizer bucket. Jian Yaning used that bucket to store natural fertilizer. The greenhouse actually has this function. It's so powerful and amazing. Then we can just move the rabbits and chickens to the greenhouse. We only need to feed them, and we don't need to take care of them. Jian Yaning thought that the kitchen must not have this function. After arranging the space, she went to find a few small thick clothes and took them out of the space. The sweet potatoes and potatoes in the brazier were almost cooked. I took them out with tongs, let them cool a little, peeled off the black skin, revealing the golden flesh inside. The roasted sweet potatoes were fragrant and sweet, and they were extremely satisfying when you took a bite. Jian Yaning ate 2 in a row and felt a little full. She peeled one for Doubting, who was whimpering with greed. You can't eat hot ones. I've peeled them for you. You can eat them after a while. Woof! With nothing to do and unable to go out, Jian Yaning took out the corn she had harvested before. They were all dried corn cobs that had not yet been husked. Jiang Qingning was shelling corn by the brazier, while Jian Yaning was altering clothes for Doubting. She spent a long time modeling on the dog, writing and drawing, before she put down the scissors. Without much experience, and Jian Yaning's craftsmanship wasn't that good, the clothes turned out pretty ugly, but they were still suitable to wear. Why are the sleeves so long? Jiang Qingning couldn't help laughing when he saw Guzi wearing the clothes. Do Ding, you're so ugly. Woof! Doubting bit the sleeve that had grown out. Jian Yaning touched his nose and said, Oh, I don't have much experience. I won't do it this way next time. During this time, I opened the front door and saw that the doors of the other 3 houses were closed in the rain. There should be nothing wrong. There was no communication tool. We lost contact over such a short distance. The courtyard was muddy and there were puddles everywhere. The courtyard wall can be vaguely seen. The wall is made of mud and hay. I don't know if it can withstand such heavy rain. But even if the wall collapses, each cave still has a door, so the problem should not be too big. Chapter 73 Intercom. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a knock on the cave door. If it weren't for Doubting's sharp ears, the brother and sister wouldn't have heard someone knocking on the door. Who would knock on the door in such a rainy day? The 2 looked at each other and walked towards the door together. They opened the first door and the knocking sound became clearer. Who is it? Jiang Qingning shouted. He Qing. As soon as the door opened, he saw He Qing standing at the door wearing a raincoat and holding an umbrella. Are you okay? It's okay. Why are you here at this time? Jiang Qingning said. What happened? No, I just took advantage of the rain to come out and see if you 3 are okay, He Qing said, pulling out a walkie-talkie from his inner pocket. I'm glad you're okay. This is for your family. The channel is tuned. Contact me if you have any questions. Okay, then go slower. Jiang Qingning took it and watched He Qing's leaving back. He closed the 2 doors again and returned to the cave. Jian Yaning looked at the walkie-talkie and thought that He Qing was a really amazing person. He braved the freezing rain to deliver walkie-talkies to 3 families. He was worthy of being the one who organized the rescue of survivors in the first time after the earthquake. Soon, there was a rustling sound from the intercom, and He Qing's voice came out from it. I'm home. Everyone use the intercom for now. Receive. Receive. Jian Yaning pressed the button and replied with a received. The situation in the compound was not bad. When we were collecting supplies in the city, Jian Yaning had implicitly reminded us to collect clothes and bedding. We brought them back and distributed them to each family. They can all be used to cool down the temperature. The survivors living in shacks were not so lucky. The strong wind and heavy rain directly overturned the shack, and they could only ask people who had caves nearby to take them in. But there were too many people and the caves were limited in size, so they couldn't take them all in. The temperature kept dropping, and many people had frozen to death, huddled in leaky shacks. Jian Yaning's anonymous letter did not specify the specific time of the arrival of the extreme cold. The authorities began preparations as soon as the first hailstorm fell. Before the notice was issued, heavy rain came, followed by the extreme cold. At least the big camp was prepared. All the survivors living in shacks were gathered in big tents and given cold-resistant supplies. It was still cold, but not life-threatening. The authorities have not yet spared any rescue efforts for other small camps. Moreover, the rain was too heavy, and landslides occurred on many mountain roads. In addition, hail killed many patrolmen, and there was a shortage of manpower for a while. At the camp halfway up the mountain, we still haven't received any official rescue. The rainstorm continued, but the brother and sister stayed at home, keeping the brazier burning brightly, and the cave was still cold and gloomy. At night, the temperature drops even lower, and the cold air seems to penetrate into the bones. I have to turn on the electric blanket to fall asleep at night, otherwise I will be woken by the cold. Jian Yaning sat in front of the brazier and rubbed his hands. Brother, let's have hot pot tonight. The food will get cold soon. Will the smell be too strong? Jiang Qingning asked worriedly. It's okay. It's windy and rainy now. The smell will be gone once the back door is opened, Jian Yaning said. If there hadn't been a heavy rain, she really wouldn't dare to eat it. After all, the hot pot tastes overbearing. Okay, let's have hot pot. Brother Space couldn't get in, otherwise he would eat in the space and no one would be able to smell it. After finally eating hot pot, Jian Yaning took out a lot of good things from the space. In such a cold day, we must eat red soup pot. The authentic red soup hot pot base was taken out, put into the pot with water, and placed on the rack on the brazier to heat. Jian Yaning threw 2 large pieces of pork bones into the pot and made a base soup. After a while, the fragrant and spicy smell filled the cave. I haven't smelled this scent for a long time. It makes my mouth water. Soon, the small dining table was filled with all kinds of hot pot dishes, including fish balls, crispy balls, beef rolls, mutton rolls, water spinach, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, vermicelli. The vegetables are produced in the space, and the various meatballs and other things are what I had stockpiled in the freezer before, and there aren't many left. There was still fish in the space. Jian Yaning thought for a moment and said, Brother, I'll go in and get some fish fillets. Don't eat them secretly. I'm waiting for you, not cheating. Go quickly. Jiang Qingning smiled. He picked a fat grass carp, butchered it, scraped its scales, and sliced it in one go. He kept the fish fillets and head for fish soup, and Jian Yaning returned to the cave with the fish fillets in his hand. Eat, eat! The red soup was bubbling and steaming. Jian Yaning quickly blanched some mutton rolls, scooped them up and dipped them in the prepared sauce. Hot pot was such a great invention, so delicious. Doubting was so anxious that he kept walking around. Jian Yaning took a big bone from the space for him to chew on, and he finally calmed down. Fresh and tender vegetables can be eaten after being slightly blanched in the pot. They taste very good, especially the water spinach, which is a great dish for hot pot. The hot pot meal lasted 2 hours, and Jian Yaning was so full that she leaned back in the recliner and was too lazy to move. Jiang Qingning cleaned the table and washed the dishes. There was a sudden voice coming from the intercom. I couldn't hear it clearly at first, but it sounded like Miao Sisi. Jian Yaning picked up the intercom on the table and was about to press the button to speak when He Qing's voice came. I didn't hear what you said just now. Say it again. Russell. Diyu is dead, and we don't know what to do now. Miao Sisi's voice was heard. Jian Yaning was silent, He Qing was silent, Jiang Dexing and his wife were silent. No one spoke, and no one knew what to say. After a long while, Jian Yaning pressed the button and said, Do you have any plastic sheeting? We can wrap the body in plastic sheeting and place it at the entrance of the cave, and then deal with it after the rainstorm is over. The living cannot live with the dead. When someone dies, they have to be dealt with. Miao Sisi. Okay, we will take care of it. He Qing. It's raining heavily now, and we can't get through. Be careful and don't leave the body in the cave. Xiao Xian. My sister is dead and cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. Miao Sisi said okay, and hung up the intercom. She must have gone to help deal with the body. The good mood after eating hot pot was gone. Although I was not familiar with Diyu, I had said a few words to her and knew that she was not well. I didn't expect that she would still leave. If it weren't for that damned gang of criminals, Diyu would not have died. There is no if. Jiang Yaning sighed and rubbed Doubting's dog head. The dead sleep forever, but the living still have to suffer. Death may be another kind of relief. Not wanting to let her mind wander, Jian Yaning took out the kneaded dough, sat in front of the brazier, set up a non-stick pan, and made pancakes. Store them in the fresh-keeping room while they are hot. There is no such thing as too much cooked food, so make more when you have free time. I wonder how long this rain will last. Jiang Qingning sighed. Maybe it will stop tomorrow. Jian Yaning responded casually. It rained for half a month in her previous life, but she couldn't say for sure in this life. Too many things were different. Chapter 74? Thugs. It's the 10th day of heavy rain, and there is no sign of stopping. The temperature in the cave has dropped to -5 degrees Celsius. Even though the brazier is burning every day, it is still damp and cold and makes people uncomfortable. I can learn about the situation of the other 3 families from the intercom, and they are all struggling. Outside the compound, it was a different story. The cave owners kindly took in the people living in the shacks. It was fine for a day or two, but after 10 days, conflicts arose and even resulted in fights and injuries. A couple took in a family of 3, but they were kicked out by their hosts. They had nowhere to stay and froze to death in a rainstorm. There was still no official rescue effort. Jian Yaning speculated that there might have been a landslide or mudslide on the road from the main camp to the mid-mountain camp. After the survivors went up the mountain, they cut down many trees. Without trees, mudslides would easily occur. That day, as usual, after lunch, Jian Yaning curled up in bed and watched TV. A muffled dong sound came from outside the door. This time, Doubting didn't need to shout, the brother and sister heard it. Then there was a second sound. Jian Yaning immediately picked up the intercom and said, "Someone has entered the yard and is knocking on my door." After saying that, he got up, put on his coat, and immediately went to the cave entrance with his brother. When the first door opened, the sound became clearer, as if something heavy was hitting the security door. The intercom rang. "He-Ching. I saw that there were 7 or 8 people at the door of your house, using logs. Jiang Dexing. Your sister-in-law and I will come to help right away. Jian Yaning. Don't come out yet, I'll take a look at the situation. Brother, open the small window on the door," Jian Yaning said as he loaded arrows into the crossbow. Jiang Qingning opened the tofu-sized window with a click, and wind and rain poured in immediately. Through the small window, he could see people outside. Some were wearing raincoats, while those without raincoats were wearing plastic bags and banging against the door with pieces of wood. The door was shaking from the impact, and it would take only a few more hits for the door frame to fall off. "Brother, get out of the way." The arrows of the crossbow were loaded, and Jian Yaning's cold eyes were full of murderous intent. His brother stepped aside, and the crossbow was placed on the small window. Jian Yaning pulled the trigger with his finger, and 3 crossbow arrows flew out. The people who were knocking on the door were very close. The man standing in front was hit by an arrow in the face and neck. He fell to the ground without even having time to groan. The sound of rain covered up the human voices. When the people behind saw the bloodstains on the ground, they quickly dropped the wood and ran away. Jian Yaning was terrifyingly calm. He adjusted the angle of the crossbow and shot at the man running in the rain. The crossbow arrow pierced the man's back, and the man fell into the mud and water, unable to move. Not far away, there was another person with a familiar back. Jian Yaning adjusted the angle again, trying to take him down with one strike. The figure was walking with a limp, and when Jian Yaning pulled the trigger, he suddenly fell down and actually dodged it. Su Jianwei fell into the cold mud and wanted to get up, but his legs and feet were inconvenient. At this moment, a crossbow arrow was stuck 10 centimeters away from him. If it was a little more to the side, it would have hit him. He was so frightened that he rolled and crawled out of the yard as fast as he could. Jian Yaning retracted the crossbow, closed the small window, and turned on the intercom. "The people are gone. 2 of them are dead. I can't see the gate from here. He-Ching, take a look over there." He-Ching. "Okay." Miao Cece. "Yan Ning, are you okay?" Jiang Yaning. "It's okay, don't worry." Jiang Qingning checked the door. Fortunately, it was fixed with cement. If it was made of mud and hay, it would have been knocked open. Not long after, He-Ching replied, saying that the wall was rotten by rain and a part of it collapsed. Those people should have come in from the other side of the wall. They must have planned it, otherwise they would not have brought such a thick piece of wood to break down the door. It is definitely impossible to repair the wall now, we can only wait until the rain stops. "Brother, we have to deal with the body at the door," Jiang Yaning said. "It's bad luck to leave it at the door." Jian Yaning entered the cave and took out a raincoat, rain boots and rubber gloves. After the brother and sister were fully equipped, they opened the door and went out. As soon as we stepped out of the door, the rain poured down on us, and it was difficult to talk face to face in the rain. Jiang Qingning looked up, Jian Yaning lifted his feet, and the 2 of them worked together to move the body to the edge of the cliff and threw it down, and did the same with the other one. It was bad luck, but there was also a lot of water in the yard, and they didn't want the body to become a giant, which would be even more disgusting. After dealing with the body, I looked at the courtyard wall. It had collapsed quite badly and the door was also shaking. I returned to the cave, closed the door to block out the sound of rain outside, and changed my raincoat between the 2 doors. The cave was already humid, and I didn't want to bring more moisture in. The door of our cave needs to be repaired. Do you have any cement left? Jiang Qingning asked. Jian Yaning nodded. Yes. Can it be repaired now? It's so wet. Sure, after the cement is hung, light a fire over there to warm it up. After the rain stops, I'll redo the outside, Jiang Qingning said. I just checked the door and it's a little deformed, but it's not a big problem. Okay, Jian Yaning said. Brother, now that the wall has collapsed, we have lost a line of defense. We must be more vigilant. The other 3 households also knew that the courtyard wall had collapsed. They were worried that someone would come to take advantage of them, so they took a lot of heavy objects and blocked the door behind them. It was not easy to break the door open. Communicate while using walkie-talkies, report safety to each other 3 hours during the day, and share any situations immediately. The brother and sister sat in front of the brazier, warming themselves by the fire, and the kettle on the brazier was bubbling with steam. Brother, I just saw Su Jianwei, Jian Yaning said. I think he was the leader again this time. He was lucky that he didn't get shot. Jiang Qingning frowned. Do you think Gu Fang knows? Jian Yaning sneered. What does it matter whether she knows or not? Even if she knew, she wouldn't stop me. I've lived with her for so many years, I know her too well. Jiang Qingning hummed and stared at the brazier in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Jianwei returned to the cave in the heavy rain, and with him came the people who came to knock on the door. These people were staying in their cave after the heavy rain. As soon as he entered the cave, a man kicked Su Jianwei fiercely. Why didn't you tell me they had a crossbow? You killed my brother! Cough, cough, cough. Su Jianwei coughed violently. I don't know either. I almost died. Wait. He pointed at Gu Fang. She is the mother of those 2 beasts you asked her. Upon hearing this, Gu Fang quickly lowered her head and hugged the dazed Su Xiaobao tightly. Seeing this, Su Mu shrank into the corner of the cave, reducing his presence, fearing that the fire would burn him. Chapter 75 Qing County. In the following days, the 4 households reported their safety to each other every day, but no one came to visit again. The survivors hoped that the rain would stop every day, just like they had hoped for rain before. After 15 days, the rain gradually subsided. The heavy rain turned into a drizzle, but the temperature continued to drop. The rain had stopped, so Jian Yaning went out for a walk. The ground in the yard was full of mud, and after walking for a while, she stepped into the mud and it was difficult to pull her feet out. After being stuck in the cave for half a month, everyone looked unhappy, especially He Qing and the college students. There were so many people that going to the toilet was a problem. They had to poop in the cave, and it was so stinky that it made everyone die. Su Yuqing and his male classmates carried Duyu's body to find a place to bury it. It had been left outdoors for too long, and although the weather was cold, there were already signs of decay. Some survivors wanted to go to the big camp to make a living, but found that the way up was blocked by mudslides and they could not get through at all. They could only wait for the authorities to dig it through. Those who had no food stored braved the drizzle and dug grass roots and tree bark all over the mountains to fill their stomachs. Of course, there are also people eyeing this yard. Jian Yaning and his group have more people, and their spirits are much better than the survivors outside. Even if they are eyeing us, they don't dare to go up without the strength. Fortunately, we moved here before the rainstorm. If we had lived separately as before, the result would have been different. When the rain stopped, officials sent people to dig a road and notified the survivors to go to the big camp to receive relief food. At the same time, officers and soldiers were sent to the camp halfway up the mountain to gather together those who died in the rainstorm and burn them together to prevent the plague from happening again. The survivors were like zombies, dragging their skinny bodies to the big camp. The same was true for the compound, with 2 groups going up the mountain to collect relief food to prevent their homes from being stolen. He Qing led the first group of people and brought back new news when they came back. The government has plans to start a reconstruction project in the city, with the site selected in the new city development zone. While distributing relief food, they are also recruiting talents from all walks of life. The largest number of recruits are workers. As long as they are willing to work, they will have food to eat. It is indeed difficult to develop in Xiangshan, so it is normal for the government to want to go down the mountain and rebuild. This matter had not been implemented when Jian Yaning died in her previous life. She did not know whether the reconstruction would be successful, or whether there would be other natural disasters in the future. But if she could get a house in the rebuilt new city area, she would definitely be willing to move there. When Jian Yaning was receiving relief food, he also found out that if he wanted to get a house in the new city area, he had to contribute to the reconstruction. To buy a house, you must have at least 1,000 contribution points. In addition, you must hand in food. As for how much food you need, the government has not yet issued a policy. However, before the plan was implemented, the outdoor temperature dropped to -30 degrees Celsius. For people in the south, minus 10 degrees Celsius is already extremely cold, and minus 30 degrees Celsius has only been seen on TV. Construction was simply impossible in such cold weather, so officials had to postpone the reconstruction plan. The walls of the compound were rebuilt, still with earth, but with a lot of water poured in. One layer of water froze and then another layer was poured, making the wall very hard, and it would not fall down easily unless it was bombarded with a cannon. The wall was built, and a sense of security returned. The college students were reluctant to give up their jobs in the camp hospital. In addition to relief food, each person could receive 10 kilograms of fine grain every month, which was considered a guarantee. The auto repair shop was not in operation, and senior engineers like He Ching were still given 5 kilograms of food every month by the government, but others received none. As a result, the 5 or 6 men in the cave could only eat up all the food they had, which was not a good thing. Jian Yaning and his wife had been living on the supplies they had previously stockpiled, but as they became less and less, they could not help but become anxious. The brother and sister have no worries about supplies, but living in the same compound, they cannot be too different from others. That day, He Ching and Jian Yaning came to discuss going out to look for supplies. "We can't go into the mountains in this weather, and even if we go, we won't find any prey," Jian Yaning said. "They must have hibernated." "So what are your plans?" Jian Yaning asked. "Ningqing is so big, and just because we can't find supplies in the city doesn't mean there aren't any in the county town below," He Ching said. "Qing County is an hour away from Ningqing. I think we can go over and take a look." "You need a car to get there," Jiang Qingning said. "Can you get a car and gasoline?" "That's not a problem. I have some in stock," He Ching said. "How about going and taking a look?" Qing County is a prefecture-level city and is considered the richest county under Ningqing. In the previous life, there were indeed many survivors who took advantage of this time to go down the mountain to look for supplies, and some of them found good things, so it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Jian Yaning also wanted to see if he could find some building materials or something, stockpile them, and exchange them for contribution points later. It's settled, and we're ready to set off early tomorrow morning. After returning to the cave, Jian Yaning flashed into the space, sorted out the supplies, and cleared out the double bedroom to store building materials. At 6 o'clock in the morning, before it was fully light, a group of 6 set out. Jian Yaning and her brother, He Ching and Gao Jinshu, Jiang Dexing and Xiao Xian, the college students had to go to work and could not spare any help. The ground was frozen hard and slippery, so it was very slow to walk. It was easy to fall down if you were not careful, especially when going down the mountain. It took nearly an hour longer than usual to reach the foot of the mountain. "Let's go in and get the car, you guys wait here." After He Ching said that, he took Gao Jishu and walked towards the auto repair shop. A quarter of an hour later, 2 cars drove out, one was a pickup truck and the other was a van. There were 3 people in one car. Jiang Qingning was driving, Jian Yaning and Xiao Xian were sitting in the back seat, and Jiang Dexing was in another car. It was cold, and it took half a day to get the car started. I hadn't been down the mountain for a long time. The surroundings looked very desolate, with dry tree trunks and a gray, lifeless scene. It made me feel uncomfortable. The ground was slippery, and the car was not moving fast. To go to Qing County, we had to pass through the urban area. When passing through the urban area, it is even more desolate, with nothing but ruins, making people feel like entering another world. "It's snowing," Xiao Xian said, looking out the window. "This is the first time I've seen real snow. It's so beautiful." Jian Yaning looked outside and saw fine snowflakes floating down. They melted immediately after hitting the ground. The temperature was about to drop again. We arrived in Qing County at 11 o'clock in the morning. He Qing's voice came from the intercom. "We're here. I know where the wholesale market is. Let's go over there and take a look." Receive. The situation in Qing County seems to be better than that in Ningqing. At least there were no explosions or fires, and relatively more houses survived the earthquake. Just then, the car in front suddenly stopped, and Jiang Qingning slammed on the brakes, almost hitting it. "What's wrong?" Jian Yaning picked up the walkie-talkie and asked. "Someone set up a speed bump made of nails. Fortunately, I saw it, otherwise the car would have been scrapped," said He Ching. Chapter 76 Highway Robbery. Before He Ching finished his words, 4 tall men came out from the turning ahead, machetes in their hands, and surrounded the car. One of them reached out and knocked on the car window, waving the axe in his hand. He Ching lowered the window by 2/3. "What do you want?" "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay a toll." "How much do we have to pay?" He Ching asked. They only brought 1 or 2 days' worth of dry food with them. It was their first time in Qing County, and there were people collecting tolls. These people looked like they were not easy to mess with, so He Ching planned to talk them over nicely. 5 kilograms of food per person. The man asked for a huge sum. Gao Jinshu immediately responded when he heard this. Why don't you just go and rob? 5 kilograms per person? Brother Hu, there are 2 women in this car. They are pretty. An obscene voice came from outside. Jiang Dexing clenched his fists. Qiao Xian was still in the van behind. If they dared to mess around, he would fight them himself. There is no food, the cars and women are left here, get out! What are you talking about, your mother? Gao Jinshu was furious. He raised his hand to open the car door and get out to fight these bastards. As soon as the car door opened and Gao Jinshu's feet hadn't even touched the ground, something cold hit his forehead. Oh, you're still a tough guy? Let's see today which is harder, your skull or the bullet. Let's talk it over nicely. He Qing was shocked. This group of people actually had real weapons. Cold weapons can still be used to fight, but there is really no way to deal with hot weapons. Not to mention the bullet hitting the brain, even if it hits non-vital places, it can still be fatal at this time. Jian Yaning sat in the passenger seat of the van, and saw the situation outside clearly. He was at a loss for a moment. He could enter the space to hide temporarily, but others could not enter. What should he do? Listen to me, you were very tough just now, weren't you? The man with the gun hit Gao Jinshu's forehead several times with the butt of the gun, and blood immediately flowed down his forehead. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Take the people and the car back. All 6 were tied up and thrown into the back of a pickup truck. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jian Yaning quietly put the crossbow into the space and allowed herself to be tied up. The criminal had a gun in his hand, so she couldn't fight him head-on. She planned to act according to the situation. With the space, she was not afraid of not being unable to escape. The pickup truck started moving, and the cold wind blew into my collar, making my face feel like it was freezing. What should we do now? Qiao Xian leaned against Jiang Dexing tightly. Are we really going back with them? He Qing was relatively calm. He looked at the wound on Gao Jinshu's forehead and said, Let's see what the situation is later. This is the only way for now. I have a dagger hidden in my sleeve, so it's hard to use it now. Jian Yaning said in a voice that they could hear clearly. Let's go to their base camp and see where these people are from. We originally came out just to look for supplies. If we can capture them, it will be no different from looking for supplies. What do you think? Jian Yaning said. Yan Ning, do you mean taking advantage of others? Jian Qingning understood immediately. Jiang Dexing wanted to slap his thigh, but his hands were tied. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? I don't know how many people there are, and they have guns. I'm worried that we won't be able to win, He Qing said worriedly. If we can avoid it, we will. If it really doesn't work, we will. What do you think? Old He, you are too cautious. What good can come of them taking us back? Gao Jinshu said. Just do it. I agree with what Sister Yan Ning said. We are here to find supplies anyway. Everyone's supplies are supplies. Stop arguing and talk about it when we get to the place, Jian Yaning said. Jian Qingning used his body to shield his sister. The cold wind was too strong, so he tried to block as much as possible. The car drove towards the urban area, and after many turns, it arrived at the Qing County Industrial Zone. There were rows of factory buildings inside, many of which had collapsed. There were also many cracks on the road surface, and the car was very bumpy while driving on it. The car stopped at the gate of a factory. The person in the cab shouted twice inside, and the door was slowly opened, revealing a relatively intact factory building. After driving in, Jian Yaning saw that there were only 2 people guarding the gate, and they were also holding machetes in their hands. Get out of the car, hurry up, don't play dead. The group got off the car and were taken into the factory, which was a biscuit processing factory with many empty cardboard boxes in the corner. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jian Yaning and Qiao Xian were locked in a narrow empty room. There was nothing inside, and it was pitch black once the door was closed. A few seconds later, the sound of a door closing came from next door, and the footsteps returned to the door. Brother Hu, how about we go in and have some fun? The previous batch is all disabled, it's really boring. Shouldn't these 2 new ones be left to the boss? It won't hurt to touch her twice. I can tell at a glance that the girl feels good. Brother Tiger, just play with her for a while before going upstairs. Jian Yaning heard it clearly and felt a chill in his heart. He took out the dagger in his hands behind his back and quickly cut the rope. Just then, the door clicked open and 2 tall men walked in. Jian Yaning recognized the one called Brother Hu as the one who hit Gao Jinshu with the butt of the gun. In the light, she could see that the gun was tucked into his waist. Brother Tiger, which one do you want? You choose first. They were treated as commodities and were picked up. Qiao Xian shrank back in horror. Jian Yaning put her hands behind her back, holding a dagger, and stared at the person walking towards her. The man walking towards her was called Brother Hu, who was over 1.80 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a strong waist. Jian Yaning was calculating in her mind how to kill him with one blow. Brother Hu squatted in front of Jian Yaning with a lewd smile and said, "You are well taken care of. Let me touch you and see if you feel nervous." As he said that, his hand went straight to her chest. In a flash, Jian Yaning took out a crossbow from the space, and before Brother Hu could react, he pointed the crossbow at his chest and quickly pulled the trigger. With two pu-pu sounds, the crossbow arrow pierced through his chest. Brother Hu was still squatting with his hand outstretched, blood spurted out from his chest, and he fell straight back. The other person hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, and was lying on top of Xiao Xian. Jian Yaning cut the ropes on his feet, stood up and kicked the man in the temple. The more than a year of training in military boxing was not in vain, and this kick was very powerful. The man's head was buzzing from the kick. He propped himself up and retched continuously. He probably had a concussion. Jian Yaning did not stop his movements, and pointed the crossbow in his hand at his temple. With a puff, an arrow hit his brain stem and killed him. Jian Yaning? Xiao Xian was frightened and couldn't speak clearly. "It's okay, they're both dead." Jian Yaning picked up the dagger and untied Xiao Xian. "Brother and the others should be locked up next door, let's go check it out." Chapter 77 Scout. Xiao Xian stretched her hands and feet, and Jian Yaning took out the gun from Brother Hu's lower back, and also found a bunch of keys and 7 or 8 bullets in his pocket. The gun was much heavier than expected. The country did not allow individuals to own guns. It was difficult for ordinary people to touch a gun in their lifetime, let alone shoot one. It was also the first time for Jian Yaning to touch a gun. She did not know how to use it, so she learned to put it on her waist. Xiao Xian searched the other person and found a dagger, a pack of cigarettes, and a copper coin, and put them all in his pocket. The two of them groped their way to the door. There was no one outside, so Jian Yaning followed the wall and went to the next room. After walking about 7 or 8 steps, I arrived at the next door. It was a wooden door with a lock on it. I took out the key and checked it. With a click, the lock opened. The dim light outside the door entered the room, and I saw 4 people sitting on the ground. Jian Yaning slipped in and Xiao Xian followed closely behind. "Yaning? Xiao Xian?" "Sure." Jian Yaning made a gesture to keep quiet. "Those 2 are dead. I think there are still guards outside. Keep your voice down." The 2 men took out daggers to untie them and discussed the next course of action. No one knew how many people were in the factory, and they didn't know the way. If so many people went out, they would be too conspicuous. Jian Yaning thought about it, and decided that it would be safest for her to go out alone, as she would have space to serve as a cover. "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone," He Qing objected. "I'll go with you. It's easier to move alone. I used to be a scout." Jian Yaning lied. "I have more experience than you in this area. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brother." Jiang Qingning. He knew that his sister had a space and could enter it at any time. It would definitely be safer than everyone acting together, so he said, "Yaning can do it, don't worry." "Girl, I didn't realize you are so amazing," Gao Jishu praised. He Qing really had no experience in this area. His brother had already said so. "Then be careful. We'll wait for you here." Xiao Xian had seen Jian Yaning's clean and efficient killing method, and she believed it in her heart. "Yaning, be careful." Jian Yaning nodded and glanced at her brother. "Then I'll go first. If anything happens to you here, run away if you can. You don't have to wait for me. I can go back by myself when the time comes." "Got it." Jiang Qingning didn't want his sister to be distracted, so he agreed. Without stopping for long, Jian Yaning walked out of the door, and walked along the corridor along the wall. He carefully stuck half of his head out, and found that there was no one guarding this area, so he tiptoed to the back of the door. There is a simple map behind the door, which shows the internal layout of the factory. According to the map, where I am now should be the original small material room of the factory, and outside this door is the production workshop. Turning the doorknob, he looked out through the crack in the door and saw 2 men in the workshop, chatting and smoking. It would definitely not work to just walk out. Jian Yaning was not 100% sure to kill them with the crossbow at such a long distance. After staying for a moment, Jian Yaning raised her hand and knocked on the door twice, immediately attracting the attention of the 2 people. "Brother Hu? Are you done?" The 2 men walked over and asked loudly. Jian Yaning hid behind the door without making a sound, holding a crossbow in his hand, ready to kill anyone who entered the door. The 2 walked to the door and found that Brother Hu still didn't say anything. They looked at each other, clenched their machetes, pushed the door open and walked in. When the 2 entered the corridor, Jian Yaning closed the door with a snap. Before the 2 could react, the crossbow arrow had already flown away. The distance was very close, so it was impossible to miss. Only 2 short screams of "ah" were heard, and the crossbow arrows pierced their hearts. After making sure that no one was in the production workshop, Jian Yaning opened the door and walked into the workshop. The gun on his waist was too heavy, so he reached behind his waist and put the gun into the space. Looking out of the broken window in the workshop, you can see two gatekeepers holding machetes in the open space outside the factory. The temperature is too low, so the two men found a place to hide in the wind, and occasionally glanced at the factory. Jian Yaning took out a telescope and looked towards a small building in the factory. After adjusting the focus, the view was very clear. No wonder there was no one in the factory. Everyone was in that small building. That building was 4 stories high and was the office building of the biscuit factory. Through the telescope, I could see people occasionally smoking in the corridor. They were all men, not a single woman in sight. I just heard the conversation between Brother Hu and his men. There must be other women here. They are probably holding them in the room and being abused by these beasts. The office building is about 500 meters away from the factory, and there is a small factory in the middle. Jian Yaning thought about it and decided to climb out of the back window and walk around, which should make it less likely to be discovered. Jian Yaning climbed out of the window, crouched down, and walked towards the small factory. There are few buildings here and the wind is incredibly strong, the cold wind feeling like a blunt knife cutting your face. Just as she was leaning against the outer wall of the small factory to catch her breath, she heard crying coming from inside the factory, which was immediately blown away by the wind. If Jian Yaning hadn't heard it clearly, she would have thought she was hallucinating from the cold. The glass in the small factory was also shattered, but it was sealed with wooden strips. Jian Yaning carefully looked inside through the gap between the wooden strips. The light in the factory was dim, and she could make out a silhouette. There were machine tools inside, and a dozen thinly dressed women were tied to the machine tools, crying quietly. If Jian Yaning and Xiao Xian hadn't escaped, they would probably have been imprisoned here soon. Ignoring these women, Jian Yaning continued to move along the wall towards the office building. It was too spacious and there was not even a place to hide. Seeing that there was no one on the balcony, Jian Yaning trotted to the side of the office building and behind a truck. I looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, more than an hour before dark. Jian Yaning walked around to the back of the truck, quietly opened the door, climbed up in a few steps, and left the door ajar. There was no way to go in now, so he could only wait until dark. He hadn't eaten anything all day and was extremely hungry. Jian Yaning flashed into the space and went directly to the greenhouse. He could eat while observing the situation outside. My brother and the others didn't know what was going on now. They sighed and continued to eat the wontons in their bowls. After eating 2 bowls of bone soup wontons and 2 pancakes, Jian Yaning finally came back to life. It seemed that no one would move the car for a while, so he ate, took a short rest, and slipped out of the space. Get out of the carriage and enter the space again. Jian Yaning moved a chair to the greenhouse and observed the office building. She could see it more clearly in the greenhouse than through the telescope. There are about 40 rooms in the 4-story office building. The top floor has the least people, and almost no one comes to the balcony. Jian Yaning estimated that the leader of this group should live in the room at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Jian Yaning had a plan in mind. Chapter 78? Getting Rich. At 5 o'clock in the evening, it was getting dark. The people in the office building started to eat dinner, and there was some noise. Many people were standing on the long balcony. It was 7 o'clock when Jian Yaning noticed that there were a lot of people on the 1st to 3rd floors. He estimated that there were about 70 to 80 people. No one came out of the 4th floor, but the lights were on. He saw someone go up to deliver food, and then left. In this way, Jian Yaning became even more certain that the person living on the entire 4th floor should be their boss. After waiting for a while, at about 8 o'clock, the office building became completely quiet. The temperature was even lower at night, and it was snowing lightly. Jian Yaning put a lot of hot packs on her body to keep warm, and then she quietly slipped out of the space. As soon as she came out, the cold wind drilled into her neck, and she shivered. It was so cold. Jian Yaning's original plan was to climb up the side of the office building and reach the 4th floor directly. Now it seems that it is not necessary at all. There is no access control and no one is guarding the door. I can go directly up the stairs. As long as I am not too unlucky and no one comes out of the room, there will be no problem. Soon, they approached the stairs of the office building and Jian Yaning tiptoed up the stairs. It was her first time doing such a thing, and it was impossible for her not to be nervous. Her heart was pounding in her chest and her hands were tightly holding the crossbow. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. After successfully reaching the 4th floor, Jian Yaning stood at the corner of the stairs, stuck her head out to look over, and immediately retracted it. Depend on. At the door of the room at the end, there were actually 2 people standing guard. I didn't see them at all when I was in the space because they were standing too deep inside and out of sight. What to do? Now that you're here, you can't just leave like this, right? Jian Yaning found a clod of earth from the space, threw it in the opposite direction, and hit a wooden door with a dull thud. The sound immediately attracted the two people on guard. When footsteps were heard, Jian Yaning immediately squatted at the corner of the stairs. There was no light, and it was pitch black. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't be able to see that there was someone here. After the people had passed, Jian Yaning followed out, wearing night vision goggles on his head and holding a crossbow in his hand, aiming at the neck of one of them. With a whoosh, the crossbow arrow flew out and pierced the man's throat with great accuracy. Under the night vision goggles, a red human figure was seen, covering his neck with his hands, making gurgling sounds in his throat, and fell to the ground. The people nearby were horrified and shone their flashlights over. Jian Yaning did not hesitate at all and pulled the trigger again. Before anyone could shout, the crossbow arrow flew out and hit his heart directly. Afraid that he would not die cleanly enough, he fired another arrow. With a dull thud, the man fell to the ground, and the flashlight in his hand rolled to the ground. After making sure that no one was on the fourth floor, Jian Yaning quickly stepped forward, picked up the flashlight and turned it off, leaving only a bleak green in front of her eyes. She walked towards the door at the end of the corridor, where the light was coming out, feeling inexplicably nervous. The doors of the office building are all wooden doors, except this one, which is a burglar-proof door. Jian Yaning stood at the door, put her ear to the door and listened for a while. It was very quiet, and she heard nothing. She raised her hand to try to turn the door handle, but it wouldn't open. Without the skill to unlock the door, Jian Yaning thought about it and knocked on the door 3 times with dong dong dong. After waiting for a while, a man's voice came from inside. "What's going on?" Then, the sound of the door opening. Perhaps because they felt too safe in the factory, the people inside did not even suspect whether the person knocking on the door was one of their own. The door opened a crack, and Jian Yaning kicked the door hard without thinking. The person behind the door was caught off guard and kicked to the ground. Jian Yaning quickly closed the door and aimed the crossbow in his hand at the person on the ground. "Who are you?" the man asked in panic. He didn't know when a gun appeared in his hand. It didn't come out of nowhere, it seemed to appear out of thin air, just like Jian Yaning took something out of space. Jian Yaning was shocked and immediately realized that this person also had space. His actions were faster than his brain. Jian Yaning fired the crossbow without waiting for the gun to be fired. With 3 whoosh sounds, 3 crossbow arrows flew out in succession, and blood oozed from the mouth of the man on the ground. At this moment, a woman in light clothing came out from the inner room. Seeing the man shot through the ground, she was about to scream at a high pitch. This woman was different from the women locked up in the small factory. She was the boss's woman. Jian Yaning hesitated for a moment, just 2 or 3 seconds, and a crossbow arrow pierced the woman's throat. There were 2 more corpses in the room. Jian Yaning stepped over them and walked into the inner room. After making sure that there was no one else in the room, he returned again. Only then did he have time to look at the furnishings in the room. In the end times, it could be said to be luxurious. There was a mahogany table in the outer room, on which was a set of ceramic tea sets, 4 mahogany chairs, and a high-power rechargeable lamp, which illuminated the room very brightly. There were 2 charcoal braziers on the ground, burning brightly, so it didn't feel cold at all. Jian Yaning stayed in there for a while and felt like she was sweating. She took off the night vision goggles on her head, looked around, and found a large safe next to the mahogany table. After checking, Jian Yaning found that the safe was equipped with fingerprint recognition. She glanced at the man on the ground and dragged the body over. "Drop!" The safe door opened, almost blinding Jian Yaning's eyes. She saw that the safe was full of jewels and gold. At the market in the big camp, Jian Yaning had exchanged some and kept them, but compared with the gold, they were nothing. "Now that we are here, of course we should put everything into the space." At this moment, there was a crisp sound beside her. In the extremely quiet environment, the sound was amplified. Jian Yaning was startled and turned her head to see that a jade token had appeared next to the man's hand. Even someone like Jian Yaning who doesn't know much about jade can tell that this jade pendant must be worth a lot of money. It's emerald green all over, without a single impurity. Strange, when I dragged the body just now, there was clearly no jade token. Jian Yaning guessed in his heart, could this be the medium of space? Put it in the space first, and study it slowly when I have time in the future. In addition to the safe, there were also a lot of high-end cigarettes and alcohol in the room, all of which were taken away. In order to avoid missing anything, she searched the man again, but found nothing except the jade token that fell out. Jian Yaning went out and walked to other rooms in the corridor. He opened one of the rooms with a dozen keys he found in the room. When he shone the flashlight, he saw that the room was full of supplies. The entire 4th floor is filled with supplies. There are all kinds of things, including food, daily necessities, and clothes. It covers everything. Jian Yaning didn't hesitate to take everything away. Just as he probed into the space with his consciousness, he was about to make room when he found that the space had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only had it become bigger, but the layout had also changed. He was originally worried that it wouldn't be able to fit in. Now, even if there are 10 more rooms full of supplies, they can be accommodated. Not only that, there were a lot of supplies in the space that did not originally belong to her, and they were very comprehensive. Chapter 79? Devour. Without time to carefully observe the changes in the space, Jian Yaning began to collect from room to room. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, they were all stored in the space and sorted out when they returned to the camp halfway up the mountain. The people downstairs did not notice the movement upstairs. With Jian Yaning's strength alone, he could not kill 70 or 80 people, so he could only retreat quietly. Taking advantage of the night, Jian Yaning went downstairs and headed towards the large factory. On the way back, he found a pickup truck and a van parked in the open space of the factory. There were 2 gatekeepers at the entrance of the factory. Jian Yaning quietly approached them and killed the gatekeepers with a sharp knife. He dragged the body aside, found the key to the front door, and put it in his pocket. I didn't know when they would hand over their shifts, so I had to hurry to the big factory to find my brother and the others. I hadn't eaten or drunk anything for the whole day, so I didn't know how they were doing. Just as he was about to go to the factory, Jian Yaning turned back to the car, quickly took out the supplies from the space, and filled the 2 cars. There was no one there at the moment, and even the back of the pickup truck was loaded with a lot of supplies. After all, the supplies are all in her space, and it will be difficult to take them out once she walks out of here. I can't let He Qing and the others make such a wasted trip. It's okay to share some with them. As long as they don't expose their secrets, it won't be a big problem. Besides, the food in the space is so much that the 2 of them can't finish it in 2 lifetimes. After loading up on supplies, Jian Yaning quickly went to the large factory building and climbed in through the window he came out of. The factory was so quiet that I could hear the sound of wind coming in through the broken window. I took off my night vision goggles, set the flashlight to the darkest setting, and walked toward the small material warehouse. I opened the door and found that the 2 bodies behind it were gone. Turning a corner and walking into the corridor, Jian Yaning called out softly, "Brother!" Jian Qingning heard his sister's voice and immediately opened the door. "What about here? Why did you take so long?" "Let's go out first. I saw the car in the open space, and I have taken care of the 2 guards at the door," Jian Yaning said very quickly. Now was not the time to explain. They could talk on the way. Qiao Xian and the others were all there, and it seemed like nothing unexpected had happened. A group of people followed Jian Yaning, went out the same way they came, and headed straight for the 2 cars in the open space. Jian Yaning specially filled up the back seat of the van, leaving 4 seats in the pickup truck. It was just right for Qiao Xian to sit in the pickup truck, so it was more convenient for her and her brother to share a car. The weather was cold, and the car wouldn't start for a while. I didn't dare turn on the car lights. After the car warmed up for a while, it finally started and drove all the way out of the factory. This group of people probably live comfortably here, and no one dares to come, so they let down their guard. When they find out tomorrow that all the supplies are gone, they won't even be able to cry. Where did they get all the supplies in this car? Jian Qingning sat in the passenger seat, feeling cold and hungry. Jian Yaning drove the car and followed behind the pickup truck, taking out the hot food from the space. "Brother, you eat first, and talk while eating." He roughly told what happened after he went out. Jian Qingning was shocked when he heard this. "Yan Ning, next time if there is anything, let me go with you." "Isn't this a special situation?" Jian Yaning said. "Sometimes it's hard to get things done when there are too many people. This trip was not a loss, and I got a lot of good things." "You." Jian Qingning didn't know what to say. As a brother, he needed his sister's protection. Jian Yaning turned her head and looked at her brother. "Brother, please don't think so much, okay? You protected me before, and now I have the ability to protect you. It's a normal thing. Don't be so chauvinistic." Jiang Qingning. "When did I become a male chauvinist?" "Often, you just don't notice it." Jian Yaning was in a good mood and joked. "Brother, if you get married in the future, be nice to your wife, but don't do this to me." Jiang Qingning was speechless. His sister was very sharp-tongued and he couldn't win the argument, so he just concentrated on eating. After driving for about an hour, the pickup truck in front stopped. Jian Yaning was about to use the walkie-talkie to ask what happened when the walkie-talkie rang. "The road is difficult to travel at night. How about we rest in the village ahead for one night?" He Qing said while holding the walkie-talkie. "I think we should go to Xiejiao village to rest," Jian Yaning said. "There's no village or shop here. If their people catch up with us, it will be troublesome." After a while, He Qing said okay and started the car again. At this time, Jiang Qingning was full, so it was his turn to drive. Jian Yaning was also hungry, so she took out some hot buns to eat and made a cup of hot soy milk. The road was too bumpy, so she definitely couldn't drink the soup, and it would be even more troublesome if she spilled it all over herself. After drinking a cup of hot soy milk, Jian Yaning felt warm all over. She leaned back in the passenger seat and let her consciousness enter the space. The whole layout was different. All the rooms on the floor were unlocked. The kitchen that was originally opposite the room was moved to another place. The greenhouse became a sky garden of about 200 to 300 square meters, and the livestock were all in the garden. The restaurant, cold storage, and kitchen are concentrated together, which is very similar to the layout of a hotel before the end of the world. In addition, there was a utility room, 4 standard rooms and 4 king-size rooms, which were 2 different spaces from the original ones. The rooms were filled with messy supplies, and the 8 rooms were almost full. The hotel space swallowed up the jade card space. I didn't expect it to be able to devour. Not only did it unlock all the rooms on this floor, but it also took away all the supplies in the jade card. Jian Yaning let out a long sigh. Great! These are really a lot of money, very cost-effective. It seems that in this world, not only do I have adventures, but others also have adventures. If these people hadn't robbed him and brought him back, Jian Yaning wouldn't have gotten such a big benefit. This is probably a blessing in disguise. Jian Yaning felt a little dizzy after his consciousness stayed in the space for too long, so he withdrew. The van drove slowly and unsteadily, and 2 hours later, it arrived at the bamboo forest of Xiaojiao village. After being ravaged by the extreme heat, many bamboos in the bamboo forest died, leaving each tree bare. A thin layer of snow weighed down the branches, and the snow fell to the ground with a rustling sound if touched slightly. We found the cellar where the supplies were hidden before. The supplies in the car could not be moved back in one go, so they needed to be stored in the cellar and slowly moved to the camp. Jian Yaning worked hard, and the others didn't let her work, so they let her sit in the car to rest, while the others turned into conveyor belts, storing the materials in the cellar. When everything was moved, it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. There was no intact house to rest in Xiaojiao village, so He-Ching took the group to the auto repair shop. It was Jian Yaning's first time to visit the auto repair shop. He didn't expect it to be so big, with 4 or 5 military trucks parked inside. The tarpaulin was not warm enough, so it was cold to sit inside the shop. Gao Jinshu found some branches and lit a bonfire in the open space to keep warm. Chapter 80? Space Upgrade. Everyone gathered around the campfire to keep warm, curious about how Jian Yaning got these supplies. On the way, Jian Yaning and his brother agreed to say that the materials were installed by the factory workers and they were lucky to have come across them. Although the excuse was poor, everyone sighed at their good luck and did not ask any more questions. Jian Yaning had obtained these supplies on her own, and He-Ching advocated that the brother and sister should get a larger share. How about this, we take half, and you 2 families divide the rest, Jian Yaning said. What do you think? Jian Yaning actually didn't want to take so much, but if it was divided equally, it would be unfair to their family. She also didn't want to cultivate their habit, so she agreed. Isn't it too little for you to take half? Xiao Xian felt bad. After all, she didn't contribute much, and the supplies were just given away in vain. In the future, if you find supplies, just share them with us, Jian Yaning said. There's no need to calculate so clearly. Brother Jian came back from hunting and made a lot of efforts, so he didn't get more, right? In this world, we just need to take care of each other. When Xiao Xian heard this, she agreed and said nothing more. She thought that the brother and sister were very kind people and that the 2 families should continue to interact for a long time. The temperature was too low, and we didn't dare to sleep. The auto repair shop was leaking air from all sides, and it would be even more troublesome if we fell asleep and caught a bad cold. We had to endure it and go up the mountain after daybreak. Jian Yaning was so sleepy that she dozed off a little bit and took a nap on her brother's shoulder. After finally getting through the daybreak, the group of people each carried a large bag and brought supplies up the mountain. The roads are slippery due to the snow, and we can't carry too much stuff. After we have rested, let He-Ching and the others slowly carry it up. The temperature on the mountain is lower than that at the foot of the mountain. It snowed all night, bending the branches of the trees in the forest. When I took a breath, I felt like my lungs were full of ice and I was freezing. When they arrived at the camp halfway up the mountain, Jian Yaning felt like she was going to die suddenly. She had been climbing the mountain all night and felt dizzy and in urgent need of rest. The others were in a similar condition. Fortunately, they were all young. If they were older, they might not have been able to bear it. There had been no fire in the cave all day, so it was freezing cold, but the temperature was still a little higher than outside, around -20 degrees Celsius. Jiang Qingning was busy lighting the brazier and the little son, and asked his sister to sit by the fire. Bring some hot soup to drive away the cold. You can't go to bed right away, or you'll get sick. Okay. Jian Yaning's hands and feet were stiff from the cold. I understand. Take out the steaming red mushroom chicken soup, rice and stir-fried pork, and put them on the iron rack above the brazier. Do not leave the fire. At this temperature, they will freeze solid in less than 2 minutes if they are away from the fire. Jian Yaning was roasting chicken soup and rice by the fire, eating with great relish, and her body also warmed up. After eating and taking a short rest, they turned on the electric blanket on the bed to warm it up. Jian Yaning took out hot water from the space, and the brother and sister soaked their feet thoroughly, and then got into bed. Huh! Jian Yaning let out a long sigh. It was so comfortable to have the electric blanket warming the bed. It felt so warm as soon as she got in. Lying in the comfortable and soft quilt, Jian Yaning closed her eyes and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. I slept like a log and woke up at around 3 a.m. I was so hungry after sleeping for so long. It was a challenge to human nature to get out of bed in such a cold weather. Jian Yaning failed the challenge and went directly into the space from the bed. The space was like spring all year round. Just as she stretched out her legs, a furry yellow, fat thing suddenly jumped into her arms and gave Jian Yaning a good facial SBA. Do ding, stop! Jian Yaning's face was covered with saliva. Doubting squatted on the ground, wagging his tail like a propeller, eager to wash his owner's face again. I was so tired yesterday that I forgot about the dog in the space. No wonder it was so excited. Jian Yaning rewarded Doubting with a big bone and let it chew it for fun. I found a room, slowed down the temperature of the water in the jacuzzi, took a good bath, and felt completely relaxed. After taking a bath, I got to know the space again. Diagonally opposite the Sky Garden is the restaurant, kitchen and cold storage. When I walked in, I saw that the restaurant was about 150 square meters, with tables, a bar, a wine cabinet, and so on, all of which were empty. There was a wall clock on the wall of the restaurant. Jian Yaning checked the time with her phone, but it was not quite right. It was too high, so she didn't take it down to adjust it. She just let it be. Anyway, she had her phone to check the time. The kitchen is twice as big as before, with a full set of stainless steel workbenches, and is clean and tidy. The ice storage has not become bigger, and is about the same size as before. However, the kitchen warehouse has become much larger, with 2 more rows of stainless steel shelves that can store a lot of supplies. Then there is the Sky Garden. There is a wall that looks like it is made of glass, and you can see the interior of the cave through it. At this moment, you can see your brother coming out of the compartment, and going up to the platform. There are many empty flower boxes. Just add soil and you can plant. Tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, eggplants, all had fruits, but they were not fully ripe. To Jian Yaning's delight, a dozen large strawberries had ripened and were giving off a charming aroma. She carefully picked one and took a bite. It was sweet and sour and tasted really good. I picked the ripe strawberries and put them in the fresh keeping room, and will go out to let my brother taste them later. The space stored some soil, but there were too many supplies at once, and it was hard to find them, so I could only sort out the supplies while looking for them. Other than that, there are 8 rooms, all with the same configuration, except that the supplies inside are piled to the ceiling and need to be sorted out. When he was out of the space, Jian Yaning just came in from the platform, shivering from the cold. "Brother, hurry up and light a fire," Jian Yaning called out. She was also hungry, so she took out 2 servings of clay pot rice and 2 servings of pork ribs and carrot soup and placed them on the rack above the brazier. The preserved meat used to make the clay pot rice was collected from Shijiao village, and it tastes very good. After the meal, I took some strawberries as fruit. "This strawberry is really fragrant and sweet," Jian Yaning praised. "Aren't you too tired to do so much work in the space by yourself?" Jian Yaning shook her head. "It's actually not bad. Many things can be controlled with consciousness, which is easier than doing things outside." "That's good. Take it easy and don't get too tired," Jian Yaning said. "I just went to the platform. It's snowing heavily outside. I'm afraid it's not easy to clean the snow off the tarpaulin." It would be a bad idea not to clear the snow, as it would collapse the tent. Now that the space is larger, there is no pressure at all to keep the livestock in the space. Jian Yaning thought, why not just dismantle the tent and clear the snow? "Well, I'll put the tent away during the day," Jian Yaning said. "No one will come to our house anyway. If someone from the yard comes, we can just take it out and pretend it's there." Okay. Chapter 81 Some Trivia. As soon as the sun rose, Jian Yaning went to the platform and put all the tents into the space. The snow was heavier than yesterday, and the snow that fell from the tarpaulin accumulated on the platform. Jian Yaning took a shovel and pushed all the snow under the cliff. If the snow was heavier, he would have to shovel twice a day, otherwise the back door would be blocked. Now there is only a lonely simple toilet left on the platform. Every time Jian Yaning went to the toilet, it was a torture, but the smell of the toilet in the cave was unbearable. Jian Yaning thought about it, took out the tarpaulin and asked her brother to cut it. She then used the tarpaulin to surround the distance from the toilet to the cave entrance. It would still be cold, but at least the wind wouldn't be that strong. She just needed to clear the snow on time every day. As soon as we finished dealing with this, Dowding came out and barked at the cave door, saying that someone was knocking. When the door was opened, it was He Qing and Jiang Dexing who came to inform them that they had to go to the cellar in Shijiao village today to move some supplies back. Jian Yaning was sleeping so soundly that she almost forgot about it. To be honest, she really didn't want to go out on such a snowy day. "I'll go with them," Jiang Qingning said. "You don't have to go down. I'll take as much as I can. We can talk about what I can't bring back later." Jian Yaning nodded. "Brother, be careful, we have enough food, don't show off." Jiang Qingning went out equipped with a hot pack, a raincoat, snow boots, a hat, and thick gloves. People living in the compound had collected thick clothes in the early stages of the earthquake, so he would not be too conspicuous when he went out wearing these. There were many people in the camp who didn't have thick clothes, so the government gave them old-fashioned military coats. In such a low temperature, they still shivered a lot when they put them on, but they wouldn't freeze to death for the time being. Those who lived in shacks all moved to tents in the big camp, and there were fewer people in the camp halfway up the mountain. There were many people in the big tent. Miao Sisi said that there were 34 people in one tent, and the smell inside was terrible. With so many people, there were naturally many conflicts. In order to occupy a good position, many people fought. Fortunately, the authorities have stepped in to control the situation, and no major incidents have occurred for the time being. It was cold and snowy, and almost no one was outside. All the people in He Qing's cave were mobilized. Jiang Qingning and Jiang Dexing's families sent one person up, and they took as many as they could. After watching the group leave the yard, Jian Yaning closed the door to keep the cold wind out. Once the two doors are closed, you can hardly hear the wind outside. I brought my dog into the space, and the supplies were not sorted and organized, and it was a mess. I was in a hurry to put them away that day, and I just took a general look, and I didn't know what I put in. I was free anyway, so I started to sort the supplies. The owner of the Jade Pendant space had hoarded a lot of miscellaneous items. When Jian Yaning was sorting them out, she found a lot of things that she had never hoarded before. There were more than 20 sets of advanced protective clothing, the kind that covered the whole body, and they also came with oxygen tanks. There were also a complete set of scalpels, surgical gowns, prescription drugs, etc. Jian Yaning was dazzled by the sight, so she classified the items that she would not use for the time being and placed them in the guest room. In addition to medical supplies, they also found 2 crossbows, 4 guns, and a large box of bullets. No one knew where they came from. Jian Yaning didn't know how to use a gun, so she planned to look for the information she had downloaded before when she had time. Maybe there would be something related. There is no place to practice shooting now, so I put it in a conspicuous place and wait for the opportunity in the future. There are also a wide range of outdoor supplies, and the most common ones are food. In one of the guest rooms, there are actually 2 large freezers filled with high-end ingredients, including sea cucumbers, original cut steaks, abalone, wagyu beef, black truffles, etc. Even before the end of the world, Jian Yaning had never eaten these. It is still frozen in the freezer and is well preserved. All of them are stored in the fresh keeping room. The fresh keeping room is next to the restaurant. After the space upgrade, the area has doubled and is now nearly 200 square meters. It was originally quite crowded, but now it has become spacious. Jian Yaning thought that she would cook food when she had time and fill the fresh keeping room. As for liquor, Jian Yaning had stockpiled some of it before. It wasn't high in stuff, but strong liquor, which he intended to use to keep warm during the extreme cold. There were all kinds of drinks here, including liquor, foreign liquor, beer, wine, and various fruit wines. It took a whole guest room to hold all these drinks. There were also many high-end wines, such as Mao Tai, Wulianye, Jiananshan, etc. Jian Yaning was afraid that she would not be able to finish drinking so much in her lifetime. Then there are clothes, both for men and women, for all seasons, filling up an entire guest room. Clothes were too difficult to pack. Jian Yaning did not sort them carefully as it would take too much time. She just piled all the clothes in a guest room and sorted them slowly when she was bored. Although the space can be controlled by consciousness, it still makes people tired and their backs ache. Tired from working, Jian Yaning sat on the massage chair to rest. Suddenly, she remembered something and sat up straight. That's not right. I must have been here for more than 4 hours, but I wasn't kicked out. Could it be that after the upgrade of the space, the time I can stay in the space has also been extended? Jian Yaning looked at the time and found that he had been in the space for nearly 5 hours. How much longer? Just when Jian Yaning thought of this question, his feet were empty and he was kicked out. I was kicked out and sat on the bed. Then I heard the sound of the second door unlocking. It was my brother who came back. Jian Yaning went out and saw a lot of supplies piled up in the cave corridor. Brother, did you bring all these up? No, Jiang Qingning exhaled. He Qing and his group are many. After they finish carrying their own loads, they help brother Jian and I carry some up. There's not much left in the cellar. Brother Jiang and I just need to go there once more. Why don't you just not go? The mountain road is difficult to walk on due to the snow, Jian Yaning said, and directly loaded the supplies into the space to save the trouble of moving them in and out. Jiang Qingning waved his hand and said, I have an appointment with Brother Jiang. Besides, if I leave good things lying around, it will make people suspicious. I will just go there for a while. Jian Yaning was mainly worried that her brother couldn't handle it. Since he said so, she stopped trying to persuade him. No one would complain about having too many supplies, and if they didn't take them back, it would indeed make others suspicious. After replenishing his energy, Jiang Qingning rested for a while and went out again. Jian Yaning entered the space again, but was ejected less than 2 seconds after entering. She planned to wait until tomorrow to calculate how long the time had been extended. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the strange wall clock in the restaurant. Could it be used to calculate space-time? My consciousness probed into the space and entered the restaurant. I saw that the hour hand of the wall clock was pointing at 5 o'clock, and the minute hand and second hand were both stopped. It seems that it has been extended from 4 hours to 5 hours, which is good. I fished out the little beans, roasted the dog over the fire for a while, took out the original cut steak from the space, put it in the kitchen to thaw, and planned to have a steak for dinner. Chapter 82, Delicious Steak. After taking a nap, Jiang Qingning also transported back the remaining supplies. What Jian Yaning took out and put in the car were basically food, mainly rice, flour, and various grains, as well as biscuits and other long-lasting foods. With a wave of her hand, she put them all into the space. After walking down the mountain road for a whole day, carrying supplies, he dared not stop at all. If he stopped, the sweat on his body would turn cold, and he would get sick easily. He had to keep walking. When he returned to the cave, Jiang Qingning was exhausted. He took off his heavy coat and sat on a chair to rest. Here, brother, have some ginger tea. Jian Yaning took out a steaming cup of ginger tea from the space. It was slowly brewed on the brazier rack at noon. Some brown sugar was added to the ginger tea, which tasted sweet and spicy. After Jiang Qingning finished drinking it, a lot of sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt that the cold air had been forced out, and he felt much more relaxed. He changed into dry and thick clothes, and then he calmed down. Jian Yaning took a shovel and prepared to go to the platform to clear the snow. I'll go later, Jiang Qingning said. It's very snowy outside. You'll catch a cold if you keep blowing. Brother, I'm not made of paper. It's just a little wind. I can go. Jian Yaning refused. Her brother had been going up and down the mountain all day long, and it would be a bit unreasonable for her not to do anything. Besides, she also needed exercise to adapt to the climate. Doubting followed behind, and when the door of the platform opened, this guy was afraid of the cold, so he ran back to the cave. Don't run, Doubting, come out and play in the snow, Jian Yaning shouted, but no one came out. Forget it, it's just a puppy, just keep it as a pet, and it's enough if it can provide emotional value. Jian Yaning didn't expect the dog to be able to work. Snowflakes fell to the ground in a thick layer. When you stepped on it, you would find a small deep pit. It was very soft. Jian Yaning waved a shovel and shoveled the soft snow to the bottom of the cliff. He collected the clean snow and built a fat snowman on the platform. I didn't have the leisure time to do this in my previous life. I couldn't even fill my stomach, so how could I have the energy to make a snowman? The snow here has been shoveled, the sky is getting dark, and the steak in the space has thawed. I found the iron plate from the space, put it on the rack to heat it, and put butter on it. The air is immediately filled with the smell of butter, a strong milky aroma, which is very pleasant. The butter and iron plate also came from the jade card space. If you say it's true that people know how to enjoy themselves, they're all high-end stuff. But it's still a bargain for Jian Yaning. When the steak touched the hot iron plate, it made a sizzling sound, and the oil splashed everywhere. The beef and butter produced a Maillard reaction, and the color of the steak became very attractive. The brother and sister smelled the fragrance, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Jian Yaning was not used to eating the meat too raw, so she removed it from the heat when it was 80% done. Drizzle with black pepper sauce for an even more delicious taste. Cut a piece and put it in your mouth. It's not dry at all. The meaty aroma fills the air when you chew it. I almost want to swallow it with my tongue. It's so delicious. How could one steak per person satisfy her? Jian Yaning took out 6 slices to defrost. After finishing the steak, she immediately fried new ones. After eating 3 slices, she was 60% full. She also took out the red bean and taro sweet soup that she had prepared earlier and drank a big bowl of it. Only then did she feel satisfied. The weather is cold and the appetite increases. Jian Yaning is afraid that if she continues to eat like this, she will become a fat man. It's not that I'm anxious about my body's shape, it's just that everyone has lost weight after enduring the extreme cold, but it's not appropriate for me to gain weight instead. Besides, being fat is not good for the body. A good body is the capital for survival in the apocalypse. Brother, Jian Yaning said, we still can't fall behind in exercise. Starting tomorrow, we will still have the same fixed exercise time as before. Yeah, okay. Jian Yaning took out a pair of professional dumbbells, a treadmill, and a spinning bike, all from the jade card space, which were just right for use. The temperature was low, and the power storage box consumed electricity very quickly. I stocked up those few because I was afraid that they would break down, and I would have nothing to use. She was reluctant to use new ones, so she took turns using the 2 power storage boxes, and replaced them with new ones when they broke down. She didn't know when the apocalypse would end, or if there would be new disasters. These materials could not be recycled for the time being, so she saved as much as she could. Who would have thought that the jade card space contained a larger capacity of 500 degrees, and also had a set of solar power generation equipment, 2 sets of diesel generators, and even a lot of diesel. There are power storage boxes that can be charged in space. Jian Yaning did not use these power generation equipment. He stored them in the space until they were needed. As the days passed, the temperature continued to drop. In just 1 month, the temperature dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Just going to the platform to clear the snow was freezing, and every breath felt like ice chips in the lungs, stinging. The brother and sister cleared the snow twice a day, and as the snow got heavier, they had to clear it 3 times a day. The mountain was blocked by heavy snow, and it was no longer possible to go down to Xiangshan. The official patrol team had stopped working, and the people living in Xiangshan seemed to have also stopped working. Every day, I can hear the voices of the 4 families in the courtyard on the intercom and exchange their respective situations. When the temperature dropped to minus 35 degrees Celsius, the college students stopped going to work in the big camp because their bodies could not bear it. The government lacks talent in all areas. Just like Hiqing, even if they are not working, they will still be given 5 kilograms of food every month, which can be considered as paid leave. Jiang Dexing and his wife were doing okay. With the supplies they brought back last time and their previous reserves, they wouldn't starve for the time being. It was just that they didn't have enough firewood for heating, so they had to burn it sparingly. Without a fire in the cave, it was really damp and cold. During this period, the compound organized an activity to cut down trees. The brother and sister pretended to go with them once and brought back a dead tree. Later, the other 3 families went twice more, but almost all the trees around them, whether dead or alive, had been chopped down, so they had to go deeper into the forest. Jian Yaning had enough supplies and didn't want to take any risks, so she didn't go with them. From the intercom, we learned that due to the large number of survivors chopping wood, Gao Jishu had a conflict with a group of survivors and was injured. The college student helped him to sew more than 10 stitches, and Hiqing had a stockpile of medicine, so his life was not in danger, but he needed to recuperate. Of course, the other party didn't get any good results, and was also hurt. This kind of conflict happens every day. If you want to survive, you have to fight for resources. There is no other way. On days when she doesn't go out, Jian Yaning takes more time to exercise. She finds the videos she downloaded before and learns fighting, self-defense, and grappling. At first, she didn't practice very well, but as time went by, she got better and better. Jiang Qingning also practiced together. He was more talented than his sister in this aspect, and could often guide his sister's movements. When the 2 of them practiced together, Jian Yaning lost more than she won, and was not really a match for her brother. However, if it were an ordinary person, with Jian Yaning's current strength, he would have a great chance of winning. With good food, a nice house and a fulfilling life every day, Jian Yaning gradually developed new hope for the future. She was no longer as panicked as before, and just lived one day at a time. Chapter 83? Sister pushed her brother. In the 3rd month of extreme cold, the temperature remained stable at around minus 50 degrees Celsius. Counting on my fingers, it has been more than a year since the earthquake and the extreme cold, and we are about to usher in the 2nd new year of the apocalypse. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has cultivated sweet potatoes that can grow in low temperatures, but they cannot be grown outside in the snow and ice, so they can only be grown indoors. During the 3 months of extreme cold, the survivors relied on the relief food distributed by the government to survive. Those who had stocks lived a little better, but not much better. As soon as the official notice was issued, the survivors in the camp halfway up the mountain braved the wind and snow and went to the main camp to collect low-temperature-resistant sweet potato seeds. The people in the compound, as before, set out in 2 groups to avoid having their homes robbed. This time, Jian Yaning, Xiao Xian and the college students were the first group to go to get the seeds, leaving Hiqing and the others to look after the house. Jian Yaning deliberately wore an older cotton coat instead of a down coat, but she put a lot of heat packs inside, even on the soles of her shoes. Although she didn't look particularly thick, she was actually very warm. He was wearing a hat, gloves and a scarf, leaving only his eyes exposed. It was too cold, and the snow had not stopped. No one was clearing the snow outside. When you stepped on it, there were deep snow pits up to your knees, making it extremely difficult to walk. There was almost no conversation on the road, because it was too strenuous to talk. Jian Yaning felt like she was being pulled. She and her brother were walking at the end of the team. When she looked back, she saw two people, one big and one small, who were wrapped up tightly. "Is there something?" Jian Yaning asked in a bad tone, and for a moment he didn't recognize who it was. Sumu pulled off the rag covering his face. It was too cold, so he immediately pulled it up again and said in a muffled voice, "Are you really not afraid that I will tell others? I can't live anymore, so I don't mind if you are buried with me." The companions in front did not notice that the brother and sister had fallen behind, and there were only 4 of them left at the intersection. Jian Yaning glanced at her. Her face was red and swollen from the cold. It should be frostbite. If it is not treated, it will probably rot. With Sumu was Su Xiaobao. He no longer had the temperament of a naughty child. He looked stupid and there was no light in his eyes. "You are free to say whatever you want," Jian Yaning sneered. "A person like you should be buried with me? You!" Sumu was so angry that he wanted to push the person. Jian Qingning stood in front of his sister, pushed her hard, and yelled, "Get away!" Sumu pulled Su Xiaobao and he couldn't stand steadily, so he sat down on the snow. "You think I really don't dare, right? Just wait." He stood up, grabbed Su Xiaobao by the back of the collar, dragged him up, and pushed him down a very steep slope. Su Xiaobao let out a terrified cry and rolled down. After a while, he disappeared down the slope, leaving only a long trail of rolling. The brother and sister opened their mouths in surprise. What was going on? "If you are willing to help me, I can tell everyone that Su Xiaobao fell down by himself," Sumu threatened. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to. I will tell my dad and your mom that it was you two who pushed him down." Sumu hated Su Xiaobao very much, and she hated him even more after he became stupid. Su Xiaobao would make strange gestures and movements to Sumu without warning, and even grab her breasts in public. After enduring it for so long, Sumu didn't want to endure it anymore, and Su Jianwei said that he wanted to marry her to a man in his 40s. As long as she marries him, the old man will give the Su family 20 kilograms of food. Ha, 20 kilograms of food, and you marry your daughter to such a man. That man's wife was beaten to death by him, and no one cared. What would happen to me if I married him? Sumu knew very well that she needed Jian Yaning's help to escape from that home. Jian Yaning was speechless. "Oh, then you go and tell them." Sumu didn't expect that the brother and sister would be so ruthless. Instead of being panicked as she had imagined, they were very calm. She knelt down with a plop and said, "Jian Yaning, I beg you, please help me. I was wrong before. I don't want to marry that old man, please." "What does it have to do with me?" Jian Yaning was unmoved. She leaned close to Sumu's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "This is what you deserve. Wasn't it you who made me marry Lin Liqiang in my previous life? This is retribution, don't you think?" Sumu's eyes widened. She was not sure that Jian Yaning was reincarnated like herself. She just guessed. Now she actually admitted it. However, she did not have any recordings and no evidence. At this time, Jiao Xian's voice came. "Yan Ning, why don't you leave?" Jian Yaning glanced at Sumu with disdain, then turned to her brother and said, "Brother, let's go." "What did you just say to her?" Jiang Qingning was a little curious. "Nothing, just tell her that it's what she deserves," Jian Yaning said casually. Seeing Jiao Xian coming over, he took her arm and walked towards the big camp. It was just a small incident. Jian Yaning didn't take it seriously. At most, Gu Fang and Su Jianwei came to make a scene, so what? If they really dared to come, they would have to pay the price. Normally it only takes half an hour to get to the big camp, but it was difficult to walk due to the snow, and it took us more than an hour to get there. There were more people in line than expected, and today was the day for distributing relief food, so the line was very long. The authorities arranged 5 windows, but it still took a long time to line up. The survivors shivered in the wind and snow. After waiting for half an hour, it was Jian Yaning's turn. The relief food and seeds were collected together. This time the relief food was cornmeal. It looked very ordinary and smelled slightly musty, but the quantity was still sufficient. If you eat it sparingly, it can last you a week. If you save more and add some grass roots, you can eat it for 10 days. There were not many sweet potato seeds given, just 1 sprouted sweet potato for each person, which looked wilted. We took it home, cut it into pieces, and buried it in the soil. When it was time to collect relief food, some people would hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. The authorities wanted to control them, but they couldn't do so because these people were too mobile. When they couldn't be caught, they were vicious criminals, but when they were caught, they turned into ordinary survivors. Jian Yaning and his group were numerous, so no one dared to come up and make plans. Passing by the place where Su Xiaobao fell, Jian Yaning looked down and saw that the traces of falling were covered by the new snow, as if nothing had happened. If he didn't die from the fall, he would probably freeze to death, which was a dangerous situation. After just one glance, Jian Yaning felt not even a ripple in her heart. In her previous life, Su Xiaobao did a lot of bad things to her. Even though he was just a teenager, he had a very vicious mind. It was lucky for him that he didn't have to endure for 2 more years. After returning to the cave, I rode in spinning bike for half an hour as usual, and then went into the space to tend to the plants and livestock. Chapter 84 Soaked Chicken. What is coming will eventually come. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the intercom rang and the person speaking was He Qing, who said that someone outside was calling the brother and sister's names. Jian Yaning knew without thinking that it was Gu Fang and Su Jianwei who came. It was no use letting them keep shouting outside, so Jian Yaning put on her coat, picked up a bucket of warm water, and left the cave with her brother. What do you want to fetch water for? Jiang Qingning asked in confusion. Jian Yaning raised her eyebrows. You'll know in a moment. As soon as I went out, I heard Gu Fang crying. Xiaobao, my Xiaobao, Jian Yaning, come out here, he is your own brother. Jian Yaning sneered in his heart and quickened his pace. The 3 households in the yard naturally heard the noise and came out to see what was happening. Xiao Xian stepped forward. Yan Ning, do you want my help? Sister-in-law, it's not necessary for now. My brother and I will take a look at the situation first. Jian Yaning refused. Jiang Qingning followed his sister with an iron pipe in his hand and soon arrived at the courtyard wall. Gu Fang's crying became clearer. There was a ladder beside the courtyard wall. Jian Yaning climbed up and saw the people outside at a glance. Gu Fang and Su Jianwei, Su Mu stood about 7 or 8 meters away from them. Gu Fang saw a head sticking out from the courtyard wall. Did you push your brother? Gu Fang questioned. I really didn't expect you to be so cruel. He is your own brother. Are you a beast? To do such a thing. Jian Yaning snorted and said, You just believe what others say. You haven't changed at all. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Leave here immediately. If you have evidence, go to the main camp and sue me. Jian Yaning, this is your biological mother. Why do you talk to her like this? Su Jianwei spoke in a fatherly tone. Jian Yaning didn't even want to answer him. She turned her head and looked down the stairs. Brother, pass me the bucket. You come down, let me do it. Jiang Qingning immediately understood the purpose of bringing water. Okay, you come on. Jian Yaning climbed down and let her brother go up. The 3 people outside the courtyard wall were confused. They saw that someone had changed, but Gu Fang continued to cry and curse. Jiang Qingning raised the bucket full of water and poured it on the people outside the courtyard wall. Ah! Gu Fang screamed and was soaked through. Su Jianwei was close by and also got soaked. In such cold weather, the warm water cooled down immediately and froze quickly. The wet hair was frozen into wisps. The 2 of them shivered and couldn't say a word. Are you still not going away? Jiang Qingning said coldly. If you don't go away, I'll give you 2 more barrels. Su Jianwei saw this and realized that he would not get what he wanted today. He did not care about Su Xiaobao's life or death. He just wanted to get some supplies back. Otherwise, Su Jianwei would not want to marry his daughter to a man who beat his wife to death. He loves no one but himself. Ignoring Gu Fang, Su Jianwei was so cold and angry that he crawled towards his own cave. Lao Su! Lao Su! Gu Fang called out twice with a trembling voice, and seeing that the person did not turn back, she followed him back. Su Mu watched coldly. She didn't expect this result. She couldn't stay in that house any longer. She had to find a way out. Since Jian Yaning's way didn't work, she wanted to find another way. Jiang Qingning came down from the ladder and gave his sister a thumbs up. Why didn't he think of this trick? It was a bit of a loss, but it worked wonders. Seeing that the problem was solved so quickly, Xiao Xian was originally worried that the brother and sister were too young to lose face, but she never expected that it was much faster than swearing in the street. After a bucket of water was poured on them, they immediately quieted down. It's okay, let's all go back, Jian Yaning said. The 3 families in the courtyard wanted to come out to help, but when they saw that they were not needed, they returned to the cave and closed the door. The weather was too cold, and staying outside for a while would make my lungs hurt. Go home and close the door. There were 2 braziers burning in the cave, and the sun was shining brightly, so the temperature was much higher than outside. Jian Yaning took off his coat and sat in front of the brazier to warm himself. Next time if they dare to come, prepare 2 more buckets of water for them. Brother, I think that Su Mu is not that determined. Stay away from her when you see her next time. Well, I seldom go out now anyway, so the chances of meeting him are rare, said Jiang Qingning. The sweet potatoes that were brought back have not been planted yet. Now that she has some free time, Jian Yaning took out the soil that she had stored before from the space. This soil was stored when it was extremely hot. The fertile black soil in the deep mountains is particularly good for planting. If we go out to dig the soil now, it won't be easy. We have to dig away the ice and snow first to reveal the soil underneath. The soil was frozen hard, and even if you put in a lot of effort you might not be able to dig out much. The rhizomes of the sweet potatoes distributed have sprouted, so they can be cut directly into pieces. After cutting, they are buried in the soil and placed in the corner of the cave. I don't know whether the drought-resistant sweet potatoes developed by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences can grow well. If you really can't grow sweet potatoes, sweet potato leaves can be used as a dish. Gu Fang stumbled back to the cave. Su Jianwei sat by the fire. The ice on his head thawed in the heat and water dripped down. Lao Su! Gu Fang called out hesitantly. It was too cold, so she moved closer to the fire and wanted to warm herself by it. Without saying anything, Su Jianwei kicked him in the chest, trembling as he began to curse. Look at the beast you raised! You made me like this, you are such a waste, you are useless, get out of here. If he hadn't done that to Qingning back then, he wouldn't have treated us like this. Gu Fang cried. What did you do? What did you do to him? Su Jianwei was so angry that he kicked him again. I did it alone? How could I do it if you, as a mother, didn't agree? You are blaming me now? If I hadn't taken you in, would you still be alive today? You stinky bitch, why didn't you say anything when you were feeling good? How dare you say that now? Su Jianwei cursed, still not satisfied, and kicked her twice more. Gu Fang didn't dare to cry, because if she did she would be beaten even more severely. Lao Su, that's not what I meant. Su Jianwei didn't bother to pay attention to her. He spat over and continued to warm himself by the fire. His face changed from gloomy to bright, and no one knew what he was thinking. Su Mu watched coldly, huddled in a corner, reducing his presence. The current Su Jianwei was no longer the father he was before the end of the world. He no longer loved Gu Fang or himself. He would kick them if he was not satisfied. Go, cook the meal. Su Jianwei glanced at Su Mu. I've already told Huang Jigang that you can go there the day after tomorrow. You won't have to suffer here anymore. He has a lot of food in stock so you won't starve. Dad, I'm not going. Su Mu's heart sank when he heard that, and he immediately refused. Su Jianwei looked gloomy and squinted his eyes. Say it again. I won't go. Are you still my father? You knew it was a fire pit, but you still pushed me in. Su Mu shouted loudly. Seeing Su Jianwei stand up, he seized the opportunity and ran out of the cave immediately. Chapter 85 Snowstorm. Jian Yaning didn't know what happened to the Su family, nor did she care. Later, Gu Fang came twice more and accused the brother and sister of being ruthless and heartless. But after 2 buckets of water were used to persuade them to leave, they stayed quiet for a long time. As for Su Mu, I never saw him again and had some peace and quiet. Time flies, and it's the end of the year in a blink of an eye. There are only 2 days left before the spring festival. The sweet potato seedlings have grown out, they are tender and thin, and look malnourished. Without sunlight they have turned yellow. Jian Yaning occasionally adds some light to them, but it doesn't have much effect, so she just lets them go. There is nothing she can do if they can't survive. The sows in the space gave birth to 5 piglets at a time. There was no delivery, the sow bit off the umbilical cord by herself, and when Jian Yaning found it, it was already the next day. Each piglet was plump and healthy, and the temperature in the room was constant, so there was no need to worry about keeping warm. I don't know how many litters the rabbits have given birth to. There are so many that Jian Yaning can't even remember. The first litter of rabbits have all grown up, they eat well, and have grown a lot of meat. They are all shot and stored in the fresh keeping room. When I have time, I make spicy rabbit cubes, braised rabbit chunks, spicy rabbit heads. The ewe is also carrying a lamb. Judging from the size of her belly, she is probably carrying quite a few lambs. When she gives birth, we will have fresh goat milk to drink. A lot of vegetables were harvested and stored in the fresh keeping room. As long as they are planted continuously, there will be an endless supply of vegetables. Jian Yaning has stored a lot of seeds, and she could not finish planting them in her lifetime. Flowers have also been planted, some are absorbed and some are not. Jian Yaning thought the functions of the space were complete and sufficient. However, the time she could stay in the space was too short. She had tried, but it didn't add up. The wall clock in the restaurant was used to calculate the daily usage time. In addition, Jian Yaning discovered that there was a safety door in the space. The door can't be opened. I guess more flowers are needed to unlock it. I was lucky last time and got a jade card space that was swallowed by the hotel space. It's not easy to encounter such a good thing again. I don't know what it looks like behind this security door, and whether it will unlock more functions. In a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. The snow didn't stop, but got heavier. At this time last year, it was still extremely hot, and the 4 households in the yard gathered together to eat barbecue. Happy New Year! He Qing's voice came from the intercom. The other 2 families also turned on the intercom and said, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! The brother and sister said into the intercom. Chicken soup was bubbling on the brazier, giving off a rich meaty aroma. How are you guys spending today? He Qing asked. If it weren't so cold, we could still get together. This damn weather is really bad, the snow keeps falling. Meow Cece. I made some dried meat and cooked a big pot of porridge. What about you guys? Xiao Xian. We are almost the same. Jian Yaning naturally followed suit. We are about the same. It's so cold, don't go out. It's nice to sit by the fire and drink porridge. The 4 households chatted with each other for a while, then turned off the intercom. The cave became quiet and seemed a little deserted. Jian Yaning took out a tablet with programs downloaded before the end of the world. He couldn't find the gala, so he found a travel variety show to play. The cave became lively instantly. He took out many dishes from the space and put them on the rack of the brazier to heat them up. Brother, do you want white or red wine? Jian Yaning asked. During the once-a-year spring festival, have a few drinks. The white one, right? Jiang Qingning replied. Jian Yaning took out a bottle of mitai. She had an average alcohol tolerance, and didn't like drinking white wine because it was too pungent, so she got herself a bottle of sweet wine. The brother and sister watched variety shows, ate food, occasionally clinked glasses, talked about the past, and discussed the future. The meal lasted 2 hours, and Jian Yaning drank a little too much. Her face was flushed, and she felt dizzy. You sit down and I'll clean up. If you vomit again, I won't clean up for you, Jiang Qingning said with disdain. Jian Yaning waved her hand. Who am I looking down on? I can drink a lot. Jiang Qingning was speechless. He was 99% drunk when he said that. He teased. Okay, my sister is the best drinker in the world. She can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Of course. Jian Yaning smiled foolishly. As she smiled, for some reason, she felt a sour feeling in her heart. Her nose felt sore and tears fell. Why are you crying? Jiang Qingning was a little at a loss and took the tissue on the table and handed it over. Jian Yaning couldn't explain why. In her previous life, she escaped on this day and froze to death in the extremely cold night. Tears dripped down her cheeks, relieving the bitterness in her heart and sobering up. Jiang Qingning didn't say anything and just sat aside to accompany him. He was not good at comforting people. Don't go to sleep right after crying. Sit for a while and drink some hot water. Jiang Qingning poured a cup of hot water for his sister. Why? Jian Yaning sniffed. She was indeed a little sleepy from crying so hard, so she picked up the cup and drank some water. I heard from others that if you fall asleep right after crying, you're more likely to get mentally ill. Jiang Qingning heard this from a former cellmate. Some people would fall asleep right after crying, and would be mentally unstable when they woke up the next day. What he said sounded so convincing that I kept it in mind. Regardless of whether it was true or not, I would rather not take such a risk. Jian Yaning exclaimed. Is there such a thing? After chatting about other things, the sudden sadness faded a lot, and Jiang Qingning also cleaned up the table. Seeing that his sister's mood had stabilized, he let her go back to her own cubicle. New Year's Day. The brother and sister got up early, and as soon as the door of the platform was opened, wind and snow immediately rushed in, making the brazier in the cave flicker. Jiang Qingning hurried to close the door, but it didn't close properly. The door was blown against the cave wall, making a banging sound. The wind carried snow particles, hitting his face painfully. The wind and snow were too strong, so the two of them worked together to close the door. Jian Yaning went to the front door, and saw that as soon as the door opened a crack, the wind blew in. If there hadn't been someone holding the door, it would have been blown open. Snowstorm? In such weather, it is impossible to go out to clear the snow, and if you go to the platform, you will probably be blown away. Jian Yaning felt a little heavy in her heart. She didn't know what disaster would happen next. If the snow continued to fall like this, the door would be frozen and the oxygen in the cave would become less. Brother, it's okay not to clean the snow on the platform, but the snow at the front door must be cleaned, Jian Yaning said. Worried that the other 3 families in the yard would not be able to come out to clear the snow due to the heavy snow and wind, Jian Yaning turned on the intercom and explained the situation. Fortunately, everyone listened to our advice and said they would clear the snow in front of their doors. The brother and sister braved the snowstorm and worked hard to clear the snow in front of the door. A large amount of snow soon fell again. With such a large amount of snow, it wouldn't take long before the door was blocked again. They could only clear the snow every 5 hours. After clearing the snow and entering the house, Jian Yaning felt like she was frozen all over. Although she had put on a lot of hot packs, they still couldn't withstand the temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero. Chapter 86 Rescue. The entire Elephant Mountain was shrouded in a blizzard, and the world of the survivors seemed to have stopped. The temperature in the cave, with the help of 2 braziers and 2 small suns, can only be kept at around minus 20 degrees. Once the braziers are extinguished, the temperature will drop rapidly, and the only way to keep the charcoal burning is to keep it burning. There was a lot of charcoal stored in the space, and a lot was inherited from the jade card space. If the extreme cold continued for a year, it might not be enough to burn. Jian Yaning could only burn it carefully. The air conditioner could not be used, and the power storage box consumed a lot of electricity at low temperatures. Now it only supplies 2 small suns, which need to be charged once a day. Furthermore, the outdoor unit of the air conditioner must be placed outdoors, and at that temperature, the outdoor unit will probably be frozen and damaged. The clothes were too thick and it was impossible to exercise, so Jian Yaning could only move her exercise place to the space and exercise for an hour every day. Jian Qingning also maintained exercise, but the time was much shorter. No matter how cold it is outside, life goes on. There was no way to go to the toilet on the platform, so I had to build a simple toilet at the back door. I pulled the curtain and used plastic bags every time I went to the toilet. I tied them together and threw them away every day. The taste is definitely there, but there is nothing we can do about it, we can only bear with it. Doubting has grown into a big dog. He is over 1 year old and has a calmer personality. He follows Jian Yaning around every day, making the house more lively. The intercoms of the other 3 households in the compound were out of battery, and there was no place to charge them at this time of year. Jian Yaning hadn't heard from them for a long time. If she could hold on, she should be able to survive. The sweet potato seedlings have grown a lot, and the leaves are yellow. I don't know what happened to the rhizomes. Jian Yaning dug up the soil and took a look. There were rhizomes as thick as a thumb. I don't know if they can continue to grow. The survivors in the camp halfway up the mountain were suffering in the cave every day, cold and hungry. They could only try to conserve their energy and stay still if possible. Even though they put on all the warm clothes, they were still shivering with cold. The snowstorm came suddenly, and the roads were blocked by snow. The authorities did not take any action and wanted to distribute relief food, but the survivors from other camps were unable to come and receive it. You have to endure it. This day. As usual, Jian Yaning finished her exercise and came out of the space. Brother, let's make some dumplings, Jian Yaning said. We have nothing else to do, and there's still some leg meat left, so let's just get rid of it. Okay. Jian Yaning thought about it and decided to make pork with mushrooms and pork with chives. The chives in the space grew very well, one crop after another, as if they could never be harvested enough. The mushrooms grown from the stored mushroom sticks were also of good quality, and in large quantities. I took some mushroom sticks to the cave to grow them, but they wouldn't grow at all because the temperature was too low. The pork, mutton, beef, chicken and duck that were stored before the end of the world have almost all been processed and made into cooked food and stored in the fresh keeping room. If you want to eat fresh meat, you can only wait until the piglets and lambs grow up and slaughter them. A batch of chickens can be slaughtered, and a batch of chicks have been hatched using an automatic incubator. Jian Yaning plans to replace the chickens that have been raised for more than a year one by one and turn them into meat after the chicks grow up. Sustainable development, fewer varieties, all good. The meat was ground into small pieces using a meat grinder, seasoned and mixed, and the dough was kneaded. The brother and sister rolled out the dough while the other made the dumplings. They made more than 2,000 dumplings in the morning, cooking them and storing them in the fresh keeping room. The cave was filled with steam and the temperature rose a lot. After wrapping the last one, the last batch of dumplings are put into the pot, tossing up and down in the pot with the boiling water. The dumplings for lunch had fillings made precisely according to the recipe, and they tasted really good. Jian Yaning ate 20 of them by herself and drank a large bowl of dumpling soup. She felt so full and well-fed. I was reluctant to pour out the dumpling soup, so I took a large stainless steel bucket and put it all in the fresh keeping room. When I went to clear the snow at the door in the afternoon, the blizzard stopped, there was almost no wind, and the snowflakes were floating. Jian Qingning shoveled the snow by the door and walked out. The snow outside was so deep that it could cover half a person. Jian Yaning looked into the distance. It was all white, without a trace of other colors. After looking at it for a while, her eyes felt uncomfortable. Feeling cold, he returned to the cave. Brother, see if the back door can be opened. We also need to clear the snow on the platform, Jian Yaning said. The door of the platform opened inwards, but it was frozen. After a lot of effort, he opened it and saw a wall of snow in front of him, blocking the door tightly. Jian Yaning tried to push it, but it didn't move at all, it was frozen solid. Fortunately, the snow at the main entrance was cleared every day, otherwise I would have been frozen and suffocated to death in the cave. If there is no way to clean it, then don't clean it. All you can do is wait for the weather to warm up and it will melt naturally. The blizzard stopped and officials took action, but the snow was half a person deep everywhere, and in some places it was even deeper. People walked on it and fell directly into it, with their heads submerged. They were willing but unable to do so, and could only slowly clear the snow. In this snowstorm, countless survivors were frozen to death. The authorities arranged for the survivors who lived in the tents of the big camp to live in various caves, and distributed supplies and heating supplies on a regular basis, so they survived. The authorities could not take care of the survivors in the small camps, so they had to rely on themselves. Half a month later, the authorities opened up the road to the camp halfway up the mountain, and more than 20 officers and soldiers came down from the big camp carrying food. "It's time to collect supplies, it's time to collect supplies, bring your ID card," a young soldier shouted with a loudspeaker. The survivors recognized the mice hiding in the caves for the winter. They rustled out of the caves, wrapped their clothes tightly, and headed towards the source of the sound. Jian Yaning's cave had 2 doors, and she didn't hear any shouting. It was not until He Qing came and knocked on the door that she knew that help from the large camp had arrived. People in the courtyard went out in batches to collect relief food, and the line was very long. The survivors were wrapped up like dumplings, with only a pair of eyes showing, making it impossible to tell who was who. The soldiers distributed the supplies one by one according to the ID cards, and the process was very fast. When it was Jian Yaning's turn, half an hour later, he received 10 kilograms of cornmeal, a large